Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter ascended beyond death and became magic's supreme king. Here's a quick glimpse. After defeating death itself, Harry Potter awakens with powers no wizard has ever possessed. As ancient magic recognizes him as its true ruler, forgotten kingdoms rise, legendary artifacts answer his call, and even the strongest wizards kneel before his unimaginable strength. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Harry got dressed for the day. Today would be an important day as his Hogwarts letter would be arriving soon. He had been preparing for this moment for the last 4 years. He was finally ready. He wore a set of expensive robes for the day as he planned to go to Diagon Alley later. He descended down the stairs and proceeded to the castle's dining room. The elves had prepared his breakfast which was waiting for him on the table. Having his fill, he proceeded to the Lord's study. He really loved the place. It was a large room with a mahogany desk, comfortable chairs and books and rich paintings and objects surrounding them. It gave an air of confidence and displayed the power of the Potter family. "Good morning, Hadrian. I hope you slept well," asked the portrait of Charles Potter, Harry's grandfather, from his frame about the fireplace. "I slept well, grandfather." "Good morning to you too, grandmother," he said to the portrait of Doria Potter née Black. Just then, Toby, Harry's personal elf, popped in. "The letter has arrived, Master Hadrian," he said in a calm voice. Harry took it and gave a small smile and thanked the elf. Like him, Toby did not show much emotion and Harry liked it that way. He looked at the letter. He opened the letter. He had been accepted and had to send a reply. He wondered for a minute how Dumbledore would have reacted when he saw the address. He shrugged. He didn't want to think about that now. He had other important stuff to do today. Besides, the old man was bound to try something when he arrived at the school anyway. He took the letter and concentrated. His dark hair lightened till it was. His eyes changed from bright green to blue. His face changed so that no one would ever recognize him as Harry Potter. Harry was a metamorphagus, though only a partial one, though. He couldn't change his height or body density. He could only change his facial features and hair color. Still, he was very grateful to have been born with the trait. His status as the boy who lived and as an international celebrity meant he couldn't go out in public without creating a storm. He snorted, not that they had a good description of his actual looks either. Boy, were they in for a surprise soon. He took a piece of parchment and quill, wrote down his reply to be sent to Professor McGonagall. He called Toby and told him to post it only later that night. He didn't want people searching for him in Diagon Alley. He went to the entrance hall, calmed himself and kept his face emotionless. He walked to the fireplace, took a pinch of flow powder and said, "Diagon Alley." Green flames enveloped him. A couple of seconds later, he landed gracefully out of the fireplace. With a flick of his fingers, the soot vanished, and he proceeded down the alley towards Gringotts. When he entered the bank, he bowed to the goblin guards at the entrance of the doors and went down the hall to a teller. "Greetings, Master Goblin, I'm here for an appointment with Lord Rangoke. Please inform the esteemed director that his client has arrived," Harry said to the teller in perfect gobbledygook, startling the other witches and wizards in the bank. The elderly goblin gave Harry a toothy grin and called for another goblin to show him to Rangoke's office. Harry followed him and entered an office. It was large and there was an old, yet scary-looking goblin sitting at the desk. He motioned for Harry to take his seat. "Greetings, Lord Rangoke," he greeted to the warrior. "Greetings to you as well, Lord Potter. I have gone through the contract with fine detail, and I'm sorry to say that it's unbreakable. It was created nearly 200 years ago by your great-great-grandfather William Potter and Stephen Greengrass. It explicitly states that in case either family does not have a male heir, only then would the marriage contract be enacted. As you know, Lord Cyrus Greengrass does not have a male heir. So the marriage contract between you and heiress Daphne Greengrass cannot be broken. Both families have immense wealth and political power. This contract was established keeping in mind the friendship between the families and the fact that the wealth won't pass on to the wrong hands." Harry sighed. He had hoped he could avoid this, but he had held out little hope. Unfortunately, he couldn't even blame William Potter for the contract, as it was created soon after the Potter Massacre as it was called. A son of the Potter family felt it was his right to get the lordship, so he descended into the dark arts, and with outside help, eliminated all the branches of the Potter family. But he wasn't successful in eliminating the main line as the large group of wizards with him couldn't get past the ancient war wards around Potter Castle. He had been killed, of course. Along with the others, the families who had secretly helped the rebel Potter found they were destitute a few months later, and they disappeared, never to be heard from again. To ensure that the family's enormous fortune to not be misused in case something like that happened, he and Stephen Greengrass had created a contract which protected both their families. Now, nearly 2 centuries later, the contract came into effect. Harry went to his trust vault and withdrew a few thousand galleons. He knew it was a lot of money, but his birthday was coming in a few days and he wanted to splurge a little. Besides, he was the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. He had to behave according to his status. He went to Flourish and Blotts and picked out the necessary first-year books. He had finished them all, of course, but he needed them for school. He sneered when he looked at the boy who lived books at the other end of the store. Apparently, the public or the ministry hadn't been informed about his disappearance 4 years ago. He didn't particularly care for that title, but he knew that it couldn't be helped. Harry reinforced his occlumency shields and the emotionless mask was back in place. He finished buying all the necessary books and paid for them. He took the shrunken package and moved to the next shop. He bought an advanced portions kit. Really, he was no amateur. Harry turned to the shop selling magical trunks and entered the shop. "Hello, sir. What kind of trunk are you looking for?" a fat man asked. "I'm looking for a 7-compartment trunk complete with room-size compartments, please," he replied. The owner had a look of shock on his face. Those trunks were very expensive and he couldn't ever remember a first year wanting one. But he looked to be dressed in expensive clothes, so he decided to oblige. "This is the best trunk we have. 7 compartments is asked for, all room size to be customized to your preference. It comes with a shrinking charm as well as featherlight charm. There are several wards to prevent theft as well as password protected. The price is 1648 galleons," he said. Harry inspected the trunk closely. He was a very private person and he didn't want people looking through his stuff. Once satisfied, he said, "I'll take it." The owner looked overjoyed, and immediately took out a new trunk and gave it to Harry. He paid for it and left. He moved up the alley to Madame Malkin's and bought all his school robes made of fine silk. He entered Elop's Owl Emporium and looked around. He needed a personal owl. He looked around until he spotted a beautiful snowy owl. Harry stared into its eyes and the owl stared back. Slowly, he took the cage down and paid for it. He decided to name her Hedwig. After having lunch at one of the best restaurants in the alley, Harry then proceeded to buy the rest of his things at various shops and systematically called an elf to take them back home. Finally, it was time for his wand. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. He ducked into a side alley next to Ollivander's shop and morphed back to his original appearance. He didn't want anyone to know of his powers. Harry was nothing if not careful. He truly believed that knowledge was power. He entered the shop and immediately felt a presence to his left. He stayed calm. His grandmother's portrait had informed him about the old wand maker's habit of creeping people out by sneaking up on them. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," he said to the shocked old man. But the wand maker recovered quickly. "Ah yes. I thought I would be seeing you soon, Mr. Potter," he said. He then gave a small speech that described his parents and Voldemort's wand. He then pulled out a long tape measure. "Which is your wand arm?" "I'm ambidextrous, sir," Harry replied. It was true. When he had first started school, he used to favor his left hand. But the teacher repeatedly rapped his knuckles so that he would use his right hand. The Dursleys had just used this as an excuse to beat him up and starve him, as they called it, freaky. Once he escaped his tormentors, he decided to practice writing and magic with both hands. So far, he had been very successful at it. "Oh ho, this is a surprise. Hold out your arms then please," he said. The wand maker measured him and explained about his wands. "Right then, let's try this, shall we? Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just give it was wave." He tried one wand after another, but Ollivander snatched them all back. Harry was getting a little restless as it had been more than an hour, but he was patient. He knew Ollivander was searching for something. Tricky customer, huh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match for you. I wonder, an unusual combination. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took the wand, and he immediately knew it wasn't for him. It let out a wailing noise and he all but chucked it back at the old wand maker. Curious. How very curious. I expected that wand to be a perfect match for you. You see, the phoenix, whose tail feather resides in that wand, gave another feather. That wand was the one that gave you that scar. Albus was so certain that this would be your wand. No matter, I'm at a loss as you have tried every wand in my shop, said Mr. Ollivander. Harry wasn't ready to give up. He had undergone a lot in his short life and had a lot to prepare for. He wasn't about to be denied a wand. He closed his eyes and spread his magic outward. He sensed a powerful connection from something at the back of the shop. It seemed to be calling out to him. He pulled with his magic and with a bang, a wand came flying out of the back of the shop, right into Harry's outstretched hand. He closed his eyes and felt his magic connect to the wand. Ollivander watched in shock and fascination as Harry glowed in a silver light, and red and silver sparks shot out of his wand, illuminating the shop. Slowly, the glow faded, and when Harry opened his eyes, his green orbs were slightly glowing. Ollivander seemed unable to speak. He stood there for several seconds, staring at Harry. Finally, he seemed to have gathered his wits about him and whispered, "Oh dear Merlin, I can't believe it. My dear boy, that is a highly unique wand you have there. It wasn't created by me, it was created by my ancestor more than 2,000 years ago. It is so unique that wand makers all over the world have come to study it. Some have tried to duplicate it, but the materials are so rare and they could never seem to get it right. I myself have failed at it." Harry wore a calm expression, but on the inside, he was freaking out. "What do you mean, Mr. Ollivander? What is my wand made of?" he asked. The old wand maker took a few seconds to reply. "That wand, Mr. Potter, is made from the oldest yew tree known to us. The tree is highly magical and is 5,000 years old and can be found in Wales. The core is a Nundu heartstring. A Nundu is considered by most as the most dangerous magical creature in existence. It is so powerful that no less than 100 wizards are needed to subdue it. The wand also has thin strips of Nundu fang. It is one of a kind, and perhaps one of the most powerful wands I have ever seen, as it channels the raw power of the wizard better than any other that has passed through this shop. It is 14 inches and rigid. I never thought I would ever sell this wand to anyone. But as I always say, the wand chooses the wizard. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, great things indeed." Harry was stunned. He never in his wildest dreams expected something like this. He looked at his wand. It was indeed a work of art. It was somewhat light brown, with 3 strips which he guessed was the fang ivory. There were tiny runes etched on the handle too. He looked up and asked, "Thank you, sir. How much does it cost?" "That will be 49 galleons, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded and paid the price and bought a wand care kit and left the shop. He ducked into a side alley, changed his appearance and hurried down to Knockturn Alley. He had some important business there. Harry entered Knockturn Alley with an air of supreme confidence. He made sure to keep his hood up. He activated the Notice Me Not charm on his silver chain around his neck until he reached his destination. He entered the shop he was looking for. "I'm in need of a wand using a core which I can provide. Is that acceptable?" he asked as soon as he saw the owner at the counter. The people in Knockturn Alley were very skilled as well, but since they dealt with shady things, the general public didn't acknowledge them. But Harry had detailed information about the useful shops in the place. The wand maker looked at him and said, "If the core has a connection with you, I see no reason not to." Harry took out a box from underneath his robes. The wand maker opened it and looked at the single feather inside it. A thunderbird feather. They make powerful cores. It's almost unheard of being used anywhere in Europe. "Well, let's see which wood suits you so that I can create your wand. Just touch them and pick up the one that you feel is most suited to your magic." Harry nodded and felt the different woods with his hands. He closed his eyes and pulled, and a jet-black piece of wood flew into his hand. Ebony. This wand would be amazing for all branches of magic, particularly transfiguration. "I also require 2 of your top-of-the-line wand holsters," he said to the wandmaker. Harry paid for them, slipped into the darkness. He touched his Potter ring and portkeyed back home. Albus Dumbledore was pacing in his office at Hogwarts. Just yesterday his friend Ollivander had informed him that Harry Potter had come to his shop to acquire a wand. But it wasn't the wand Albus had foreseen. It was much more powerful. He had also looked at the address on Harry Potter's letter. It was written by a quill enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw. How did the boy end up in the Potter family's ancestral home? He felt like all his plans were crashing around his ears. Albus had a beautiful plan. When Sybil Trelawney had given the prophecy that proclaimed the defeat of the Dark Lord at the hands of a baby in his office, he was stunned. But he began to think how he could use this information to his advantage. He figured out a few months later that there could only be two couples who fit the contents of the prophecy: the Potters and the Longbottoms. But first, he had to leak the prophecy so that Tom would act on it. It was amusing how easy it was. He used the Imperious Curse on Trelawney and had Severus Snape hear the first half and relay it to his master. He knew all along the Pettigrew was the traitor. Of course, he wasn't a master at legilimency for nothing. The deaths of the members of the Order was sad, but it was all for the greater good. Unfortunately, the Potters were being quite stubborn in not moving from Potter Manor. From what little he had seen, the wards there were impressive and he didn't want them there. So he developed a cunning plan and used a few spells to make them move to a place in Godric's Hollow under the Fidelius charm he had cast. He had placed a compulsion on James Potter and Sirius Black so that they would choose Pettigrew as the secret keeper. Remus Lupin was not an issue. The werewolf was very loyal to him and would obey him as a dog would its master. Sirius Black had acted just as Albus predicted. He let his grief get the better of him and got himself arrested. Convincing Barty Crouch and Minister Bagnold not to give him a trial was simple. After all, Sirius was a black, and the family was dark. Of course, he had to do something about their will. Since he was a witness, he couldn't just destroy it. Messing around with magical wills and contracts were dangerous, and he didn't have a death wish. He used his influence as the chief warlock to seal the will, citing protection. Alice Longbottom had to go too, as she was the godmother of Harry Potter. Besides, the other chosen one, Neville, couldn't be allowed to grow up confident and powerful either. He placed young Harry with Petunia, knowing how much she hated magic. But there was a problem. Harry was very powerful, even as a baby. He couldn't have that. He was destined to die at the hand of Voldemort. He suspected the boy's scar was a Horcrux, so he had to die anyway, so that once again, he, Albus Dumbledore, could be proclaimed as the defeater of Dark Lords. He would be as famous as Merlin. If only the love of his life, Gellert Grindelwald, hadn't been so stubborn. Ruling a country by the use of terror never worked. There would always be people who would rise against you. But he knew the power of manipulation and deceit. After all, he had spent so many years working on his grandfather persona. If they had been together, they both could have ruled the world. But 4 years ago, when he came back to Hogwarts after an ICW conference, he found the instruments monitoring Harry Potter destroyed. Panicking, he immediately went to Private Drive. What he discovered angered him. He had really underestimated how much those muggles hated magic. And now Harry Potter could very well be badly injured and could not be traced. Nevertheless, he contacted the rest of the Order and organized a search secretly, with no luck. He had to make sure that the Ministry of Magic or the wizarding public ever get wind of this. He would probably lose all his influence and power if they knew that he had lost the boy who lived, and worse, allowed him to be abused and almost murdered. He only knew he was alive because the boy's name still appeared in the Hogwarts Book of Admittance. It was only more than a month later that he discovered that all the items he had taken from the Potter cottage and not returned to Harry's vault had disappeared. Worse yet, the invisibility cloak he had stolen, not that he would ever admit it, from the house had disappeared too. That cloak had been an important part of his plan. He planned on giving it to Harry as a Christmas gift during his first year. He also wanted to place several tracking and compulsion charms on it so that he could mold Harry into being the perfect martyr for the light. He popped a drop which was laced with a mild calming draft. He was the great Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the light. No one escaped his clutches. His plans, though disrupted, for now, would continue, and the brat would have no choice but to follow his role as a pawn. He would let things rest for now. He would always have control over the board, for he was the ultimate chess master. Saving the Philosopher's Stone would prove to be a good test, the boy, would it not? He could also hide the stone later and tell Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel that it was destroyed during the attack. After all, he worked for the greater good. It was him that needed to be immortal. Harry climbed up to the top of the tallest tower of Potter Castle and stood at the edge. He closed his eyes and felt his body transform. His body shrunk, and feathers sprouted and his hands transformed into large wings. Harry was an animagus. He was since he was 9. He had looked through the books on animagus transformation in the Potter library and decided that the method suggested was elaborate and not necessary. The human transfiguration method took months or years to achieve. Harry achieved it by using advanced occlumency and by connecting with his inner animal. The actual transformation was done by pure will and how much the wizard was in tune with his inner animal. Thanks to this, Harry also got some of the senses of his animal. He was a golden eagle, with some magical properties. No witch or wizard to transform into a magical animal, nor could they have more than one animagus form. Harry took off from the tall tower and started flying. A few minutes later, he heard a rumble of thunder and saw an enormous bird flying next to him. He looked at Aquila, his Thunderbird familiar, and his heart swelled with emotion. The Thunderbird was his only friend. The only one besides his loyal house elves he could count and depend on. Harry dived to the ground and transformed. Aquila too landed next to him. He looked deep into the bird's eyes and proceeded to hug his giant friend. The Thunderbird nuzzled his beak into his human friend's body. Harry remembered the incident as clear as day. When he had arrived at Potter Castle 4 years ago, the elves had taken him to meet the huge Thunderbird which was resting on the grounds of the castle. Harry was shocked to see such a large and scary creature until he heard a voice inside his mind. Flashback. Hello, little one. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. Harry was startled to hear a voice inside his mind. But when he looked deep into the eyes of the bird, he felt that he could trust the creature. It was weird, and unnerving to him. But he gathered his courage and replied, "Thank you for saving me. If you hadn't come at the right time, I probably would be dead. How is that you knew where to find me? Why did you save me? How is it that we are able to communicate?" He rambled. The Thunderbird explained to him that he sensed danger and that he felt a connection with him which had guided him to private drive, and brought him to a place he sensed had house elves bonded to him. The mighty creature had explained that Harry was an unusual wizard, and the bond between them was very strong. The proof was the fact that they could communicate, something which was alien to both the magical bird and the wizard. Harry then slowly approached the creature, to touch it. And that was the start of a beautiful friendship between the two. End flashback. After the incident, Harry had then spoken to the elves and the portraits of his ancestors. They explained to him that the Potter family was very old, dating back to more than 2,000 years. They explained about the various wars, about history and magic. Harry absorbed everything like a sponge. When the elves told him about the soul piece he had in his scar, he suddenly had a vision where he was pointing his wand at a baby. A green curse shot out of his wand, rebounded after touching a shield and ripped him in two. This was when Harry realized that during the ritual, he had somehow accessed Voldemort's memories. They weren't active memories, but ingrained into his subconscious mind. He could perform spells and prepare potions after just learning them once, as his subconscious mind had already assimilated all the knowledge. With Voldemort's memories in his subconscious mind and his advanced memory, Harry was very knowledge for his age. By the time he was 11, Harry was almost finished with the third-year books on magic. He was also taught pureblood culture and etiquette and the family history and finances by his painted ancestors. This was very important, and Harry was the heir apparent of the most ancient and noble house of Potter and had to take his Wizengamot seat when he turned 17. He also decided to learn Muggle martial arts under a sensei in Nottingham. So as his 11th birthday approached, Hadrian James Potter was ready to step into the wizarding world actively. Harry got up on the day of his birthday and let a small smile show on his face. Back when he was at the Dursleys, his birthday was never celebrated. He had asked Aunt Petunia about it and had received a major whack to his head with a hot frying pan. So he never knew when his birthday was until he was wished happy birthday on July 31st 4 years ago by his delightful house elves. He had been stunned and couldn't help but shed a few tears. Harry always controlled his emotions, having been a necessity earlier rather than a personal choice as it was now, but the devotion of the house elves, the portraits of this ancestors and Aquila had moved him deeply. But today wasn't like any of this other birthdays. Today was the day he would become the Potter. After today, Albus Dumbledore would find it near impossible to control him through legal means. He got up, finished his chores and dressed for the day in red and silver robes, the Potter family colors. He walked down the marble staircase, just as many of the portraits wished him. He knew the routine, so immediately entered the entrance hall and stepped outside. He walked on the path created in the middle of the lush, beautiful gardens for several minutes until he reached the lake. All the 200 of the family's house elves shouted, "Happy birthday, Master Hadrian," as he approached them. Harry smiled and thanked them and told them to enjoy themselves. He had understood over time that house elves as a species loved to make merry as much as they loved to work. Harry watched as his Thunderbird familiar slowly landed next to him. He heard Akila's voice inside his mind, "Happy birthday, little one. I can sense today is an important day. The decisions you make from this day onward is going to shape you for life. Don't bow down to anyone, but at the same time listen to the wise and people who truly care about you. And don't ever forget that I'm always here by your side." Harry's eyes welled with tears as he hugged the giant bird. "I know, Aquila. I wouldn't even be where I am if not for you. I am about to take on the duties and responsibilities of my family today. As much as I think I'm ready and willing, I also wish I could be a regular 11-year-old boy. But whatever the case, today is my birthday and I'm going to enjoy it. Later today, you and I are going on a long flight," he said and grinned. After breakfast, Harry walked deep into the castle, and entered the ward room. The last time he had been here, he had been fighting for his life. He took a deep breath and entered the ritual circle. He looked at the Potter crest directly in front of him. It was a large rectangle which was painted deep red, where 2 silver griffins faced each other, and between them was a golden shield with 2 swords and a large red P at the center. He read the family motto below the crest, Natus Vincere, which translated to, "Born to Conquer. I, Hadrian James Potter, heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, do hereby swear by wearing this ring to uphold the values and traditions of my family. As Lord Potter, I swear to bring back my family's honor and strive for the betterment of my magical brethren. This I swear, so mote it be." Harry closed his eyes as the family magic swirled around him. It judged him to see if he was worthy, and after what seemed like an eternity to him, the silver and red aura around him settled into his skin. The Lord's ring appeared in his right ring finger and the heir's ring disappeared from his left ring finger. He slowly opened his eyes and took deep breaths. He could feel the wards around Potter Castle and now also had information pertaining to the various other properties as well. Any important, secret information which was only ever shared from one Lord Potter to the next settled into his mind. He looked at the ring. It was made of platinum and had a large red diamond with the Potter crest visible on the stone with immaculate detail, something which would be impossible without magic. Harry was now the lord of the Potter family. He had used an ancient law that had been enacted by the Wizengamot and was also mentioned in the Potter family charter. If the heir of an ancient family was the last of the line, he could claim his headship on his 11th or 14th birthday and be considered as an emancipated minor. Albus Dumbledore was no longer his magical guardian. He could not legally use his influence to make Harry bend to his wishes. But this was only the first step. But for now, he had to go to Gringotts. He had a certain will to read. Harry spent the next month studying and training rigorously but also spent time flying with Aquila. By September the 1st, Hadrian Potter was ready to take on the magical world. Harry got ready on the 1st of September and made his way to the flow. He had sent Hedwig ahead as he knew she wouldn't like to be caged for several hours during the journey. He knew how it was like to be locked up as it brought back painful memories of his time at the Dursleys. He traveled to platform 9 3/4 by flow and found an empty compartment. He was quite early and there were not many people on the platform. He took out a book on runes, one of his favorite subjects, and started reading. He knew it was going to be a long journey, and probably an annoying one. Just before the clock struck 11, a group of redheads entered the station. Harry shook his head. He had researched about them, of course. They were very poor and were considered blood traitors by many of the old families. And they worshipped Albus Dumbledore as the second coming of Merlin and were staunch Gryffindors. Lord Rangoke had informed him that Dumbledore had tried to create a marriage contract for Harry with the youngest Weasley girl. Thankfully he was unsuccessful because the Potter family charter prohibited a non-Potter guardian from doing so. Just as the train started moving, There was a knock on his compartment door and a girl came in and asked, "Hey, do you mind if my friend and I sit here?" Harry shook his head conveying that he didn't mind. So the girl came in carrying her trunk. With her came a beautiful girl with long dark hair and deep blue eyes. Daphne Greengrass stepped out of the flow at platform 9 3/4 with her parents Cyrus and Elizabeth Greengrass, their 9-year-old daughter Astoria in tow. This was the moment. She was finally going to Hogwarts. It was nearly time for the train to depart, so she hugged her parents and sister, promised to write to them and boarded the train along with her friend Tracy Davis. Tracy was her only friend. They knew each other since they were children. Daphne had always been a quiet child, preferred to read rather than play. Unlike other girls her age, she also had a huge weight on her shoulders. She was the heiress presumptive of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass. And that usually attracted the attention of others as the family didn't have a male heir. Many families would consider it as the best opportunity to get their hands on the massive Greengrass fortune and political influence. One Draco Malfoy came to mind, she thought darkly. That arrogant Ponce had the gall to come up to her at a party several months ago and say that he was going to be her future husband and that she should be so lucky as to even be considered for that honor. Unfortunately, money wasn't the only issue. She wasn't vain by any means, but she had to admit that she was stunningly beautiful, even as an 11-year-old. Her petite frame, showing promise for the future, dark hair that extended to the middle of her back and her deep blue eyes only enhanced her aristocratic features. Thankfully her father was all for her learning some good hexes and curses to protect herself. After all, he didn't want anything to happen to his little girl. Daphne followed Tracy into a compartment and put her trunk down. She turned to look at the boy who she and her friend were sharing the compartment with. The first thought that flashed through her mind was that he was incredibly cute. He was tall, so probably a third year, she mused to herself. He had silky black hair that extended to his shoulders and had the most mesmerizing green eyes she had ever seen. She shook her head slightly to clear her thoughts. She didn't want to make a fool of herself even before she got to the school. She wanted to create a reputation for herself so that boys would stay away from her. And staring at a boy would not help matters. She was about to lift her trunk to place it on the rack when she heard a voice. "Please, allow me," said the boy. He flicked his fingers and his wand came sailing out of its holster. He gave his wand a swish and a flick, and her trunk slowly ascended and sat cleanly on the rack above. He proceeded to do the same for Tracy's trunk as well. "Wow," said Tracy. "That was non-verbal magic. I didn't know third-year students could do it," she exclaimed. Daphne too was stunned. She knew how difficult the charm was. She had only managed to levitate a feather and this bloke had managed to levitate a heavy trunk as well as do it non-verbally. The boy looked amused. "What makes you think I'm a third year, Miss Davis?" "Tracy Davis." "Well, you kind of look like a third-year student." "Why, am I wrong?" she asked. The boy extended his hand. Tracy understood and extended her own hand. The boy took it and beeped her knuckles. "Charmed, Miss Davis. But I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm a first year, much like yourself," he said amused. He looked at Daphne and asked, "And you my fair maiden?" ignoring Tracy's slack-jawed expression. Daphne schooled her expression to remain impassive, but inside, she was unnerved. Who was this boy? He was handsome, from the look of it, rich, but he didn't look familiar as she had met the heirs of all the noble families. And his voice and stare made her nervous. "Daphne Greengrass," she said in a cool tone. She thought she saw a flash of recognition in his eyes, but later thought she must have imagined it. "It's my utmost pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Greengrass," he said in a silky voice. He took her hand, and beeped her knuckles, the entire time without breaking eye contact. Daphne felt her face go warm as she realized he was yet to release her hand. This boy infuriated her. How dare he try to charm her like this? Just as she thought he was going to start flirting with her next like Draco had unsuccessfully tried to do, he resumed his seat and continued reading his book. He didn't even look at her after that. Daphne sat down in shock, looking at Tracy who mirrored her expression. This guy looked like he was full of surprises. Who was he? Tracy took the plunge. "May we know your name? After all, we're going to be classmates soon," she said hesitantly. The boy looked up with a hint of a smile, or was it a smirk, on his face. "James," he said. "James Evans." Daphne and Tracy looked at each other. There was no way a Muggleborn would act like a perfect pureblood heir. So, he must be a half-blood. The journey continued in relative silence. The food trolley came and went, and they all bought a few sweets to eat. Halfway through the journey, a pest decided to make an appearance. The door rudely opened and Draco Malfoy decided to give them a visit. He entered and said, "I'm looking for Harry Potter. Have you seen him?" he asked. Harry didn't bother looking up. Voldemort's memories showed him who he was. This was definitely Lucius Malfoy's son. He was also the son of Narcissa Malfoy née Black, so they were cousins. He didn't bother to reply. He knew the public's perception of his appearance didn't really match his true looks. According to the books published about him, he was a short boy, who had green eyes, adorned round glasses, had a red lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and looked exactly like his father. But the reality was that he was quite tall for his age thanks to the vigorous exercises he did every day, did not wear glasses, did not have a lightning scar on his forehead, it had thankfully disappeared after the elven ritual, and did not look like his father's clone. In fact, he had inherited both his parents' looks as well as high cheekbones from his grandmother, giving him a very attractive, aristocratic face. Thank Merlin he was already betrothed. Speaking of which, Daphne looked quite agitated in Malfoy's presence. He decided to keep a close eye on the arrogant boy. He sent a wandless compulsion on the boy to leave. And Draco immediately left with his two confused goons in tow. "What just happened? I was so sure that he would harass you again," said Tracy. "I have no idea," said Daphne. She looked at her smirking companion. "What's so funny, Mr. Evans?" she asked coldly. "Nothing, Miss Greengrass," he said, with a small smile. The rest of the train ride was peaceful except when Neville Longbottom came in asking if they had seen his toad. Daphne heard her companion tell him to go ask a prefect to summon it for him, accepting Neville's thanks for helping him. Once it got dark, they took turns changing into their uniforms. If Daphne ever had doubts about whether James Evans was rich, she certainly got her answer. His uniform was made of fine silk. She could see he was wearing a silver chain with small diamonds around his neck and also sporting a pair of dragon hide boots. She could have easily mistaken him to be the heir of an ancient and noble house. The train slowly arrived at the station. They had arrived at Hogwarts. Harry got out of the train with Daphne and Tracy and followed Hagrid to the boats. They sat together, along with another boy who was as tall as Harry, who introduced himself as Blaise Zabini. The boats moved and they slowly saw the approaching castle. It truly was beautiful. Harry, having grown up in a similar castle, was used to it. But he had to admit the view was spectacular. They met Professor McGonagall who informed them about the four houses and told them to wait quietly. He could see people looking at each other and wondering out loud where the boy who lived was. The youngest Weasley boy kept sprouting off that he had probably arrived already with Dumbledore and that he would be a Gryffindor and his best friend. A bushy-haired girl was speaking to herself about the spells she knew. Before they knew it, they were being led into the Great Hall. Before they entered, Harry wandlessly cast a compulsion on McGonagall to read out his correct name. He knew the importance of names in the magical world. It had its own power. That's why Dumbledore had such a large name and people feared to say Voldemort's name, even 10 years after his defeat. He did not want to be called as Harry. That name was reserved only for family and friends. Besides, he wanted the public to know how very little they knew about their precious savior. The Sorting Hat finished its song and soon the sorting started. "Abbott, Hannah," McGonagall called out. A pink-faced girl slowly ascended the stairs and put on the hat. "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted. The sorting continued, until Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne coolly walked to the stool and put on the hat. A few seconds later, it shouted back, "Slytherin." Harry smirked. This was going to be interesting. Hermione Granger got sorted into Gryffindor, as did Neville Longbottom. Tracy got sorted into Slytherin as well. Harry observed his peers. There were a few heirs of important families who were allies of the Potters. At least they were when his grandfather was alive. Suddenly, McGonagall called out his name. "Potter, Hadrian." Harry calmly walked over to the stool and sat down. He could hear whispers around the hall. "Is that the boy who lived? I didn't know his name was Hadrian. I thought it was Harry. He looks nothing like what the books said he would. Where is his scar? I can't see it, he looks so handsome." Once the hat was placed on his head, he heard a voice in mind. Ah, difficult. Very difficult. You are immensely loyal to those who are dear to you. While you may not trust blindly, Hufflepuff would be a good choice. After the way you have handled your life until now, you definitely have traits of bravery and cunning. So you can do well in both Gryffindor and Slytherin. You possess an eidetic memory, Rowena's most prized talent. And you love to read. So Ravenclaw is a yes. Well, I must say, you have astounded me, Lord Potter. Do you have a preference? Asked the Sorting Hat. Ravenclaw, please, Mr. Hat. And don't worry, I'm going to make the dear headmaster's plans crash and burn. I'm sure you'll love the entertainment, he said. The Sorting Hat chuckled, I'm sure I will. It certainly was fun to watch Albus get riled up. Be careful, Lord Potter, the headmaster isn't as light as he portrays himself to be. With that said, good luck. Ravenclaw. The entire hall was silent. Then, suddenly the table under the blue and bronze banners burst into thunderous applause. No one had ever expected the boy who lived to be a Ravenclaw. The Gryffindors looked like someone had killed their puppy. The Slytherins were neutral, calculating as to how there were so many inconsistencies with regards to the Potter heir. Hufflepuffs were happy regardless. Once the sorting was finished, Dumbledore got up, said a few nonsense words which made Harry roll his eyes. The tables filled up with large plates of food. Harry began to eat and started talking to his year mates. He looked at the Slytherin table and found Daphne watching him with a furious expression on her face. Harry smirked and winked at her and went back to eating his food. Many thoughts were going through various people's minds, all concerning one Hadrian Potter. Daphne Greengrass couldn't believe how easily she had been tricked by Potter. He had completely made her look like a fool. It was infuriating. When the food arrived, she kept staring at Potter. Suddenly, he met her gaze, smirked slightly, winked at her and went back to his food as if she was just a toy he was playing with. But she would not back down. She would show Potter that she was not to be messed with. Oh yes, she would. Severus Snape looked the son of his most hated enemy and the girl he was obsessed with, not that he ever realized that. It infuriated him to even look at the brat. How dare he come to Hogwarts? The brat did not look like a clone of James Potter. Oh, he definitely was his son, as he had inherited some of his looks, but he was a lot better looking than James Potter and that made him incredibly jealous. The boy must have done something to the Sorting Hat. How else would Gryffindor James Potter's son be sorted into Ravenclaw? He knew the brat ran away from home too. He had spent several months looking for the brat on Dumbledore's orders. He would make sure that Harry Potter was taken down a peg or two. Besides, there was no way the son of James Potter could be smart. Albus Dumbledore was furious. He had asked Minerva to call out the boy as Harry Potter and not use his true name. He knew the power of names, and by not using his given name, his magical aura would not grow to be as powerful. He had wanted to cut down his limbs, little by little, starting with his name. That hadn't worked. And now, the pawn had the audacity to be sorted into Ravenclaw. This wasn't part of his plan either. Harry Potter had to be a Gryffindor, charging into danger without backup or plans so that Albus could mold him to be the perfect weapon for the light. But a smart Harry wasn't what he wanted. He had also instructed the youngest Weasley boy to befriend the boy who lived and ensure that he had no other friends. But those plans were now ruined. What to do? Voldemort sat thinking quietly. Harry Potter was not how he had expected. He learned that the headmaster had lost the boy 4 years ago after Potter had run away from his relative's house. So he was vulnerable during the holidays. But he didn't expect it. He knew that the Potter family properties were heavily warded. When he was young and was studying the various pureblood families, the Potter family had intrigued him. They were notoriously secretive and highly mysterious, not to mention immensely old and filthy rich. That was why he had targeted the Potter heir. Wormtail had informed him that the Potter child was performing accidental magic when he was just 3 months old. So he decided that since the child was very powerful, the prophecy must be about him. So he had attacked and lost his body. But he would get his revenge on the brat. And once he did, he would extract all the secrets of the Potter family. So many people tried to eradicate the family over the last 2,000 years. He would be the one to claim that honor. After all, he was Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard of them all. Nothing was impossible for him. Once the feast was over, Dumbledore said something about the 3rd floor which would be the cause of a painful death. Harry snorted to himself. What a thing to say to a group of teenage rebels. He followed the prefect to Ravenclaw Tower. The eagle knocker asked a riddle: what is greater than magic, more evil than killing a unicorn? The poor have it, the rich need it, and if you eat it, you'll die. The prefect said, you'll have to answer a riddle every time you enter the tower. If you don't know, then someone else can come and help you. That way, you learn. See. Can any of you answer it? She asked. Nothing, said Harry. Correct. You have a keen mind, young one, said the eagle, and the door opened, amidst his classmates, gawking at Harry. The Ravenclaw common room was beautiful. It had high windows and the ceiling was similar to the one in the Great Hall, showing stars and planets. Unlike the other houses, Ravenclaws and Slytherins got their own rooms. They were small, but it was better than sharing your room with others. Harry was grateful for this. He did not like sharing his room. Once the prefect finished her speech, the new students all walked to their respective rooms. Harry entered the one which had his name on it. It was small but looked homely. It had a large window, a 4-poster bed, and a desk. It would do. Toby, he said. The elf popped in front of him. What can Toby do for master? He said. Can you please increase the size of this room and change the wall colors to red and silver like the one back home? He asked. The elf nodded and snapped his fingers. The room expanded into a good size. The walls changed to deep red and silver. He nodded to Harry and disappeared. Harry looked at the room and was happy with it. He took his wand and made a few movements. There was a flash of light and an enormous Potter crest appeared on a wall decorated red. He opened his multi-compartment trunk by hissing in Parseltongue. He had been surprised to discover this trait when he had spoken to a garden snake he found in the grounds of Potter Castle. Not that he would ever tell anyone of this discovery. Harry prized his secrets, and he knew the trait was classified as dark. He pulled out a large picture frame from inside his trunk. He took it and stuck it on the wall above his desk with a strong sticking charm. It was a picture of Charles, Doria, James and Lily Potter on the day of his parents' wedding. He changed his clothes and went to bed. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Harry got up early like he always did. He changed into his exercise clothes and took out a tatty piece of parchment. He touched it with his wand and said, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. The parchment expanded and showed the map of Hogwarts. Harry saw that Dumbledore was still in his office. After browsing for several minutes, he was about to deactivate it, when he saw something which he thought wasn't possible. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Well, he whispered to himself. Look who I found. Once he had arrived at Potter Castle 4 years ago, the elves had begun to recover things that had belonged to the family. There were several items belonging to James and Lily that they had found in the possession of Albus Dumbledore, including the precious invisibility cloak that had been in the family for centuries. That was when Harry had found a tatty piece of parchment. While reading his father's journal, he found out that it was the Marauder's map. It was quite an incredible piece of magic. Once his morning exercises were done, he took a bath, dressed in his uniform and made his way to the Great Hall. He sat down at the Ravenclaw table amid stares from everyone in the hall and started eating breakfast. His head of house, Professor Flitwick, came around passing everyone their timetables. He looked at his and smirked. The first class was herbology with the Slytherins, a perfect time to talk to Daphne. He had charms and astronomy with the Gryffindors, defense against the dark arts and potions with the Hufflepuffs, and transfiguration again with the Slytherins. It was a well-rounded schedule, he mused to himself. Professor Flitwick cleared his throat. Mr. Potter, the headmaster wishes to speak with you after the classes are over. Please come to my office at 3, he said. Of course, Professor, I'll be there, he said, giving the half-goblin a small smile. He proceeded to the greenhouses while making small talk with his fellow Ravenclaws. They all wanted to know about him, but he tactfully deflected that line of questioning and changed the subject. Harry spotted Daphne and Tracy and went over to them. Before he could say anything, he was rudely interrupted by a voice. Are you really Harry Potter? Harry turned to look at Draco Malfoy. He was flanked by 2 thick boys who looked like bodyguards. I am Hadrian Potter, yes. I think people would have figured it out by now if I had been an imposter, he said. A few people chuckled. The entire class stood silently watching, all curious about the boy who lived. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle, he said, pointing his bodyguards. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there, he said, holding out his hand. Harry shook his hand. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. I'm curious as to how you think I'm making friends with the wrong sort, as you put it. He looked at Daphne and Tracy, who were standing behind him. Are you referring to the girls behind me? My, Lord Greengrass and Lord Davis would be devastated to know the heir of the noble house of Malfoy's opinion of their families. I wonder what your father would say if he were to hear about this conversation, he said. Malfoy's face paled and went white as a sheet. He would so be in trouble if his father found out about this. He hastily made a retreat to the other end of the greenhouse. Harry smirked, and the rest of the class realized why Harry Potter was not a Gryffindor. For someone who hadn't been sorted there, he had definitely pulled a move worthy of a Slytherin. He had subtly made life a bit difficult for both Draco and Lucius Malfoy. The herbology professor, Pomora Sprout, entered and lectured about her subject. And they were instructed to form groups of 3 and start potting plants in front of them. Harry immediately moved next to Daphne and Tracy. Tracy didn't waste time to start talking to Harry. So Mr. Evans, we're friends, huh? She said with a grin. I don't mind, Miss Davis. Please call me Harry. And I wasn't exactly lying when I introduced myself as James Evans. My middle name is James and my mother's maiden name was Evans. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I hope you understand, he said. It's fine. Call me Tracy. You don't look anything like what we had all expected. So it was quite a shock. And that was awesome what you did to Malfoy, by the way, right, Daphne? Asked Tracy. Daphne didn't reply. She was lost in her thoughts. Hadrian Potter had thrown her for a loop. First, he managed to impress her with advanced magic and his pureblood etiquette, then he managed to infuriate her by fooling her with his identity, and now he had basically smacked Draco Malfoy in the face with his subtlety. He had single-handedly ensured that Draco Malfoy couldn't annoy her, and this incident would probably stop Lucius Malfoy from mentioning to her father about creating a betrothal contract between the two families. Not that her parents would ever agree to it, she thought with a smile. Harry's voice brought her back to the present. It's nice to see you again, Daphne. You look a lot more beautiful when you're not glaring at me, said Harry without looking at her. Daphne narrowed her eyes. I don't recall giving you permission to use my first name, Potter. She said coldly. You didn't. My apologies, Daphne, he said with a smirk. It was so much fun riling her up. For the first time, he was glad that he read a few of his mother's romance novels he had found in his parents' room in Potter Manor. Daphne's nostrils flared. Tracy had a small grin on her face. No one had managed to get under Daphne's skin so far. Potter had obviously succeeded. As the class ended, they went their separate ways, Harry sending a wink to Daphne before leaving. The next class was defense. Harry couldn't put his finger on it, but there was something definitely wrong with Professor Quirrell. His stutter didn't sound natural. And there was something off with his magical aura. Harry could sense great darkness around his head. He would have to look into that. After lunch, it was history of magic. He didn't bother listening to the ghost. He took out his book on elementary warding and started reading. He had come across a wonderful charm a few months back. He could mask the book and its pages so that no one would figure out that he wasn't reading the first-year textbooks. It would also give him an avenue to read in most of his classes after he finished his work. Merlin knows he would be bored otherwise. The last class was charms. Harry smiled as he listened to Professor Flitwick teach them the Lumos light charm. From what he had read in his mother's journals, Flitwick was her mentor when she was pursuing her charms mastery. He was also an international dueling champion, a title which Harry himself wanted to achieve someday. He already had plans of taking part in the Under-13 Dueling Championship in Paris the next summer. He reminded himself to register for that during the Yule holidays. Once the class was over, he remained in the classroom while the rest of his classmates moved out. Professor Flitwick came over to him. Ready to go, Mr. Potter? He asked. Yes, sir. Do you have any idea what this is about, Professor? Harry asked. I'm not sure, Mr. Potter. I'm just as curious as you are. I was told to escort you to the headmaster's office. I don't know the reason as the why, he clarified. Harry knew the reason, of course. It looked like his suspicions were confirmed. Flitwick was not one of Dumbledore's lackeys, from the looks of it. In that case, the half-goblin would prove to be a valuable ally, especially considering that he was probably already fond of Harry for being Lily's son. And Harry wanted others to know that Albus Dumbledore had lost his precious savior. He would start small, but he would make his enemies fall. After all, he was a Potter. And Potters were born to conquer. This is highly unusual, Professor. Today is the first day of school. I would like you to remain during the course of the meeting if you don't mind, sir. After all, according to the Hogwarts Charter, the student's head of house has to be present during all meetings with the headmaster, he said. Flitwick frowned slightly but nodded. They reached the stone gargoyle and the professor gave the password, drops, and they ascended the stairs. He knocked on the door and they heard a voice say, "Come in." They entered. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his large desk waiting for the arrival of Harry Potter. He was finally going to get some answers. The wards alerted him that they had arrived. "Come in," he said to them. He watched as Harry Potter calmly entered the room along with Flitwick. He beeped in a breath involuntarily. Albus hadn't been able to take a close look at the Potter heir at the sorting feast. But now that he was standing in front of him, he saw that he looked nothing like what he had expected. He had expected to find a clone of James Potter with the eyes of his mother Lily. Boy, was he mistaken. The young boy in front of him was quite tall for his age, making him look older than he was. His eyes were bright emerald green, the color of the Avada Kedavra, he thought with a shudder. His hair was not the messy bird's nest like his father, but was silky, while still a bit messy. His face showed a perfect blend of both his parents, mixed with some of the black heritage no doubt inherited from his grandmother. High cheekbones, glowing eyes, shoulder-length black hair and aristocratic features made him a very handsome boy. Not to mention that his presence seemed to fill the room. He was eerily reminded of the young Tom Riddle. Albus cleared his throat. "Thank you for bringing young Harry here, Phyllis. You may go. I apologize, Headmaster, but Mr. Potter requested me to be here. As it was pointed out to me, it is according to the Hogwarts Charter that the head of house of the student be present for such meetings," he said. Albus thought for a moment. "Very well. Please take a seat. Would you like a drop, Harry?" he asked. Before Harry could take a seat, they heard a trill. He saw a beautiful phoenix perched close to the desk. Harry approached the bird with a hint of a smile and bowed to the creature, showing his respect. The phoenix trilled again, and Harry slowly approached it and started stroking his feathers. "Ah, I see you've met my familiar. Allow me to introduce you to Fawkes. He is a phoenix," said Dumbledore. Harry inclined his head, saying nothing. He wanted to try the subtle power play and see what would happen. He didn't want the headmaster to take control of the conversation. He sat down in his seat and looked around the office. Dumbledore had yet to say a word. After a few minutes, Dumbledore spoke up. "How have you been, Harry?" Harry cocked one eyebrow but kept his face expressionless. "Just fine, Headmaster. And for the record, my name is Hadrian. And I don't recall saying that you could address me by my first name, or rather the shortened version. It would not do the Chief Warlock to be found lacking in etiquette, don't you agree?" he said softly. His voice was soft, but Dumbledore could feel his magical aura pulse when he spoke. It brought back memories of the young Tom Riddle again. He did not like this. Before he could respond, they heard a snarl coming from the other side of the room. Harry turned and looked at the form of Severus Snape. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. "Master, I have important news," said a figure kneeling before him. "What is it, Severus?" he asked in a silky voice. "Master, I did what you asked of me. I went to Hogwarts to request a teaching position. While in the Hog's Head, the old fool was in the process of interviewing a divination teacher, Sybil Trelawney. At first, it was all nonsense, but then she said in a weird voice, that the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. Before I could hear more, I was discovered and the barman threw me out." He looked at the man in front of him. Who had the power to defeat him? He was Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard ever. But if this prophecy was true, then he had to eliminate the threat. "You have done well to tell me this, Severus. You shall be greatly rewarded for this. For now, bring me Rockwood. I need to confirm this with the Department of Mysteries." Harry sat quietly, but his hands and legs were shaking slightly due to the memory he had just watched. It was only due to his natural ability with the mind arts that he was able to clamp down his occlumency shields to prevent exclaiming in shock. Prophecy. Was that why Voldemort had attacked him? Dumbledore cleared his throat again. My apologies, Mr. Potter. How has life been for the last 4 years? He asked, hoping to draw him out. Harry gave a hint of a smile. Pretty good, I have to say. Much better than the life I had led until then. You could imagine my surprise to find out that I wasn't a freak as my relatives said, and that I was a wizard. And that my father wasn't a drunk or my mother a whore who died in a car crash, but rather my father was an Auror and my mother an unspeakable, and they were both murdered by a dark wizard. A lot of information to take in for a 7-year-old child, I can tell you. But I managed. Magic is such a wonderful thing, is it not, Headmaster? Flitwick was shocked. What was happening here? Minerva had told him that Harry Potter was living with his Muggle relatives. From what he had just heard, it looked like the boy had run away from home. And listening to the lies about his favorite student made him very angry indeed. Albus paled at hearing that. I see, he said. May I know how you found your way to one of the Potter properties? He asked. Harry smirked. That is for me to know and you to never find out, Headmaster, he said. Snape snarled again. He had enough of the impertinent brat. Potter, you arrogant brat. You're just like your father. Thinking the world is beneath you and that you can get away with everything. It looks like you've inherited your father's lack of brains along with his overly large head, he ranted. The temperature in the room dropped drastically. The magic in the air became very thick. Harry kept his face neutral and said in a low, dangerous voice. Please keep your pet on a tight leash, Headmaster. I don't need a Death Eater to tell me about a man who sacrificed his life without hesitation so that he could protect his wife and child. I can just see the headlines in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Death Eater condemns the memory of a war hero father in front of the boy who lived. Whatever would you do? Before Dumbledore could reply, Harry got up. I think we're done here. Thank you for your time, Professor Flitwick. I'll see myself out, Headmaster, he said and walked out, followed by the small charms master. Cyrus Greengrass was sitting in his study in Greengrass Manor, holding a glass of fire whiskey. A piece of parchment was lying on the desk in front of him. He had just come back after a meeting with his account manager at Gringotts. How could his father have not told him about this contract? Then again, his father had died of dragon pox, so mentioning a betrothal contract that might never come to pass would not have been on his list of priorities. How on earth would he explain this to Daphne? He knew that her marriage would likely be a political one, considering that she was the heiress, but he had promised his daughter that she would have the choice in the matter and that he wouldn't force her into it. And now, there was an ironclad contract. He and Elizabeth could try for another child, of course, but there was no guarantee it would be a boy. He sighed and drowned his glass just as his wife came in. Cyrus, what happened? Why do you look so pale? Asked Elizabeth Greengrass as she approached her husband. I'm caught in a bind, Lizzie. See for yourself, he said as she handed her the parchment. When she let out a hiss, he realized that she had figured out the problem. Normally, I would have been ecstatic to have found out that our daughter would marry the heir of the Potter family. But things aren't as simple. I had promised Daphne that I wouldn't force her into a loveless marriage just for the sake of politics. And now, I have to tell that she is betrothed and that too with the boy who lived, who is probably brainwashed by Dumbledore. And you know that I don't trust that old man. He would probably stick his crooked nose into our family's business. And there is the matter of us getting along with the boy. My father was a good friend of Charles Potter, but I never knew James, having graduated Hogwarts before he arrived. And his son is a national hero and an international celebrity. How are we going to handle this? He asked somberly. Elizabeth hugged her husband and comforted him. Don't jump to conclusions, dear. Maybe we can stop Dumbledore from interfering in our affairs. And you leave Daphne to me. I'll handle her. You worry about the political ramifications about this. If I remember correctly, the Potters were traditionally a Grey family, though it is now part of the Light faction because of Dumbledore's proxy. The boy who lived being betrothed is going to be big news. Let's keep it under wraps for now. We can offer to meet him during the Yule holidays if possible. Cyrus sighed and nodded. He prayed to Merlin that it would all work out. Harry was seething. He knew of the rivalry of James Potter and Severus Snape from reading his father's journal. He also knew of the man's friendship with his mother until the end of their 5th year when they ended it when Snape had called his mother a mudblood. While his father had not been a saint, neither had Snape been anything less than nasty. From what he had read, Snape had repeatedly insulted him and his family. James couldn't take the insult to his family lying down. It was what he was taught growing up as a pureblood. So he had retaliated to fight for his family's honor. Once he had explained that to Harry's mother in their 6th year, only then had Lily given James a chance. And the rest was history. They had started dating in the middle of their 6th year. Doria Potter had been initially leery about her son dating a Muggleborn. Not that she had anything against them, but she was a sticker to magical traditions. She was a black after all. And Muggleborns tended to question many of their traditions and snub many of the older families. But once they had both met, Doria was taken with Lily's intelligence and her behavior. Not to mention Lily kept James in line, something she had not been able to do. Once James and Lily had graduated, Doria, who worked in the Department of Mysteries as an unspeakable, was able to get her daughter-in-law into the department as well. Not that Lily wasn't qualified to get in without her influence, but it certainly helped. But in 1979, Voldemort had decided to strike the Potter family. Charles and Doria Potter had been ambushed in Diagon Alley. It took 20 Death Eaters to bring the couple down, and in the end, only 5 had managed to survive, though badly injured. And now, he found that Snape had informed Voldemort of a prophecy which had resulted in the Dark Wanker hunting down the rest of the Potter family. And he had the gall to insult Harry's father after being the cause of the man's death. Harry took a deep breath. He needed to let off some steam. He looked around at the empty corridor. "Can a Hogwarts elf answer me, please?" he asked. A few seconds later, an elf popped in front of him. "What can Sally do for young master?" she asked. "Sally, is there a place where I can practice magic in private? Without damaging anything?" he asked. The little elf thought for a few seconds and nodded. "Sally knows just the place," she said, pulling Harry with her. Harry was bemused, but followed the elf. He walked to the other end of the 7th floor. There was a painting of a man teaching a pair of trolls how to dance. Master has to think about what room he wants and walk in front of the wall 3 times back and forth. "A door will appear," she said. Harry blinked in confusion and wondered if she was toying with him. But he did as told. After walking 3 times in front of the wall, a large metal door appeared. He looked shocked. He opened the door and gasped. There was a dueling circuit with practice dummies. There were also several books relating to dueling. In a corner was another place where he could practice his martial arts. This room was perfect. "What is this place?" he asked in wonder. "This be the come and go room or the room of requirement. It becomes whatever you want and appears in the time of need," she explained. Harry thanked her and the elf popped away. "Dueling tournament, here I come," he whispered to himself as he flicked his wand out of his holster. The next morning, Harry walked into the Transfiguration classroom and found a cat on the table. He went closer and started at it. The cat started back with narrowed eyes. Harry could sense that this was not an ordinary cat. He observed more and found spectacle markings around its eyes. This was an animagus, McGonagall to be precise. He smirked at the cat and whispered, "Amazing technique, Professor. There is no better way to demonstrate transfiguration better than an animagus transformation, isn't it?" "I'm impressed," he said to the wide-eyed cat and sat down. Students began to filter in and they took their seats. Once everyone was present, McGonagall decided to make her presence known. She jumped from the table and transformed into a human. The class was stunned and immediately started applauding. She turned to Harry. 5 points to Ravenclaw, Mr. Potter. How did you recognize me?" she asked. Harry gave a small smile and said, "No cat is that well-behaved, Professor. Besides, I saw the spectacle markings around your eyes. It wasn't difficult to put the pieces together. Well, you managed to do something that generations of first-year students haven't been able to do." "Well done," she said and started explaining about her subject. After turning her desk into a pig and back, she explained about her subject and gave them notes. She later handed them all a match and instructed on how to turn it into a needle. Instead of attempting it, Harry just watched the others try and fail. After 10 minutes, McGonagall came over and saw that Harry was just watching the other and not doing the work. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing?" I told you to transfigure the match, not watch the rest of the class. Go on, give it a try, she said in a stern voice. The rest of the class turned to watch the boy who lived point his wand at the match, say the incantation and turn the match into a perfect needle. McGonagall stood there silent for several seconds. She soon recovered and said, "Well done, Mr. Potter. 20 points to Ravenclaw for getting it right the first time. Now let's see if the rest of you can do it as well," she said as she started moving around the class. Harry smiled briefly and began helping those near him get the spell right. When Daphne managed to do it without his help, he sent a small but genuine smile at her. Daphne, who was expecting him to annoy her, was confused. So she just gave a hint of a smile and left the class once it was over. After lunch, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs went down to the dungeons for potions. He sat alone and waited for the dungeon bat to make his dramatic entrance. He wasn't worried. Potions was a subject he took like a duck to water. After all, he had been cooking for the Dursleys every day for a year before he ran away. Besides, with his perfect memory and Voldemort's advanced knowledge in his subconscious mind, it was probably his best subject next to runes. Snape barged into the classroom. He began taking the roll call, and as he reached Harry's name, he paused and said softly, "Ah yes. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." The class was silent. Everyone had heard stories about how mean Snape could be. After he finished calling out names, he began. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little wand waving here, many of you would find it hard to believe this is magic. I can teach you how to bottle fame, blue glory, even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." People exchanged glances. Harry kept his face expressionless. "Potter," said Snape suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry merely raised an eyebrow. He was asking a Newt-level question. Was Snape really that desperate? Nothing but stinking up the room. But they are the primary ingredients for the preparation of the draught of living death, a potion taught in 6th year, he said calmly. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "A lucky guess won't save you, Potter. Let's try again. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" He asked. "Your potions cabinet, or more specifically, the stomach of a goat," he replied. 5 points from Ravenclaw for your cheek, Potter. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" asked Snape, his face red with anger. "Nothing. They are the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite," he said coldly. Snape's face purpled. It reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon. "Well," he barked, "why aren't you all writing that down?" He then set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. Harry, knowing the steps, started with the process. With advanced knowledge, he skipped a few steps and finished the potion ahead of schedule. But Snape was anything but a person who appreciated talent when he saw it. "Potter, what did you do? Did you think I would be impressed if you cheated on the potion, did you? You're so arrogant, Potter, just like your father." That's another 5 points from Ravenclaw. "You have no subtlety, Potter, just as useless and brash as your father. It's a wonder that you can get off the ground with that big head you've inherited from him. Look at me when I'm speaking to you, brat," he snarled. Harry simply lifted his head and started at the greasy, hook-nosed man. Green eyes met black, and suddenly Harry was at the receiving end of a legilmency attack. Snape found shields in the boy's mind. He snarled. There was no way the spawn of James Potter could be well versed in occlumency at that age. He tried to tear through his shields. But Hadrian Potter was a natural at the mind arts, and coupled with Voldemort's experience at the field for more than 50 years had made his mental shields very formidable. So Harry pushed. Snape found himself thrown across the room. The students gasped. Harry was furious. How dare Snape try to minbeep him? This had gone too far. Harry had planned on letting things settle before taking care of Snape, but looked like the dog couldn't learn new tricks. "How dare you try to minbeep me?" he snarled. "Do you know the punishment for a full legilmency attack on the lord of a most ancient and noble house? Automatic death sentence. Congratulations, Snape, you just got yourself a one-way ticket to hell. Enjoy your life for how long it lasts. But I guarantee it won't be for long." Harry waved his wand and all his things went back into his bag and he left the classroom. The rest of the class, not wanting to be near Snape, followed suit. No one noticed Susan Bones sneak off to the Ollery, or that a beetle seemed to have been perched on the dungeon wall until a minute back. Albus Dumbledore was frantic. He had just come back from visiting Severus in the hospital wing. How in Merlin's name did Harry develop such strong occlumency barriers to keep someone like Severus out? This was not good. Not good at all. The potion's master had been caught in the act, against the heir of a most ancient and noble house no less. He had to find Harry, and find him fast. Maybe he could convince the boy that he was mistaken and pin the blame on him. Saving Severus was important. Everything else was secondary. Said boy was standing in front of a large house in an affluent neighborhood of London's suburbs. He had to prepare if he were to come out on top. He entered the property and knocked on the door. A beautiful woman who seemed to be in her late 30s opened the door. "May I help you?" she asked, eyes narrowed. The wards had alerted that a wizard had entered the property. Here she saw a boy who was probably a 12 or 13-year-old standing on her doorstep. "Hello Aunt Andy. I'm Hadrian Potter. I know it's been a long time since you've seen me, but I'm in need of a lawyer immediately and you're the only one I can trust considering my situation. I think we need to talk," he said looking at the shocked face of Andromeda Tonksnay Black. Yesterday afternoon, former Death Eater Severus Tobias Snape, potions master and head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was found harassing Hadrian James Potter, the boy who lived. It has come to the notice of this reporter that Severus Snape, while conducting potions class for the first-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, which also contained Hadrian Potter who is surprisingly a Ravenclaw, was found asking questions not relating to the material, insulting the Potter heir and also insulting the memory of his father, the late Lord James Potter. Not only that, the professor also took points off when Hadrian Potter answers all the questions correctly, even when one of the questions was newt level. When the boy finished his potion before the allotted time, the esteemed professor took points again, claiming that the boy had cheated and started insulting the late Lord Potter again, in front of his son no less. It was after this incident, when both of them made eye contact with each other, Professor Snape attempted to use legilimency on the boy who lived. Fortunately, Hadrian Potter seems to be well versed in the art of occlumency, and threw the man out of his mind. For those readers who don't know, legilimency is the art of reading another person's thoughts and is illegal to be performed without consent, especially on minors. In this case, Hadrian Potter is also the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. The punishment for such a crime is life sentence in Azkaban. The attack on a lord is automatic death sentence. What was Albus Dumbledore thinking, having our children being taught by an accused criminal? One that seems to hate the boy who lived. Will justice be served, or will Albus Dumbledore intervene again on Severus Snape's behalf like he did 10 years ago? This faithful reporter will be on the watch to let you know. Snape looked furious, as did McGonagall and Flitwick, but their anger was directed at Snape. Dumbledore looked worried. He hadn't expected the news to break out so early. Before he could even try to attempt damage control, Madame Amelia Bones entered the Great Hall, with 2 oars in tow. Dumbledore had a bad feeling about this. "Madam Bones, what can I do for you?" he asked with a smile. "I'm here for the arrest of one Severus Tobias Snape. We have received evidence that he performed unauthorized legilimency on the heir of a most ancient and noble house. He is to come with us to Auror headquarters. If he is found innocent, he will be released. If not, there will be a trial in front of the Wizengamot," she Amelia in a no-nonsense voice. "What? Do you honestly believe that brat? Of course everyone listens to Potter. Strutting around ordering everyone, as if he owns the school. He needs to be taken down a peg or two. As if people will believe that lying, attention-seeking brat over me," snarled Snape. "That is why there is an interrogation, Mr. Snape. Mr. Potter has already arrived at the ministry. You are needed as well. I have already signed a warrant for your arrest. It is in your best interest to come quietly," she said coldly. "Now, Madam Bones, are you sure this is necessary? I mean, the boy probably misunderstood. No 11-year-old could have such advanced occlumency shields. I'm sure this was all a big misunderstanding and I'm confident Mr. Potter will apologize to Professor Snape for his behavior," he said in a kind manner. Amelia narrowed her eyes, and her temper flared. She was one of the best Aurors of her generation. She had risen through the ranks very quickly in the DMLE, and a year ago been made the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the youngest in history. Even though she was young, she had a fierce reputation. That was the reason no one wanted to cross her, not even the members of the dark families of the Wizengamot or Albus Dumbledore. She didn't trust the old man. She had lost her entire family except for one of her brothers and his wife and daughter in the last war. She had also lost the man she was in love with. But if things went according to plan, she would get him back by the end of the day. The DMLE and the Wizengamot will be the judge of that. Cuff him, she ordered. Snape stood angrily as the Aurors cuffed him with magic suppression shackles. They escorted him out and Amelia Bones left the hall. No one spoke for almost a minute, everyone too shocked at what had transpired. Then voices began buzzing. People were scared. Had Snape tried reading their mind too? For how long had he been doing it? 3 of the 4 houses were silently cheering. They hated the greasy man more than anyone. Slytherin was silent. They knew that Hadrian Potter had played his cards masterfully. This would probably be the last time they would see their head of house. Severus Snape sat in the interrogation room. This was infuriating. How dare that brat lie and damage his reputation like this? He couldn't wait to go back to Hogwarts to deduct 1,000 points from Ravenclaw and put Potter in detention for the rest of the 7 years. Then he would fail Potter in potions, so that he would have no choice but to repeat the year. He would torture the boy for eternity. He was shaken out of his daydreams when Amelia Bones entered the room. He swallowed his nervousness. He remembered Amelia from school. She was a year older than him, and even during school was considered a fierce duelist. She was certainly not a woman to cross. Interrogation of Severus Tobias Snape, Potions Master of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the 4th of September 1991. Interrogator Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A dictaquill started writing as she spoke. Mr. Snape, she began. You have been accused of harassment of a minor, using legilimency on the lord of an ancient and noble house, and murder of the late Lord and Lady Potter by providing valuable information to the Dark Lord Voldemort, which caused him to hunt down their family. How do you plead? Snape paled. How had she known? The only people who had known that he was the one to rely the prophecy were the Dark Lord, Albus Dumbledore and Peter Pettigrew. And he knew without a doubt that both of them had not told her and Pettigrew was dead. What should he do? Not guilty of all charges, he replied. So noted, she said and nodded. Mr. Snape, we have evidence for each of the 3 charges leveled against you. Do you have any evidence that you are not guilty of the charges? She asked crisply. Snape snarled, the boy obviously is a liar. He's a Potter, he would do anything he wants and no one would ask him. He already has a big head because he's a celebrity. Growing up like a Price, arrogant just like his father, he ranted. Amelia raised an eyebrow. Mr. Snape, has it ever crossed your mind that you are imagining James Potter, instead of his son? Are you accusing a boy of being just like his father, when the said boy doesn't even remember him? Anyway, let's get down to business. As I told you, we have evidence. If the other party agrees to use Veritaserum and you don't, it would cast you in a bad light. Confess now, and the punishment would be reduced. You have 1 minute. Snape remained quiet. There was no way they could pin anything on him. The only serious charge was the 3rd one, but he knew that there was no way they had proof for that or the legilimency attack. And the harassment charge would not harm him anyway. It was only a matter of time before Dumbledore would rescue him. After a minute, Amelia got up. There will be a full Wizengamot session in 3 hours. Get ready to make your case, she said and walked out of the room. The members of the Wizengamot stepped into the room. Today was an emergency session, and most of them knew what it was going to be about. They had read the paper after all. Cyrus Greengrass watched Augusta Longbottom take her seat after speaking to Amelia Bones. He had received a letter from Daphne last night telling what a horrible teacher Snape was. So even if he was convicted, it was no big deal. Besides, this gave him the opportunity to observe the relationship between Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore. The said old wizard entered wearing pale blue robes and proceeded to the chair of the chief warlock. The Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, confused as to what this was about, sat on the seat to the left of Dumbledore and Amelia to the right. Once Dumbledore called the Wizengamot in session, Amelia stood up. Lords and ladies, members of the Wizengamot, before we begin, I believe Chief Warlock Dumbledore is not the right person to preside for today's agenda due to conflict of interest. I vote for Madam Marchbanks to be the interim chief witch for today's session, she said. Augusta Longbottom stood up. Seconded, she said. There was a murmur of agreement in the hall. Dumbledore cleared his throat. He had to pick his battles, and this was not one of them. Let's take a vote. All for appointing Madam Marchbanks as interim chief witch for today's Wizengamot session, he asked. A little more than half of the members lit their wands. A second later, the votes were counted. The motion passes. Madam Marchbanks, if you please, he said, stepping down. An ancient witch walked up to the chair and sat down. What case are we about to preside over, Madam Bones? She asked, her voice booming. The case of Hadrian James Potter versus Severus Tobias Snape, she replied. Marchbanks nodded. All right, bring them in, she said. Snape was brought in by two Aurors and made to sit down on the chair. Harry entered the hall with Andromeda Tonks in tow. He was wearing expensive robes of deep red, with the Potter crest on the side of his. Is that really the boy who lived? He looked nothing like what I expected, exclaimed Marchbanks. This is Hadrian James Potter, Chief Witch. That has already been confirmed, said Amelia. Interrogation of Severus Tobias Snape, Potions Master of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the 4th of September 1991. Interrogator Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she said again. Witness for the defense, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a voice. Dumbledore came up and stood next to Snape. Noted, said Amelia. Mr. Snape, she began. You have been accused of harassment of a minor, using legilimency on the heir of a most ancient and noble house, and murder of the late Lord and Lady Potter by providing valuable information to the Dark Lord Voldemort, which caused him to hunt down their family. How do you plead? She repeated. Albus paled rapidly. How did she know about the prophecy? It would be disastrous if Harry or anyone else knew of its existence or contents. Before he could say anything, Snape said, not guilty of all charges. So noted, said Madam Marchbanks. Amelia began. My first evidence against the accused is this memory which has been extracted by head unspeakable Croaker from Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter has also agreed to swear a magical oath about its veracity. People started murmuring. A minor swearing an oath was unheard of. Harry got up and flicked his wand to his hand. I, Hadrian James Potter, swear on my magic that the memories that have been extracted by unspeakable Croaker which are to be presented for evidence are true and have not been tampered with. This I swear, so mote it be. A flash of light signified the oath. Lumos, his wand tip glowed with a soft light, signifying he had his magic. Nox. The memory was poured inside the pensieve, and the unspeakable tapped a few runes on it. The image came out of it like a projector. It showed the meeting Harry had with Dumbledore where Snape began insulting his father. It later showed the memory of the potions class where he started insulting him again and attempted legilimency. Unspeakable Croaker came up and said, as a highly accomplished legilimens, I can assure you that what you just saw was a legilimency attack. Chief Witch, members of the Wizengamot, I think this situation had been grossly blown out of proportion. There is no proof of the attack other than Mr. Potter's word for it. From what I have seen, Mr. Potter attacked Professor Snape by pushing him to the other end of the room. It was probably a case of accidental magic, so no harm done. If he is willing to take back his case, then he won't receive any punishment for attacking a teacher, said Dumbledore smoothly. Andromeda stepped up. My client is willing to submit himself to Veritaserum questioning. As you know, questioning done under the serum is proof and it can't be taken back. Since Mr. Potter has consented to it, the Wizengamot does not need to grant approval. Is your client willing to do the same, Mr. Dumbledore? She asked. Dumbledore stood silent. He really had not expected Harry to go this far. Before he could answer, Amelia spoke up. There is also the matter of Mr. Snape facilitating in the death of the late Lord and Lady Potter. May we bring in our witness, Chief Witch? Proceed, said Marchbanks, frowning. This case was murkier than she thought. Two Aurors brought in the frail form of Sirius Black. One other had a metal cage, where there was a rat unconscious. Dumbledore's eyes went wide when he saw Sirius. This was not good. Not good at all. Chief Witch, I must protest. Sirius Black is a convicted criminal. He was sentenced to Azkaban after betraying James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. I cannot stand by and watch as an innocent man like Severus Snape be convicted while a criminal and mass murderer like Black is removed from Azkaban, said Dumbledore. Ah, but you'll find that you are mistaken, Mr. Dumbledore. You see, Sirius Black was never convicted of his crimes. He was thrown unceremoniously into Azkaban after his capture. He has been in Azkaban for 10 years without conviction or proof of his guilt. New evidence has been uncovered, and hence his reason to be here. But first, I call Arthur Weasley to the stand, said Amelia. A confused Arthur Weasley entered the Wizengamot chambers. Mr. Weasley, does your family own a pet rat? She asked. What does a rat have to do with anything? This is preposterous, Chief Witch. I suggest we send Black back to Azkaban and clear my client of all charges. This really is getting out of hand, said Dumbledore. He was done with the kind persona. Things were going in ways he had never foreseen. I assure you, Chief Witch, this question is quite necessary, said Amelia. Objection overruled. Answer the question, Mr. Weasley, said Marchbanks. Yes. My son Percy had it for quite some time and now my youngest son Ron has it, I believe, he said nervously. Mr. Weasley, can you describe this rat? And how long has it been in your family? Asked Amelia. It has brown fur, looks like any normal rat. But I think it had a toe missing in its paw. And it has been with my kids for more than 9 years, I think, he said. No rat can survive for more than 3 to 4 years, and yet this rat has survived for 9 years. Also, the rat has a missing toe, and the only part of Peter Pettigrew that was found was a finger. What does Pettigrew have anything to do with a rat? Am I the only one hearing rubbish here? Asked Dumbledore testily. Cauldron getting too hot for you, Mr. Dumbledore. Unspeakable croaker, if you would please, said Amelia. The man came forward and pointed his wand at the rat and said, Animagus Revelio. Immediately the rat started growing until finally, it settled on a short, bald man. The crowd gasped in surprise. Meet Peter Pettigrew. The man supposedly killed by Sirius Black, boomed Amelia. The Aurors put magic suppression cuffs on him and tied him to a chair. Amelia woke him up. Since the person was declared dead, there is no law barring veritaserum questioning to a supposed dead person, she said. I agree. Proceed, Madam Bones, said Marchbanks. The unspeakable poured 3 drops of the serum down Pettigrew's throat. He became glassy-eyed. What is your name? Peter Alfred Pettigrew. What is your date of birth? June 2, 1960. Were you a follower and Death Eater of the Dark Lord Voldemort? Yes, there were gasps from the crowd. Were you the secret keeper of Potter Cottage, which was under the Fidelius charm on October 31, 1981? Yes. Did you willingly betray the Potter family by giving up the secret to the Dark Lord? Yes. What happened on the 3rd of November, 1981? Sirius had been following me. He is more powerful than I am. I knew I couldn't win if I decided to face and fight him. When he cornered me, I shouted out, asking him why he had betrayed James and Lily. Then I hit him with a cheering charm, blasted the gas line, cut off my finger to fake my death and transformed into my animagus form. Lord Voldemort only targeted the Potter family because he received some highly classified information. Is this true? Yes. He wanted to kill Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Augusta gasped at this revelation. Who was the one who provided this information to Voldemort that made him target the Potter and Longbottom families? Severus Snape. Uproar. People started screaming for their heads. They couldn't believe what was happening. A person they thought was a criminal turned out to be innocent. Another had faked his death, was hiding as a rat in plain sight. The third was teaching their children at school. Harry had a grim smile on his face. Revenge was a dish best served cold. And they hadn't even started on Dumbledore yet. Once it quieted down, Sirius was administered the serum as he had requested it. What is your name? Sirius Orion Black. Are you the oath-sworn godfather of one Hadrian James Potter? Yes. Are you a follower of the Dark Lord Voldemort? No. Never. Were you the secret keeper for the Potter Cottage that housed your cousin James Potter and his family? No. That was Peter Pettigrew, who cast the Fidelius charm on the cottage. Dumbledore's face was red with anger. He spoke up, Madam, I must protest. This has nothing to do with Severus Snape's interrogation. This question is irrelevant, he said. Objection overruled, said Marchbanks, staring daggers at Dumbledore. She had really lost a lot of respect for the man today. Repeat the answer, Mr. Black. Albus Dumbledore. Most of the people had their mouths open in shock. How could someone like Dumbledore do something like this? Andromeda stepped forward again. This is the last will and testament of Lord James and Lady Lily Potter, which had been sealed under the office of the Chief Warlock. However, my client enacted the end of the line clause and the family magic accepted him as the Lord of the Potter family. So he was able to unseal it. I think you would find the contents most illuminating, she said. Dumbledore's eyes went wide. Before he could protest, Andromeda continued, the will clearly says that the secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. It also sheds light on the guardianship of Hadrian Potter. It states that he should be raised by, in the order of preference, Frank and Alice Longbottom, Sirius Black, Andromeda and Ted Tonks, meaning my husband and I, and finally Amelia Bones. It states that under no circumstance, should Hadrian ever be placed with Lily Potter's sister Petunia Dursley, as her sister and her husband hate magic with a passion and would treat their child very badly. This will was witnessed by Albus Dumbledore and Sirius Black. And I would like to point out that Hadrian Potter was left with Petunia Dursley after the incident on October 31, 1981. What? Shouted Sirius. You left my godson with those magic-hating muggles. Have you gone insane? He shouted, tears flowing down his face. What I did was necessary. There were protections around the house that would have ensured his safety from Death Eaters, said Dumbledore firmly. But it did nothing to protect him from the child abusers inside, said Andromeda. Unspeakable croaker, if you would please. The man poured memories into the pensieve. The audience was horrified, as they watched Harry repeatedly get beaten up for anything to nothing, how he wasn't given food for days at a time, how he had to work at such a tender age, how he was whipped with a belt, forced to sleep in a cupboard, and finally the incident where his uncle stabbed him. Sirius was sobbing loudly. Harry went over to him and gave his godfather a tight hug. Harry's face was pale, and a lone tear slid down his cheek as he watched his memories. He mentally shuddered, thinking what would have happened if he had not discovered about magic when he did. He probably would have come to Hogwarts as a meek and clueless child, just as Dumbledore wanted. Once they ended, the chamber was silent. Madame Marchbanks cleared her throat. This has been one horrible day. I don't need more time, I have already reached my decision. Severus Tobias Snape, you have been charged with the harassment of a minor child, legitimacy attack on the minor lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, felicitated the murder of the lord and lady of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, and also facilitated in the torture and permanent incapacitation of the lord and lady of the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom. For this, you will be sentenced to life in Azkaban. All those who agree? She asked. A majority of them lit their wands. So convicted. Peter Alfred Pettigrew, you have been charged with the facilitation of the murder of the Lord and Lady of the most ancient and noble house of Potter and for the murder of 13 muggles. For this crime, you will be sentenced to life in Azkaban. All those who agree? Again, a majority of them lit their wands. So convicted. Sirius Orion Black, you had been falsely charged and placed in Azkaban without a trail. The Ministry deeply apologizes for this debacle. I hereby order the DMLE to pursue this matter and find out how Lord Black was denied a trial. The Ministry also wishes to compensate you 2 million galleons for your unjust imprisonment. I also order the DMLE to find and arrest the muggles responsible for the attempted murder of the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. They will be tried by the Wizengamot in the next session. And finally, I move for the removal of Albus Dumbledore as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, as he has been negligent in his duties and gross corruption has been detected. I also move to remove him as the representative of Magical Britain in the International Confederation of Wizards. We shall call for a vote now, said Madame Marchbanks. You can't do this. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the light. Everything I do is for the greater good, he shouted, letting his emotions control him, eyes blazing with fury. You'll find that I can, said Madame Marchbanks coldly. All those in favor. It was a somewhat narrow vote. It looked like Dumbledore really was the leader of the light, as the majority of the faction did not vote in favor. But their votes weren't enough against the Grey and Dark faction. Albus Dumbledore, you are hereby impeached from the office of the Chief Warlock, and your representation of Magical Britain in the ICW is terminated. Please do not attend any further meetings in the ICW unless you are called. Session closed, she said and banged her gavel. The lords and ladies got up slowly, still in shock over the events. Sirius was still crying, burying his head in Harry's. The Aurors took Snape and Pettigrew away to the holding cells. Harry pulled away from his godfather. Sirius, I don't blame you for what happened. You were played by a master manipulator. When Hagrid refused to hand me over to you, what would you have done? Fight with him. I remember you saying that you would be back to take care of me once you catch the traitor. But it was not meant to be, he said. But Sirius was still crying. Harry, Amy, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, he bawled. Amelia had tears in her eyes. Sirius, listen to me. I want you to go to Andromeda's house for now. She'll take you to St. Mungo's for you to receive treatment. I'll come and see you soon. So will Harry. I promise, she said to him. Sirius slowly nodded. Andromeda took his hand and led him out. You have to be really careful now, Harry. We don't know what Dumbledore is going to do, she said softly. I know, Aunt Amy. I'll be careful. Amelia nodded and they exited the chamber. Before they could leave, they heard a voice. Madam Bones, Lord Potter. Harry turned and his eyes went wide. Lord Greengrass, he said. The man gave Harry a small smile and spoke up. I was wondering if you would like to come to Greengrass Manor during the Yule holidays. I found out about the family situation recently, and I think we need to talk. Amelia looked at Lord Greengrass and at Harry and asked, I don't want to intrude into your family business, but is this what I think it is? She asked slowly. Harry nodded grimly. Yes, Aunt Amy. It's 200 years old, ironclad. But please don't mention this to anyone. I don't want anyone to know just yet, he said. She nodded. Don't worry, Harry. My lips are sealed. I'd be honored to come to your manor, Lord Greengrass. How about the 22nd of December? He asked. Agreed. Good day to you both, he smiled and walked away. And I would like to thank you all for your reviews and support. This is my first attempt at fanfiction or any story of this size for that matter, and I was shocked at the amount of work that goes into each chapter. I apologize for the chapters being short. In my defense, I didn't realize it. But I'm doing my best to make the chapters longer. I've read many fics of Harry Potter. And what I don't find is some of the tender moments with Harry and the female character. There are lime scenes, but very little romance. I'm hoping to develop that in my story and hopefully, it'll turn out as I want it to. I will focus on Harry and Daphne's relationship so that it is based on mutual friendship, trust and love for the other. This is my most favorite pairing of all. I wish canon had more of Daphne instead of Ginny Stalker Weasley. The Gryffindor Golden Boy and the Slytherin Ice Queen, they are just begging to be put together. And I don't like harem fics either. Honestly, how do you expect opposites like Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass to coexist? I have read a few reviews where they have asked about the Dursleys. I have not forgotten about them. You just have to wait for a few chapters. Trust me, those assholes will get what's coming to them. I also realize that there are some plot holes, and as someone pointed it out to me, I moved too fast. Thank you for your assessment, and I've started slowing down so that minor details can be shown as well. As for plot holes, well, they are deliberate. If they are any, they will be explained in future chapters. I have read stories where Harry cuts off all support of Dumbledore and has the man on the back foot in one stroke with the help of the goblins. I agree that in this chapter Snape has been sent to Azkaban. But it is not possible for a newbie like Harry to completely topple someone like Albus Dumbledore who has been in politics for 50 years. They may take his positions away like they did in the 5th book, but his influence remains. Harry may be very powerful and knowledgeable for his age, but is still an 11-year-old. There is only so much he can do. But I really hate Albus' manipulative bastard Dumbledore. Really, how on earth is he supposed to be good? He left a baby on a doorstep in the middle of a November night. Baby Harry could have frozen to death or kidnapped. There are a million reasons I don't like him, but I'll shut up for now. I find that in canon it is forgotten that it probably was Albus Dumbledore who cast the Philedeus charm. That incident is never brought up. Why? And if Bill Weasley could be the secret keeper of Shell Cottage, why couldn't James Potter have been the secret keeper for his house? Another person asked me if Harry's Noondu heartstring wand is more powerful than the Elder Wand. The answer definitely is no. Harry's wand might be old and very powerful, but it is still wizard-made, while the Elder Wand was made by death. BTW, did Dumbledore in Deathly Hallows not acknowledge that Death created the Hallows while he and Harry were talking at the entrance of Death's lair? In many of the fics I've read, the wizarding world is portrayed as still stuck in the Dark Ages. I don't buy that. The wizarding world is different from the Muggle world, so we can't really go by the opinion of a Muggleborn like Hermione Granger, who doesn't know the inner working of the wizarding world. Speaking of Hermione Granger, I apologize. My first decision was to make her Harry's friend. But that would just not work for my plans for the story. Hermione prides herself in always being first in class. Can you imagine her reaction if Harry were to take that spot instead? Book 6 comes to mind. Besides, she is too bossy and is a blind believer of those in authority, and the Harry in this story will not tolerate it. I would like to warn you folks because this story also has a bit of dark themes thrown in, not too much, but noticeable. Harry is not dark. He will not join Voldemort or something like that. But he is most definitely grey with some dark tendencies. He has Voldemort's memories in his subconscious mind for s sake, it is bound to influence him a bit. Someone commented that Snape isn't very smart. Well, he may be cunning, but he definitely is an idiot. I loathe Snape. If you recall, in Deathly Hallows, even as Voldemort raised his wand to end his life, he did not betray his master. If Harry had not been there, would Snape have been able to give those memories? I believe Snape is only loyal to himself. He followed whoever was most likely to win the war. And as for Snape not being executed in this chapter, well, Bellatrix was not executed either. Do you think they would do that to him? In Book 5, if Harry had gone to the proper authorities after the way Snape mind-beaked him in the guise of teaching occlumency, then he would have been crucified. That shows that he isn't smart. Harry is the effing boy who lived. Who does that? Speaking of James and Lily Potter, I don't like those wrong boy who lived stories where they completely forget him. While their characters aren't developed, there is no way James and Lily would forget their son like that. I also don't buy that Harry survived because of love crap either. James was a bully, I completely agree. But vilifying him and making Snape a saint. Boo. Snape is a Death Eater. He murders people for fun. He should not be made a hero. In the epilogue, did Harry name his son after both men who were responsible for all that went wrong in his life? Damn. I would also like to come to the Thunderbird familiar. Voldemort has Nagini, Dumbledore has a phoenix. I was actually torn between a white phoenix, Hedwig, and a Thunderbird, but finally decided on the latter. I swear I had that idea before I watched Fantastic Beasts, but the movie definitely cemented my view to choose the Thunderbird. You'll see it more in future chapters. And finally we come to the Potter family. In canon, we don't see much of the family history or finances. So I decided to make the family immensely old, with a rich history and lots of money. Don't judge me. I have big plans, and that can only happen if Harry is already influential. If not, it would take too much time. So before I reveal too much of the plot, I'll say bye. And again, thank you for your support. The entire county was shocked to death. They couldn't believe their eyes. At Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore threw his paper down in disgust. He had been clearly outmaneuvered. But how did this happen so fast? If Severus had not been arrested, he could have smoothed things over. But that was doubtful, he mused darkly. Peter Pettigrew. That man's appearance took him completely by surprise. If he had known that the man was right under his nose, he would have gotten rid of the main evidence that could have exonerated Sirius Black. But how had Harry found Pettigrew so quickly? He had forgotten to ask that question during the trial and was now cursing himself. He also should have asked how the boy developed such advanced occlumency. He couldn't even attempt to gain guardianship of the boy, as he was emancipated. Not the first time he had cursed the Potter family. Charter. Those blasted rules had not allowed him to create a marriage contract between Harry and young Ginny Weasley. And now, it had helped the boy to become Lord Potter too early. He had never expected Madame Marchbanks to call for a vote to remove him as chief warlock immediately. The Dark and Grey families had taken it to their advantage and ousted him. And now poor Severus was in Azkaban too. Why didn't they realize that everything he did was for the greater good? He would not fail. He was Albus Dumbledore. After some time, they would come crawling back to him to take back his post. Besides, it wasn't like they had the power to remove him from Hogwarts, his real power base. He would stay in the shadows for now and observe Harry Potter. At the first available opportunity, he would strike. During the day, the rest of the students kept staring at Harry Potter, and to a lesser extent Neville Longbottom. And both of them were quite uncomfortable with the attention. Harry, who was used to being alone all the time, was quite agitated. Neville was terrified that he had been you-know-who's target. By the end of the day, Harry pulled the other boy aside. "It's an honor to finally speak to you, Herr Longbottom," he said in a formal voice. Neville, having been trained very well by his grandmother, said shyly, "It's an honor to meet you as well, Lord Potter. What can I do for you?" Harry smiled. "Please call me Harry. After all, we're god brothers. As far as I'm aware, my mother was your godmother, and your mother is my godmother. We don't need to be formal with each other." "Then please call me Neville," he stammered. Harry mentally frowned. It looked like Neville had self-confidence issues. Of course, Harry had those too, he just didn't show it. Being told that you're worthless and a waste of space for the majority of your early childhood does tend to affect you. He decided to do his best to improve Neville's confidence. "Susan told me you're very good at herbology. Do you work with plants a lot?" he asked. It was true. He had already befriended Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott just that morning. Neville's face lit up. Harry smiled internally. They started walking to the library while chatting with each other. After dinner, Harry was on his way to the library again when he heard a voice. "Potter." Harry turned and came face to face with Daphne Greengrass. He gave her a smile and said, "Hello Daphne. You can call me Harry if you would like." She gave him a brief smile and replied, "I wanted to thank you. Ever since that incident in the greenhouses, Draco Malfoy has been avoiding me. He had been harassing me about a betrothal contract for months now. And, I was wondering, if you wanted to be my friend," she said softly. Harry kept a blank face and stared at her. "If you want to be my friend solely because you feel sorry for me after reading about the horrors of my past, then I don't think it's a good idea," he said carefully. "It's not because I feel sorry for you. But I can understand your reasoning behind it. You don't want pity. But I do want us to be friends and get to know each other. What do you say?" she asked. Harry knew that Daphne did not know about the Potter Greengrass marriage contract. And he knew that Cyrus Greengrass was not going to be informing her anytime soon. It just wasn't something you would put down in a letter. So a friendship would probably help them form a lasting relationship. Or at least he hoped. "Friends," he said, shaking her hand. The next 2 months seemed to fly by. A man named Horace Slughorn was teaching potions. Sirius was still in St. Mungo's. While his animagus form was helped him preserve the most of his sanity, he was still in a very bad shape, physically and psychologically. So the healing process was going slowly. But Amelia had purchased two-way mirrors and given each to Sirius and Harry so that they could communicate. Harry was fascinated by it. He wrote a letter to Lord Rangope to see if they could invest in the company and build on the magical device. Godfather and Godson spoke to each other frequently. While Sirius still felt guilty, he slowly came to understand that he really had been manipulated. Harry was very happy that Sirius was recovering. He told his godfather about his perfect memory due to occlumency, about how he remembered Sirius from when he was a baby and hence could not believe that he could have betrayed them, about finding Peter using the Marauder's map, contacting Andromeda Tonks and Amelia Bones and setting up the big trial to free him. He did not mention everything, of course. Harry still had major trust issues. And there was no way he would spill his secrets, even if it was his godfather. In classes, Harry was the best in his year. The teachers couldn't help but praise him for his talent. Ravenclaw was racking up points because of him. Harry woke up on Halloween feeling depressed. Today was the 10th anniversary of his parents' murder. But he tried to not let it affect him. The day went on and the last class was charms. Professor Flitwick was teaching them the levitation charm. Now use the wand movement we have been practicing. The swish and flick. Now the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa, he said. Harry as usual was able to get it on the first try, getting another 20 points for Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick saw Neville struggling. But it didn't seem right, as his movements were practically flawless. "Mr. Longbottom, can I see your wand?" he asked. Neville nodded morosely and handed his wand to the half-goblin. When he looked at it, it seemed quite old. He pointed the wand at the feather and said, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather moved, but with difficulty. Mr. Longbottom, you have a mismatched wand. That's why your wand work isn't good. I'll inform your grandmother and head of house about this. We shall be going to Diagon Alley next weekend to get you a new wand. Really, coming to Hogwarts without a wand that fits you? He said and shook his head. Before he could say anything else, Ron Weasley's feather exploded, while Hermione Granger was telling him what he did wrong in that condescending way of hers. Harry shook his head. The boy had been following him, trying to be his friend for the past 2 months, probably on the orders of Dumbledore. It was really becoming annoying. Granger, on the other hand, threw him filthy looks every time he did better than her. He really couldn't understand her. She seemed determined to beat him at everything, and that bossy attitude of hers when she spoke to others alienated her from the rest of her peers. She also seemed to worship the very ground Albus Dumbledore walked on as if he were Merlin himself. She kept telling anyone who would listen how the Daily Prophet must be lying, and that there was no way Dumbledore could do something like that. That was the reason Harry kept his distance from her. He had seen kids like her in primary school. They loved to impress the teachers and thought they knew it all, and believed everything people in authority told them. Harry was the exact opposite in that he didn't trust people in authority, with very few exceptions. After all, what had adults ever done for him? After class, he returned to his room. Just as he passed the large window, he heard a rumble of thunder, an eagle's cry, a flash of lightning spread across the horizon and it started raining. Harry's eyes went wide. He knew what this signal meant. He transformed into his golden eagle form and flew off Ravenclaw Tower. He concentrated on the bond he had with his familiar and flew in that direction. 15 minutes of fast flying later, he was joined by a large thunderbird. Aquila, what is it? He asked his friend. The bird replied telepathically, I sense danger, little one. There is a plot by someone that will put your life and those around you in danger. Be careful, Harry. I'll be around, just in case you need my help. Thanks for the warning, my friend. I will be careful, I promise, he said, reassuring his best friend. They spent the next few hours flying with each other as Harry filled the Thunderbird on what had happened in the last 2 months. After that, he returned to his room via the open window and transformed. He cast a drying charm on himself and headed to the Great Hall. Dinner was proceeding normally. The storm caused by Aquila was still present as rain lashed against the windows. Everyone except Harry was laughing and enjoying themselves. But he was busy observing what was going on. An hour into the feast, Quirrell burst into the hall. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know, he said and fainted right there. The students started screaming. Dumbledore shot off a blast from his wand. The hall quietened. Prefects, escort the students to their dormitories. Teachers will follow me to the dungeons, he said in a calm voice. But isn't the Slytherin common room in the dungeons? And what if we run into the troll while on the way to our dormitories? Asked Harry loudly. Everyone turned to look at him, but he didn't care. Aquila had warned him, and he wasn't going to risk the lives of the entire student body just because of Dumbledore's stupidity. Some of the Slytherin students looked at him with grateful expressions on their faces. Quite right, Mr. Potter. All the students will remain in the Great Hall. Don't you agree, Albus? Asked McGonagall. Dumbledore looked miffed at being rebuked by a first year in front of the whole school but didn't voice it out loud. Just as the teachers were about to leave, another student spoke up. Professor McGonagall, Hermione Granger isn't here. She's in the second-floor bathroom because, said Parvati Patil, looking at Ron Weasley. McGonagall's lips thinned, as she figured it out. Weasley had probably insulted Granger. Thank you for the warning, Miss Patil. I, along with a few teachers, will find her and bring her here. The rest of you, do not leave the Great Hall, she said, and all the teachers left. After a minute, Quirrell woke up and left the hall as well. Harry's heart was hammering. Had they avoided the danger? The students were all strangely silent. 5 minutes had passed, and suddenly, they heard a loud grunt and a bang on the door. A dent formed on the door of the Great Hall. People started screaming. Harry flicked his wand to his hand. It looked like Aquila was right. He got up and faced the door. Damn the incompetent staff. There were none present to protect the students. There was another bang. Everybody get away from the door, shouted Harry. The students at the end of the hall scrambled and moved to the side of the hall. With another bang, the door burst open, revealing a 12-foot mountain troll. People started screaming. Harry immediately acted. If he couldn't stop it, maybe he could slow it down. Aguamenti, he shouted, pointing his wand at the troll's feet. The water jet streamed and hit its mark. Glacius, he said, pointing his wand there again. A blast of freezing cold air impacted the troll's feet, freezing it to ice. The troll's feet were stuck. But unfortunately, his hands were still free. The troll snarled, took his club and broke one end of the Ravenclaw table. People were crying now and tried to get away. Harry was angry now. Was he the only one willing to face it head on? Sonorous. Whoever can perform the blasting curse, target his head and fire on my mark. Ready. Now, he shouted. A dozen 6th and 7th year students pointed their wands at the troll and together with Harry, shouted, Confringo. Several jets of orange light impacted the troll. The troll shrieked in pain as they tore through its flesh. But it was not done. It broke free of its icy confines and was about to pound a few students to death when Harry pointed his wand at the students and shouted, Protega. He pointed his wand at the troll's club and said, Reducto. The club shattered into pieces, but Harry's shield protected the students from harm. Before the troll could do any more damage, Harry decided to end it. Damn the damage done to the Great Hall. Bomborda Maxima, he shouted, pointing his wand to the troll. A jet of white light flew from his wand and impacted the troll's upper. The troll's head was blasted apart and the body itself flew backward and impacted the doorway and it lay there, dead. Harry was breathing deeply. His hands and legs were shaking so badly that he collapsed on the floor. Quietus, he whispered, pointing the wand at his throat. He had just returned the wand to his holster when he fainted due to magical exhaustion and knew no more. I can't believe something like this happened at Hogwarts. Such incidents never occurred when we were students here, said a male voice. I agree. How in Merlin's name did a troll get into the school? Asked a female voice. I have no idea. But the prophet has been running wild theories. Once they got wind of the fact that the boy who lived saved everyone by killing the troll, people once again started calling him a hero. Of course, Dumbledore managed to soothe things down and no one blamed him at all. Humph, just because we made him fall once, doesn't mean it can happen again. Harry slowly opened his eyes. He blinked several times and found himself in the hospital wing. He got up to find Sirius Black and Amelia Bones standing and talking to each other softly. Sirius turned to look at him. Harry, thank Merlin you're all right. You gave us quite a fright. From what we heard, you put up one hell of a fight, kiddo. How are you feeling? He asked. Fine, I guess. What happened? Asked Harry. Amelia spoke up. You passed out due to magical exhaustion after killing the troll, which was very impressive by the way. I watched the memory of the incident provided by one of the 7th year students. To think a first-year student was able to kill a troll was something astounding in itself. But to use spells which are taught to 5th and 6th years as an 11-year-old is just amazing. I'm so very proud of you, Harry, she said smiling. Thanks, Aunt Amy. And I know you're curious, so I'll answer anyway. I've been studying magic for the last 4 years. I used a stick to practice wand movements and so I was quite familiar with them. But I have to admit, I never expected to be drained this badly, he said, putting his head down on the pillow. That was a lie, of course. He had been using the wand of this great-grandfather to practice. Fergus Potter had been an outstanding duelist, and had been an international dueling champion. It was after talking to his portrait that inspired Harry to train and take part in the dueling championships. Good to know. Now, you've been here for almost a day, it's 5 in the evening now. What you should know is that no one yet knows how a troll got into the school. But you have impressed the hell out of everyone and the incident was also featured in the papers. So you've got yourself quite a bit of attention. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey will release you tonight. If not, rest and you can attend classes from tomorrow. Okay, she said kindly. Harry nodded and mentally groaned. While he liked exposing Dumbledore's incompetence, he did not like the extra attention. Sirius and Amelia said goodbye and promised to see him soon and left. Madame Pomfrey came up to his bed and scanned him. After grudgingly acknowledging that he was fine, he left the hospital wing. Immediately he was surrounded by his friends. Daphne came up to him to give him a tender hug. He suddenly stiffened, and after a few seconds relaxed. He wasn't used to hugs. He usually associated physical contact with pain. Harry, those were some advanced spells you used. Where did you learn all that? Neville asked in wonder. He couldn't help but be in awe at what he had seen yesterday. I had learnt the spells and practiced the wand movements, Neville. But I never expected to use them on a troll. They're meant for duels, and using so much magic drained me. Was anyone injured? He asked. A few had some cuts and many were in shock. But we're all fine, thanks to you, said Hannah. After you passed out, McGonagall came back with Granger. When she saw the dead troll, she was white as a sheet. She asked the head boy and girl what happened and they told her what you had done. Let's just say that Ravenclaw gained 100 points after that. But Granger looked like she had swallowed a, said Tracy. Harry chuckled and idly wondered what Dumbledore's reaction might have been. And he really wanted to find out who let the troll into the castle. Things weren't adding up. When they entered the Great Hall, all conversation stopped and all of them started at Harry. Then the clapping started. Everyone, including most of the Slytherins, started applauding for the 11-year boy that saved them from injury and possibly death. Harry blushed as he was not used to being complimented, just the contrary in fact. He gave them a small smile and proceeded to the Ravenclaw table. Harry sat on his bed in Ravenclaw Tower contemplating on what to do. He had just returned from a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was during the match when suddenly the clouds darkened and lightning flashed. Harry heard Aquila speak in his mind, warning him about danger and a possible threat to his life. During the match, both bludgers suddenly sped away from the players and came directly for Harry. Harry dived out of the way, but the bludgers were relentless. It came back and hit his right leg that was probably meant for his groin. He moved out of the way of another which was about to impact his. He took his wand out and blasted the incoming bludger. But he wasn't fast enough to hit the other one as it broke his left arm, just as the teachers blasted it to smoke. As he tried to get up, with a broken hand and leg, he saw a small smile on Quirrell's face. He had wanted to investigate Quirrell's strange behavior, but now he didn't care. He wanted that man dead. Clearly, it was him who had let the troll in on Halloween. It was midnight when Harry donned his invisibility cloak and flew out of the tower in his eagle form. It was really amazing what his invisibility cloak could do. He could transform into his animagus form and the cloak would shrink and cling to his body without falling off. He flew to the second floor, where he knew was the defense classroom. He transformed back and stood behind a pillar as he watched Quirrell approach his classroom. He flicked the fingers of his left hand and his ebony and thunderbird feather wand sailed out of his holster and into his waiting hand. Wizarding law stated that a witch or wizard could only have one wand and the said wand had to be registered with the Ministry of Magic. Registered wand makers like Ollivander would never sell him a second wand unless the first was broken. But he needed a wand to do his dirty work, something which could not be traced back to him, even remotely, and this wand was perfect for that as Aquila had graciously given him a feather for the wand core. He pointed his wand at Quirrell and mentally said, Imperio. He could feel the control slip to him. He instructed the man on what to do and followed him. Quirrell walked to the restricted area on the third floor and opened the door. Harry had followed Hagrid once and had come across the half-giant feeding the giant Cerberus. He had also figured out that there was a giant devil's snare just under the trapdoor. Just as he had predicted, the dog ripped Quirrell's legs apart just as he was about to jump. The man screamed and fell headfirst into the death trap below. Harry closed his eyes and extended his senses and could sense the man's life slipping away as he was being strangled by the plant. Harry smiled grimly, transformed into an eagle and went back to his room by flying into the window. Quirrell was dead and if he was right, so were the attempts on his life. He could finally enjoy his first year in peace. During the next month and a half, Harry extensively trained for the dueling championship in the Room of Requirement. He had also started working on slowly unraveling Voldemort's memories. But otherwise, everything was the same as ever. He was still the first in class, much to Hermione Granger's displeasure. Albus Dumbledore was leaving him alone, which made Harry quite paranoid and was still communicating with Sirius. On the 19th of December, Harry got another mirror call from Sirius. I just received a letter from Moony. He said that he would like to meet us during the Yule holidays. What do you think? He asked. Tell him to meet us on the 29th. I have a few questions I need to ask him, said Harry in a cold tone. He had been very pissed off when he found out about Remus Lupin's existence. He had been pissed off with Sirius too for putting revenge ahead of his responsibilities to baby Harry, but he had time to come to terms with it and had forgiven his godfather. Not that the other man knew that, of course, as Harry had decided that Sirius had suffered enough. But he definitely wasn't going to be cutting any slack for Lupin. Any relationship between them would be decided based on the answers the man gave. So, what's going on between you and Aunt Amy? Are you going to tell me or do I have to guess? Asked Harry, grinning, changing the topic. You scamp. Nothing for now, though. Amelia and I had been dating for almost 2 years before I was sent to Azkaban. 10 years is a long time, Harry, and both of us have changed. I know I have. I doubt I ever would have accepted the Black Lordship before. And I definitely have become more cynical and paranoid. So, we have decided to wait and see. We still have feelings for each other, and if it works out, good. If it doesn't, well, we just have to get over it and move on, he said softly. Harry sighed. Speaking of love lives, there is something I have to tell you. Several months back, I found out there was an unbreakable marriage contract between House Potter and House Greengrass. I have to get married to heiress Daphne Greengrass. What do you think? Sirius took almost a minute to recover from his shock. Well, at least it isn't someone bad. The Greengrass family has been notoriously neutral for years, and from what I have heard, Lord Cyrus Greengrass seems to be a good man. Good luck, kiddo. I'm always here to give you some pointers, he said with a grin. Pointers on what? Asked Harry innocently. Sirius grinned and, after making sure Harry would not deactivate the mirror, proceeded to give the young boy the talk, and in Harry's opinion, the most embarrassing conversation of his life. 2 days later, Harry, Daphne, Tracy, Neville, Susan and Hannah found themselves sitting in a compartment in the Hogwarts Express, having fun. Of course, all good things must come to an end as suddenly, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger barged into the compartment. As unlikely as it was, those two started hanging out with each other after the troll incident and had managed to annoy Harry more than usual. Ron spoke up. Harry mate, what are you doing with a bunch of filthy snakes? Come join us, we can play a game of chess. Harry groaned. He was so not in the mood for this. Weasley, those filthy snakes you refer to are my friends. And I'm not interested in playing chess with you. As you can see, I'm reading. I prefer not to talk, he said, hoping Weasley would get the hint. Unfortunately, he didn't. You always read, mate, why don't we discuss Quidditch? I follow Chudley cannons, you should too, he said. Harry's eye twitched, but he didn't say anything and returned to his book. What book are you reading, Harry? I don't recognize it. I've finished all the first-year books, of course. I was ever so pleased when I found out I was a witch and that I was selected for Hogwarts. No one in my family is magical. I don't remember any teacher authorizing you to read that book. You shouldn't be reading books that haven't been prescribed, you know. They could be dangerous. You should give it to Professor McGonagall so that she can check if it's appropriate for you. Is that how you do so well in class? Getting extra help is cheating, she exclaimed. She had said it all, so fast that her face was now pink. Daphne was getting annoyed as well. She may not be the top of the year like Harry, but she was no slouch, being the top Slytherin in her year. So she replied in a cold voice, Granger, it is none of your business what book he reads. And he doesn't need anyone's permission to read a book, as the book belongs to him. No one has the right to take it away from him unless it explicitly harms another person. And he does well in class because he's smart, not because he gets extra help, and don't you dare call him a cheat. Have you so soon forgotten the incident with the troll? She asked with venom in her voice. Daphne already had a reputation for herself. Like Harry, she too wore a cold, expressionless mask almost all the time. Her tone and sarcasm were enough to drive away people who tried to get smart with her. For those who persisted, a few ice spells to the groin taught them the lesson, so most people learned to stay the hell away from her. You're quite rude, you know, asked Hermione. Daphne's eye twitched. Before she could take out her wand, she felt Harry take her hand and give it a soft squeeze. She calmed down a bit. Miss Granger, you were the one who barged into our compartment and started insulting us by calling us filthy snakes and cheats. Are you sure you want to talk about being rude? Asked Daphne. That's when Ron decided to open his mouth. But we didn't say anything wrong. All Slytherins are evil. Everybody knows that, he shouted. The air in the compartment suddenly went cold. Harry turned to him with his wand raised and said, "Leave before you get cursed. I'm sure you know what I'm capable of. You were there when I took care of the troll. Care for an encore." Ron went pale and left hastily. Hermione sniffed and said, "You shouldn't threaten a student. I'll be reporting this to Professor McGonagall when we get back." She then left the compartment. "Those two are the most annoying twats I have ever seen," exclaimed Tracy. "I don't understand what their problem is. Weasley follows you around like a lost puppy and Granger can't take a hint that you're not interested in her little competition. Have you observed the fact that she spends even more time in the library now than before?" asked Susan. Harry shrugged. He really didn't care. If those two persisted, a few embarrassing hexes should make them go away. Once they reached King's Cross Station, they got down to meet the people waiting for them. Harry had told Sirius that he wanted to go to Potter Castle for a couple of days and then he would join him for the rest of the holidays. After a goodbye to each other, Harry was about to use his portkey to go home when he was suddenly grabbed in a hug. Being grabbed like that did not bring back pleasant memories for him and he cast a wandless banishing charm on the person and flicked his wand to his hand. What he saw was who he guessed to be Molly Weasley being helped up by her children. Her face was as red as her hair at being pushed down in public, but she smiled and looked at Harry and said, "It's so good to finally meet you, Harry dear. Ron has told me so much about you in his letters. How was the first term? Did you enjoy your experience at Hogwarts? I don't think a young boy like you should be spending Christmas alone, so come along. You can come with us to the Burrow. You and Ron can share a room. Ginny is so eager to meet you, isn't that right, dear? Come along, Harry," she said and grabbed his hand. Molly Weasley was told by Albus Dumbledore to make sure that Harry came to the Burrow for Christmas. This would also give her a chance to introduce the boy to Ginny. She thought that if her daughter could marry the boy, she could finally live in luxury and her family won't be the subject of scorn by the majority of Wizarding Britain. If Harry wasn't interested in Ginny, well, a love potion would clear that up. It was what she had done to her husband Arthur and look how well their marriage turned out. She was snapped out of her daydream when she felt a wand poking her. She turned to find a pissed-off Harry Potter, pointing his wand at her. "Mrs. Weasley, I don't know what anyone has told you, but startling someone by hugging them before even being introduced is inappropriate. Some people might even consider it as an attack and retaliate. That being said, I don't know what your son has informed you, but we're not friends. And I'm not about to take off to a house of strangers just because you say so. I already have a house, which is where I would be going. And how I spend my Yule holidays is none of your concern, as I'm not answerable to you. Now, good day," he said. Molly Weasley's face turned purple. "Now see here, young man, I'm a mother of 7 and I won't be spoken to that way. You obviously need a motherly figure," and she was cut short when the temperature dropped. People around turned to look at the sight of the boy who lived pointing his wand between the eyes of Molly Weasley. The people around could hear the cold tone of Harry Potter when he said, "I'm not your son, Mrs. Weasley. Don't think you can drag me to your house just because you demand it. And don't ever think that I need a motherly figure in my life. No one can replace my mother. She was so bloody brilliant that she outsmarted Voldemort, figured out a way to stop the Avada Kedavra curse and sacrificed her life without hesitation so that she could save her son's life. You dare try to step into her shoes. I will never allow it." He touched his ring and portkeyed away. People were now staring at the Weasley matriarch with narrowed eyes while many started whispering. Molly Weasley turned red with anger and embarrassment and headed to the flow with her children. Harry spent the rest of the evening flying with Aquila so that he could calm down. His Thunderbird familiar always seemed to know what to say to get him to quench his anger. After having a long conversation with him, Harry entered the castle and headed to his study. He had overheard Granger and Weasley a few days back and had to make sure that what he heard wasn't true. He took a piece of parchment and quill and wrote, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Flammel, my name is Hadrian Potter, and I'm the great-great-grandson of William and Isabel Potter, who as you remember were your ex-students. I'm a first-year student at Hogwarts and I recently found that Albus Dumbledore might be hiding your Philosopher's Stone in the school. I don't know if this is true, but I do know that there is a plot here because Headmaster Dumbledore announced publicly on the night of the opening feast that a certain corridor is out of bounds unless you want to die a most painful death. There have been 2 attempts on my life in the few months I have been there, and I'm sure people think that such an object may be present at Hogwarts. I just thought it might be prudent to inform you as I have no idea if you have your property or if it's with Dumbledore. I have spoken to the portraits of my ancestors and they had nothing but the best things to say about you. It is for that reason that I decided to write this letter. I'm sorry to have bothered you if the trap set by Albus Dumbledore is a ruse, but if it isn't, I just wanted to inform you so that you can make any important decisions soon. Such a device could be dangerous in the wrong hands, even in the hands of those who have portrayed themselves to be trusted. Best regards, Lord Hadrian J. Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. He put the letter in an envelope and went to Hedwig. This is going to be a long flight, girl. And they probably have anti-mail wards too. Be careful, and in case you can't find them, come back. I can find some other way to deliver the letter to them, he said, stroking her feathers. Hedwig hooted, nibbled his finger and took off into the night sky. After seeing her disappear, he had a light dinner and proceeded to the dungeons. After passing through several doors where he had to say the password in Parseltongue, he finally entered the place where the prisoners were kept. Wakey wakey everyone, I'm back from school. Aren't you going to welcome me? He asked in a fake cheerful voice. The frail and broken-looking bodies of Vernon, Petunia and Marge Dursley slowly woke up with a groan. They didn't know where they were, or how long they had been here. As they opened their eyes, they found Harry Potter before them. You, bellowed Vernon. What the hell are you doing here, freak? I thought you were dead for good. You should Vernon suddenly found that the bones in his hand had exploded. The pain was terrible. I'm going to talk, and you're going to listen, you two, Marge. After all that you 3 have put me through, did you really think I would forget about you? You beat me up daily, you made me crawl around the house in pain, you whipped me, made your dog bite me and tear the flesh from my leg, hit me on the head with a frying pan. You placed red-hot iron rods on my back and butt, made me sleep in a cupboard, starved me for weeks, insulted my parents while at the same time stole £250,000 from them which was given for my care, lied to me, you stabbed me with the intention of killing me, and, well, you get the picture. I wasn't about to let you live your lives without compensation, now was I? He asked with a dark grin on his face. What are you blabbering about, you freak? I knew you were like this, a criminal. It's all in the breeding, if there's something wrong with the there's something wrong with the Make it stop, screamed Marge Dursley. The other 2 backed away due to fear. Bone after bone was being shattered in her body, causing almighty pain. Some of the broken bones impacted her nerves, causing her more pain. Finally, it stopped, but the pain was still present. Don't you ever call me a freak, Muggle. You're the freak, not me. I'm a wizard, Marge. That means I can do magic. Oh yes, magic is real, and my parents were magical too, that's why your brother and sister-in-law hate me and my parents so much. You dare try to insult my parents, he said, looking at the wide-eyed and whimpering form of the woman. And now, we have our dear Petunia, the harpy who spews her hate on a defenseless, innocent baby. You know something interesting? The Aurors, who are the wizarding equivalent of Scotland Yard and Michigan 5, had come to your house more than 3 months ago for your arrest. I had finally shown the British wizarding world how their precious savior grew up. And they were so angry that they ousted Albus Dumbledore from his chief warlock post and his international position. Good thing the vote was called in immediately. If they had delayed it, Dumbledore would have bribed and blackmailed the members of the Wizengamot to keep his posts. He's too powerful to be taken down that easily. Luckily he didn't have the time to do that. But he still retained his Wizengamot seat, thanks to his order of Merlin. He made sure your case and his inquiry were forgotten. You would have probably been in a holding cell for a few months or a year and then let go. After all, if he tried to have you brought to court, his case would be opened as well, so it was beneficial to both of you. And it was also a subtle attempt to inform me that he had not lost all his power. But I wasn't about to have that, now was I. So I asked my faithful house elves to bring you here. Really, my elves wanted to kill you immediately for what you did to me, as they adore me a lot. I have a very soft spot for house elves, seeing as I was treated worse than an abused elf for 6 years. But I decided to be patient. You have been here for more than 3 months, with very little food and water. But not to worry, I'm going to increase the fun here, as I'm sure you're all immensely bored. So shall we begin? He asked, flicking his ebony and Thunderbird wand to his hand, his green eyes glowing. After half an hour of torture, the 3 Dursleys crumpled on the ground, shaking badly. Harry slowly left the room, but at the door, he paused and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention that Dudley was beaten up by a pack of goons, to his death. His body was then tossed into the Thames. No one knows about it as his body wasn't found. The neighbors in Privet Drive think Vernon is a human trafficker and that he beat Dee and murdered his nephew, and when the police found out you all decided to run. No one's going to miss you. I'll see you in 6 months. Enjoy your stay in Potter Castle," he said and left, just as he heard a scream of denial. Harry quickly made his way to his room and collapsed in his bed and sobbed his heart out. He knew he had released the dark side in him today. Harry wasn't delusional to think he was light. He could kill when needed. That's why he had not felt very guilty about killing Quirrell. Sure, he felt bad, but the man had tried to get him killed twice. If not for his precious Thunderbird familiar and his own skill, he probably would be dead. But the Dursleys were a different story. They were so bigoted that they still thought what they did was right. How many Muggle-born children suffered the same fate as he did? At least in Wizarding Britain, the Ministry of Magic integrated the Muggle-borns. But in those countries which completely separated from their Muggle counterparts like magical United States, India, China and Russia, the Muggle-borns probably died in massive numbers due to the Muggles, which was unacceptable. But considering the Salem witch trials, he could understand MACUSA's paranoia in keeping away from the Muggles. His crying increased when he mused if he was just like Voldemort. He had been working on unraveling his memories and he found himself acting more or less like him. He hiccuped and came to the conclusion that he wasn't like Voldemort. That man was crazy. Voldemort didn't mind destroying the entire magical world to sit on top of the food chain. He didn't care about anyone but himself. Harry wasn't like that. Harry cared about his magical counterparts a great deal. He had a vision for the future he hoped he could implement. He would strive to create a world worth living in. Harry deeply respected other magical creatures too. They would not be hunted like they were now or had been hunted before. He would provide a home for them as well. Yes, he would, he thought determinedly as he slipped off into sleep. Daphne Greengrass was happy to be home again. Just after dinner, her mother had told her that she wanted to talk. So now, mother and daughter were sitting in the family living room, when her mother spoke up. "So, how was the first term? I heard you're friends with Harry Potter." Daphne nodded, "Yes. But I just told you this an hour ago and I've been sending you letters for the last few months." "So, what exactly is this about, Mum?" she asked confused. Elizabeth Greengrass blushed and took a deep breath. "Before I tell you, you need a brief lesson in history. Almost 200 years ago, a son of one of the cadet branches of the Potter family, teamed up with others who wanted to see the family's destruction and killed all the members of the cadet lines. This incident is commonly known as the Potter Massacre. But he was unable to destroy the main line. The reason is not really known as details are sketchy and the Potters are notoriously known for being secretive, so no one knows what happened. It was several years later, that William Potter, the great-great-grandfather of your friend Harry made a contract with your ancestor Stephen Greengrass. It said that if either of the families did not have a male heir, then a marriage contract would be enacted so that no one takes advantage of either family's immense wealth or political power. And this contract has come into effect now. There is an unbreakable marriage contract between you and Harry Potter, she said softly. Daphne stared into space as millions of thoughts went through her head. Anger, hurt, betrayal, fear were the primary ones. She was betrothed to Harry. And from the looks of it, he knew and didn't tell her about it. She swallowed as tears filled her eyes. She had always wanted to make a name for herself. She was a natural when it came to potions and charms and had always dreamed of being a very successful enchantress, inventing new magical devices and earning recognition all over the world. She had also thought she could take on her family's business one day and also her father's Wizengamot seat so as to enter politics. And now, she was betrothed to an international celebrity as Harry was the only known survivor of the killing curse, one who was a genius too. She would be forever stuck in his shadow, never being able to see the light. She didn't respond to her mother as she ran to her room, and cried. She cried for the future she could never have. At 5 p.m. the next evening, Harry flowed to Greengrass Manor. As he stepped out of the fireplace, he automatically flicked his fingers and the soot disappeared. Elizabeth Greengrass was waiting for him. He handed her a bouquet of lilies and said, "These are for you, Lady Greengrass. I thank you for welcoming me into your home." "You're welcome, Lord Potter. This way, please," she said, taking them to the drawing room. Harry bowed and said, "Lord Greengrass, it's a pleasure to meet you again. Thank you for inviting me to your home." "The pleasure is mine, Lord Potter. Please take a seat," he said, gesturing to the couch. Harry sat down, and the older man began. "I'll come straight to the point. I've been told by my account manager at Gringotts that you know that the contract is unbreakable unless we have a male heir. When I first found out, I was worried because no one knows much about you and I certainly didn't believe in those fantasy novels. But what I was deeply concerned about was if you were brainwashed by Albus Dumbledore. As you can guess, I don't trust the man and you revealed his true colors a few months ago. But that trial in September removed that fear, but the fact remains that we don't know you. That's why we wanted to get to know you and for you to become comfortable with us." Harry nodded slowly. He could understand that, but there was one question which was prevalent in his mind. "Lord Greengrass, how did Daphne take the news?" he asked softly. He really felt bad about the whole affair. From their experiences in the last few months, Harry knew that Daphne was a very ambitious girl and had big dreams for her future. She probably thought they were crushed and he wanted to set her straight. Cyrus looked at Elizabeth and the woman continued saying, "Not well, Lord Potter. She hasn't spoken to us since last night." Harry nodded grimly and asked, "May I speak to her?" "And please, call me Harry." The adults looked at each other and nodded, and the older woman showed Harry to the garden where Daphne was sitting under a tree, reading a book. Harry slowly approached her, and sat down next to her and said, "Hey Daphne." The girl's demeanor didn't change, but she turned and gave him her already famous icy stare and in her cold voice said, "Lord Potter," and went back to her book. Harry could see that her eyes were bloodshot, either from crying or lack of sleep he couldn't say. But he slowly enhanced his magic and took a peek into her mind, just to scan her surface thoughts. He knew she was trained in elementary occlumency so he didn't go deeper. After realizing what was troubling her, he took his time to figure out what to say to her. He thought about if he wanted to spill some secrets but then decided since his history with the Dursleys was printed on the front page of the newspaper, he could speak about it with his future wife. So he began. "You know, when I was growing up and before I found out about magic, my relatives used to tell me that my father was a drunk and my mother was a whore who died in a car crash. During all those years I was abused there. I promised myself that if I ever am in a position of authority, I would make sure I would create a world worth living in. I would build a society where such abuse would be reported immediately and dealt with. It was then that I found out that there was a shadow named Albus Dumbledore that was trying his best to control my life, and I did my best to get out of his thumb. When I was living by myself and growing up in Potter Castle, I saw to what extent the British wizarding world had been destroyed thanks to Voldemort. So many talented people were dead, and it looked like there would be stagnation until the next generation rises. I truly am a Ravenclaw in that I believe only in merit. I respect only those who achieve and those who have knowledge and power. I don't have the patience to deal with idiots and incompetents. At the same time, I can't tolerate immature gits like Voldemort either, even though he is very knowledgeable. About 6 months ago, I found out about a marriage contract where I was to get married to this girl Daphne Greengrass, whom I had never even met. I didn't know the girl I was betrothed to, or if she could handle someone who is always cold and distant or if we could even get along at all. But there was one thing I did tell myself, that it wasn't the girl's fault for me being forced into this contract. It was then that I decided that I wouldn't stand in the way of her dreams. I wouldn't like it if someone stood in the way of mine, so what right do I have to stand in the way of yours, Daphne? If you're worried that I won't let you achieve your dreams of being a successful businesswoman, then please don't. What both the Potters and the Greengrasses have one thing in common is that we're damn good at the businesses we undertake. I would never hinder your growth, Daphne. If you want to be a part of politics, you can sit in my seat on the Wizengamot when the time comes." If you want to be an enchantress like you told me, then I would be the first person helping you. I would never hinder your growth, Daphne, never. The truth is that even as an 11-year-old, I have to act like an adult. Abuse makes or breaks children, and I decided that I could be either downtrodden or get up and make my own life. But there is something which I crave, something which I have always wanted which was taken away from me. You might view that marriage contract as a trap, but to me, I view it as a future where I can have a family, something I have always and would always crave for. Is that too much to ask, Daphne? That you consider me family? He asked, his face pale. Daphne's face was pale and she was crying silently. She reached out to him and gave him a soft but firm hug. Both kids clung to each other for several seconds as her crying slowly subsided. Then Daphne took Harry's hand and said, "You have a family, Harry. Don't ever think that you don't. I will never leave you alone, ever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, you'll always have me by your side. This I swear," she said. Unknown to both kids, their hands glowed as Daphne's vow set in. They wouldn't realize the effect Daphne's words would have on their lives until many years later. Harry chuckled. That sounds so cliché. Are you sure you didn't read it out of a romance novel? He asked. Daphne burst out laughing and said, "Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Come on, let's go inside. It's freezing. I don't know what I was thinking when I came out here." Lunch was a joyous affair. Cyrus and Elizabeth were happy that the kids had worked out their problems. Astoria was busy chatting away. Unlike Daphne, she had a more outgoing personality and was in awe of meeting the boy who lived. After lunch, they proceeded to the drawing room where they sat and talked. 2 hours later, Harry suddenly remembered something. He got up and said, "Daphne, I have something for you. I can't believe it slipped my mind." He took out a small box from the inside of his robes and opened it. Inside it was the most beautiful ring Daphne had ever seen. "This is for you. This ring has been in my family for centuries. The large center stone is a rare blue diamond, and there are several small white diamonds surrounding it, encrusted on a platinum band. It was given by my ancestor Raphael Potter to his wife Aradia Peverell in the early 14th century. From what I've read, she was a spellcrafter and enchantress, and it is said that she herself had enchanted this ring with protection spells and such. That's why I want you to have it. What do you think?" he asked nervously. Daphne stared at the ring in the box. Her voice shook as she said, "Thank you for thinking of presenting me with something so special, Harry. I'm honored." Harry took out the ring and looked at her father. He smiled and nodded, and Harry took a deep breath and put the ring on her left ring finger. The ring flashed and resized to fit her finger. Daphne immediately grabbed her betrothed and hugged him. Harry immediately stiffened, but slowly put his arms around her to return the hug. Astoria squealed in delight as she asked her older sister to show her the ring. Daphne smiled and showed it to her sister and mother. Cyrus took Harry aside and said, "Congratulations, Harry. I can see you're trying your best to keep my daughter happy. Do that and we'll have no problems with each other. But if you break her heart, you'll have to deal with me." Harry smiled and nodded. He thought about something and said, "Now that the contract has been enacted, it would become public record in the Hall of Records in the ministry. It won't be very long before the media get their hands on it. I'm not sure how people are going to react to it." Cyrus nodded. "I don't doubt that everyone would be happy. I'm already sure Lord Malfoy and Lord Nott would be pissed. But I do have to say that I'm relieved. It looks like William Potter and Stephen Greengrass really did know what they were doing," he said, grinning. Harry spent Christmas Day and the following days in the presence of his godfather in Black Manor. Sirius had first thought of going to his childhood home in London but had decided against it as he didn't want to remember the bad memories associated with the place. The Black Lord was doing much better than the last time Harry had seen him in person, but Sirius was still going to a mind healer to come to terms with what had happened. On Christmas Day, Harry gave Sirius something he thought his godfather definitely needed. "Sirius, I know how much you hate Creature, and you said the hate is mutual and that he may try to kill you, so my gift to you are Floppy, Twinkie, Daisy and Lucky." Immediately 4 house elves popped next to him and said happily, "Hello, Master Sirius." Sirius was elated as he didn't have to deal with Creature and immediately bonded them to the Black family on their request. Harry explained that they were being abused in a pub in Nocturne Alley, and had helped free them. The elves wanted a master, and Harry had thought of his godfather. The elves were overjoyed, thanked them both and immediately started cleaning the large manor that had been run down. "Thanks, Harry. Now, for your gift, I want you to sit down and close your eyes, okay? Don't open them until I say so," he said and left the room. He noticed after a minute that the older man had come back. "Okay kiddo, open your eyes now." Harry opened his eyes to find a puppy wagging its tail. It barked and leapt onto Harry and started licking his face. Harry was shocked and started laughing. He never, in a million years, would have imagined that Sirius would buy him a dog. "He's a Krupp, Harry, a magical dog. I had to get a license to buy him. I'm sure he'll bring some joy in your life. Besides, every boy needs a dog," he said grinning. Harry laughed as the Krupp sat on his lap and wagged his tail. "Thank you so much, Padfoot. This is an amazing gift. He needs a name, doesn't he? What to call you? How about Tango?" he asked the puppy. The Krupp barked and wagged his tail. Sirius smiled as he watched Harry laugh and play with his new friend. It was so difficult to make Harry smile and not be so cold as he always was. On the evening of the 29th of December, Remus Lupin stepped out of the fireplace in Black Manor. He was greeted by a house elf that showed him to the formal drawing room. Remus, in awe of the wealth and splendor of the place, he had forgotten what large manors were like, as Potter Manor was the only home of an ancient house he had visited. As he entered, he saw his friend Sirius pacing. When he entered, Sirius turned, gave him a small smile, and told Remus to sit on the couch. They sat for a minute in silence, but Remus felt someone was watching him. He turned to look at a young boy and gasped. This had to Harry, he thought. When he had agreed to meet Harry, he expected the boy to look exactly like his friend James, with Lily's eyes. But that face wasn't what was staring back at him. He was looking at a tall, extremely good-looking boy, his emerald eyes glowing with controlled power. This was no ordinary 11-year-old. He shivered when he looked at the cold expression on the boy's face. The happiness and mirth he remembered seeing on Harry's face when he was a baby were nowhere in sight. Sirius decided to break the silence. "How have you been, Remus?" he asked. The man shrugged. "Okay, I guess. I've been abroad, working in the Muggle world, since, no one in the wizarding world wants to hire me. I was completely cut off from Britain and only came yesterday after Dumbledore called me back and to meet you both," he said. There was silence in the room as turned to Harry face the window, looking at the overgrown gardens around the manor as he said, "Oh. And what did Albus Dumbledore want with you?" Remus again shivered involuntarily at the icy tone and replied, "Well, he told me that Sirius was declared innocent, and that both of you hold a grudge against him, and that he only wanted the best for you. I think he's right. You should trust him, Harry. Dumbledore is a great man and knows best." Sirius winced as the temperature dropped. As a black, he was from a notoriously dark family and could recognize that his godson wasn't as light as the public thought. Harry was definitely gray. That's why he was trying his best to be as supportive and comforting as possible, but at the same time did not intrude in his godson's business. It was too late for him to develop a father-son bond with Harry. All he was trying to be was Harry's friend. Not the first time he was glad Amelia had insisted he go to all those sessions with a mind healer. He probably would have been a reckless, insane man, thinking Harry was exactly like James, and that preconceived notion would have destroyed any hope of friendship with his godson. Harry said nothing. He called out to his elf. Remus heard a pop, and a dignified house elf looked up and said, "What can Toby do for you, Master Hadrian?" "Toby, can you please bring a copy of the newspaper of the 5th of September to our guest here?" he asked. The elf nodded and came back with the paper. Remus took the paper and his face paled when he saw the headlines. You were abused and stabbed. How are you still alive?" he asked, shocked. Harry suddenly turned around and shot back. "That's the question you want to ask. How about you tell me where the hell you've been for the past 10 years? You said you were cut off from Britain. May I ask why? Couldn't you even bother to try to find the only child of your best friend? Before you start about werewolf discrimination, you could have at the very least sent me a letter after I started Hogwarts, introducing yourself and telling me that you were my father's best friend and asking if I wanted to know more about them. Did it ever cross your mind that as an orphan, I don't remember my parents? And I would also like for you to answer me, did you just let Albus Dumbledore kidnap me and place me with Petunia Dursley without any hesitation? You were supposed to be my mother's friend. Didn't you know how much that hated my mother? Did you ever care if I would be treated well there? But no, Albus Dumbledore said it was best, therefore there would be no question in the matter. Finally, tell me why I should trust you when you, knowing that Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, didn't say a word. What a bunch of friends you had. Sirius, one who worked for Voldemort, and another who worked for Dumbledore. Between each other, the two old men brought about the near destruction of the Potter family. He shouted. Harry had never lost so much control in recent years. The air was thick, and the weather outside started to get worse. Dark clouds loomed over and heavy rain lashed against the windows, claps of thunder could be heard and they could see several flashes of lightning. Harry himself was glowing, his hair was pure white, and small lightning bolts surrounded his body, gave him a deadly appearance. It was hard to believe he was an 11-year-old boy. Remus was white as a sheet. He couldn't believe this was the innocent baby he had seen all those years ago. He gathered all his courage and replied, "You have to understand, Harry, that I did want to contact you. But I figured that I hadn't seen you in so many years, that you might not want to be associated with me. And about your placement with the Dursleys, Dumbledore told me that was what was mentioned in James and Lily's will. And that being with Petunia would keep you safe. So I figured that while you may not be happy with Petunia, at least you would be safe from the Death Eaters." "And what do you mean I knew about the secret keeper? I didn't know it was Pettigrew," he shouted. Harry got angrier. May not be happy, but for the best. That was his defense. And again, he spewed his werewolf sob story for not contacting him. It looked like that was his only defense. It looked like Lupin would never leave Dumbledore's side. As his anger increased, another flash of lightning tore through a tree on the grounds as it caught fire. Sirius and Remus gasped. Was this storm related to Harry? Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Remus shook his head. There was no way Harry could do that. Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard ever, and even he couldn't do such an amazing feat of magic. Do you remember the wolfsbane potion my mother used to send you every month during the war? In the last week of October 1981, when the Fidelius charm had been set up, you were not there as usual, as you had the habit of disappearing for long periods of time without telling your friends. I don't know how she did it, but she kept sending you the potion, don't you remember? That particular batch also had a letter, where she had informed you, in her own handwriting, that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper. She had charmed it in such a way that only you could open the letter. So, what's your excuse this time? Asked Harry. Sirius was furious. What the hell is going on? You knew this whole time? He asked with disbelief. Remus shook his head and said, I didn't know about the letter. The package arrived as usual, but I wasn't supposed to take it for a few more days. By that time I had heard about James and Lily being murdered. In my anger I destroyed the package, I swear. I thought that Sirius was the secret keeper. Harry laughed a loud, mocking laugh. Bravo, Mr. Lupin. And what did that accomplish? The end result was Sirius being locked away in Azkaban for 10 years. I was beaten up, tortured and avenued for the majority of my childhood. If you had seen that letter and given it to someone like Alistair Moody, the end result could have been different. Instead, you sat on your ass and let it all happen, and after the incident what was it? Oh yeah, cut off all contact with Britain. Remus was boiling mad now too. What did the boy know about the horrors of being a werewolf? It was only because of the kindness of Albus Dumbledore that he even had a wand. But before he could reply, Harry cut him off. But that is the past. You have two options, Mr. Lupin. You and I can never have the sort of relationship you probably thought of when I was a baby. That chance was shot long ago. What you can do is answer me this. Where does your loyalty lie? With your friends or with Dumbledore? He asked. Remus snarled and said, You may have had a tough life, Harry, but so have I. Did it ever cross your mind that it was because of Albus Dumbledore that you might still be alive? That he really does want what's best for you? That man took me in when no one else would have. He's done so much for me, and you expect me to forget all that? What next? Are you going to proclaim that Dumbledore is evil and Voldemort is good? Your parents would be ashamed to see you disrespect such a great man as Albus Dumbledore. Someone has brainwashed you, can't you see that? Who is it? The mouth. That was all he was able to say, as he was thrown across the room. Harry's face was filled with fury and his wand was pointed at Lupin's. Harry. Don't. Please, calm down, said Sirius. Out of nowhere, a voice entered his mind. Calm down, little one. I can feel your distress and anger. I'm guessing that man has betrayed you. But don't do anything you would later regret. Calm down, Harry. You still have others who care about you. Calm down, said the voice of Aquila. Harry closed his eyes and used his occlumency to bury his emotions. He breathed deeply for a few minutes. Once he felt he was back in control, he lowered his wand and put his emotionless mask back on. He turned to his godfather. Sirius, it's your choice if you want to be friends with this man. Just because I don't want anything to do with him doesn't mean that you should too. But please don't try to make me forgive him. I won't be able to handle it, he said. He paused at the doorway and turned to look at Remus, who was getting back to his feet. You keep saying that Albus Dumbledore is everything to you. You forget that while he may have allowed you into the school, it was your friends that helped you through the years. James Potter and Sirius Black did not have any obligation to befriend you, but they did. They did not have to become animagi so that they could keep you company during the full moon nights so that you didn't injure yourself as you normally would, but they did. Lily Potter did not have to spend money and brew wolfsbane potion for you every month so that you didn't have to suffer like you always do, but she did. And finally, James and Lily Potter did not have any obligation to leave 100,000 galleons and a house for you in their last will, but they did. If after all this, you still take the side of Albus Dumbledore over your friends, then there is no difference between you and Pettigrew. The rat's action killed James and Lily Potter. Your inaction put Sirius Black and me in prison. The rat was a spy for Voldemort, but you're a spy for Dumbledore. You'll be getting the official letter from Gringotts about the money and property transfer. The least you can do is honor my parents' memories and accept it. Goodbye, he said and headed for the flow and headed home. Remus sat down on the couch just as tears rolled down his face. He closed his eyes just as the ramifications of his actions sunk in. While he loved his friends and was grateful for them, how could he turn his back on Dumbledore? That was something he couldn't do. Sirius looked at his old friend with sad eyes. He couldn't believe that this was the end result of their friendship. He would agree that he had always been closer to James than any soul alive. They had been like identical twins. They were cousins and had met several times growing up, and being in the same dorm at Hogwarts just cemented that bond. But they had never treated Remus or Peter as outsiders. He sighed. He would have to think about the next course of action. He didn't want to make a hasty decision like he had before. Maybe he could talk to Amelia, she always gave him good advice. He walked out of the room to leave Remus to his thoughts. Harry entered a compartment of the Hogwarts Express. The past few days had been a roller coaster ride. He was so glad that Aquila had calmed him down during that confrontation with Lupin. He had spent the next half an hour flying in the storm, while the large Thunderbird tried to calm him down. The next few days were spent in isolation, with no contact from anybody as he worked on his occlumency. He didn't want to lose control like he had. And he had started accessing small parts of Voldemort's memories, which showed his wide range of spells he had learnt from all over the world. He would have to learn them himself, but at least he knew where to look and could easily master them. Completely receiving Voldemort's knowledge was too easy. Harry still had a long way to go, but he was confident he would get there. He sat down on the seat, enlarged his trunk, and removed Tango, his crup, from the cage. The puppy barked and licked Harry's face. He smiled and petted the dog. Slowly, people started entering the train. A few minutes later, Daphne entered with a wide smile. Hey Harry, wait, is that a crup? When did you get one? He's so cute, she said. Tango wagged his tail and licked Daphne's fingers. This is Sirius's gift to me. I named him Tango. He really is adorable, isn't he? By the way, did you like my gift? He asked. Daphne's eyes lit up. I love it. Thank you so much, Harry. I wear it every day, see? She said, showing the heart-shaped diamond bracelet that Harry had got her. And the wand holster was incredibly thoughtful. Did you like our gift? She asked. Harry smiled. I loved it. But you didn't have to spend so much and buy me a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. I would have been happy with a simple book or candy, he said. Harry still wasn't used to receiving presents. He had been really touched when his godfather had got him a dog and the Greengrasses had bought him a broomstick. While he preferred to use his eagle form to fly, he couldn't play Quidditch without the broom. Aquila had more than once said how odd it was that broomsticks didn't have wings. When the rest of them started to arrive, both Harry and Daphne went back to their expressionless mask. They may have decided to show their true selves to each other, but that didn't mean they would do so in front of their friends. They had discussed that a few days ago. While they considered the others friends, it didn't discount the fact that Harry and Daphne preferred to be alone. They may consider the others as friends, but to Harry and Daphne, it meant they were closer to them than the others in school, nothing more. The others all found Tango to be very adorable, and that's when Neville came in holding a newspaper. "Guys, is it true that you're betrothed? The whole train is buzzing. The Prophet came out just now, and it's front page news. Here, take a look," he said, handing the paper to them. Harry and Daphne groaned when they saw the paper. They had been hoping it would stay secret for some more time. Boy Who lived betrothed to Greengrass heiress. By Rita Skeeter. It has come to the notice of this reporter that Hadrian James Potter, the boy who lived in Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, is betrothed to Daphne Elizabeth Greengrass, heiress presumptive of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass. The marriage contract seems to have been drawn up in the year 1824 by William Potter and Stephen Greengrass, and it seems to have been implemented by the two 11-year-olds. The exact nature of the contract has not been revealed, but many have speculated that it took effect due to Lady Daphne being the heiress of House Greengrass. Are Lord Potter and Lady Daphne happy being betrothed to each other? Or will this relationship cause problems for them as well as the power chain in Wizengamot? This reporter will work towards finding out more about how our beloved hero feels about being trapped in a contract with a girl he might not be interested in. Daphne's eye twitched. It looks like Rita's quill strikes again. I can't believe it. She makes it sound like I've blackmailed you into the contract or something to that effect, she said. Harry nodded. It looked like he had to be careful with this woman. He needed more information about Rita Skeeter before he did anything. One wrong move would send him back a long way. She was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. She could very easily turn the entire country against him with one article, as she used the sheep mentality of the wizarding public to her advantage. He couldn't let her do anything that would undermine him in the future. Before he could reply, the door of the compartment was yanked open and Draco Malfoy came in, with a furious expression on his face. "What is the meaning of this, Greengrass? I told you that I was going to be your future husband. Now you've gone and betrothed to Potter behind my back. Just wait till my father hears about this, he'll ensure you and I are together," he said pompously. "Draco, Draco, Draco," said Harry. Malfoy swallowed, as he looked at the taller boy. His father had punished him during the holidays for the incident with Potter in September. The Malfoys could not afford to antagonize the ancient families, and Draco had allowed Potter to twist his words, making it difficult to approach Lord Greengrass for the betrothal contract. Not that it mattered now, he thought morosely. "Cousin, you seem to be under the delusion that Daphne would have agreed to your pathetic attempts to get her to agree to your demands. But if you had bothered to read that article, you would have seen that our betrothal contract is give or take a few decades, 200 years old and unbreakable. So there is nothing you or your father can do. Run along now," he said, patting Draco on the cheek and closing the door, locking it with a colloportus charm. Neville snickered. "It looks like the Malfoys are pissed," he said. "Oh, he definitely is. My dad was laughing his ass off when he told me that he was avoiding Malfoy like the plague. It seems Lucius wanted some business that our family owns and he was pestering my dad about it. But Harry's stunt made him very cautious while dealing with my dad. Father was ranting about how Harry should have been in Slytherin and not Ravenclaw," said Tracy, grinning. Harry smirked. They spent the next few hours talking and playing games, and in Harry and Daphne's case reading a book. But the peace was not to last as Granger and Weasley tried to open the door. After Weasley couldn't open it, Granger cast the unlocking charm. He grinned when it didn't open, but knew it would after a few more attempts. Just as he had suspected, after trying 5 times, the door opened and Granger and Weasley let themselves in. "You're not allowed to lock the doors. It's against the rules. I'll be reporting this to the prefects," said Hermione in her bossy voice. "How could you treat my mother like that, Harry? In front of everyone at the station no less. Shouted Weasley. Harry snorted. Look Weasley, I'm not the one who lied to your mother about me bring your best friend. You did that on your own. And excuse me if I retaliate when some stranger tries to suddenly drag me to their house without my permission. That's called kidnapping Weasley, and you could have ended up in a DMLE holding cell for it. And why in Merlin's name did she think I would need a place to stay? What have you been telling her anyway? But the last straw was when she thought she had the right to take my mother's place. Let's make one thing clear, Weasley, and make sure you tell this to your mother as well. Family is everything to me, and I won't stand by while she insults the memory of my deceased mother. Now get out. I was reading a book and you're disturbing me, he said. Granger heard a growl and turned to look at the puppy who was sitting on Daphne's lap. What is a dog doing here? You're not allowed to bring dogs. The letter specifically mentioned only an owl, cat or toad. You're going to be in so much trouble for this. She screeched. What is your problem, Granger? Why do you keep trying to annoy us like this? Can't you just go away and read some book like you always do? And stop screeching like a harpy, you'll damage our hearing, said Tracy. Shut up you filthy snake. Don't speak to Hermione like that, shouted Ron. Just as Harry decided to just send them away, Granger had read the headlines on the front page of the Daily Prophet lying on the seat. You're getting married. You can't do that. It's illegal. She screeched. Everyone groaned, so Harry took out his wand, and sent silencing spells at Granger and Weasley. He then sent a low-powered banishing charm on them which made them stumble out of the compartment. He waved his wand again and the door locked itself with a very strong locking charm. Hermione Granger would not be able to break it this time. Everyone laughed when they saw the two shout and throw a tantrum, but no sound came out of their mouths. They finally had enough and stomped away to their compartment. Once they reached Hogsmeade, they rode the Thestral-drawn carriages to the castle. The others found it creepy that only Harry and Neville could see the creatures and they couldn't. Many people were staring at Harry and Daphne, no doubt wondering if they were indeed betrothed. After the feast, they went to their dorms for the night. He removed the doggy bed from his trunk and placed it in the corner and applied the standard cushioning and warming charms on it. Tango wagged his tail, barked and settled himself in his new bed. The next day at breakfast, Professor McGonagall called him to her office where Harry found Hermione Granger sitting with a superior expression on her face. Harry rolled his eyes, he was really getting tired of this. Professor McGonagall sat down and stared at Harry and said, Mr. Potter, I have received disturbing complaints about you threatening students, reading books on the dark arts, cursing fellow students and taking part in an illegal activity. Care to elaborate? She asked. Yes, Professor. I would like Miss Granger here to tell you in her own words exactly what she thought was her reasoning behind all those allegations. Care to elaborate, Miss Granger? Asked Harry. Hermione sniffed and said, Professor, during the train journey to London, Harry pointed his wand and threatened Ron and I, saying that he would curse us. He was also reading a book that I didn't recognize, so the book he was reading was obviously unauthorized and it may be the dark arts as he gets every spell right before I do. He obviously is getting extra help for that, right? It's cheating and I told him that I would report it. Yesterday, he silenced Ron and I and pushed us out of the compartment and locked it. He shouldn't have locked the door, it's against the rules. He has brought a dog as well, Professor, while the letter we received said we could only bring an owl, a cat or a toad. And he's going to marry that Daphne Greengrass girl. He's not of age, it's illegal. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes and sighed. She looked at the amused expression on Harry's face and asked, Mr. Potter, is all this true? Yes, Professor, he said. Much to the shock of Granger. But I have to clarify. During the first train ride, Weasley and Granger barged into our compartment and started calling my friends evil for being Slytherins. I got annoyed but didn't use any spells. Yesterday, they came in and started shouting again, and so to preserve my sanity I cast the silencing charm on them and locked the door. The door could have been opened by any prefect. And yes, I do own a Krupp, he's a gift from Sirius and I have a license as well. His name is Tango and is still a puppy. Daphne and I being betrothed is self-explanatory, and as for the book I was reading, here, he said, giving the book to McGonagall. The professor looked at the book and said, Battle Transfiguration. Property of James Charles Potter. Wait, isn't this the same book that I gifted James for his 17th birthday? I'm surprised that you can even understand what is in this book, Mr. Potter. If you have trouble understanding the concepts, don't hesitate to ask me. You clearly have a gift when it comes to this subject. Anyway, 5 points from Ravenclaw for using the silencing charm on a fellow student. And 20 points to Ravenclaw for using a spell taught in the 4th year. I'll be sure to mention this to Phileas. He'll be ever so pleased. She returned the book to him and addressed Granger and said, Miss Granger. While I admire you for coming to me about a student breaking the rules, you really should have done your research. Reading a book isn't a crime. Only if the staff believe that the student is reading explicit dark material do we intervene, but even then, the student might probably be studying for an apprenticeship or mastery in defense against the dark arts. While owls and cats and toads are recommended, many of them don't exactly follow it. We witches and wizards have more of a connection with animals than our muggle counterparts, so there are no rules against bringing a Krupp, a magical dog, to the school. Only if the animals are dangerous will the staff punish the student. Just because Mr. Potter gets a spell right before you do doesn't mean that he has dwelled into the dark arts. And about the betrothal between Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass, as your head of house, I would deeply advise you not to involve yourself in the affairs of the ancient houses. It won't end well for you. I suggest you read more of them in the library. I would also like to tell you now that the laws in the wizarding world are different from those in the muggle world. Please don't accuse someone without knowing what you're talking about. You may both go now. Hermione looked betrayed, and she furiously marched away. Harry simply shook his head at her stupidity and went to attend potions. He hoped that she would not try it again. At the end of the day, Professor Flitwick informed him that the headmaster wanted to meet him. So Harry found himself seated opposite to Albus Dumbledore. Albus looked at the boy in front of him. His plan for him to befriend the Weasleys hadn't worked. But he should have known better. Molly Weasley wouldn't know subtlety if it bit her in the ass. But it was the incident with Remus Lupin that troubled him. He knew the werewolf would never betray him. Ah, it was so nice to have loyal pawns. If only Severus had not been sent to Azkaban, he mused to himself. The test he had set for Harry Potter seemed useless now, as Quirrell had died in the attempt at getting past the Cerberus. His mangled body showed signs of dark magic, and it had confirmed his suspicions that Voldemort had indeed possessed him. But he expected him to be smarter in acquiring the stone. Ah, how far you've fallen, Tom. You were probably the best student I've ever taught. But not to worry, old boy, you and I still have time. After Harry's death, I'm sure you'll regret everything you have done and take back the name Tom Riddle. Maybe I can convince you to take the name Tom Dumbledore instead. I've always wanted a son. Then I can prepare you to become the next leader of the light and I'll be the most famous and powerful wizard since Merlin, he thought. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Harry saying, "What can I do for you, headmaster?" Albus cleared his throat and said, "Ah yes, my boy. I've heard disturbing rumors that you're studying and practicing the dark arts. This is a serious allegation, Harry, and I'm bound by the rules to check your possessions to ensure that it is not the case." Before Harry could speak up, Flitwick spoke up. Those allegations were made by a jealous, 11-year-old girl, headmaster. Minerva has already spoken to both Miss Granger and Mr. Potter and has verified that he wasn't reading any dark arts books. The book in question was actually a birthday gift given by Minerva to James Potter. So there is no need for an enquiry as it has already been done. Albus was annoyed. Here was a perfect opportunity to search Harry's belongings and it had been snatched away. He could search them without cause, of course, but if he did find something, he would have to explain why he was searching the boy's trunk in the first place. The old families would not hesitate to pounce on him as their heirs probably had family heirlooms with them, and they were secret and not to be shown to others. I watched the pensive memory of your meeting with Remus Lupin and I must confess that I'm very disappointed in you, Harry. He was one of your father's best friends and attacking him like you did was not fair. Your parents would be very disappointed in you. You must learn to forgive, my boy. The world is filled with sacrifice and unless you are willing to do that, life is going to be tough indeed, he said, choosing his words carefully. After all, Harry had to sacrifice his life for the greater good, so Harry had to forgive Dumbledore and listen to his advice. To Dumbledore's immense surprise, Harry smiled. I should have known that he would show you the memory, Professor. It was foolish of me not to. But you have to understand that he was my father's friend, not mine. And you're right. My dad would probably be disappointed in me for the way that meeting turned out. But I doubt he would be so forgiving after discovering how his son had lived his life during his childhood. I would also like to point out that I distinctly remember telling my godfather that I would not come between him and Remus, that they could remain friends, just not to involve me. But I have to disagree with your last statement, sir. We don't have to sacrifice everything to live. Our life is filled with choices. It is our choices that make our life the way it is. And we can live happily if we make the right choices, and if we do, sacrificing something to get another isn't needed. It becomes minimal and a part of life, he said softly. Dumbledore's eye twitched. How dare his pawn not accept what was told? He was Albus Dumbledore, his philosophy was always right. What did an 11-year-old boy know about life anyway? You have given me a lot to think about, Harry. You may go, he said. Harry nodded and left the office. It was now the middle of January and Hedwig still hadn't returned. Harry was beginning to get worried. Before he was about to get hysterical, Hedwig arrived at night on the 16th of January, carrying a letter. Harry sighed and stroked her feathers. You gave me a fright, girl. I was so worried. But you did an amazing job. Go get some rest. I'll make sure to save you some crunchy bacon tomorrow morning, he said to the bird. Hedwig hooted tiredly and headed to the Ollery to get some well-deserved sleep. Harry opened the letter and smiled. Dear Lord Potter, it is a pleasure to correspond to the decedent of William and Isabel Potter, as they were both exemplary students of ours. But we would like to get to the point and confirm that no property of ours has been taken. Albus had requested the stone to study it, but let me assure you that it is not the real one. He is not the first person to try to take the artifact away for his own gain, not will he be the last. We also greatly admire your character. You had the opportunity to steal the object believing it to be genuine, but you chose to contact us instead. You are a very interesting boy, Lord Potter, and we look forward to more letters from you in the future. Speaking about something interesting, your owl is very special indeed. We have strong anti-male wards around our home and we were shocked to find this beautiful snowy owl holding a letter. We have allowed her into the wards so that we can keep in contact. And please write to us in the future. It is difficult to find smart, idealistic boys these days. Best regards, Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. P.S. We already knew about Albus's trap before we received your letter. Here's a tip for you from two old mentors: start working on a spy network. You can never start too early. Harry thought about the spy network. The Potters had impressive devices to spy on people. Both the Potters and the Blacks had a knack for taking out their opponents. The Blacks were feared because they were known assassins, but no one could pin the blame on them as there was no proof. But the Potters didn't bother with killing. Instead, they robbed their opponents until the other party was destitute. The best part was that no one even now knew or even suspected that the Potter family was behind it. There were large vaults in Potter Castle filled with treasures from enemies. What no one realized was that both families relied primarily on house elves. House elves had their own brand of magic and could not be easily tracked by wizards. They used this to their advantage to track down their enemies. This was the reason behind the large number of elves bonded to the Potter family. Elves needed the bond, it was the only way they could survive and reproduce. Without the bond with a witch or wizard, they would grow weaker and die. But right now, that wasn't his concern. He was extensively training in the room of requirement for the upcoming U13 dueling championship. He showed Daphne the room and she was all for it. It gave her a place to study and at the same time watch him train. He had started teaching her some defense spells as well. She had received some hate mail and howlers after the Daily Prophet article, the loudest one from Molly Weasley, and he didn't want her to be defenseless. He had also started training her in occlumency. The rest of the year went by without any problems. He was still the best in class, Horace Slughorn was still praising him and buttering him up, his training continued and the final exams were rapidly approaching. What else happened was that Harry and Daphne's relationship continued to deepen and now considered each other as best friends as well. On Daphne's birthday in March, Harry took her to the room of requirement. "Close your eyes," he said to her and opened the door to the room. Daphne, amused by his antics, decided to humor him. Harry stood behind her, covered her eyes with his hands and gently led her inside the enchanted room. Daphne couldn't help but smile at Harry's effort in making it a special birthday. She could feel his warm hands on her face and it gave her goosebumps. They may be betrothed, but Harry was also her best friend and that made her heart swell. She may be friendly with others in their year, but she considered all of them to be friendly acquaintances and she knew it was the same for Harry as well. It was quite shocking how close they had become since Yule. Unknown to her, because of the vow she had made to Harry, magic itself was helping them form an unbreakable, intimate bond with each other. "Okay, you can open your eyes now," said Harry softly in her ear. Daphne opened her eyes and gasped. It looked like she was standing on the top of a very high cliff and there were fireworks in the sky above. She had to admit it was a very beautiful sight. Just then, another bunch of fireworks exploded in the sky, forming the words, "Happy birthday Daphne," in the air. "You did all of this for me," she whispered with tears in her eyes. While her parents and Astoria celebrated her birthday with her, no one had ever done anything so special for her. She had never expected Harry to do anything of this sort as they didn't know each other so well. After all, they had met only last September, and there was no need for him to go that extra mile to make it so special. "Of course I did. You deserve it, Daphne. You may be forced to marry me, but I promise you that I would go to the ends of the earth to make you happy." It may sound very cliché, but I sincerely mean it. If not for this contract, you probably could have found a guy who truly deserves you. But instead, you ended up with a freak like me, he whispered silently, looking away from her. Daphne stood there stunned, but her instincts took over. She grabbed Harry in a hug. He stiffened as usual, but his arms slowly went around her waist. After a minute, she pulled back slightly and cupped his cheek and said, "Listen to me very carefully, Harry. You are not a freak. Forget what those stupid muggles told you. You are a very special boy. I never realized you had self-confidence issues, you do such an amazing job of hiding it. But it isn't necessary. Harry, I have watched you duel. You are way ahead of your peers. You said that if not for the contract I could have found someone better. And pray tell who that person is. I assure you there is no one better. Harry, have you looked in a mirror lately? You are considered by almost the entire student population as one of the most handsome boys in the school. And you're only 11. So tell me, who could be better? Let me also make one thing very clear. We may be forced to get married to each other, but that does not mean we have to live happy lives. We could have chosen not to talk to each other and just tolerate each other for life. But we chose not to do that and decided to accept each other. You don't have to do anything special for me because you feel obligated to or because of guilt. I'll accept any special gestures only if your heart is in it. Do you understand me?" Harry smiled slightly and said, "Yes, ma'am." Daphne chuckled, beat him on the cheek softly, rested her head on his and hugged him tightly. Harry blushed madly but decided to enjoy the moment. At the end of the year, Harry practically sailed through the exams and as usual, stood first in their year while Daphne and Padma Patil were tied for second and Hermione Granger took the place of third. Hermione was furious that she had not come first, but no one paid much attention to that. While Slytherin managed to win the Quidditch Cup much to Gryffindor's dismay, Ravenclaw managed to win the House Cup because of all the points Harry had been awarded during the year. There was a huge celebration as Ravenclaw hadn't won the cup for many years now. On the last day, when they got into the train, Harry smiled when he realized that he was returning home. He was returning to Potter Castle after finishing his first year at Hogwarts. Harry dodged another spell. The dueling room in Potter Castle was littered with paint. But Harry didn't care as he dodged every paintball that came his way. Finally, after an hour of dodging spells, he took a break and sat down on the bench. "How did I do?" he asked. Toby looked at his notes and said, "It was better this time, Master Hadrian. Only 2 hits in the last hour, better than last time. But Toby thinks you need practice until you can dodge without getting hit even once." Harry exhaled and nodded. He hadn't told anyone except Daphne that he'd going to take part in the Under-13 International Dueling Championship in Paris this summer. He wanted it to be a surprise to them, as everyone thought they were going to Paris for a vacation and nothing more. Harry was more than well trained in casting spells, so he spent all his time in perfecting his accuracy and dodging spells. It had been 2 weeks since he had come back from Hogwarts. In those 2 weeks, aside from training, he was hopping from Sirius to the Greengrasses. He had found out from Sirius that he had not cut off all contact from Remus Lupin, but they had decided on a tentative friendship and see how things work out. Sirius also mentioned that they didn't discuss Harry. The less the werewolf knew about Harry's activities, the less he could tell Dumbledore. Harry was compelled to tell his godfather about Lupin showing Dumbledore the memory of the meeting but later decided against it. As long as Lupin didn't know what Harry was up to, it didn't matter. Besides, it's not like he confided in Sirius anyway, so his godfather could not accidentally reveal information to the werewolf. Finally, on July 27, Harry, Sirius, Amelia and the four Greengrasses found themselves at the International Flow Terminal. The group entered the large fireplace and waited. After several seconds, there was an emerald fire and soon they found themselves in the magical customs office in Paris. Once they were all cleared, they took a portkey to the Greengrass home in the city. Astoria was really excited, so they went to the magical shopping district of Paris. Witches and wizards didn't have a problem with languages as there were translation spells for reading and potions for speaking. Unfortunately, they didn't last too long, so people who traveled all the time on business or for education had to keep taking the potion. They all bought some souvenirs and ate at the best restaurants in the city. Really? Asked Harry in wonder. There are no magical hotels at all, anywhere in the world. No, not really. People usually are content with spending their night in the local wizarding inn and carry on. There are restaurants of course, but not hotels like the ones you are talking about, said Cyrus. Harry's mind was calculating at a furious pace. If he could start acquiring some properties in a few countries and start an international wizarding hotel with luxury amenities, a new industry could be created. He would definitely talk to Lord Rangoke about this along with the other mirror business he had mentioned months ago. The birthday party for Harry was a blast. Everyone had given gifts based on the boy's interests. Harry had gotten books and a state-of-the-art dueling dummy. He looked at Daphne with wide eyes. She just whispered that she hadn't told anyone about it, but she had told her parents that Harry enjoyed dueling. It was Sirius's gift that had surprised him again. Padfoot. How in Merlin's name did you know about this? He asked in disbelief. In front of him was a box with 7 luxury watches in them, one for every day of the week. Harry had been drooling over them ever since he saw them from outside the window of a shop in Muggle London. He found himself strangely obsessed with the number 7 but didn't give it much thought. I have my ways. I've charmed them to be feather light, unbreakable, and there is a serious anti-theft charm on it too. What do you think? He asked grinning. Harry went over and hugged his godfather. I love it, thank you, he said. When Harry went to bed that night, he felt his heart hammering in his. He knew he was mentioned in modern history books all over the world for being the only known survivor of the killing curse, so quite a few people were bound to recognize his name. Tomorrow was the championship, and he hoped that he wouldn't make a fool of himself. Harry got up early on the 1st of August to meditate. He spent the next several hours on his occlumency so that he could remember all the spells and techniques he had practiced. Daphne had convinced everyone that she wanted to see the dueling championship. Amelia and Sirius were immediately game, as both of them had been Aurors and the rest agreed. Harry was mostly quiet that morning, and they all went to the championship stadium in Paris. Daphne hugged him, wished him luck and told him that she would manage the gang. Taking a deep breath, Harry entered the counter for the participants. The person in charge asked, "Name and country." "Hadrian James Potter, Magical Britain," he said in a calm voice. "Potter. Potter. Ah, here we are. You're already registered, good. Just sign here, please. Here's your tag, submit your wand for inspection in the booth inside. Good luck." Next, Harry entered the tent and looked around. There were witches and wizards from all over the world, and they all looked, frankly, terrified. Harry could understand. They were basically kids of the age of 13 and below, without their parents, in a foreign land and were going to be in front of 1,000 people soon. He put on his name tag and went to submit his wand. A French wand maker was inspecting the wands. When Harry reached her, he gave his wand to her. Because of the translation potion he didn't have a problem communicating with her. I feel like I've seen this wand before. British, oui. Then it surely must be the work of Mr. Ollivander. 14 inches and rigid, made of yew, containing, dear me. This is the famous Noondu heartstring wand. You're definitely one to watch out for. Good luck, mister. Her eyebrows rose when she saw his name tag. Well, it looks like the media hasn't caught up yet. Good luck, Mr. Potter, she said. Harry accepted his wand and muttered his thanks to her. He did not want the media to find out about this. He took deep breaths to calm himself. He looked at the list of duels and his heart skipped a beat. It looked like he was up first. Daphne was outside, convincing everyone that Harry would be back soon. They were all seated and they could see the dueling platform clearly. Where's Harry? It's going to start soon, said Astoria anxiously. Before anyone could say more, the lights dimmed and the host stepped onto the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, he began in French, but the group could all understand what he was saying. Welcome to the Under-13 International Dueling Championship for the year 1992. We're going to have our preliminary rounds today, and those who qualify will be eligible for tomorrow's tournament. Those who qualify for the quarter-finals in the morning will take part in the semi-finals that afternoon. The winners of the semi-finals will take part in the finals that night. So shall we begin? He asked and the crowd roared. The adults were worried that Harry still hadn't shown up. Our first match is between Mr. Adonis of Greece and Mr. Hadrian Potter of Britain. Let's give them a big round of applause, he said. When Harry entered the arena, the entire group except Daphne had their jaws on the floor. This was something they had never expected. Sirius was so shocked he couldn't form words. Before they could react, Harry and his opponent greeted each other and took their positions. Harry stood before his opponent. He extended his left leg forward, his left arm raised for balance, his wand was pointed 60 degrees away from his opponent and his face was expressionless and back straight. This was a stance he had worked on. It provided as a means of both defense and offense, depending on his move. Harry's opponent took an offensive position. The boy was going to strike the second he was ready. His wand was pointed at Harry, so he would use a spell that didn't require any elaborate wand movements. The best bet was either the disarming or stunning spell, mused Harry. The rules are simple. No lethal spells can be used, and unforgivable curses are banned. The duel ends when the other party is incapacitated or yields. Get ready. Begin. As Harry had predicted, the Greek boy shouted, Expelliarmus. A red jet of light headed towards Harry, but he neatly dodged it. Langlock, Expelliarmus, Stupefy. The three silent spells hit the mark. His opponent's tongue got stuck to the roof of his mouth, his wand flew out of his hand and the stunner hit him in the boy dropped to the ground unconscious. The stadium was quiet. No one had ever expected or seen a 12-year-old boy perform nonverbal magic. The host recovered quickly and said, amazing. That was an impressive display of nonverbal magic. The winner is Mr. Hadrian Potter of Britain. The crowd roared and clapped for who many recognized now as the boy who lived. Harry bowed to them and exited the arena. Amelia Bones was the fastest to recover. That was brilliant. It was the simplest spell chain one could use. It makes sure that unless you can cast spells non-verbally, you can't defend yourself against the disarming and stunning spells after you have been hit by the tongue-locking jinx. Very simple, but efficient, she said smiling. Sirius started laughing. I can't believe he got one over us all. I mean, he must have been practicing for months and we never realized this. This was the reason he wanted to come to Paris. Impressive kiddo, he said. You knew, didn't you? That's why you kept telling us not to worry about him, said Elizabeth looking at her daughter. Everyone turned to look at Daphne who nodded. He told me about 5 months ago. He didn't want to tell anyone because he wanted to surprise you all. Looks like he did, she said grinning. They all watched as the rest of round 1 was finished in quick succession, but so far no one else could do non-verbal casting. Once the last duel was over, there are 24 duelists who have qualified for round 2. This round will be held this evening. Thank you, said the host. Harry came over to them, grinning from ear to ear. So, were you surprised? He asked cheekily. Damn Harry, where on earth did you learn silent casting? Asked Sirius. That's something I've been doing from the beginning actually. Tracy and Daphne have seen me do that since our first train ride to Hogwarts. So, what do you think? Asked Harry. Well, as much as I want to yell at you for not informing us, I can't. I really hope you win, Harry, said Amelia. Harry smiled. He was not alone. He had people who cared about him. He took Daphne's hand and the group left for lunch. Harry blasted through round 2 as well. Since it was under 13, the duels took very little time. But he had to admit, the competitor he faced was good for her age, but Harry was a lot better. Harry hit her with a few jinxes to which the girl shielded against, but was eventually defeated when Harry cast the Augmenti charm, soaking her to the bone, and stunning her to end the duel. The quarter-finals had 12 participants. Here Harry decided to dodge rather than fire. His opponent was quickly getting tired after firing so many spells, and he took advantage of that and fired a stunner when the opponent had just stopped firing spells, ending the duel. The semi-finals were much better in Harry's opinion. There were 6 duelists. If Harry won this round, he would be automatically qualified for the finals because of his record of wins. The other 5 would have to fight in another round and the winner would join him in the finals. His opponent in the semi-finals was a boy from Brazil. The boy was cautious as he knew Harry was a fierce opponent. He dodged spells as well, and instead of the usual spells, used a mixture of different charms in his arsenal. It definitely worked, as Harry got hit once when he least expected it, but managed to overcome his opponent, by using his advanced knowledge of charms against him. The finals were between Harry and a girl from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the Under-13 International Dueling Championship. We have today our 2 finalists Akino Hana from Japan and Hadrian Potter from Britain. Both have proved that they are way ahead of their peers in terms of magical knowledge. We will now see who will win. Take your places. Get ready. Begin. But to the crowd's surprise, neither party fired any spells. Harry had observed this girl. She, like him, was a powerful observer. While Harry used non-verbal casting and advanced knowledge to win, she used her knowledge to set a trap. And he wasn't going to fall for it. They were circling each other like a pair of tigers. After several seconds, Harry decided to lay a trap of his own. He took his wand behind his back and started shifting it between his hands. The girl didn't know that he was ambidextrous. He could use that to his advantage. She would probably shift her focus to the hand where he was holding his wand. If he could fool her and attack with the other, she would be thrown off guard. The crowd watched in confusion as Harry shifted his wand from one hand to the other, the entire time keeping it away from his opponent's eyes. Amelia's eyes narrowed in calculation. This wasn't a technique she had seen before. Just then Harry suddenly attacked. The girl had expected for him to fire with his right hand as she had seen it twitch, and that was where she had aimed her spell. But she figured out too late that Harry was using his left hand. She dodged but was caught. Painful boils erupted on her upper arm. He was toying with her, she thought furiously. Harry smirked as he dodged another spell coming his way. She sent a barricade of spells his way, but he switched to transfiguration, one of his favorites in a duel. He conjured a huge bunch of leaves with sticky sap and banished them towards her. The girl set the leaves on fire and banished them back at Harry. Harry expected this and used the Augmenti charm to put off the fire and create a ball of water, a very impressive feat of magic. He pushed it above the ground where it was rotating at a fast rate using a smart array of quick runes. He then cast a barricade of spells that the girl dodged. The girl wanted to end it and deal with the water bubble, so she said something in Japanese and a white beam of light shot out of her wand. Harry cast a stunning spell and both spells connected. Flashes of light could be seen as white and red clashed against each other. After a few seconds, Harry let go of the spell, dodged, looked at the ball of water suspended above, and slashed his wand in the air. The water fell directly on top of the girl below. Harry immediately took his chance and fired the spell chain he had used in the first duel. His opponent lay unconscious on the floor. The audience was stunned. What a spectacular display of the various branches of magic and sheer brilliance for one so young. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Under-13 International Dueling Championship of 1992 is Mr. Hadrian James Potter of Britain. Congratulations Mr. Potter. And congratulations to our runner-up Miss Hannah of Japan, said the host. The arena was cleared and the Minister of Magic of France came up to them to give them the cash prizes and trophies. A smaller trophy was given to the runner-up and Harry was given the larger one. The crowd roared and several people took pictures as he hoisted his cup in the air, and Harry Potter couldn't control his tears. He wasn't a worthless freak, he wasn't a waste of space. He had achieved something in life. He had risen from the small boy crying in a cupboard to the U13 International Dueling Champion of 1992. He looked at the proud faces of his friends and family. Family, he thought with a smile as he looked at Daphne. He was happy, very happy indeed. There was a large party thrown for Harry that night. Cyrus got them all several plates of French food and a bottle of non-alcoholic wine for the kids. After a few hours, they decided to go to bed. Harry and Daphne stood at the door of their rooms as the adults went to their rooms. She hugged him tightly. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered in his ear. "I'm proud of myself too. I'm not worthless anymore," he said. Daphne pulled back and cupped his cheek. "You never were worthless, Harry. Don't ever say something like that. You're a special boy, and I'm proud to even know you, let alone be betrothed to you. I told you before, you're never alone. I'm always here by your side," she said softly. Harry smiled slightly as he hugged Daphne to his. "Good night," he whispered. Daphne leaned up and beaked his cheek and said, "Sweet dreams," and went to her room, which she shared with Astoria. Harry touched his cheek, stunned and blushed. He went to the room and lay down on the bed. The next morning, after having breakfast, the group headed to the International Flow Terminal to return to Britain. Once back, the group said their goodbyes to each other and Harry portkeyed to Potter Castle. He proudly kept the large trophy in his study. The portrait of his great-grandfather was grinning from ear to ear, saying that there was another dueling champion in the Potter family. Harry smiled and went to his room to get some more sleep. 2 days later, the news broke out. Harry's face was grinning from the front page of the Daily Prophet as he held the trophy. The picture was clearly taken just after he had been given the cash prize and trophy. Boy Who Lived wins Under-13 International Dueling Championship. It had surprisingly detailed information, not to mention truthful for once, which Harry was grateful for. It described his ability at silent casting, about how he used a wide variety of spells, charms and transfiguration to win the duels. They had also mentioned his ball of water, which he had used runes to make it spin and float. He was surprised to read that Professor Flitwick had been present to watch the semi-finals and the finals. He had said that Harry was a very gifted child and that he was confident he would one day win the rest of dueling championships as well. He idly wondered what Albus Dumbledore's reaction would be that his pawn was training to defend himself. He chuckled to himself as he indulged in the image of old Albus destroying his office in anger. Harry didn't know that his mark was a bull's eye. Albus Dumbledore stood as he looked at his destroyed office. The Sorting Hat sat amused as it watched the spectacle before him. Harry Potter had promised him entertainment and it looked like he had delivered. The Hat wondered, not for the first time, if he should have sorted the boy in Slytherin. Albus sat down in his chair and fumed. How dare his pawn do this? He was now an international dueling champion. Remus had never told him anything about this. He knew that Harry was going to Paris, of course, and he had tried to talk to Sirius to convince him not to leave Britain for Harry's safety. But alas, Sirius had not listened to him. He needed to do something to get his weapon back under his thumb. He needed Harry to realize that he could turn into the public's enemy as well. What to do? His informants had informed him that Lucius Malfoy was making a move because of Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act. Maybe he would wait for a few months to see what the man could come up with. If it didn't affect Harry, Albus himself would have to come up with something. Damn that brat for putting Severus in Azkaban. Things would have been much easier with him around. What had also not gone his way was the unexpected betrothal contract between Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. He had been caught so completely out of the blue. He had plans of Harry marrying Ginny Weasley so that he could access the various books and artifacts of the Potter family. He didn't care much for gold, he didn't need it, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to not take so much gold when it was available. But knowledge and secrets of a family as immensely old as the Potters was something he could not pass up. He could even get the third Deathly Hallow as well. When he had inspected it, he found that it didn't work properly for him. He had come to the conclusion that while the blood of Ignotus Peverell still flows, the invisibility cloak would not work for him. So after Tom kills Harry, he could become the owner of the third Hallow and become the Master of Death. But it looked like those plans were not going to bear fruit, as he could not control the next of kin in case of the Greengrasses, or worse, Sirius Black. He hadn't been able to take money from Harry's vault either. James Potter might have been a Gryffindor, but he had definitely been a cunning bastard worthy of being a Slytherin. Then again, he was raised by Doria Potter, who was a former Slytherin herself and a Black to boot. He had also finally retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from its hiding place. He had told the Flamels that it had been destroyed in Quirrell's attempt to steal it. They had surprisingly agreed with him and said it was for the best. It was only after trying to make lead to gold did he realize that he had been tricked. The stone was a fake, and the next day he had received a letter from his former mentors telling him to never contact them again. What a mess. It was the last week of the holidays. The book lists were to arrive soon and Harry had to go to Diagon Alley soon. Just as he arrived at the informal dining room, several elves popped in front of him, holding another elf. "Master, Dobby be trying to steal your mail." "Tippy caught him in the act," said Tippy. The non-Potter elf squeaked out, "Hadrian Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Dark things are planned. He must be kept safe. Dobby must protect him." Harry was confused. "Tippy, Ninny, release him," he said. He looked at Dobby. The elf was wearing a dirty rag and had injuries all over his body. Harry knelt down to the elf's level and said, "Hello Dobby. It's nice to meet you. Now can you please tell me what exactly the danger at Hogwarts is?" The elf burst into tears. "Hadrian Potter treats Dobby like an equal. He is far greater than Dobby ever imagined. But Hadrian Potter should not go back to school, sir. There is a plot to make the most dangerous things happen," said the elf. "What plot? Who's plotting them?" asked Harry quietly, his eyes narrowed. "Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby's master doesn't even know he is here. Dobby would have to iron his hands later for this. But Dobby doesn't care, for Hadrian Potter's safety is most important. Don't go to school, sir. Great danger is going to befall the castle this year. Hadrian Potter must protect himself," said the elf and snapped his fingers and disappeared. Harry sighed and sat down on the floor. "Guys, who is Dobby's master?" he asked the two elves in front of him. "Dobby is the Malfoy elf, Master Hadrian. He is treated very, very badly by his masters. They make him fall off the building, they beat him up, and punish him badly. Ninny thinks the torture has made him a bit, insane," suggested Ninny. Harry laughed sadly. "I probably would be in the same condition as Dobby if not for Aquila and wonderful elves like you. I'll have to figure out a way to free him from the Malfoys," he said. Tippy and Ninny's eyes welled with tears. "Master is too kind," they said, and hugged him and popped out. A few hours later, Toby came in holding the Hogwarts letter. "Master, you need new uniforms. The old ones have become small for you," he said. Harry nodded and morphed into a boy with hair and blue eyes. He stepped into the fireplace and said, "Diagon Alley." Once in the alley, he headed to Gringotts. He bowed to the goblin guards who bowed back and went to the teller and said, "Greetings Master Sharktooth. May your gold flow and your enemies fall at your feet. I have an appointment with Lord Rangoke at 10:30. Please let him know that I have arrived," he said in gobbledygook. The old goblin grinned at him. "Greetings, young one. We at Gringotts like to congratulate you on your victory in your recent endeavor. You have taken the first steps in following the path of a warrior. Good luck," he said. Harry smiled and bowed to the aged goblin. He followed another goblin to Rangoke's office. He entered and bowed low and said, "Greeting my Lord Rangoke. I hope I find you in good health," he said. The aged warrior grinned toothily at him and said, "Greetings to you as well, Lord Potter. Congratulations on your recent achievement. Duel Master Flitwick has nothing but the best things to say about you this past year. Let's get down to business, shall we? I have spoken to the owner of the store, a Miss Serena Miller, and she is eager to get funding from you. I feel like this would be a profitable venture. What amount do you want to transfer?" Harry thought for a few moments. "I would like to offer her 100,000 galleons for expansion, research and advertisement. But I want 49% ownership of the business and also for her to broaden her devices. Mirror communication is one thing, but I also want devices that can broadcast Quidditch matches, sensors and proximity charms that follow the players around, and memory crystals that can record the matches so that it can be watched later. I also want her to work with the mirrors so that people can watch such matches while at home. If she can make this work, I will gladly give her more funding and help her open branches internationally," he said. Rangoke nodded as he took down notes and said, "I will have the contract ready and discuss it with her and let you know of any developments." "You were saying about another business venture?" he asked. Harry nodded and said, "The hotel industry isn't very developed in the wizarding world. I'd like to change that. I would like you to look at properties near, but not too close to Diagon Alley and properties in Paris and New York City as well, for now. These hotels will cater to all crowds, and we can create a division for those who can pay more and those who can't, standard rooms and amenities for those not able to spend too much and luxury rooms and amenities for those who can. We can boost tourism by offering special tours of the city or country. Discounts can be given to regular customers. The first magical hotel in the world. What do you think? Rangok laughed. You really will make us both rich. You have a keen mind for business, young one. Your ancestors would be proud. I'll look into it and let you know of any developments, he said. Harry got up and gave a warrior's salute and left. You really are something special, young one, whispered Rangok as he watched Harry walk out of the door. You will lead the magical world to greatness one day. And I will be able to hold my head high and watch as my kin are treated as equals. You will do it, Hadrian Potter, as it has been foretold by many wise goblins, for it is your destiny. The ancient prophecies predict your success. May the Mother Goddess always be by your side. Harry exited the bank and went about his business. He first went to Madame Malkin's to get his new uniform. Harry had been rigorously working out for the past year to improve his strength and stamina, and his old uniform has gotten tight for him to wear. After purchasing his uniform and leaving a very happy Madame Malkin because of him purchasing expensive silk robes, he headed to the apothecary to fill up his potion supplies. Thinking about potions made him remember Horace Slughorn. The first time Harry had met him, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he knew Slughorn from somewhere. It confused him until he realized that it was probably Voldemort who knew the man and not him. It took only a few classes with the old man for Harry to figure out his intentions. Horace Slughorn was a collector. He liked to be associated with the talented and those from powerful families. It established him as a talent scout, and his students gave him small presents every now and then so that he could throw in a good word about them to different people. So ever since the first potions class, and especially after seeing Harry's amazing talent in potions, the man was raving about Harry's abilities and had begun calling him a prodigy. Harry, of course, went along with it. Slughorn was a very resourceful individual, so he could be useful in the future. Besides, the man was a sheer genius in the subject of potions, and Harry was learning a lot from him. He entered Flourish and Blots to buy his new books when he frowned. It looked like Gilderoy Lockhart was launching his new book and was signing autographs. This was not the first time Harry had been grateful for his metamorphagus ability. If the peacock had recognized him as Harry Potter, there was no telling what he would do, but drag him for a photograph was a good bet, he thought darkly. He had read all of Lockhart's books and had come to the conclusion that it was a work of fiction, misrepresenting itself to look like fact. Just as he had finished buying the books needed, Lockhart made an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to make an announcement. It gives me great pleasure to inform you all that I have accepted the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School this year. You all can see the real magical me all year round, he said, grinning for a photograph. Harry raised his eyebrows. He knew Dumbledore was a senile old man, but this decision was pushing it, even for him. After Quirrell had died, Dumbledore had decided to teach the subject himself for a few months until he could get a retired Auror to take over for the remaining of the year. He may hate the headmaster, but no one could deny that Dumbledore was an outstanding teacher. He smirked slightly as he watched a photographer take pictures of Lockhart. He flicked his fingers at the peacock and the man suddenly farted loudly. All those women who were looking at him adoringly stepped back as the smell permeated the shop. Lockhart spluttered for a few moments before giving away a few copies for free. Unfortunately, the books behind the author, courtesy of Harry, suddenly started falling down on the man. Harry smirked and had just walked out of the store when he heard a voice shout, "Arthur, no." Harry turned back and saw Arthur Weasley and Lucius Malfoy engaging each other in fist fights. Lucius adjusted his robes and turned to Ginny Weasley. He dropped a book into her cauldron and said, "Here girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you," he said and left. Harry left quickly too. He did not want to be near the Weasleys. The family tended to get on his nerves and he already had a headache. He tried to access the flow, but the fireplace was packed. He sighed and ducked into a dark alley. After making sure he was alone and nobody was watching, he concentrated on the front gates of Potter Castle and disapparated with a near-silent crack. He had been apparating since he was 7 years old, and was now able to do with quite well. He could have used his portkey of course, but he needed to practice apparating as well. Finally the 1st of September arrived. Just before he was about to leave, suddenly the weather took a turn for a worse. Heavy wind and rain battered against the windows, lightning could be seen and thunder could be heard. Harry's eyes went wide. "Aquila, what's wrong buddy?" he asked. "Harry, listen to me very carefully. You are going to be in grave danger. I don't know how or when. All I know is that your life will be at great risk. I will not let you die, little one. Promise me that if you are ever in trouble and you feel like your life is in danger, you will call me to you." "Understand," said the Thunderbird. Harry paused. Could this be related to Dobby's warning? The little elf had stressed on the fact that dark deeds were planned at Hogwarts this year and that his life was in great danger. His heart started beating faster. "I promise, Aquila. If I am in danger, I will call you. I will also let you know if there is anything suspicious. I'll keep my eyes and ears open," he said. "Good luck, little one. Stay safe." He entered the fireplace and said, "Platform 9 3/4. To his immense shock, he did not move at all. He stepped out and called for Toby. "Toby, can you look at the fireplace and see what's wrong?" he asked. The elf looked at it and cursed under his breath. "This be blocked by house elf magic, master. It looks like Dobby tried to stop you from leaving. Toby will adjust the elven wards so that it does not happen again," he said and snapped his fingers. He nodded to Harry and popped away. Harry sighed and flowed to the station. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the red and black train. He walked into the train and searched for his friends. To his immense frustration, as he walked up the train, people were staring at him more than they were last year. Winning an international dueling championship was bound to bring attention, especially as he was already famous, he thought darkly. He finally found his friends and walked in. He greeted them all, put his trunk on the rack, removed Tango from his cage and took a seat next to Daphne. "What's got you in a bad mood?" whispered Daphne as she took Tango from him. She was the little dog's favorite apart from his owner and spent a lot of time with her. She giggled as Tango licked her face and settled on her lap. "Some house elf is stalking me saying that something bad is going to happen at Hogwarts this year. So I'm trying to figure out what it is. On top of that, the stares I get from the general population have increased, and it's annoying," grumbled Harry. "Stalking elf?" asked Neville. "Danger at Hogwarts?" asked Susan. Harry nodded. "Lucius Malfoy is up to something. Keep your eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. With any luck, we can prevent his plot from taking off." "Can't we alert the teachers or Madam Bones about it?" asked Tracy. "And say what?" asked Daphne. "That Lord Malfoy is planning something underhanded, and accuse him without proof. That's political suicide, considering that Malfoy has the minister in his pocket. Believe me, if Harry hadn't done it so silently, Lord Black's trial and subsequent exoneration would have been very difficult with Minister Fudge, a portion of the Wizengamot and Albus Dumbledore against you. I don't think people realize that Harry fought against an innumerable amount of odds against him. That session was so unique, I don't think such a phenomenon has ever occurred in recent history." Silence followed her declaration as people were lost in their own thoughts. Harry looked at Daphne and smiled. This was the reason he admired her. She wasn't just a pretty face, she had intelligence and understanding of politics and business to go with it. He marveled at the fact that he had met her only 1 year ago, and yet he had grown so emotionally attached to her. He squeezed her hand and gently rubbed it with his thumb. He had just now noticed that he and Daphne tended to hold hands a lot recently. "Moving on, I asked Harry a few weeks back to teach us occlumency. Are you all game?" asked Neville. There were enthusiastic responses to this. "I really want to learn non-verbal casting. It's so cool to just wave your wand without incantations during a duel," said Susan. Harry smiled and said, "Most witches and wizards consider it difficult because it requires mental discipline. We'll start with occlumency. I know that all of you have been taught the rudimentary aspects of it, but that's not enough. The mind arts are an amazing branch of magic. Occlumency helps you with memory recall, so when you are dueling you can recall a whole bunch of spells without forgetting the incantation or wand movements. Let's start now." He flicked his wand to his hand and pointed it to the door. The door locked itself shut with a strong Colloportus charm. He then flicked his wand a few times to put up a notice me not charm. He did not want Malfoy, Weasley or Granger to disturb them. He then began his instruction. I want you all to sit comfortably. Close your eyes and take deep breaths, in and out, in and out. Focus on the blackness you see in front of you. Your mind belongs to you and no one else. When you are in your mind, you are in total control. This is your magic in your mind, where you are in solitude. The void can be shaped in any form you like. Your magic flows to your mind, and you have to channel it. The mind is vast, it has no limit, just as the universe has no limit. It is your domain, you are in control. Breathe in and out. Connect with your magical core, let it infuse you, he said softly. He silently took out a few biscuits for Tango and a book on offensive warding from the Potter library and started reading. He knew that they would find it difficult to continue the meditation. He realized that he had a gift when it came to the mind arts. He couldn't expect the others to reach his level of control this soon if ever, but he was most certainly willing to help them. Daphne started reading a book as well. Harry had been training her in the art for several months now and she was capable of hold-off light-medium attacks. He had told her that once he was confident in her abilities, he would tell her his secrets. Both of them did not want the other to be in the dark about their lives. The hours passed with each of them not being successful at different times. But Harry was patient and helped and encouraged them. He told them that it was a process that would take time, so they couldn't expect any results just by practicing for a few hours. During that time he had seen Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger pass by his compartment several times with looks of confusion on their faces. He smirked, he really should have done this last year as well. Oh well, better late than never. As they approached Hogsmeade, Harry snapped them out of their meditative trance which they were all trying to hold together with much difficulty. They changed into their uniforms in silence and left the train and got into the carriages. When they entered the Great Hall, Harry went to the Ravenclaw table, Susan and Hannah sat at the Hufflepuff table, Neville proceeded to the Gryffindor table and Daphne and Tracy went over to the Slytherin table. Harry began chatting with his housemates as they asked him questions about the dueling championship. He may not be a social animal, but he knew that talking to others and building contacts were very beneficial. He had learned that from Slughorn, but Harry used a more subtle approach. He watched the sorting and mentally sighed in relief when Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor. If the sad look on her face was anything to go by, the redhead was probably trying for Ravenclaw, but the hat sorted her with the Lions. He was grateful for this as he did not want to be in the same house as the girl Dumbledore wanted him to marry. An eccentric-looking girl named Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw. Harry knew that family. Xenophilius Lovegood owned The Quiver, a wizarding publication that catered to a very small audience. After dinner, the students went to their dormitories for the night. Harry entered his room and looked at the blank walls. He called Toby to expand the room again. While he could do the expansion charm, he still found it a bit tricky so he didn't mind letting his house elf do it instead. He redecorated his room like last year, changed clothes and went to bed. The next morning he went out to the lake, finished his morning run and exercises, took a bath and came to the Great Hall for breakfast. Just as last year, just as he entered the students stopped talking to stare at him. He calmly went to the Ravenclaw table and started eating. He had just finished explaining the rules of a wizard's duel to a third-year Muggleborn when Professor Flitwick made his appearance and handed him his timetable. Congratulations on your achievement, Mr. Potter. I was quite shocked to see you at the championship. But I have to say your performance was outstanding. I was most impressed with your silent casting. Most adult wizards have problems casting spells silently, so it was really shocking to see a 12-year-old boy do it naturally. And that technique you used in the finals, both the trick with the wand hand and the suspended water were sheer brilliance. It was on par with the under-16 championship to tell you the truth. Well done, he said smiling. Harry smiled warmly at him and said, "Thank you, Professor. I had no idea you were present on the second day, but your compliment means a lot to me." He looked at the timetable and groaned. "What wrong, Harry?" asked a fellow Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein. "We have transfiguration and potions with the Gryffindors this year. And that means I have to deal with Granger, who'll probably try to do her best to one-up you." "Tough break," finished Padma Patil. "Yeah, come on, we're late for herbology," he said, grabbing his backpack and made his way to the greenhouses. They entered the greenhouses to find an annoyed Professor Sprout dealing with Gilderoy. Lockhart. Oh, hello there. Just telling Professor Sprout the right way to doctor a whomping willow. But I don't want you. Greenhouse 3 folks, interrupted Professor Sprout. Harry, I've been wanting a word if you he said just as he slipped and fell face first into a pile of dung. Harry smirked. He really loved wandless magic. It might not help in using advanced spells, but it worked for pranks and in using mind magic. The class laughed and Professor Sprout did her best to hide her vicious grin as well. Lockhart fled to his classroom as fast as he could. All right class, today we will be working with mandrakes. Can anyone tell me what they are? She asked. After waiting for several seconds, waiting to see if anybody else knew the answer, she turned to Harry and asked, Mr. Potter, what can you tell us about mandrakes? A mandrake is a powerful restorative agent, and in some cases a catalyst if you will. They are primarily used to return those who are transfigured or cursed to their natural state. You also have to be careful while dealing with them because the cry of a mandrake can be fatal to anyone who hears it, answered Harry. Excellent. 20 points to Ravenclaw. Now, these mandrakes are young, so their cry is not fatal. But they can still harm you. So put on your earmuffs and work with them, she said and demonstrated it for them. After getting cleaned up, he was mentally preparing himself for Granger's reaction in Transfiguration. He entered the classroom and sat down next to Neville. What's with you? Asked Neville with eyebrows raised. Granger, he replied grimly. Neville gave a cough, but it couldn't hide his snicker or his grin. Yeah, it's going to be hilarious, Harry said and rolled his eyes. Don't look, but she's already sending death glares your way, Neville whispered. I have no intention to, replied Harry. Professor McGonagall marched into the classroom and began. Before we begin our new course, we will first review what we have learned the previous year over the next few days. Let us start with the exercise of turning a match into a needle and the other of turning a beetle into a button, she said. Harry supervised Neville, who was steadily improving in Transfiguration ever since he got his own wand last November. He managed the Transfiguration after his second attempt and McGonagall came over. Very good, Mr. Longbottom. I expect to see better progress in my class this year. Mr. Potter, congratulations on your achievement. Professor Flitwick showed me the memory of the final duel and I have to say I'm impressed. Conjuration, even if it was leaves at your age, is most impressive. I also expect silent casting from you in every class. Go on, give it a try. I'd like to see it with my own eyes, she said. Harry nodded and did the necessary wand movements. The match changed into a perfect needle and the beetle turned into a button. Very good, Potter. I have no idea how you developed this skill, it's not taught until 6th year, but well done. 20 points to Ravenclaw, she said and walked away. The Ravenclaw students were quite used to Harry doing something like this, so it wasn't much of a surprise. But Hermione Granger was furious. She just couldn't beat Potter, however hard she tried. She attempted silent casting as well, but with no luck. Finally, at the end of the class, she was forced to give up and she marched out of the classroom, throwing filthy looks at Harry as she went past. Harry snorted. How long before Dumbledore called him to his office? After lunch, a rather irritated Harry Potter proceeded to the defense classroom. He had just left the Great Hall in a testy mood. A first-year named Colin Creevey had asked for signed photographs and Draco Malfoy had done his best to rile Harry up. It didn't work, of course, as Harry had let Colin take his picture but had not signed anything. Draco Malfoy had an embarrassing moment when he farted loudly in the middle of the Great Hall. He had just begun accusing Harry of doing it when he had farted again. All the students had started laughing at the boy who left with a murderous expression on his face. It had only been the first day and Harry had already managed to annoy 2 people. Lockhart had better not try anything underhanded, for Harry wasn't in a good mood. He entered the almost full defense classroom and without a care in the world, sat next to Daphne. What's wrong? Whispered Daphne as she took his hand in hers, rubbing circles on it with her thumb to calm him down. Well, turns out that we have Transfiguration and potions with the Gryffindors this year. McGonagall made me do the spells non-verbally and gave me points for it. Granger tried but didn't succeed and has been giving me filthy looks ever since. As you know, Malfoy annoyed me during lunch as well. And I'm pretty sure Dumbledore will call me to his office later today. To top it off, the peacock known as Lockhart is going to annoy the hell out of me. What else could go wrong? He said. Daphne giggled softly. Who cares what Granger or Malfoy think? Since when have you paid attention to what people think of you anyway? You can handle Dumbledore, I have confidence in you. As for Lockhart, well, here he comes. Sure enough, Lockhart gave a dramatic entrance and pointed to the various portraits of him and said, Me. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Ah, I see you've bought my complete set of books. Well done. Let's start with a quiz. You have 30 minutes. Start now. Harry looked at the questions with eyebrows raised. He smirked slightly and started writing. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Gold, the color of the galleons he gets by making poor children spend an exorbitant amount of money by forcing them to buy his books for school. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To make lots of money by fooling not only the British wizarding public but people all over the world as well by selling his worthless books. 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? He successfully fooled the public to believe that he actually achieved all those feats he has written in his books, making them believe fiction to be fact is a good answer too. 54. What would Gilderoy Lockhart's ideal birthday gift be? A niffler. That way he wouldn't have to make people spend tons of gold to buy his books, he can just dig them from the ground or find them in a toilet where he and his books belong. Although a mirror for him to admire his reflection would be a good choice as well. Harry smirked and cast the Geminio charm on his answer sheet and duplicated it into several copies and passed them around the class with a few flicks of his wand. A few minutes later, snickers could be heard throughout the classroom. Terry Boot actually fell off his seat after laughing so hard. Lockhart seemed to not notice as he was looking at a mirror at the other end of class. After a few minutes, Lockhart collected them and rifled through them in front of the class. Tut, hardly any of you is lilac. I say so in year with the Yeti. And a few of you need to. He stopped midway, his face red. Detention, Mr. Potter. You will spend one evening with me every 2 weeks till the winter holidays. And 10 points from Ravenclaw, he snapped. Harry maintained a cool expression. He really didn't care if the peacock gave him a detention. The man was an idiot, an inconvenience, nothing more. He wasn't even worth plotting to kill. He had to find some other way to get rid of Lockhart. The man lifted a cloth-covered cage and placed it on his desk. Now be warned. I'm here to train you against the foulest, most deadly creatures known to wizard kind. I must ask you not to scream. Stay calm, as you are about to witness freshly caught Cornish pixies. He said dramatically. Harry couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, and many others followed suit. Lockhart looked annoyed and asked, "What's funny?" Draco Malfoy looked at him and said, "Well, it's funny because they're pixies. They're not all that dangerous. I have to agree with Cousin Dragon over there. The way you were going about it, I thought you were going to introduce us to a Noondu," said Harry. "Really? Let's see what you can make of them then," said Lockhart as he let the whole swarm out of their cage. It was a pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets, destroying the classroom. Harry sat calmly and went back to his book. When a pixie would annoy him, he would just stun the pest and not do more. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves and said, "Pescipixie pesternomi." Harry snorted as it didn't even sound like a spell. Sure enough, nothing happened and a pixie took his wand and threw it out of the window. "Harry, do something!" exclaimed Daphne. Harry sighed and shouted. Everyone dropped to the ground. NOW. He then slashed his wand in the air and a jet of red light flew across the room in all directions and the pixies dropped to the floor unconscious. He had just cast a wide area stunner. It wasn't used frequently because you needed more power to cast it than the conventional stunner, and it wasn't very effective during a fight as a simple shield charm could counter it. He then moved his wand in a gentle, sweeping gesture and the pixies on the floor floated back to their cage. He pointed his wand at the cage and it locked itself with a Colloportus charm. "And here's a lesson for the day," said Harry. "Pixies are not dangerous, but a whole bunch of them can be bothersome. The best way to deal with them is to stun them. The incantation for the stunning spell is Stupefy and the wand movement is just a point cast. Practice it on your own time. Class dismissed, he said and walked right out of the classroom leaving a spluttering Lockhart behind. You know, Professor, said Theodore not. I am not and probably never will be Potter's friend. But you've got to admit, he's got style. The next day, in Charm's class, Professor Flitwick started on the disarming charm. The disarming charm, while rudimentary, is very powerful. In a duel, if you deprive your opponent of his wand, you've essentially won, but that is not the case all the time, as I have met witches and wizards who can perform wandless magic and can summon it back to them. Nevertheless, for your age, it is quite useful in case you decide to use it in a spar against your opponent. The incantation is Expelliarmus and the wand movement is a small twirl and point cast. If you get it right, a weak disarming charm will produce a white light and take the wand away from the opponent, but a strong charm will be and can be used effectively in duels, even though it is not effective in finishing the victim, he explained. The class listened in rapt attention. Flitwick demonstrated the spell and asked them to try against each other, but they were not successful. Mr. Potter, can you help me demonstrate it? Asked Flitwick. Harry nodded and proceeded to the center of the class. All right, cast the spell at me, Mr. Potter. Everyone, observe his wand movement and say the spell out loud please. Expelliarmus, shouted Harry. A beam of light shot from his wand and perfectly hit Professor Flitwick's wand arm, disarming him. Very good, Potter, 10 points to Ravenclaw. As you all saw, he added a slight twirl to it, which enhanced the precision of the spell. Go on, give it a try everyone, he said. Since Harry had already taught her the spell, Daphne was able to disarm her opponent quickly. The rest of the class got homework to practice the spell for the next class. After charms was potions, which Harry knew was going to rile Granger up. He entered the potions classroom and took his usual solitary seat. He did not like to have a partner during potions as he did it differently. The rest of the students came in, and Hermione Granger sniffed at Harry and sat near him with Ron Weasley. Horace Slughorn entered the room and took the roll call. He smiled widely when he came to Harry's name, something that Granger did not overlook. After he finished he announced, "Welcome to the second year. Let's not waste time, so who can tell me what a sleeping draft is?" "But of course Miss Granger," he said, smiling jovially at Hermione. Hermione recited, "A sleeping draught is a potion that causes the drinker to fall almost instantaneously into a deep but temporary sleep," she said, shooting a superior look at Harry. "Very good, Miss Granger, 5 points to Gryffindor," said Slughorn. "Can anybody tell me what the base for this potion is?" Hermione's hand immediately jumped in the air, but Padma answered at his prompting, 4 sprigs of lavender, sir." "Correct, 5 points to Ravenclaw. Now, can anyone tell me why we use the spring of lavender instead of, say, California poppy?" he asked, looking at Harry. Hermione was confused. She hadn't expected such a question as it wasn't given in the textbook, so she flushed and slowly put her hand down. Harry raised his hand briefly and answered, "California poppy, while also an ingredient which has similar properties to lavender, is a lot more potent. We want the drinker to sleep, but at the same time he should not be induced into such strong sleep that he can't be woken up. That is what the draught of living death is for. But in case of the sleeping draught, lavender acts as the base of the potion as its natural properties induce sleep, but at the same time decreases vomiting and nausea as well. Valerian is added in the last stages of the potion as it has its own blend of sedative properties, and also provides the drinker with mild dreamlessness as well." "Brilliant!" exclaimed Slughorn. "I don't know where you get these brainwaves, my boy. Take 15 well-earned points for answering that question. Lily would be so proud." He then proceeded to explain the potion to the rest of the class. Hermione Granger was in a state of shock. She had clearly thought that since she hadn't known the answer, there was no way Harry would know it either. When Slughorn asked them all to start the potion, she was the first to rush to the potions cabinet and come back to her seat, with a determined expression on her face. Pretty soon, the room was filled with fumes as Slughorn was walking around and correcting the mistakes made by the students. 30 minutes later, Granger saw that Harry adding a valerian sprig to his cauldron. She had her mouth open in shock, as she was still in the process of simmering her potion and valerian was added only in the last stages of the potion. She watched as he stirred 2 times clockwise and once anti-clockwise. He added another valerian sprig and continued the process until he finished 4 sprigs. He then waved his wand over the cauldron, and after a flash of light, the potion was complete. Slughorn came over to Harry and inspected the potion. "Oh ho, you've done it again, my boy. The potion is perfect. Let's see what you've managed to change, shall we? You've managed to cut down the time by half, so there has to be something major which you have changed. Dear Merlin, you've added a sprig of California poppy into the base mixture, and then balanced it with the lavender and standard ingredients. This caused it to thicken more than normal, so you changed the stirring instructions while adding the valerian so as to give it a more syrupy consistency. Outstanding. To think a mere second-year student is able to change the ingredients and instructions to cut down the time taken and yet arrive at a perfect, even more potent potion. Take 50 points to Ravenclaw. Don't forget to write down your changes so that I can send it to the British Society of Potioneers. What a pair, you and Miss Greengrass. Both of you really are probably the best in your generation. Well done," said Slughorn. Harry smiled briefly and took out a parchment to write down his changes and the reasons behind it. He knew he had taken it a bit far today. He normally didn't like to show off too much. But Daphne had pointed out something which got him thinking over the summer: the people are sheep and will always follow a strong leader. So if Harry wanted to get rid of leaders like Albus Dumbledore or Voldemort, he should be willing to step into the spotlight and take their place, and to do that he needed to be exceptional. He knew there were many people who were jealous of him. He was the boy who lived, was unnaturally good looking, he was the head of a very rich family with power and was also a prodigy. Not to mention he was betrothed to the beautiful Daphne Greengrass. But it could not be helped. He needed to come out of the shadows if he was going to implement his plan for the future of the magical world. Hermione Granger was seething. She could not believe what had happened. How dare Potter cheat and claim the idea was his? Someone was probably helping him. There was no way he was so smart. She was the smartest girl in her generation, not that Greengrass girl. After class, she found Potter discussing his changes in the potion with Padma Patil and Lisa Turpin, girls who were among the top 5 in their year. Hermione stood in front of Harry, her face red and body shaking with anger. The 3 students looked up from Harry's notes and Harry asked, "Can I help you with something, Miss Granger?" "Don't give me that, Potter. I know you cheated. There is no way you could do something like that without external help. I'm warning you, you may be able to fool Professor Slughorn, but you can't fool me. I'll find out who is helping you if it's the last thing I do," she said and marched away. What is it with her anyway? It's like she can't stand being bested. She has to remain the best in class no matter what, said Lisa. I know, said Padma. She was furious that we were beat her last year as well. Come on, let's go have lunch. Harry narrowed his eyes. It looked like Granger was going to harass him in the future. He would have to be careful in case she decided to follow him around. Harry spent the rest of the week going to class, reading books, practicing advanced magic in the room of requirement with Daphne and annoying Lockhart. So it was a relief when the weekend arrived so that he didn't have to deal with the teacher or a growling Granger. So what's your decision? Are you going for it or not? Asked Daphne. The two of them were alone in the room of requirement as they recovered from the duel they just had against each other. Harry was quite surprised at how much Daphne had improved over the summer when she confessed that she had been practicing during the holidays in the dueling room at Greengrass Manor to impress him. Naturally, Harry was touched. They had not shared the secret of the room with anyone. While they were closer to Neville, Tracy, Susan and Hannah compared to the rest of their year mates, Harry and Daphne did not really count themselves as a group. As far as they were considered, the two of them were a team, no one else was invited. Harry sighed. He had been pondering about this for the past few weeks. Let's look at the pros and cons of this decision, he said. Daphne nodded and said, there's no denying that you're an outstanding seeker. You're a natural flyer, so that would give you more publicity. There is no better way into most of the people's hearts than Quidditch. You're right now considered to be powerful and smart, but not exciting to the student population. We need to change that mentality, and Quidditch is the best way to do it. The only disadvantage I see is that practice will take time. But I say go for it. Harry bit his lower lip and slowly nodded, processing what she had said. He then turned to look at his future wife, who was flipping through books on the table. She really was amazing. She knew that Harry had secrets but didn't push it, trusting him to give her the information when he was ready. Daphne was a perfect Slytherin in that she was as cunning as she was ambitious. He idly wondered what her animagus form would be. It would certainly be entertaining to guess and then find out. He didn't realize that he had been staring at her for a minute with a blank expression on his face. "Something on my face, Harry?" asked Daphne with a smirk. Harry snapped out of his trance and flushed. "It's nothing. Just thanking whoever is responsible for bringing you to me. You're so amazing, Daphne. Thank you for coming into my life. It's been so much better for the past 6 months," he said sincerely. Daphne smiled, got up to sit next to him and beaked Harry's cheek. She then rested her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes to relax. Harry's face went pink, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He wrapped his arms around her and rested his face on her head and closed his eyes. Paradise. That evening, Harry found himself at the Quidditch pitch along with several other people as well. The captain, a 6th-year girl named Abigail Turner, stood facing them. "Okay folks, I want all of you to make 4 groups, chasers, beaters, keepers and seekers, move it," she said. There was some shuffling as people moved and stood in groups. Harry looked at the 3rd-year girl whose name was Cho Chang. It looked like she was the only competition for him. The captain started off with the trials. After 2 hours, she finally came to the seekers. "All right you two, I'll keep this simple. You have to qualify in 2 rounds, meaning catch the snitch once without the bludgers and catch it again with the bludgers." "Up in the air," she shouted. Harry gripped his Nimbus 2000 and shot off into the air. He flew to an impressive height and stopped. "I'm releasing the snitch, now." The small golden snitch disappeared immediately, so there was no point looking for it. But Harry did not like waiting in one place just looking for the snitch. He flew around the pitch for a few minutes, diving and getting back up. Finally, he saw the snitch near the ground at the end of the goal posts. He quickly accelerated and could sense Chong behind him. He dived at a sharp angle to throw her off, but she was relentless. He approached the snitch at a fast speed. He could hear a few girls scream in fright and suddenly pulled up, with his fist in the air holding the golden snitch. He approached the captain, who looked slack-jawed at his performance. "You could have killed me," said a furious Cho Chang, who landed next to him. "What do you think you were doing, diving at such speed?" "That's the point, Miss Chong, that the opposing seeker would not be able to follow me. Anyway, can we get on with the next round?" he asked the girl in front of him. Abigail Turner recovered and grinned. "Boys, give him the best you've got," she said to the beaters. The beaters took their bats and released the bludgers. Harry and Cho took their positions and Turner released the snitch again. Immediately both seekers found bludgers coming their way and both of them dived to get away. Harry again started flying from one end of the pitch to the other. After 5 minutes of dodging bludgers, he spotted the snitch on the other side. He immediately darted forward but could sense a bludger coming his way. He slowed down, and spun 360 degrees and hit the bludger with the tail of his broomstick so that it would trouble Chong instead, and his aim was accurate as it did hit her. He dived fast and caught the snitch. When he came back, people were applauding. "That was awesome, Potter. Not only did you get the snitch, but you sent the bludger away too." "Welcome to the team," said Turner. Harry smiled. Things were proceeding as planned. Saturday night, Harry found himself in Lockhart's office addressing the envelopes to the man's fans. Really, these people were a bunch of crazy idiots. He could have spent this time poring over books on exotic magic, or could be flying with Aquila, or could have spent time with Daphne, he mused to himself. Instead, he was sitting with a peacock. Or was it a pig? He really wasn't sure what to call the idiot anymore. Lockhart had also dimmed the lighting charms. Really, couldn't the man keep his office bright? Harry was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard a voice to chill the bone marrow, a voice of breathtaking, ice-cold venom. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you." Harry jumped and knocked the ink pot to the floor. "What?" he asked loudly. "I know," said Lockhart. 6 solid months at the top of the bestseller list, I broke all records. Amazing, isn't it? Didn't you hear that voice?" he asked. "What was that? It sounded so cold and deadly." "Huh, what are you talking about, Harry? Oh great Scott, look at the time. We've been here for 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun, Good night, Harry, you may go," he said, dismissing him. Harry immediately fled the classroom and headed back to Ravenclaw Tower as fast as he could. Sitting on his bed, he meditated and recalled what had happened. That voice was terrifying, that was for sure. Did Lockhart really not hear it? Was he behind that voice? Harry shook his head. Lockhart was an idiot. He probably had nothing to do with the voice at all. So what was it? The next 2 months at Hogwarts went rapidly. Harry had started Quidditch practice with the Ravenclaw team and it was going quite well. He finished the OWL syllabus and had started on Newt material. Daphne had also taken to studying at a furious pace. While she knew she couldn't keep up with Harry, she was still quite ahead of her peers and had started on ancient runes and arithmancy. Pretty soon, Halloween approached. As it was a Saturday, Harry and Daphne spent their time in the room of requirement. They were on their way to dinner when a storm began outside. Harry's heart started beating faster as he knew what that meant, and just as he had suspected, he heard Akila's voice in his mind warning him about danger. Harry swallowed and gripped Daphne, hand tighter, hoping nothing bad happened. The feast carried on as normal and nothing strange happened. Just as he was finishing dessert, he heard the voice again. It was the same, cold, murderous voice as before. Rip, tear, kill. Harry dropped his spoon on the table, but no one noticed. He closed his eyes and extended his senses, but didn't detect anything. Whatever it was, he couldn't sense it. He seemed to hear a distant echo, he didn't know where it was coming from. So hungry, kill this time. Harry's hands were shaking badly. I smell blood. I smell blood. His face was pale and white as a sheet. It was going to kill someone. Was he the only one who had heard that voice? People started getting up and going back to their dormitories. Harry silently walked towards Ravenclaw Tower along with the rest of them, but people suddenly stopped and started whispering. "What's with the hold-up?" Harry asked. He went forward and saw Mrs. Norris frozen and on the ground, unmoving. Harry's breath was caught in his throat. Was the cat dead? He looked at the wall where people were pointing and whispering. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry suddenly got the image of an enormous room with statues of snakes on either side, but the memory ended just as quickly as it began. The Chamber of Secrets sounded so familiar, but he felt the information was just beyond his reach. "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods," shouted Draco Malfoy gleefully. Red-hot anger erupted inside Harry. While he hated Muggles, he deeply cared about the lives and treatment of Muggleborns. So when the Ponce shouted out that insult, he took his wand and cursed him. Draco screamed as painful boils erupted on his face. "Don't use that disgusting word in front of me," said Harry in a quiet voice, but with a furious expression on his face. A few people around him stepped back as his aura flared. "Move aside. What is going on here?" asked Professor McGonagall as she stepped forward along with the rest of the teachers and Filch. "What is wrong with Mr. Malfoy? Why is he shrieking like a harpy?" she asked crossly. "That would be my fault, Professor McGonagall. He used the derogatory M word, so I hexed him," said Harry, keeping his face calm. McGonagall pursed her lips. "Thank you for your confession, Mr. Potter, but it will be 10 points from Ravenclaw for attacking another student." "Mr. Malfoy, if I ever catch you uttering that word it will be detention," she said. That was when she noticed the frozen cat on the ground and the message on the wall. She gasped as she realized the meaning behind the words. Filch came up and saw that his cat was petrified. My cat! My cat! What happened to Mrs. Norris?" he shouted. Filch looked at Harry, who was standing directly opposite to him. He needed a person to blame and he never liked James Potter. So he shouted, You murdered my cat. I'll kill you." Harry's eyes narrowed as he got angry. "Argus," said a voice, and Dumbledore made his dramatic entrance. The headmaster picked up the cat and said, "Come with me, Argus, you too, Mr. Potter." "May I know why, headmaster?" asked Harry in a calm voice, not revealing his intense anger at the moment. He knew just what had happened. Filch needed to blame someone and had chosen him. Dumbledore was taking his revenge on Harry. By calling him aside, the Hogwarts rumor mill will think the headmaster suspected Harry having something to do with the attacks. The sheep would eat it up and Harry's credibility would take a beating. "Do as you're told, Mr. Potter," said Dumbledore in a commanding voice. Harry mutely followed him, and just as he had suspected, the people forgot all about Draco Malfoy and instead started painting a target on his back. He looked at Professor Flitwick for support and the diminutive teacher nodded back to Harry with a determined expression on his face. But Harry knew that Flitwick couldn't do much. The charms master was a half-goblin, and while many of them respected him for his accomplishments, he didn't really have any power at Hogwarts. Except the head of house position. "My office is nearest, headmaster, just upstairs. Please feel free," said Lockhart. "Thank you, Gilderoy," said Dumbledore. They entered the classroom and McGonagall flicked her wand and the lighting charms and torches came alive, bathing the office in bright light. Dumbledore examined the cat closely, his nose almost touching its fur. Filch was crying loudly and Lockhart was boasting loudly about his accomplishments. "She's not dead, Argus," said Dumbledore finally, cutting across Lockhart's monologue. "Not dead? Then why is she all stiff and frozen?" he asked in a watery voice. "She has been petrified. Although how, I cannot say." "Ask him," interrupted Filch. He did it. I know it," he screeched. "Enough," said Harry in a soft voice, but the power the words were laced with were enough to shut Filch up. The caretaker looked at the furious expression on Harry's face and paled. Maybe he should have chosen someone else to blame for his cat's condition. The expression on Harry's face was nothing like the James Potter he remembered. Harry was flaring his aura around and bolts of lightning could be seen around his body. "I would like to remind everyone in this room that I was at the feast along with the rest of the students and staff, and not once did I leave the Great Hall. I was on my way to Ravenclaw Tower along with the rest of the students when we encountered the spectacle. Since no one at the back knew what was going on, I stepped forward to see what the holdup was about. It was then that I saw Mrs. Norris frozen and heard Draco Malfoy sprout off insulting Muggleborns with the M word, for which I hexed him." Immediately Professor McGonagall came to the scene. The rest of the students would be able to confirm this. "May I ask why I am being singled out, headmaster?" asked Harry. Dumbledore stared into Harry's eyes, but he did not try a legitimacy probe. "Innocent until proven guilty, Argus," he said softly. "Guilty of what?" asked Harry in a dangerous voice. "My cat has been petrified. I expect to see some punishment," said Filch. Harry turned to face him and said in his cold voice, "In that case punish yourself for getting careless with your pet. I will not be made a scapegoat just because you demand it. Get that inside the thick head of yours." "Mr. Potter," reprimanded McGonagall. "You may go," said Dumbledore. He was mentally dancing a jig of joy. Harry had walked right into his trap. He probably should send a box of chocolates to Lucius Malfoy for inadvertently helping him. By the end of the year, he would have Harry back under his thumb and his plan could proceed as he desired. He would ensure that in a few months, Harry would be the most hated person in the castle, if not the country. Harry quickly made his way to Ravenclaw Tower and his room. His housemates were giving him weird looks. As soon as he entered, he locked the door and hissed, "Open," at his trunk. The multi-compartment trunk opened and Harry stepped into the library compartment. There were tomes of books Harry had copied from the Potter library. They did not last long as they disappeared in a year, but it was better than taking them out of Potter Castle and risking their accidental destruction. He browsed through the books until he took out the thick volume of Hogwarts, a history. He came to the part about the founders and struck gold. Story goes that Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle, of which the other founders knew nothing. Slytherin, according to legend, sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, and unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all those who were unworthy to study magic. Believed to be some sort of monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control. Harry closed his eyes and fell into a nearby armchair. It looked like he had underestimated Lucius Malfoy's plot. He would never have thought that the man was stupid enough to commit genocide inside a school that his own son attended. He concentrated on the words, Chamber of Secrets, hoping he would get some information from Voldemort's memories. Nothing. He could feel that he knew it, but the information about the chamber was just out of his reach. It was frustrating. What sort of creature petrifies its victims? It didn't make any sense. The next few days, the school could talk about nothing else but the attack on Mrs. Norris and about the Chamber of Secrets. Just as Harry predicted, him being singled out by Dumbledore caused the Hogwarts rumor mill to run wild. When Harry and Daphne were walking to class the next week, they saw Justin Finch Fletchley take one look at Harry, turn abruptly and sped off in the opposite direction. Daphne snorted. These people really are stupid. Have they forgotten that your own mother was a Muggleborn? She said. She took her wand and cast a privacy charm around them. You think they care? Replied Harry. You were absolutely right when you described them as sheep. Dumbledore is a bastard who's trying his best to make my life miserable and these people are lapping it up. What I wouldn't give to torture Filch right now. The Dursleys would probably appreciate the additional company in your dungeon. How are they anyway? I'm disappointed that you still haven't introduced me to them, she said smirking. Oh, they're fine. It looks like they still haven't learnt their lesson yet. Petunia had the gall to call me a freak who deserves to be burned at the stake. She also threatened that the police would soon find them and then I would be arrested and publicly executed for holding them prisoner and for Dudley's death. I didn't have the heart to tell her that she was staying in one of the most heavily warded castles in the world. Why my parents didn't move in there, I do not know. That's why I suspect foul play was involved, said Harry. Wow, talk about misplaced bravery. You don't threaten a lord in his own castle. Did. Hiya Harry, said Colin Creevey, interrupting her. Hello Mr. Creevey, how may I help you? He asked the shorter boy. Harry, a boy in my class is saying that you're, said Colin. But he couldn't finish his sentence because of the tide of people heading towards the Great Hall. See you Harry, he said and disappeared. What was a boy in his class saying about you? Asked Daphne in wonder. That I'm the heir of Slytherin, I guess. Well played Dumbledore. Oh, I should warn you, the mob may target you as well because you're my fiancé and not to mention a Slytherin. Add to the fact how cold we appear to other people, it's quite easy to pin us as Lord and Lady Slytherin, the bane of all Muggleborns, said Harry. Daphne shook her head. Do you really think there is a chamber of secrets? She asked. Yes, I'm sure of it. I know you feel I'm still keeping secrets from you, but I promise I'll come fully clean by Yule. I don't want to reveal some of my most prized secrets at Hogwarts. There's no telling what could happen if Dumbledore were to find out, he promised. Daphne slowly nodded. They had started revealing their secrets to each other and she was getting miffed that he still hadn't told her the important stuff. But she could wait till Yule. Ah Harry, shouted a voice. Oh no, whispered Daphne. Lockhart was walking towards them, wearing the most horrible neon robes. I heard you're playing Seeker in the first Quidditch game of the season. Ravenclaw vs Slytherin, EH. If you want any pointers you know where to find me. I was a fine Seeker in my day, England's national team wanted me to play for them, you know. But I decided to use my talents by helping people defend against the dark forces. Good luck, he said and left. I'd rather go BPD than wear those ugly robes. Was he blind when he bought that contraption? Asked Daphne, disgusted. Probably. And what does he know about Quidditch anyway? I bet Tango can fly on a broom better than him, said Harry, grinning slightly. His grin slowly disappeared when he saw Daphne roll her eyes. Oh come on, that was my best one yet. Can you imagine? Tango on a broomstick? He asked, trying to make puppy dog eyes at her. Harry, I'm sure that Tango playing Quidditch would be funny, but there is no way that is a joke, said Daphne with amusement showing on her face. But it was a lot better than the previous ones, she whispered to herself. You're talented at many things Harry, but cracking jokes isn't one of them. When are you going to let it go? I mean, you've been trying to make me laugh for the past 5 months. Only 5 months. I will crack a good joke one day that will make you laugh. I mean, we have our whole lives. I'm bound to get lucky sometime, replied Harry. Daphne mentally groaned. Merlin save me, was the thought running through her mind. Harry woke up early on Saturday morning and practiced his occlumency exercises to reduce his nervousness and stay calm. After an hour of intense meditation, he took a bath, dressed in his blue and bronze Quidditch robes and entered the Great Hall carrying his broomstick. At 11, the entire school proceeded to the Quidditch pitch. Daphne hugged him, wished him luck and sat in the stands along with Tracy. He entered the locker room where their captain, Abigail Turner, gave them a pep talk. Okay guys, we know that Slytherin has better brooms than us. All I'm going to say is do your absolute best. Use whatever trick comes to mind. Potter, do your best to catch the snitch early, we don't know how long we can last there. Good luck, she said. Harry took a deep breath but had a small smirk on his face. His teammates were not very confident because of the Nimbus 2001's Lucius Malfoy had donated to the Slytherin team. But Harry had a plan, and he would ensure that Ravenclaw won today. They flew off into the air and Madame Hooch said, 3, 2, 1, and blew her whistle. The chasers moved to get the quaffle and the game began. "All right there, Potty?" asked Malfoy. Harry mentally snorted at the name. Really, did Malfoy have no creativity whatsoever? He smirked when he saw that Flint had the quaffle. Harry dived to the ground, with Malfoy hot on his heels. He intercepted Flint, stole the quaffle and passed it on to Turner, who while shocked, took it and scored. 10-0 to Ravenclaw. Did you see that? It looks like Potter is playing an interfering seeker. And the tactic worked. "There you go, you slimy snake," shouted Lee Jordan from the magical microphone. "Jordan," yelled McGonagall. Harry smirked again as a bludger came towards him. He repeated his maneuver of twisting 360 degrees in midair and hit the bludger with his tail end of the broom towards one of the Slytherin chaser carrying the quaffle. It hit him in the back and he dropped the quaffle, which was taken by Roger Davies, who scored. 20-0 to Ravenclaw. "What a move by Potter. Never seen anything like it," said Jordan, as the crowd roared. They seemed to have forgotten about the air of Slytherin business. Suddenly, a bludger came right at Harry. He effortlessly dodged it, but to his immense surprise, it came right back at him. He dived out of the way, but the bludger was relentless. "Keep playing," he shouted to the Ravenclaw beaters who were trying to help him. "I'll never be able to play if you're in the way. Let me catch the snitch," he yelled. He kept diving and spinning and hanging upside down to avoid the bludger. The crowd was laughing, but he didn't care. "Training for the ballet, Potter?" asked Malfoy, laughing at him. Just as he was about to dive again, he saw it. The golden snitch was hovering above Malfoy's ear and he suddenly accelerated, but in that fraction of a second before he had left, wham! The bludger hit him at last, smashing his elbow and arm to pieces. He winced in pain, but this was nothing compared to what the Dursleys had done to him years ago. He extended his left hand and felt his fingers close around the snitch. He raised his fist to the air to signify that Ravenclaw had won, but then, the bludger came back. Wham! Harry was thrown from his broom and he fell to the ground. He could feel intense pain in his back and legs and blanked out. Harry woke up feeling a searing pain all over his body and could also hear someone shouting. "He should have brought him straight to me. Lockhart is not a healer. Who authorized him to try and heal Potter?" screamed a voice. "Lockhart tried to heal me," asked Harry from his bed. He looked around to see the Ravenclaw Quidditch team and Daphne around his bed. "That was awesome, Potter," said Turner. "I never expected you to play an interfering seeker," she said, grinning at him. The rest of them complimented him as well. "Yes, well, all of you please leave. Potter will have to stay overnight in the hospital wing because of his injuries," said Madame Pomfrey. "Overnight? I'm pretty sure my injuries aren't that serious," said Harry, looking at her. "Your original injuries could have been treated fairly quickly. Unfortunately, our dear defense professor decided to heal your arm while you were unconscious. That man vanished the bones in your arm. You're in for a rough night, Potter. Regrowing bones is a painful experience," she said, handing him a goblet containing Skele-Gro. "Oh, that tastes horrible," said Harry, grimacing. "What happened after I got hit?" he asked Daphne, as she was the only one still there. "You should have seen Malfoy's face after you caught the snitch," she said, snickering. "But you were amazing, Harry. I saw Marcus Flint yelling at Malfoy too, something about having the snitch right above his head and not seeing it. He didn't seem happy," explained Daphne. Harry chucked. They spent a few hours talking to each other until Madame Pomfrey chased her out. Harry sighed when he realized that he was alone with nothing to distract him from the stabbing pains in his limp arm. Hours later, he woke up in the pitch darkness and could sense a presence right next to his face. He yelped at the close contact and fired a wandless banishing charm and immediately summoned his wand to his hand. "Lumos," he whispered, and a soft glow appeared at the tip of his wand. "Dobby," he said, looking at the elf that was getting up from where he had fallen on the floor. Dobby looked at Harry with teary eyes. "Hadrian Potter came back to school," he said miserably. Dobby warned Hadrian Potter not to come to school. "You should have stayed at home when you couldn't get onto the platform, sir," said the elf. Harry snorted despite himself. It takes more than simply blocking the flow to stop me, Dobby. But thank you. Because of that attempt, I had the wards around the castle modified so that no one else can do that again, he said. Hadrian Potter must go home, said the elf, not listening to a word Harry had said. Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make. Ah, said Harry, cutting him off. I should have known that it was you. What is it with me and bludgers anyway? He said, shaking his head. Please sir, go home. Dark deeds are planned at Hogwarts this year. Hadrian Potter is in terrible danger now that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more, said Dobby. The elf's eyes went wide and disappeared with a crack. Harry looked into the distance and his eyes went wide. The chamber had been opened before. Voldemort had probably opened the chamber when he was at school. But there was no way that Voldemort could actually be inside Hogwarts attacking the students, could he? If the man had indeed returned, the first thing he would have done was murder Harry, the cause for his disembodiment. That was how he had gotten the flash of a large chamber with snakes on that Halloween night. Voldemort had been to the chamber long ago, so he knew what creature lived there. But if it was Voldemort, what did Lucius Malfoy have to do with this at all? Harry felt like pulling his hair out trying to figure out what was going on when he heard footsteps. He quickly flicked his wand, extinguishing the light, and went back to bed. Dumbledore barged into the infirmary levitating what looked like a statue with McGonagall in tow. The two, along with Madame Pomfrey, were discussing the attack on Colin Creevey in hushed tones. When the old man tried to open the camera, Harry could immediately smell the burnt plastic. Melted, whispered Madame Pomfrey. What does this mean, Albus? Asked McGonagall, in a shaky voice. It means it is what I had feared, said Dumbledore gravely. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again. But Albus, surely, who? Asked McGonagall. The question is not who, said Dumbledore, looking directly at Harry's sleeping form. The question is how. Harry fumed at Dumbledore pinning the blame on him again. He knew McGonagall was useless, she blindly followed Dumbledore like a lost puppy. There would be no use expecting her support. He also realized that Dumbledore also had figured out that it was Voldemort who was behind this and like him didn't know how it was possible. The Hogwarts student body was in utter chaos for the next few weeks. News of Colin Creevey's petrification spread through the school like wildfire. The student body had decided to give Harry wide berths whenever he walked in the corridors. There was a rumor that Dumbledore himself suspected that Harry was behind the attacks. And no one could question the headmaster. After all, he was Albus Dumbledore. Harry wondered how convenient it was that the entire school had forgotten about Dumbledore's debacle a year ago. What Harry found more annoying than the scared looks he got from the rest of the school was one Hermione Granger. The rest of the Muggleborns of the school had decided to stay the hell away from him. Harry didn't care about that, he spent most of his time with Daphne anyway. But there was no deterring one Hermione Granger. She and Ron Weasley kept following him around everywhere and it was starting to get annoying. He evaded them every time, of course, but it was the principle of the thing. Nothing, there's absolutely no information about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets in the library, said Daphne, roughly throwing herself on the plush couch in the room of requirement. Harry had told her about Dobby's visit and about his suspicion that Voldemort might have opened the chamber when he was in school. Damn, said Harry. He too had not been able to find any information. It was so bloody frustrating. Oh well, keep trying. I have to go to Lockhart's office for another detention. Really, how much mail does the man get? It's ridiculous, he said in an exasperated voice. Daphne laughed. You underestimate the desperation of old housewives, Harry. You became the icon for the younger generation with those Harry Potter books and toys and other merchandise. Lockhart is the superhero for all those old women who don't have much fun in their lives anymore. Can you blame them? She asked. I suppose not, said Harry. I wish I could get rid of all those boy who lived merchandise, but I can't. Dumbledore gave them permission when he was my magical guardian and I get a big share of the profits of the sales. There is no room for me to complain and so I can't take them down. Oh well, I can't win all battles. And in this Chamber of Secrets fiasco, there's no way to prove that I didn't attack them either. I don't want to risk my life by swearing a magical oath, and I don't want to risk Veritaserum questioning either. Daphne got her and gave him a hug and key, on the cheek. Don't worry, we'll find out who is behind these attacks. We are in this together, she said, holding his hand in hers. Harry smiled into her hair. He kissed at her forehead and left for the defense classroom. When he entered the room, he found Cedric Diggory there as well. Mr. Diggory, what are you doing here? Asked Harry. From past experience, he knew he was the only one who had detention with Lockhart. Lockhart gave me a detention for refusing to play the werewolf in his play during class, said Cedric irritably. Harry snorted. Leave it to the peacock to not teach the older students as well. Well, he's going to make you write letters to his fans for several hours. Trust me, writing that and listening to his monologue describing his various achievements is dreadful. Come on, might as well get it over with, he said. They crossed the classroom, knocked on Lockhart's office door and entered. There was no one there. Harry felt a presence behind him and he had just turned to look when Lockhart hit both boys with a stunner and they knew no more. Harry got up with a groan. The first thing he sensed was that he couldn't move his arms and legs. His pulse quickened when he tried to recall what had happened. Then the memory flashed into his mind. He and Cedric Diggory were hit by a stunning spell by Lockhart. He mentally cursed himself for underestimating the useless defense professor and letting his guard down. He had been thinking the man was useless and not capable of magic and that had resulted in this situation. Harry realized with a jolt that he had become overconfident in his abilities. He knew that he was exceptional, and that thought coupled with his talent and raw power had gone to his head, leaving him in this mess. He would have to fix that. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the situation in shock. He and Cedric were lying on a large bed, in what he guessed to be Lockhart's quarters. What was terrifying was that both boys were stark BPD. Harry started hyperventilating. Uncle Vernon had tried this once when he was 6 years old, but a strong burst of accidental magic had ensured that his uncle would not do anything like that again. That incident was what had made Uncle Vernon place red-hot iron rods on his back and butt and later hit him with it. That was probably the most painful experience of his life. It had taken him nearly a month to recover, even with magic. He hated the fact that nobody in primary school had even bothered to find out why he was constantly in pain at that time. It did nothing but increase his hate of muggles. But he had never understood why his uncle had undressed him and touched him in that way, until a year ago. When Sirius had explained him about Say, Harry had been thoroughly embarrassed. He could not look at Daphne in the eyes for 3 days, something which had baffled Girl at the time. It was only after deactivating the mirror after the conversation that Harry understood. That his uncle Vernon had planned to beat him when he was 6 years old, and it was only due to accidental magic that he was able to get away, even though he wasn't able to avoid the onslaught later. Remembering that memory still made Harry shudder and hyperventilate. He looked around and saw that Cedric was still unconscious and Lockhart was nowhere in sight. He had to get himself under control, he couldn't escape if he panicked. He breathed deeply, concentrated on shutting his emotions away under his advanced occlumency shields. He tried to get out of the body blind but to no avail. He found that he couldn't speak out loud, so calling a house elf was out of the question. While Harry was struggling to get free, Cedric stirred. Cedric opened his eyes to look at the BPD, struggling form of Harry Potter in front of him. He looked down and noticed that he himself did not have any clothes on and panicked. He looked around and realized that they were in Lockhart's quarters. What the hell was that man planning to do to them? Just then, the door opened and a grinning Gilderoy Lockhart entered the room. He waved his wand and the 2 BPD boys sat up straight at the end of the bed. He could see the anger in Harry's eyes and fear in Cedric's. Well, what do we have here? Hadrian Potter and Cedric Diggory, considered as the 2 most handsome boys in the school by popular vote. I must say I agree, such beautiful boys, he said, coming closer to them. Oh, there's no point in struggling, Harry. You won't be able to get out of the several binds I've placed on you. Ah, what a body you have, Harry. You are simply delicious, exotic, he whispered, running his hands over Harry's toned and stomach. If you are this delicious when you're just 12 years old, I would love to know how you would be when you're older. You definitely are unnaturally good looking. Harry's eyes went wide when Lockhart's hands roamed down and touched his pen, stroking it. Oh, aren't you well developed for your age? How exquisite, he whispered. Harry started struggling harder, but it was no use. After a minute playing with Harry's pen, he went over to Cedric to do the same. Harry relaxed a bit and closed his eyes. He had to escape, quickly. Otherwise, he and Cedric were in trouble indeed. He concentrated on his magic and infused this body with it. This method was slow, but he hoped it would work. Harry's hair slowly started to turn white, his entire body slowly glowed white as well. He breathed deeply as he opened his eyes and started to push. He looked at Lockhart, who was busy fingering Cedric's ass. Before he could do anything more, Lockhart was back in front of Harry. "Oh Harry, you really are a well-rounded package, aren't you?" he said, as he started running his fingers around Harry's hole. "I was in a dilemma whether to start with boys or girls, but decided on the former. I've already decided on the best prize for both. In case of boys, it's you, Harry. In case of girls, well, for a young girl, Miss Daphne Greengrass seems to be very beautiful. She's my next trophy, just like you're now mine," he said as he started to finger Harry's ass. That was the trigger. Harry had always wanted a family. It was a symbol of people who cared about him. His elves, Aquila and Daphne, fit that description. And now, Lockhart was threatening his family. His hair fully turned white, his entire body started glowing, and with a scream, he broke free of the several bindings Lockhart had placed on him. With one powerful kick, he sent Lockhart flying to the wall. Harry was already well trained in martial arts, but when those punches and kicks were infused with magic, they were. He stood up and Lockhart could see Harry's green eyes were glowing, the color of the Avada Kedavra curse, he thought. Harry's body was glowing with white light and bolts of lightning surrounded his body. He could also hear claps of thunder as heavy rain suddenly pelted against the windows of the room. When Harry slowly approached him, Lockhart couldn't help but think that Harry looked like the ancient Greek wizard King Zeus. Lockhart pointed his wand at Harry, but the younger boy snarled and ran at the so-called professor. Harry sidestepped a curse and kicked the man in the groin and threw the man's wand to the other side of the room. He bent down and started punching and kicking Lockhart within every inch of his life. He was incredibly protective of Daphne, and he was not going to spare Lockhart, who wanted to rape his future wife. "How dare you!" shouted Harry, as the storm outside grew fiercer. "How dare you assault us! I have to say I underestimated you, but no longer. If you had touched one hair on Daphne's head, I would have literally chopped you into tiny pieces and fed you to dragons." After several minutes, he stopped his assault and looked at the frail and broken form of Gilderoy Lockhart. The man was unconscious because of all the pain Harry had inflicted, but very much alive. Harry hadn't done anything that would harm his life. He needed Lockhart alive to receive a trail. Harry flicked his finger involuntarily, and to his surprise, his wand came to his hand. It looked like Lockhart did not check for wand holsters. His wand holsters were made of dragon hide and lined with demiguise hair, to become invisible at will. He bound the man with ropes and for a good measure hit him with a body blind curse as well. Harry turned around to look at Cedric, still bound, looking at him with wide eyes. Harry flicked his wand at Cedric and the bindings around the other boy disappeared, and the older boy immediately fell to the floor. Clearly he had been struggling to get out of the binds himself. Harry extended his hand to help the boy up, and he took it. "I can't believe he would do something like this," said Cedric, still shaking due to the horrible experience. "Me too," replied Harry. "I always thought he was an idiot, who only cared about gold and selling his books, but I never pegged him to be a pedophile." Cedric took one look at their BPD-ness and walked to the other side of the room where he saw their clothes. He took them and passed the other set to the younger boy, who muttered his thanks, and they dressed in silence. "We need to call the teachers," said Cedric as he picked up his wand. "Agreed. As much I would like to keep this quiet, we can't. We don't know how many other people he has molested. We'll need to make this public. Is that okay with you?" asked Harry. Cedric nodded morosely. Harry sighed, and raised his wand to his throat. "Sonorous. Staff of Hogwarts, this is Hadrian Potter. Please come to the defense classroom immediately. Repeat, teachers please report to the defense classroom immediately." "Quietus," he said. Harry and Cedric waited for a few minutes, and suddenly the teachers barged into the room. "What happened here? What did you do, Mr. Potter?" asked McGonagall. Harry narrowed his eyes at the older woman. He had noticed that she had become colder to him lately, no doubt influenced by Dumbledore. Professor Lockhart just assaulted and attempted to beat us both. Please call the DMLE immediately," said Harry. "Mr. Potter, that is a wild accusation. I don't think," began McGonagall, but was cut off by Professor Flitwick. Expecto Patronum, said the half-goblin. A silvery owl shot out of his wand and he said to the spectre, Madam Bones, we have 2 students who have claimed to have been assaulted by a Hogwarts teacher. Kindly come to the defense classroom in the castle immediately along with Mr. Amos Diggory and Lord Sirius Black. Professor Flitwick rounded on McGonagall and said in an angry tone, we have protocol when it comes to assault at Hogwarts, whether it is an accusation or not. Have you forgotten that, Professor McGonagall? Would you have behaved the same if one of your lions were the victims instead? If this is indeed true, I will not allow one of my Ravenclaws to suffer while the accused goes scot-free, and I'm sure that Professor Sprout agrees. Professor Sprout nodded and turned to Cedric and asked, Mr. Diggory, is what Mr. Potter says true? Yes, Professor, replied Cedric. We both came to the defense classroom because we had detention with Professor Lockhart. When we entered the classroom, we were stunned from behind. I woke up later to find both Harry and I BPD, and then Lockhart came and assaulted us. Before he could, beep us, Harry broke free of his bindings was attacked him. He then released me. We got dressed and called for you, he explained. McGonagall paled and looked at Harry. What she found was the boy staring back at her, with a blank expression on his face but with narrowed eyes. Before anyone could say anything more, Albus Dumbledore burst into the room. What's going on here, Mr. Potter? He asked in an authoritarian voice. I would like to know that as well, said a voice at the door. Everyone turned around to find a pink-faced Amelia Bones and Sirius Black standing at the doorway, along with 2 Aurors. Clearly, they had come running from the apparition point to the classroom. Amelia, Sirius, may I know what you're doing here at this late hour? Asked Dumbledore. He didn't know what was going on, but there was no way in hell was he going to let the DMLE take control of the situation. He was the headmaster of the school. I believe we can answer that, headmaster, said Harry quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. Amelia discreetly took out a dictaquill and nodded to Harry that she was ready. Harry looked at her and gave a slight nod and began. Just before he was about to begin, Amos Diggory came in as well, puffing. After introductions were made, Harry and Cedric began their story. They explained about the detention, how they were stunned in the back by Lockhart, how they found themselves bound and BPD on his bed, how he touched them inappropriately and how he mentioned that he had Daphne Greengrass as one of his future targets, how Harry lost control, broke free of the bindings and attacked Lockhart and them calling the teachers. Most of them in the room looked like they were going to be sick. Amelia pocketed her notes and moved to the broken form of Gilderoy Lockhart. She pointed her wand at him and said, Renovate. Lockhart slowly got up and winced because of the pain. Mr. Lockhart, you have been accused of assault of 2 underage wizards and attempted beep. How do you plead? She asked. What? I didn't do anything like that, said Lockhart in a shaky voice. It was Filch. He was trying to harm them and I came to save the boys. But Potter attacked me. You have to arrest him. He shouted desperately. You attacked a teacher? Asked Dumbledore and McGonagall at the same time. Mr. Potter, attacking a teacher is a serious offense. That means, said Dumbledore but was interrupted. Nothing, said Sirius, putting his arm around his godson. The boy was assaulted and was almost BPD, and his attack on the bastard was clearly self-defense, he said with narrowed eyes. Langau, and, said McGonagall but was again interrupted when Sirius said in a menacing voice, my godson and heir was almost BPD by this pedophile that you and Dumbledore hired, and you ask me to mind my language. May I know what your priorities are, Professor McGonagall? He asked angrily. Mr. Lockhart, is this your wand? Asked Amelia. While the rest were arguing, she was gathering evidence. Yes, said Lockhart. Priori incantatem, she said immediately, pointing her wand at the top of Lockhart's. When she performed it repeatedly, she saw binding charms, a stunner and obliviation charm as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, you are under a test under the authority of the Director of Magical Law Enforcement of the British Ministry of Magic. You will be taken to a holding cell and will receive a trail in front of the Wizengamot. You are allowed to contact your lawyer if you have one, otherwise, you may defend yourself or request for one. Cuff him, she said, and the 2 Aurors cuffed him with magic suppression shackles. I think it would be advisable for both Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter to go home tonight and stay there until the trial. They have undergone a horrible experience tonight and I feel that being with their family would be better than staying at school and answering questions they might not want to answer yet, said Professor Sprout. I agree. Mr. Potter, as your head of house, I give you permission to go home until the trial, said Flitwick. Before you do, I would like to see the memory of the incident, said Dumbledore. I don't think so, said Harry. I have no intention of having my BPD body displayed to others, nor do I want it displayed on the front page of the Daily Prophet, and I think Cedric would agree with me. The other boy nodded. I do, said Cedric. Dumbledore's eye twitched, but before he could say anything, Amos Diggory took his son out of the room. Sirius followed him, his arm still around his godson. Amelia gave the Aurors instructions to place Lockhart in a holding cell and they all left. The group made their way to the apparition point at the entrance of the school. The Diggorys and Aurors disapparated while Sirius, Amelia and Harry took a portkey to Black Manor. Harry landed on his feet and immediately sat on the couch in the drawing room. His face was pale as the full ramifications of what had transpired sunk in. Sirius and Amelia looked at each other with worried looks on their faces. Harry? Asked Amelia softly. Harry looked at them both and saw they had worried expressions on their faces. I'm fine, he said, reassuring them. You know, I've been verbally, physically and emotionally abused. But after the talk with Sirius last year, I was glad I wasn't abused as well, even though Uncle Vernon was close to doing that once too, he explained. I just don't know how to react anymore. What do I do? Do I sit and cry? Do I throw a fit and destroy everything I see to control my anger? I really have no idea. You know what? This is actually my fault. No, it really is, said Harry when Sirius opened his mouth to object. I sensed Lockhart was behind me. I turned to look at him and that was when he hit us with a stunner. The reason I blame myself is because I underestimated him, which always leads to one's downfall. And what else happened is that I became too sure of myself, I became overconfident. Forgive me for my lack of modesty, but if not for my own skill, Cedric and I would have been BPD and obliviated. My arrogance was the cause of my downfall. But never again, he said, his eyes glowing an intense green. Never again, he whispered to himself again. The next morning, Hogwarts was in shock. Professors Flitwick and Sprout had explained the absence of Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory to their students. Daphne's eyes were bloodshot and her hands were shaking due to anger. How much more did Harry have to suffer? Wasn't what happened during his childhood enough? The rest of the student body was stunned by the fact that a professor had attempted to beat two of their fellow students and had plotted to do the same to others in the future. The Chamber of Secrets incident was forgotten until that night, when one of the teachers found Justin Finch Fletchley and nearly headless Nick both petrified. It was only then that people realized that Harry couldn't be the heir of Slytherin because he wasn't in the castle when Justin was attacked. But it didn't stop them from trying to speculate as to who it could be. Harry woke up the next morning and panicked when he immediately didn't realize where he was, until he took a look at the Black family crest on the wall and relaxed. He was in Black Manor, safe. He blinked his eyes as remembered what had happened the previous night. Harry chuckled sadly when he realized that other children would have probably been scarred for life because of last night's incident, but he believed it didn't affect him much because he had undergone much worse at the Dursleys when he lived with them. But he was sure that would not have been the case had Lockhart actually beaten him. He finished his morning chores, put on the clothes Toby had left him and left the room. When he entered the informal dining room, he saw Sirius and Amelia finishing breakfast and having tea. He knew that Amelia had moved in with Sirius about a month ago, so he wasn't too surprised to find her there. Good morning, he said as he entered. Sirius and Amelia looked up and wishing him a good morning as well. Once Harry was served breakfast, Sirius hesitantly asked, "How are you feeling, Harry?" "I'm fine, I really am," replied Harry. "I know you feel like I might be traumatized, but I'm not, at least not so much that requires concern. And thank you for coming to my aid last night. I really appreciate it," he said sincerely. "Harry, that's what families do," said Amelia, tearing her eyes from the newspaper in front of her. "We help each other. I may not have been able to take care of you during your childhood, but there is no way we're shrinking responsibilities now. Trust me when I say I looked for you. But I was blocked at every turn when I tried to gain guardianship of you, and all files pertaining to you at the ministry were sealed under the office of the chief warlock. Any and all routes I could take were blocked. Besides, who would listen to a senior Auror instead of Albus Dumbledore? By the time I was made the head of the DMLE, it was too late, she grumbled. You both consider me family," whispered Harry. He couldn't control his emotions much when that word was mentioned. "Thank you, Aunt Amy, Sirius," he said with thick emotion in his voice. Both of them smiled at him and got up to give him a tender hug. "Don't worry, Harry. Just relax for today. There will be an emergency session of the Wizengamot tomorrow, a full session, as this is a serious matter, pertaining to a national hero," explained Amelia. "I'm pretty sure we'll get approval to use Vertiserum, and don't worry about pensive memories. I'll ensure that it never happens," she said, at Harry on the forehead, and left for the ministry. Harry wiped a few tears from his eyes and looked at his godfather. "How about we develop plans to prank Dumbledore and McGonagall?" he asked, grinning a bit. Sirius's eyes lit up. This was going to be fun. The Wizengamot functioned as both the legislative and judicial bodies of the British magical government. Half the seats were comprised of most ancient and noble houses like Potter, Longbottom, Greengrass and Black, ancient and noble houses like Bones, Smith, Knott, Macmillan and Lestrange, and finally noble houses like Malfoy, Davis, and Selwyn. Although the Malfoys were only a noble house, they tended to throw their weight around by bribing others to get their work done. They were a family not of British origin and had migrated to the place after being booted out of France. It was widely speculated that Lucius Malfoy's father had bribed several members of the Wizengamot and the ministry to get their family ennobled. But they weren't an ancient house, something which rattled Lucius and Draco Malfoy. 10 to 15% of the Wizengamot was reserved for the ministry's department heads and heads of major sub-departments as well, along with the holders of orders of Merlin and elderly, wise people from around the country like Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden, along with youth representatives. The rest of the 35 to 40% was filled by members who were directly elected by the people of magical Britain. Those who wanted to contest for a seat had to file an application with the chief warlock of the Wizengamot and stand for election. The people would then vote for their candidate, and the elected members would hold their seats for a period of 7 years, the same tenure as the Minister of Magic and Chief Warlock. The Minister of Magic was also voted in by the people. Any adult who was a citizen of magical Britain meeting the required standards could contest in the election, but the candidate needed a majority vote in the Wizengamot to be able to be sworn in as minister, along with the majority of votes cast by the people. The chief warlock, on the other hand, was chosen only by the members of the Wizengamot. Both positions were the highest positions a witch or wizard could hold in the British magical world. The Minister of Magic was the face of the country, having executive powers, while the chief warlock acted as the speaker in case of legislative sessions and wielded judicial powers in case of trials. But the latter did not have absolute control over the judgments he delivers, as the Wizengamot may choose an alternative punishment should the majority decide that they did not agree with the decision of the chief warlock. The minister represented the people and government, while the chief warlock represented the Wizengamot. It was early during Dumbledore's third term as chief warlock was he impeached from office. Therefore, the government was a perfect blend of the old families, the intelligent and powerful, and the democratically elected people. This form of governance was more or less similar all over the magical world in other countries as well. It was 10 a.m. when the members of the body assembled into the Wizengamot chamber. Unlike a regular session, an emergency session did not specify the agenda for the day, as it usually was called for high-profile criminal cases, which were passed on to the Wizengamot instead of dealing with it at the Council of Magical Law, where the usual trials took place. Legislative matters were usually carried out during the regular sessions. Harry was wearing well-designed robes for the occasion, as he stood next to Cedric Diggory, who mutely nodded to him. Harry watched as Albus Dumbledore took his seat along with the other members, with a grim smile on his face. The old man had not been able to retake his position of chief warlock. Instead, Dowager Lady Acton was elected to the post. She was from the Grey faction and had a strict no-nonsense expression on her face. She called the Wizengamot in session. "Madam Bones," she boomed. "What is the agenda for this session?" We have a man who has been accused of harassment and attempted rape of 2 minor boys, both students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she Amelia. The chamber was deathly still as rape was an extremely serious offense in the magical world, especially if the victims were minors. Who is the accused and who are the victims, Madam Bones? Asked Lady Acton. Amelia cleared her throat and in a firm voice said, the accused is Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, the present defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, and the victims are 2 boys, Cedric Diggory, 15 and Lord Hadrian Potter, 12. The people were outraged. To think someone had the gall to beat their national hero was something they couldn't imagine. Bring them in, said the chief witch. Gilderoy Lockhart was brought in by 2 Aurors and made to sit on the chair. Chains immediately sprang up around his wrists, holding him in place. Behind him, Cedric Diggory and Hadrian Potter entered the chamber and took their seats at the designated place for the plaintiff. Gilderoy Lockhart, you have been brought before the Wizengamot as you have been accused of assault of 2 minor boys, along with attempted rape of Cedric Diggory and Lord Hadrian Potter. How do you plead? Asked Chief Witch Acton. Not guilty of all charges, I tell you. I was trying to save them. You must help me, shouted Lockhart. He looked ragged, and Harry knew that was because he was roughed up to get rid of his occlumency shields, even though the man's shields were rudimentary. So noted, said the chief witch. Madam Bones, proceed with your case. Amelia spent the next 10 minutes explaining to the members what had happened Saturday night. She showed them the memory of her interrogating Cedric and Harry after the incident. She again performed the reverse spell effect on Lockhart's wand to prove that he had indeed used those spells last, which were described by the boys. I would like approval of this august body to grant the DMLE the right to use Veritserum on the accused. We still have no idea if he has molested any victims prior to his attack of Mr. Diggory and Lord Potter, said Amelia. Just as the chief witch was about to speak, she was interrupted by someone saying, hem hem. Amelia mentally groaned when she heard that sound. She really hated Dolores Umbridge, the newly appointed senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic. She was a and a nasty piece of work, not to mention a personal friend of Lucius Malfoy. The chair recognizes Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, said the chief witch, with a bit of distaste. Clearly, she didn't like the woman either. Harry looked at Umbridge, and he had to control himself from laughing at the sight before him. Umbridge was a very short, plump woman, whose face resembled a toad. In fact, Harry was sure that she was going to croak any moment. Hem hem. Thank you Chief Witch Acton, said Umbridge in a fake surgery sweet voice. Her eyes landed on Harry, and Harry saw that she had an evil glint in her eyes. Whatever she was going to say, he was sure he wasn't going to like it. I was wondering if the Wizengamot could view Mr. Potter's memory of the event. If he is not lying, I'm sure he would have no objection to do so, don't you agree? She asked and gave a girlish giggle at the end. Harry's eyes flashed an intense green. Before anyone could say anything, Sirius stood up and said, "Objection, Chief Witch." The chair recognizes Lord Sirius Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Black and Regent of the most ancient and noble House of Potter, said Lady Acton. Thank you, Chief Witch. I would like to object to Madame Umbridge's proposal because it is unethical. This is because the memory in question shows both Mr. Diggory and Lord Potter being assaulted, and that being the case, both of them were forced to be completely undressed. I will not have my godson's BPD body be displayed to the public nor will I have it on the front page of the Daily Prophet, and I'm sure Mr. Diggory and rest of the members of this august body approve as well, he said firmly. Hem hem. Are you suggesting that the boy in question may be lying? Mr. Lockhart is a very famous author. Accusing him without presenting the main source of evidence is rather convenient, is it not? Especially considering how much publicity Mr. Potter would get just to bring the man here, said Umbridge smiling sweetly at Harry. I would advise you to refer to Lord Potter by his official title, Madam Umbridge, said the Chief Witch. He may not sit on the Wizengamot yet, but he is still a member. You will show the respect a member of this body deserves, she said severely. Chief Witch, if I may, said Augusta Longbottom. Harry saw Lady Acton's mouth twitch into a small smirk, but she replaced it very quickly, others not noticing it. Harry understood the reason why. Augusta Longbottom was a fierce witch, known for her forceful speeches in the Wizengamot, and was a power to be reckoned with, much like Charles Potter had been when he was alive. Neville had told him that she was overbearing and a hard ass, but was fiercely protective of her family. She had cursed her brother into next week and back and cut off all contact with him for 2 years when the man had dropped Neville from the 3rd floor of the manor. But Neville had confided in Harry that his grandmother had changed her attitude once she saw that her grandson was indeed talented in magic after gaining a new wand. She had apologized to Neville and had even got him several exotic plants for his greenhouse for his birthday. The chair recognizes Dowager Augusta Longbottom, Lady of the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom, said the chief witch. We are here to preside over the trial of Gilderoy Lockhart because he has been accused of assault and being a pedophile, said Lady Longbottom. And if we are to understand Dolores Umbridge's words correctly, she is being the same and making us pedophiles as well by making this body watch the memory of a man assault 2 BPD boys. Is that what you cared to imply, Madam Umbridge? She asked in a lofty voice. How dare you? Said Umbridge, her face turning red. I only want to view, she said, but was cut off by Sirius. If you are so hell-bent on watching that memory, Madam Umbridge, then I'll be happy to oblige by giving you the memory as well, declaring a blood feud on you and your family, said Sirius in a calm voice. He knew there was nothing more to be said. The reputation of his family would see to that. Are you willing to accept a blood feud declared by House Black against you, Madam Umbridge? People started murmuring and noise grew in the chamber. Umbridge went white as a sheet when she heard Sirius's statement. Blood feud was very serious business indeed, and hadn't been witnessed for almost 200 years. It showed the Wizengamot just how far Sirius was willing to go to protect his godson. Harry was touched, and his eyes got a bit misty, but he reinforced his mental shields and the emotionless mask was back in place. Order, said the chief witch as she banged her gravel on the desk. The hall quietened down. That won't be necessary, Lord Black. The proposal to view the victim's memory is denied. All those in favor of questioning the accused under veritaserum? She asked. The majority of the members lit their wands and the motion passed. Amelia nodded to an unspeakable station there and the woman came forward and administered 3 drops of the serum down the man's throat. What is your name? Asked Amelia. Gilderoy Lockhart, he answered in a monotone. In which house were you sorted into when you were at Hogwarts? Ravenclaw, he replied. Amelia looked at the chief witch, who nodded. Describe the events that took place on Saturday night involving Cedric Diggory and Hadrian Potter. Both boys had detention with me, said Lockhart. When they entered, I was standing behind the door. Potter sensed me and turned back, but I quickly stunned them both. I locked the door and levitated them to my bedroom. I removed all their clothes and bound them with several binding spells. After 15 minutes I entered the room to find both boys awake and struggling. I made them sit up and I began touching Harry Potter. I felt the boy was unusually beautiful and I wanted him as a prize. Cedric Diggory was older and could pleasure me, but Harry Potter was my trophy, he said, much to the disgust of the Wizengamot. I stroked his pen for a minute and went and did the same to Diggory. I was playing around with Diggory's ass for a few minutes when I saw Potter struggling to get free. I wasn't worried since those charms were strong. So I went over to Potter and started fingering his ass. That's when to my surprise Potter broke free of the bindings. I was too shocked to react and he kicked me. I landed on the other side of the room. It was then I realized I had to neutralize him. Potter was clearly very powerful for his age. I threw curses at him, but he dodged them all. He looked very angry as he charged at me and beat me up. His punches and kicks were very painful, and I blanked out, he said in a bland voice, but wincing at the same time. Many members had their mouth open in shock. Such incidents were unheard of in the magical world. Amelia cleared her throat and asked, "Who were your other targets?" "Daphne Greengrass," he said, but was interrupted when a voice roared, "What?" Everyone turned to look at the furious face of Lord Cyrus Greengrass. "What do you mean Daphne was your target?" he roared at the man. "She too is exceptionally beautiful for her age," replied Lockhart in the same voice. "She was my prize when it came to girls, just like Potter was my prize in case of boys, and I was planning on calling her to my office next after doing Potter." It was after mentioning Greengrass that Potter lost control and broke free of the bindings. He said that if I had touched one hair on her head, he would have cut me into pieces and fed me to dragons. Cyrus snorted and smirked at Harry. Harry looked at his future father-in-law and smirked slightly as well and nodded to him. Harry didn't realize that he had just won some serious brownie points with his in-laws. "Was it your intention to beat both boys?" asked Amelia. "Yes," replied Lockhart amid outrage around him. "Have you touched any other student in an inappropriate way?" Lockhart gave the names of a few students who he had fondled, but nothing too serious. He had obliviated each of them so that they remembered nothing later. "Chief which, if I may?" asked Harry, standing up. People looked at him with surprise, as a minor did not participate in the proceedings. The heirs of noble families were brought to the sessions to teach them of the working of the Wizengamot, but they very rarely spoke out. "The chair recognizes Lord Hadrian Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter," said the chief warlock. "May I ask the accused an important question, which deviates from this case? I assure you it might be quite enlightening and may uncover further crimes which have been masked," asked Harry. The chief witch frowned but nodded. "Madam Bones, please ask the accused if what he has written in his books are true and if he really did achieve all those feats of magic," said Harry. Hem. "Objection, this question is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with this case," said Umbridge. "Objection overruled. He already said it deviates from the case." "Proceed, Madam Bones," said Lady Acton irritably. "Mr. Lockhart, are the books written by you factual? Did you actually do all the different feats mentioned in the book?" asked Amelia. She had to admit she was curious herself. "No," came the reply. "Elaborate," snapped Chief Witch Acton. "I found people who had achieved all those great deeds. I interrogated them, later obliviated them and presented them as my work," he said. "Give us the names of all your obliviated victims," she snapped again. People were stunned as the list was quite long. Harry watched a press reporter write down furiously, even though a dictaquill was writing the whole thing down. He was grateful that Rita Skeeter had not come to the session. "I order the DMLE to contact all the victims and do their best to restore their memories. Gilderoy Lockhart, you have been found guilty of all your crimes. I would like the members to suggest a suitable punishment," said the chief witch. "Give him the Dementor's key," snarled Cyrus Greengrass. "Now, Chief Witch," said Dumbledore. The man had been quite all this time, and it looked like he could not stay quite anymore. "I agree that his crimes are numerous, but isn't death too harsh a punishment? I suggest a few years in Azkaban will make the man regret his actions. He should be allowed to grieve, and after that, I'm sure he'll turn out to be an honorable man. We should learn to forgive and give him a second chance," he said. Normally, this speech would have worked wonders and Lockhart would have been placed in a low-security cell for a year because of Dumbledore. But the old warlock had overestimated his popularity after the debacle of last year. His words caused uproar within the chamber. "How dare you?" shouted one. "He tried to beat our children and you expect us to forgive him?" shouted another woman. "You're the one who hired him, Dumbledore, you're responsible as well," shouted someone else. "Order! Order!" shouted Lady Acton. Finally, she let out a cannon blast from her wand and the hall quieted down. "While I agree that Dementor's key is extreme, there is no way this man is going scot-free. All those who are in favor of confining the man for life in Azkaban?" she asked. Almost all the members lit their wands. "So convicted. Gilderoy Lockhart, you are hereby sentenced to life in a maximum security cell in Azkaban. Take him away," she said. Harry and Cedric looked at each other and smiled grimly. They were quite happy with the conviction. Harry looked at Dumbledore, whose eyes were blazing with fury. He would have to tread carefully for the next few months. There was no telling what the old headmaster would do. Harry and Cedric came back to Hogwarts that evening amid whispers around them. Harry didn't care to go into the Great Hall, so was on his way to the Room of Requirement when he heard someone call out, "Harry." The next thing he knew, he was engulfed in a tight hug. He stiffened as usual, but he could smell Daphne's perfume so he wasn't worried. He hugged her tight and could feel the tension melt away. Daphne rubbed soothing circles on his back and asked, "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," he whispered, still holding her to his. Daphne pulled away slightly, cupped his face and said, "You always say that. Harry, I'm worried about you. While incidents like this aren't common in the wizarding world, I've heard it's the opposite in case of muggles. I can't imagine what state I would be if the same thing had happened to me. Are you truly all right?" Her face was filled with worry. Harry smiled at her. I really am all right, Daphne, I promise. I broke free of the bindings before Lockhart could go any further. In fact, what really got to me was when he mentioned that you were his next target, he said. Daphne's eyes went wide. I was his next target, she whispered. Harry nodded grimly. He took her hand in his and said, I would never have allowed that. I will always protect you, Daphne. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let anything happen to you. Daphne looked up and started into his eyes. Vivid green eyes met the deep blue orbs as they started at each other for several seconds. They moved closer, their faces almost touching each other. Daphne could feel Harry's breath on her face. Their lips were an inch apart. They closed their eyes, and just as their lips were about to meet, Harry! Shouted a voice. Harry and Daphne suddenly flung away from each other, their faces beet red with embarrassment. They heard footsteps and soon they were joined by Neville, Hannah, Susan and Tracy. Hey mate, we heard what happened. Are you alright? Asked Neville concerned. Harry reinforced his occlumency to control his emotions as he answered Neville. He couldn't believe he was that close to dotting Daphne. While he had dreamed about it, he didn't think he would actually do it. He looked at Daphne who was looking anywhere else but at him. He sighed when he realized that it was going to be a bit awkward around each other now. Why did Neville have to interrupt them? The next day the Daily Prophet arrived as usual. Harry smirked when he saw the headlines. Gilderoy Lockhart sentenced for life in Azkaban. Convicted of assaulting children and illegal obliviation. The article was pretty accurate as it described him and Cedric Diggory almost being beaten by the man, how he was brought in front of the entire Wizangama, how Dolores Umbridge had wanted to see the memory of the incident, of Sirius and Augusta objecting to its citing morals, how Sirius had finally threatened to declare a blood feud against Umbridge unless she desisted, how Lockhart was dosed with Veritaserum where he confessed to it all, how he wanted to beat the boys and claim Harry Potter as his prize, how Daphne Greengrass was his next target, how he had obliviated so many people and stolen their work and sold his books claiming the deeds were done by him, how Albus Dumbledore suggested a light punishment but was slapped down, and finally how the man was sentenced to life imprisonment. Neither Dolores Umbridge nor Albus Dumbledore came out shining after the article. Witches and wizards all over the country were spluttering and were stunned beyond belief. A few of Lockhart's greatest fans like Molly Weasley were still in denial, saying that it could not be true. But no one paid any attention to them as more than a few children had been harmed by the man, and they were screaming for his blood. Nearly headless Nick was petrified along with that Hufflepuff boy. Asked Harry disbelievingly. They were on their way back to London, sitting in the Hogwarts Express. Harry didn't have any time before now to ask his friends about the Chamber of Secrets attacks as people were asking him and Cedric what had happened. He had deflected most of the questions with some clever use of wandless compulsion charms, but the fourth-year Hufflepuff wasn't so lucky. Yeah, said Tracy. They were found by the teachers on Sunday night. People are terrified to even walk the hallways alone as they think they're the next ones to be attacked. Really, what could harm a ghost? Harry pondered the same question. He still hadn't figured out what was behind the attacks. But a ghost getting petrified was troubling. It meant the creature, whatever it was more dangerous than he thought. He had tried figuring out what creature it could be, but none of the creatures fit the description for the attacks. The only thing that came close was a basilisk, but he had scrapped that idea immediately. Basilisk stare causes death, not petrification. Besides, how could a 30-foot-long snake travel around the school without anyone seeing it? And while Salazar Slytherin might have hated Muggles, there was no way he would have kept something as incredibly dangerous and deadly as a basilisk in a school full of children. Even the thought of a giant snake in the bowels of the castle made Harry shudder. No, this creature was something different. What was it? But at least no one suspects you of being the heir of Slytherin anymore, said Susan. Harry nodded but was mentally wondering what Dumbledore's next move would be. He knew the aged headmaster would do everything in his power to ensure that Harry would be cornered this year. So far, it wasn't anything bad. There were whispers, a few scared faces, but that was it. But he was worried what would happen in the next semester. Once they reached King's Cross Station, Harry and his friends climbed out of the train and began searching for their families. This time, Sirius had insisted on coming to pick Harry up at the station, overruling Harry who claimed that he didn't want to be a burden. Harry found Sirius talking to Susan's parents. He said goodbye to his friends and portkeyed to Black Manor for the Yule holidays. A few days later, Harry went to Greengrass Manor to meet Daphne. He had promised her that he would come clean with all his secrets during the holidays, and he intended to keep his word. He wasn't worried about someone reading her mind, as he had extensively trained Daphne in occlumency for the past year. She still had to improve, but that would come with experience over the years. But he could confide in her without any fear. Cyrus Greengrass was leery of letting his daughter go to Harry's house alone, but Harry promised him that they wouldn't do anything inappropriate. The man was only convinced after Harry proposed to swear a magical oath that he wouldn't do anything to hurt her, but thankfully Cyrus had told Harry that it wasn't necessary. Cleary, the older man, had not yet forgotten Lockhart saying that his daughter was supposed to be his next target, so was quite fidgety. The fireplace at Potter Castle burst into emerald flames as two people stepped out. Harry flicked his fingers and the soot on both of them disappeared. "Welcome to Potter Castle, welcome home," he said, smiling at her. Daphne took in the red and silver colors of the walls and the large Potter crest too. "Looks a bit Gryffindorish, don't you agree? Remove the silver and replace it with gold and it would be perfect," she said with a smile smirk. Harry burst out laughing but didn't voice out the irony of her statement. It was highly speculated among various people in Wizarding Britain that a daughter of the Gryffindor family had married into the Potter family. But what was unknown to anyone other than the members of the House of Potter was that Godric Gryffindor's only daughter, Geraldine Gryffindor, had married Alan Potter. Godric considered Alan his prodigy, having personally trained the young Potter heir in the field of battle magic. Harry didn't know the exact story, but he knew for a fact that Godric Gryffindor had spent his last days at Potter Castle. In fact, the founder's body was buried in the Potter family's graveyard as well. So it was quite funny when Daphne described the decorations as Gryffindorish, even though the family crest and colors were chosen long before the time of Godric. Harry gave her a tour of the large castle and described a bit about its history. After that, he took her to his study and gave her a small box. "What's this?" asked Daphne. "A gift, for Yule," replied Harry with a smile. Daphne opened the box and her eyes went wide when she saw what was inside. She took out a beautiful heart-shaped platinum locket, studded with multiple diamonds. It really was spectacular. "Open it," whispered Harry. Daphne opened the locket to find two pictures of her and Harry together. In one, both of them were blowing kisses at each other. It was really adorable. The other one showed both of them hugging each other, nuzzling the other's face adoringly. The picture really was amazing and spoke volumes. Harry took the chain and gently placed it around her neck. Daphne hugged him tightly, idly noticing that he didn't stiffen to her touch as much as he did before. "Thank you. I love it," she said. "You're welcome," he said, keying the top of her head. "By the way, what is it with you and diamonds anyway?" she asked teasingly. "First the ring, then the bracelet, and now the locket. I must be the luckiest girl in the world." Harry blushed, just as the portrait of Doria Potter burst out laughing. They turned to look at her when Harry's painted grandmother said, "You'll have to blame me for that, I'm afraid. I was very fond about diamonds when I was alive and it looked like it passed on to my grandson as well. He constantly wears a diamond chain designed for men around his neck, do you know that? And now it looks like it is his preferred gift to you as well. Well, I certainly don't have room to complain, Lady Potter. He really has an exceptional taste," said Daphne, touching the locket. "Mother would be so jealous. Father is horrible when it comes to buying jewelry. I should know, he bought me something that looked so terrible that Mother was horrified. So I'm actually very lucky," she said, grinning. "Before we start our discussion, I have something for you as well," said Daphne, interrupting Harry, who was about to open his mouth. She called for a house elf that brought her a rectangular package. She handed it to Harry and said, "Happy Yuletide, Harry." Harry slowly opened the package. It turned out to be a book, stitched in beautiful deep red leather, with the Potter crest embossed on the cover. He opened it and gasped. On the first page was a picture of his parents, holding him as a baby. Written below the photograph, was clearly in Daphne's neat handwriting, "James, Lily and Harry Potter, the 31st of July 1981. Potter Manor." He turned the pages and found more pictures of his parents. Many of them were of James and Lily growing up at Hogwarts, pictures which were taken when they had started dating, pictures of their wedding, pictures of baby Harry, pictures of Harry riding on Padfoot and Prongs, Harry riding on a toy broomstick around the manor's grounds, and more. Harry couldn't see more as tears were blurring his vision. He turned to face Daphne, who said, "I got these pictures from your parents' friends. Lord Black was more than happy to provide them to me, but I'm pretty sure he was kicking himself for not thinking of the idea first. I didn't know where to find pictures of your mother until I remembered you telling me that Alice Longbottom is your godmother. So I asked Neville to look for any pictures he could find during the summer, and thankfully he found quite a few. As for your baby pictures, well, let's just say that your house elves really adore you, not to mention they wanted to get to know their future Lady Potter and see if I was up to their standards and worthy of being your wife. The good news is that I passed with flying colors. They now." She was cut off by Harry placing his lips on hers. Daphne was momentarily stunned by the key, but closed her eyes and put her arms around his neck. Their lips moved slowly against each other, and after few more seconds, they broke apart. Harry immediately hugged her tightly and cried silently into her neck. Daphne didn't know how to deal with an emotional Harry, but she gently stroked his hair and hugged him back. After a minute, Harry breathed deeply and got his emotions under control. "Thank you, Daphne. This is the best gift anyone has ever given me. Thank you so much," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Anything for you, Harry," she said, smiling at him. Harry and Daphne found themselves sitting in the family living room at Potter Castle, sipping hot chocolate. "Okay, Daphne, I promised to reveal my secrets to you during the holidays, and I intend to keep my promise. Your occlumency has developed quite well over the past year, but I still want you to practice every night because people like Albus Dumbledore can extract information from you by force if necessary. But I really doubt anyone is that stupid to try," said Harry. Daphne nodded and motioned for him to continue. Harry took a deep breath and continued. "You can say that I was born gifted. I started performing accidental magic when I was just a few months old, something which is very rare among babies, because kids usually start showing signs of active magic much later. From what I've read from my parents' journals, Dumbledore used to frequently visit me, and the frequent visits and the gleam in his eye, according to my mother, made her quite uneasy. You've read the article in the paper asking why Voldemort specifically targeted me. The reason why is because there was a prophecy made a few months before my birth." At this, Daphne gasped. Harry continued saying, "The prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney, the divination teacher at Hogwarts, to Albus Dumbledore. It was during her recital that Severus Snape overheard part of the prophecy and relied it to Voldemort. The first half of the prophecy said that a boy would be born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord, and the said boy would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Dumbledore, in his infinite wisdom, had concluded that only 2 expecting mothers could be subject to the prophecy. Both women were members of Dumbledore's secret organization, the Order of the Phoenix, and both were pregnant and expected to deliver at the end of July. The 2 women were Lily Potter and Alice Longbottom," said Harry. Daphne went pale. Unfortunately, Voldemort had come to the same conclusion as well. A few months later, on the 30th of July, 1980, Neville Francis Longbottom was born. A few hours later, in the wee hours of the 31st of July, Hadrian James Potter was born. A spy was infiltrated into the ranks of the Order. Voldemort was now after the 2 infants. Both our fates were sealed. But what was against Voldemort was that both families were the heads of most ancient and noble houses. Frank and Alice Longbottom along with James Potter were aurors and fierce duelists. Lily Potter was an unspeakable and was well known for being highly gifted in magic. Both Potter Manor and Longbottom Manor were heavily warded. Assassinating them wasn't going to be easy, even with a spy involved. Harry took a sip of his drink and continued, "They evaded Voldemort for more than a year. By then, the war had taken a toll for the worse. So many witches and wizards were dying, there was rash Muggle killing, the international statute of secrecy was close to being shattered to pieces, and the Ministry had a tough job of keeping magic secret from the Muggles. Had the Muggles found out about magic, Voldemort would be the least of their problems, as it could have been the ignition of a war between Magicals and Muggles all over the world. The members of the Order were slowly getting killed off one by one. My parents were alone as well as my grandparents. Charles and Doria had been murdered by a group of 20 Death Eaters just a year back. Everyone knew there was a spy, but no one knew who it was. The order was certainly very inefficient, Dumbledore saw to that. Even though Barty Crouch, the then director of the DMLE authorized lethal force, Dumbledore was dead set against it. That was the major reason for us that set us on the path to losing the war. We can't win if we use stunning spells against Death Eaters who use dark magic of deadly power. Of course, not everyone followed his instructions. The Pruitt twins, my parents, Sirius, the Longbottoms and Alistair Moody come to mind. The old man didn't even check if any of the members were Death Eaters. A magical vow would have been sufficient to flush out the spy. But he didn't do it. Voldemort only knew the first half of the prophecy. After Snape told him, he verified that if it was indeed true with Augustus Rockwood, his informant within the Department of Mysteries, but he didn't listen to it in its entirety. So he didn't realize that there could be a danger by attacking me. But by this time, Dumbledore was getting impatient. My parents were just too good at eluding Voldemort and his Death Eater. I'm not sure if the old man deliberately painted a target on my family when he heard the prophecy, but he definitely did make sure that I was the target soon enough. In October 1981, Dumbledore somehow convinced my parents to move from Potter Manor to a small cottage in Godric's Hollow. I'm still not sure why my parents did it, because even if Potter Manor was vulnerable, there were several properties they could relocate to as we have homes all over the world. I'm not sure why they didn't consider moving into Potter Castle considering that this place is as old as Hogwarts and a stronghold of ancient magic and Potter family wards. That's why I suspect Dumbledore used mind-altering spells or potions on them, because there is absolutely no way they would have moved into a small cottage with minimal wards. Harry took a deep breath and said, "Now is where things get murkier." Peter Pettigrew was the spy in the Order of the Phoenix, even though Dumbledore claims he didn't know it. Now Dumbledore is a master at legilimency and there is no way a weak wizard like Peter Pettigrew had occlumency shields. You know how much you have struggled to develop your mental shields. I commend you on the dedication you have shown over the past year, Daphne, because most adult witches and wizards give up because of how difficult it is. In the last week of October 1981, the Fidelius charm was set up by Dumbledore, with Peter Pettigrew as the secret keeper. They didn't tell anyone who the secret keeper was for obvious reasons, but the general consensus was that Sirius Black was chosen because he was my dad's cousin and best friend. So my parents went into hiding. Barely a week after setting up the charm, Voldemort attacked. Thanks to my natural talent with mind magic, I'm gifted with a perfect memory, something which even experienced occlumens struggle with, so I remember what happened that night. My dad was playing with me in the living room when Voldemort entered the house. The wards alerted my parents that it wasn't someone authorized. They knew they had been betrayed. So when Voldemort blasted the door open, my dad screamed to my mother to get me to safety. He then started dueling with Voldemort. But he was killed just a minute into the duel. My mother rushed to my nursery, but Voldemort soon found her. She had tried to escape, but it seems in Dumbledore's infinite wisdom, there were anti-Portkey wards and anti-apparition wards around the house to prevent anyone entrance to the house. My take is that he didn't want us to escape. Voldemort asked her to step aside because it seems Snape had asked him to spare my mother. Apparently, he wanted her for himself. My mother was furious when she heard that and refused to move, so he killed her. He then pointed his wand at my forehead and fired the killing curse at me. The curse struck my forehead, but instead of killing me as it should, it rebounded and hit Voldemort instead, said Harry with tears streaming down his face. Daphne got up, sat next to him and hugged him tightly. Harry wrapped his arms around her and continued in a flat voice. My parents were not stupid. They were prepared for such an eventuality. They had gone to Gringotts, updated their will and ensured that all the Potter accounts were on lockdown until I claimed them. Their will contained clear set instructions on who should be my guardian in case I was orphaned, but they didn't account for Dumbledore's position as chief warlock. Their trust in the man was their undoing. But that was not all. My mother devised a way to save me in case I was attacked. That was the reason I survived, not because I was something special, he said. Daphne was stunned. Your mother found a way to block the killing curse? She asked astonished. Something like that, said Harry nodding. He then took a deep breath. What I'm about to tell you now is something no other soul alive apart from me knows, and I'd like to keep it that way, at least for now. Are you agreeable to that? He asked her. Daphne blinked her eyes at the bizarre question. Of course, Harry. I already told you that I won't reveal your secrets to anyone. Please, trust me. I won't betray you, she said pleadingly. Harry looked into her eyes and nodded. My mother was a Parselmouth, he said finally. She dabbed into sacrificial magic to save my life. Such magic is very ancient and has not been seen for more than 1,000 years. You remember the famous lightning-shaped scar I was supposed to have on my forehead? Well, that scar actually existed. In fact, my entire body is covered with runes carved by my mother in her own blood. The sacrificial ritual had to be performed in advance, with Parseltongue spells. As for what needed to be sacrificed, it was her life. She had to willingly give up her life so that she could save mine. That is the secret behind how I survived. Daphne had her mouth hanging in shock. Sacrificial magic. She had never even heard of such a thing. And if Lily Potter was a Parselmouth, then, you're a Parselmouth too, aren't you? She asked. Harry looked at her and nodded. Then are you sure you aren't really the heir of Slytherin? She asked hesitantly. Harry burst out laughing, diffusing the situation. Daphne didn't know what was funny, so she started at her betrothed and waiting for him to continue. Harry grinned and said, I really doubt that is possible. As you know, my mother was a Muggleborn. From what I've read, the Gaunt family has always claimed that they were the descendants of Slytherin, so I don't know how I could be the heir. And trust me, the Potters are the very last family the Gaunts would intermarry with. When Harry mentioned the Gaunts, he was suddenly assaulted by a memory of an old, ragged-looking man sitting on a chair, holding a dagger. But he was dragged out when he heard Daphne ask, why is that? Are you saying that you really are, the descendant of Godric Gryffindor? Yes, said Harry. His only daughter married into the family. But this is also a Potter family secret, known only to the members. It's only because you're the confirmed future Lady Potter that I can even tell you about it. If you want, I can take you to Godric's grave sometime. Daphne shook her head to clear her mind. Wow, she whispered. To know that her future husband was actually the many times great-grandson of one of the founders of Hogwarts was astounding. Anyway, where was I? Said Harry. Oh yes, after Voldemort was vanquished, Hagrid appeared on the scene on the orders of Albus Dumbledore to retrieve me. He took me outside and that's when Sirius came too. Sirius asked Hagrid to give me to him as he was my oath-sworn godfather, but Hagrid refused. I can't really blame the guy. Hagrid is, well, not very intelligent and would even lay down his life without a second thought for Dumbledore, so it was futile to argue with him. Sirius realized that as well, so he went to chase Pettigrew instead. Hagrid brought me to Private Drive where Dumbledore and McGonagall were waiting for him. Harry's eye twitched when he remembered the memory. I was asleep then, but with a lot of effort, I was able to listen to the memory of all those years ago. McGonagall noticed a scar on my forehead and asked Dumbledore if he could heal it. Our amazing headmaster said that he wouldn't, as scars were meant to be seen. How wonderful. I had just survived the killing curse, the aura of the curse was probably all around me. Did he take me to a healer to get me checked out? No. Do you know that they had the gall to leave me on the King doorstep of the house like a milk bottle in the middle of the night, with only a letter for explaining to my aunt what had happened. A letter. He knew that Petunia hated magic, it was written in my parents' will. And yet he left me there, that too in the middle of the night. I could have died of pneumonia. What was worse was that he took my blood as well. I only found out about this much later. He took my blood, tied it to my aunt and the house and created an intent-based ward. It was nothing spectacular, let me tell you. It was as useless as the Fidelius charmed house I had just come from. And he used the rest of the blood to power tracking and monitoring charms. But that's illegal, shouted Daphne. I know, but who knew about that? Remus Lupin was long gone, Sirius was in Azkaban, Frank and Alice Longbottom were tortured into insanity, Amelia Bones was busy with the war effort and was later blocked at every turn, and people like Minerva McGonagall just didn't seem to care. It was perfect. But life at the Dursleys was anything but good, it was actually hell on earth. From the memories I later accessed, I found out that I had been crying for my parents and was having nightmares of my mother's death for several weeks after the incident. After the first night of me crying, the Dursleys couldn't take it anymore and they stuffed me in a boot cupboard under the stairs. The darkness and lack of ventilation only added to my suffering, but it's not like anyone cared. The rest of the wizarding world was celebrating while I was crying out of hunger and for my mother, said Harry bitterly. But that's when the trouble started. I started performing accidental magic again. Uncle Vernon didn't like that, he didn't like that at all. He then decided to beat the freakishness out of me, a 2-year-old boy. Unfortunately, the more I was in danger, the more magic I used to perform to save myself. So naturally, the beatings increased. They told me that my parents were drunken bums and that my useless father and my whore of a mother died in a car crash, said Harry angrily. Daphne tightened her grip around him. I still marvel at the fact that I didn't die in those attempts of curing me of my magic. Really, Muggles don't know anything about trying to raise a magical child. They think they're the children of the devil or whatever. Like so many of the Muggleborns around the world, I too was tortured beyond belief. But after my 6th birthday, I had finally unraveled enough memories to find out that I was a wizard, I could do magic. So I had discreetly started practicing magic, and keeping it away from the Dursleys. So far, it was the same. But about a month before my 7th birthday, everything changed. Harry took a sip of water and continued, Uncle Vernon was hosting dinner for his new client or boss or whatever, I didn't particularly care. I had been locked in my cupboard for more than a week without food and I was starving, not to mention angry. So I extended my senses, and wandlessly cast the bell-loosening hex at the 3 of them and that was enough to clear his guests. Vernon was furious, so he dragged me out and started beating the crap out of me. I used the banishing charm to get him away from me. But that only made him angrier, so he took the kitchen knife next to him and stabbed me in the stomach. The blood loss made me unconscious. It was going to be a slow death, but I was definitely going to die. But that's when he came to save me, my best friend, my brother, one of the most important people in my life who I deeply care about, he said smiling. Who? Asked Daphne. Instead of answering, Harry got up and pulled Daphne up with him. Come with me, he said. He took her hand and took her out to the castle's expansive grounds. Daphne watched as Harry closed his eyes for a few seconds. Then suddenly, the clouds darkened, claps of thunder could be heard and flashes of lightning could be seen as well. Look there, said Harry, pointing at a distance. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and an enormous bird appeared out of thin air. Daphne screamed and latched onto Harry, but he didn't pull away. He's not going to hurt you, he whispered in her ear. The majestic bird flew over the grounds and finally landed gracefully in front of them. Daphne looked at the enormous bird in front of her with trepidation. She looked back at Harry who went forward and hugged the bird which frankly looked like an enormous eagle. Missed you, buddy, she heard him say to the bird. The creature nuzzled his beak on Harry's body as well. Daphne, meet Aquila, the one I said is like a brother to me. He's a thunderbird, said Harry. A thunderbird? Asked Daphne in awe. Brother. Oh Harry, I'm touched, said an amused Aquila in Harry's mind. I also told her that you're one of the most important people in my life, he replied. Of course I am, said Aquila sounding smug. Can you tell that to a bunch of females of my species? I'm looking for a mate, and any help is most appreciated. Harry burst out laughing. Who wants to mate with you? No female is demented enough to do that. Oh well, said Aquila, I guess I'll have to settle for Hedwig. Where's that cute little owl? I have a mate to find. Harry gaped and spluttered, Aquila. He said out loud. You can't, I mean, Hedwig she is too small for you. It's not right, he said his eyes wide. You mess with me, I'll mess with you, little one, said the Thunderbird. You both can communicate with each other? Asked a shocked Daphne. She was still trying to comprehend the fact that Harry had a Thunderbird familiar. Oh, it's so nice to finally meet Harry's mate. Greetings to you, little one. Hey, I thought, little one, was reserved for me, said Harry indignantly. Then what do I call her? Asked Aquila amused. I don't know, but that is reserved for me and only me, said Harry as he pouted. Daphne couldn't believe that Harry was actually acting his age. She had never seen him so carefree before. But she could also sense amusement that she was sure wasn't from her. She looked at the Thunderbird. The creature also looked at her. They started deep into each other's eyes. Harry, you've got a special one here. She is definitely different from the others of your species. She is definitely meant for you. I can feel a small bond with her as well. It's not like ours, I can't talk to her, but it's there. I have been feeling something different for the past year. This is the answer, your mates bond with me, explained Aquila. But how is that possible? You said I have a certain gift that no other witch or wizard has, that's why I can communicate with your species. Then how can Daphne sense you? Asked Harry confused. That I'm not sure. Harry looked at Daphne and said, you seem to have formed a minor bond with him. I'm not sure how, but it seemed to have started a year ago. What happened a year ago that caused this? Daphne shook her head. She extended her hand, and slowly moved towards the massive bird to touch him. She came closer and touched his neck and rubbed his feathers. Aquila mentioned something to him and Harry grinned and nodded. He took out his wand and suddenly Daphne found herself being levitated by Harry. Harry, what are you doing? She shouted. Aquila wants to take you on a ride around the grounds. I promise I'll be fun. Hold on tight, he said as he levitated her to the Thunderbird's back. But, she said, but was cut off as Aquila took off from the ground. She screamed in fright, but the bird didn't stop. After reaching a certain height, Aquila gently flew over the castle grounds. Daphne slowly opened her eyes and gasped. The view of the castle and grounds from above was breathtakingly beautiful. She heard an eagle's cry and turned left to spot a golden eagle flying parallel to them. The eagle looked at her and Daphne's eyes went wide as she saw the eagle's eyes were a very familiar shade of green. But before she could think about that, Aquila dived. Daphne screamed, but Aquila slowly and gracefully landed on the ground. Daphne got down, and tentatively gave the large Thunderbird a hug as well. Aquila was pleased. She turned around to spot the golden eagle land in front of her as well, and to her shock, the eagle changed into Harry who was grinned at her. How was it? He asked her. You're an animagus, she asked shocked at this revelation. It looked like Harry wasn't kidding when he said his secrets were many and important. Yup, but I'll tell you about that later. Aquila has to go look for a mate. We don't want to stand in his way. As it is he won't have much luck anyway, he told her. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Harry, said Aquila sarcastically. Harry laughed and hugged him again. If you do find a mate, you better introduce me to her. I want to meet any potential sister-in-law, he told the bird fondly. Will do. And remember what I said, little one. The danger is still present. If you ever find yourself in danger, call me at once. I will, said Harry, reassuring his friend. Aquila nodded to Daphne and took off into the sky. After some distance, there was a flash of lightning, and the large Thunderbird was gone. After a minute of silence, Daphne said, that was the most incredible experience of my life. Harry pulled her into a hug and whispered, I can think of an experience which can rival that. Daphne smiled. It looked like meeting his familiar had put Harry in a very good mood. And what is that, Lord Potter? She asked coyly. This, replied Harry as he leaned down and key-ed her. They key-ed for a few seconds and broke apart. They stood there silent for several minutes until finally, Daphne asked, are there any more secrets you have that you want to share? Only two more important ones I think, he said. Daphne looked at him and her eyes widened when she saw Harry change his hair color to deep red and his eyes to hazel. He then morphed his face to look like Sirius Black. You're a metamorphagus? She asked aghast. How talented was he? A partial one, replied Harry. I can only change the features of my face and hair while my cousin Nymphadora Tonks can change almost every part of her body. Still, that's an amazing trait to have. You can go to public places disguised so that no one will recognize you, and considering who you are, that's a major advantage. You wouldn't have to use glamour charms, said Daphne. Yeah, it is. As for the last secret I have, well, as I said, after Vernon stabbed me, Aquila rescued me and brought me here to Potter Castle. My elves immediately used their brand of magic to heal me. But while doing that, it seems there was something in my scar, some dark magic relating to Voldemort. I'm not really sure what it was because the elves said something in their native tongue and I couldn't understand it. Suffice it say, after that abomination was destroyed, I somehow gained Voldemort's memories which got transferred into my subconscious mind. You have all of his memories. You can recall very part of his life. She asked incredulously. Oh no, replied Harry. I didn't gain any active memories, but passive ones. Whenever I see or hear something of Voldemort I get flashes of memories. It also helps me in spell work, because along with my own talent and power, his memories give me a slight edge because I know where to look for what, not to mention subconscious reflexes in some cases, thought the latter is very rare. I can perform spells just after learning them once, because subconsciously I've already learnt them, or at least Voldemort has, he explained. Daphne snorted and said, better make sure Granger never finds out. She'll surely call you out for cheating. Harry shook his head. I don't care what she thinks anyway. But no one should ever find out about this, least of all, Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. Can you imagine if someone gets word that I possess Voldemort's memories? Daphne's face went white as a sheet. They would lock you up. They would call you a Dark Lord and use legilimency on you until you are nothing more than a gibbering mess just to find out his secrets. You're right, she said scared. Harry took her hand in his and said, don't worry Daphne. I won't let that happen. Daphne mutely nodded. She suddenly looked up and asked, how did you become an animagus anyway? Human transfiguration is highly advanced, and I've heard that the process takes years. Well, I did it using a different method, something I'm sure was how witches and wizards in the ancient times became animagi. I connected with my inner animal, he replied. Inner animal? Asked Daphne incredulously. What in Merlin's name is that? No witch or wizard can have more than one animal form, explained Harry. And they cannot transform into a magical animal either. It's a fundamental law of magic, which cannot be broken. That being said, I used occlumency to connect to my magical core. That, in turn, showed me an animal which my soul represents, in my case, a golden eagle. This method is safer than the human transfiguration method, not to mention it gives you enhanced senses. My eyesight is more acute than any witch or wizard, just like werewolves have an enhanced sense of smell. I can teach you if you'd like, he said smiling at her. Yes, please. I would love to be an animagus, said Daphne grinning. All right then, but remember that in this method, it's not about talent. It's about how well you can connect with your inner animal and how skilled you are at occlumency. But even after finding your inner animal, it might take some time, as you and the animal have to merge together. It took me more than a year to transform, but it's definitely worth it. They sat there for a few minutes, looking at the sunset when Daphne asked, Harry, do you think Dumbledore suspects you being a Parselmouth? Is that why he thinks he can pin the blame on you for the chamber attacks? Harry started into the distance for a minute before replying, I'm not sure. My mother never told anyone that she was a Parselmouth, not even my dad. I only found out after reading her journal, and trust me, that book was guarded with ridiculous wards. Only a Parselmouth could open it. But you're right, Dumbledore may suspect it because of whatever was there in my scar. He did search for that scar on my forehead a lot whenever we have met. I wonder what he was looking for, he said, his voice trailing away. If he manages to leak his suspicions to the Hogwarts rumor mill, then we're in trouble, said Daphne. Harry took a deep breath. That is probably what is going to happen. We can't do anything about it because we don't know when he's going to strike. And I can't even deny it, that's his advantage. He spreads the rumor, and if I don't deny it, he finds out that I really am a Parselmouth and the school will turn against me again. Win-win. Daphne took his hand and said, whatever happens, we'll face it together. After that, Harry escorted Daphne back to Greengrass Manor. When he went to bed that night, he couldn't help but feel lighter than usual, now knowing that he had come clean with Daphne and that she would always be by his side. He went to sleep with a small smile on his face. Several days later, Harry and Daphne found themselves back at Hogwarts for the second term of school. The attacks on students thankfully seemed to have stopped after Justin and nearly headless Nick had been petrified. Things were moving steadily. Harry and Daphne spent the majority of their time studying in the room of requirement as usual. Harry was really curious to know how the room worked. He first thought it was highly advanced illusionary magic, but then everything seemed so real, he really couldn't understand how the room came to be. He spent several hours dueling against what the room could throw at him as well. The dueling dummies provided by the room weren't anything like the ones he had back home. These were insanely deadly, using a wide range of spells. The castle had observed many of the dueling characteristics of various people over the centuries and used them against Harry. Every duelist had a different technique. Wizards and witches like Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and James Potter used battle transfiguration for their duels. Others like Phileas Flitwick, Lily Potter and Alistair Moody used a wide range of charms, curses and jinxes, while others like Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange used their wide arsenal of dark magic spells. Harry had decided that he didn't like being dependent on any one area alone. That provided a weakness for the opponent to exploit. Battle transfiguration, for example, was difficult to practice while in an enclosed space. So he combined everything to achieve his goals. He used charms on his transfigured objects while attacking the frustrated opponent with deadly curses and jinxes. He didn't really like many of the dark spells he had found. They needed a lot of negative emotion to power them, and he wasn't keen on becoming another Voldemort. But he had taken to practicing the Fiendfire curse, in small doses of course. As February rolled in, people were getting much happier because of the lack of attacks. Harry was happy for that, but the cynical part of him thought that something drastic was going to happen soon. He was still working on Voldemort's memories, but he didn't have much luck. Instead, he gained more knowledge about spells and dueling, and while he was happy for that, it didn't help his current predicament. In the first week of February, Harry was just returning from Quidditch practice when he heard a distant echo of the voice again, the same cold, deadly voice. Kill. Rip. So hungry. Kill this time. Harry's eyes went wide. He immediately put his ear to the wall and began following the voice. He ran as the voice dimmed. This was probably the only chance he was ever going to get of finding out what the monster in the chamber really was. He quickly turned a corner and gasped when he saw Penelope Clearwater and Hermione Granger both petrified. He decided that this was too easy a target for Dumbledore to frame him. Just as he was about to leave, Peeves decided to enter the scene. "What are up to, Potty?" "Poe." The poltergeist stopped in mid-sentence, and before Harry could do anything, the ghost shouted at the top of his voice, "Murder! Murder in the hallways! Attack! ATAAAACKKK! No one is safe in the castle. Run for your lives!" Everything happened so fast that Harry didn't have time to react. Doors opened immediately and people rushed out and spotted Harry standing next to the petrified bodies of Hermione Granger and Penelope Clearwater. "Aha! Caught in the act. I knew you were the heir of Slytherin. It looks like those rumors of you being a Parselmouth are true after all," shouted Ron Weasley, pointing his finger at Harry. "Parselmouth," whispered others as they all stared at Harry with terrified looks on their faces. Professor McGonagall soon came over to them. "What's going on here?" she shouted. "What?" She stopped cold as she looked at the petrified students. Her eyes landed on Harry and he could see that she had a cold look on her face. "Potter, come with me," she said coldly. Harry didn't bother arguing, he knew it was futile. People started whispering as he passed by. He spotted Daphne on his way and she had an unreadable look on her face. Harry went over, gave her hand a light squeeze and followed McGonagall. Just as he had predicted, they stood in front of the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. "Drop," said McGonagall to the gargoyle. "Professor Dumbledore is waiting for you," she said to Harry, giving him another cold look and left. Harry shook his head and muttered, "Sheep," and climbed the stairs. He knocked on the door and entered. The office was just as he had remembered. But unlike last time, Fawkes seemed to be nearing his burning day. "Hello, Fawkes. Close to your burning day, huh?" he asked the sickly-looking phoenix. The bird gave a horrible cry and whimper, and after a few seconds, caught fire. Harry calmly stepped back as he watched the bird slowly rise from the ashes. He smiled, but then the Sorting Hat caught his attention. He took it from the shelf and put it on. "Hello, Mr. Hat," said Harry in his mind. "Greetings, Lord Potter, how may I help you?" asked the hat. "I was wondering if you can tell me what creature exists in the Chamber of Secrets. After all, you've been here since the school's inception. You're bound to know Salazar's secrets. So can you tell me?" The hat chucked. "I'm afraid not. After Godric enchanted me, Salazar put up some obscure wards in place so that I don't reveal any secrets. It worked so well that Salazar himself couldn't bring them down without destroying me. I'm sorry. Will that answer change in case I say I'm the legitimate heir of Godric Gryffindor?" asked Harry hopefully. The hat laughed again and said, "Generations of Potters before you have tried the same thing, but it won't work. Being the founder's heir will not change anything here, I'm afraid. Gaining the lordship, that's a different matter." Harry sighed. "Thanks for the insight, Hat," he said and put it back on the shelf. "Harry, asked a voice. Harry looked up to find Dumbledore climbing down from the level above him. "Ah, it looks like Fawkes has gone through with his burning. It's such a shame to see him on this day, he's quite moody," said Dumbledore. "I would be too if I were so sick that I couldn't even speak or walk," replied Harry. Dumbledore chuckled. "Very true, my boy, but let's get to the matter at hand. I just received word that you were found next to the petrified bodies of Miss Clearwater and Miss Granger. I've also got reports that you're a Parselmouth. Harry, I deeply care about you. I know that living with your relatives did not show Muggles in a favorable light, but this is not the way to go about it, my boy. I urge you to reconsider your actions, Harry, for it could have far-lasting consequences. Admit it, and I'll help you wrap this mess up. I'll always be with you, Harry, every step of the way," said Dumbledore in his grandfatherly voice. Harry simply stared at the wall opposite for more than a minute. He then smiled. "For all your faults, Albus, you really are brilliant. The Slytherin in me just can't help but admire the cunning and subtlety of your approach. How you ended up in Gryffindor, I'll never know," he said. Dumbledore frowned and said, "This is serious, Harry." You know something?" asked Harry, interrupting Dumbledore. He flicked his wand to his hand and conjured a perfect chess board on Dumbledore's table. Albus was startled at the advanced magic Harry performed, but chose to remain silent, wanting to hear him out. "Chess really is a beautiful game," said Harry, looking at the board. "There are two factions, black and white, but in our case, it's the dark and the light. The entire game is based on the power struggle between two kings, the leader of the light and the leader of the dark," he said, pointing at the king pieces. "The rest of the game is essentially a war. Sometimes you have to get rid of a pawn to save your knight. It's more efficient, don't you agree?" said Harry, looking at Dumbledore. The old man was concentrating on the board with an unreadable look on his face. "But in some cases, the pawn attracts very high attention from its enemies. Because it's a war and is a lowly and defenseless baby, pawn, he is sacrificed by the leader of the light so as to save the rest of his pieces. As I said, very efficient, happens in every game of chess. But it so happened, that by attacking the pawn, the Dark King was caught in a bind. He got checked by the pawn. The Light King did his best to ensure that his pawn remained in his control, after all, he could be useful to him later. But the pawn decided to revolt. And kings don't like uncontrollable pawns. So when the rook of the Dark King attacked several other pawns of the white kind, the White King blamed this particular pawn so that all the others would target him as well, so that the pawn would come to the Light King for help. It is always good to anticipate the opponent's next move in a game of chess. You don't bother much about the workings of your side, after all, they're all the king's pawns, only their ranks differ, except the queen of course. Harry got up from his chair and put his hands on either side of the desk. He leaned down on the board and said, "But what if the pawn wasn't really a pawn? What if the pawn was a king in disguise? After all, the two kings were busy fighting each other, who would suspect a lowly pawn to be another king?" Harry then took the pawn, and used it to push the white and black kings out of the board and said, "The pawn used it to his advantage and threw both the light and dark kings out of the board and reclaimed their spot, as the true leader, unifying both light and dark for the first time. The people called him their savior and he was loved by his people. Be careful, Dumbledore, you might find your pawn quickly pushing you away from the board," said Harry and walked out of the room. "Outstanding, amazing, brilliant, spectacular," said Dumbledore to himself. "What a mind you have, Harry, my boy. You displayed a lot more subtlety and cunning that Tom never showed in his later years. Oh Tom, why did you have to put a Horcrux in his head?" "Harry could have been so useful," said Dumbledore and sighed. "Oh my naive Harry, do you think you can push me out of the board?" "Me? Not going to happen." Dumbledore took the black rook and said, "You think you'll be the king, right? But what if the Dark King's rook took away your beloved queen before that? Would you still be able to play on the board?" he asked to the empty room as he tipped the white queen out of the board. Dumbledore never noticed that Harry had arranged the pieces on the board so that both the light and dark kings were struck with a checkmate by their own people. The Sorting Hat chuckled to himself, "Oh Salazar, if only you were here," the hat mused to itself. "You would have had an orgasm just watching this spectacle. Godric, I have watched generations of Potters come and go, but this is the one I have chosen. Hadrian Potter is the one." The next several weeks were pure torture for Harry, even though he would never say it out loud. The students of Hogwarts had turned very hostile towards him. Some used to glare at him when he walked down the halls, while others gave him terrified looks. Nobody sat with him at meals, but he was still forced to sit at the very end of the Ravenclaw table while he was pranked and cursed repeatedly, though none of them worked on him. He had heard rumors that they wanted to throw him out of the Quidditch team as well, but that hadn't happened yet. He had also received some hate mail, but it wasn't anything bad. Professors McGonagall and Sprout had turned cold towards him in class and acted as though he was invisible. They deducted points at the slightest of reasons, which in turn made the Ravenclaws blame him for it. Professors Flitwick and Slughorn tried to help Harry out, but they were quickly silenced by the others. Neville, Hannah, Susan and Tracy tried talking to Harry but were also threatened by their housemates. Harry was quite frankly vexed. The reason is because of this, said Amelia Bones, holding a parchment and showing it through the mirror. What is it? Asked Harry, his eyes narrowed. It's a direct order from the Minister of Magic, to prevent the DMLE from interfering in the attacks of the students at Hogwarts. It claims that the DMLE could contaminate the evidence at the crime scene, and that makes no sense, considering we're the highest investigative authority in the country. Fudge says that his own office would deal with the matter, she spat angrily. How does the minister have so much power as to stop a DMLE investigation like that? Asked Harry angrily. He doesn't, replied Amelia. But he can do so if he gets approval from some of the heads of departments in the ministry as well as approval of some members of the Wizengamot. Fudge only does what he is told, and in this case, it's Lucius Malfoy and Albus Dumbledore. You say that Malfoy is behind the attacks, so he has done his best in making sure that I stay the hell away from the investigation, and Dumbledore is still angry that I interfered in what he says to be Hogwarts business during the Lockhart incident. There is too much red tape, and my hands are tied. Harry sighed in frustration when Amelia spoke up again. You said that you heard a voice, right? Yes, said Harry. It's like an echo, I can only make out the words, but I can't exactly tell where the voice is coming from. I'm pretty sure it can speak, and the creatures that can speak are acromantulas, sphinxes, centaurs and manticores. But none of them cause petrification, and how is it possible for any such creature to attack its victims and not be seen? He asked, irritated that he had not figured it out. Any luck finding out when the chamber was last opened? He asked. None, said Amelia, looking grim. There are no such records in the Hall of Records or in the DMLE. Either the incident never came to the purview of the DMLE or someone wiped them clean. I'm having my people ensure that no such evidence ever is removed from the ministry. I'm sorry, Harry. It's all right, Aunt Amy, you did your best, said Harry. Do you want to file a complaint against all that hate mail you've received? It's quite easy for you to do that as you're the lord of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, asked Amelia. Harry shook his head and answered, to what end? I could easily do it, but the public would only target me more. Using my power is not the issue, but the repercussions of my actions could result in a major backlash, something I'm sure my opponents would use to their advantage. Very well, said Amelia. I see your point. But do let me know in case you change your mind, Harry. Good night and sweet dreams. She then deactivated the mirror, leaving Harry to his thoughts. The second years were given something new to think about in April. The time had come for them to choose their subjects for their third year. Harry and Daphne sat in the room of requirement and discussed it. I'm definitely taking ancient runes and arithmancy, said Daphne. Me too, but do we want to take care of magical creatures? That's the only option available. Taking that will be 3 subjects, the maximum electives we're allowed to take. The other options are divination and Muggle studies, and I'm definitely not interested in both, said Harry. Daphne chewed on her lip and said, let's take care of magical creatures. It could be fun. If we want we can always sit the exam for Muggle studies later on if we're interested. Harry nodded and filled up the form for both him and Daphne. Suddenly, Toby popped in and said, Master Hadrian, you need to see the paper, he said frantically, his usual calm demeanor not present. Harry frowned when he saw the elf fidget. Hey buddy, are you okay? You seem to be. But he was interrupted when he heard Daphne gasp. Harry looked at the Daily Prophet and his eyes widened a bit. Boy, who lived rumored to be a parselmouth. By Rita Skeeter. This reporter has recently gained information that Hadrian James Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who supposedly defeated the Dark Lord, might possibly be a Parselmouth. These have been consistent with the reports of attacks at Hogwarts involving the heir of Slytherin and the fabled Chamber of Secrets. Is Harry Potter secretly a Dark Lord? Is that why you know who attacked him in the first place? This reporter will work tirelessly to find out more information for you, my readers. I should have seen this coming, whispered Harry. I didn't count on the information appearing on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Damn it, I've been too distracted. Harry, what do we do? Asked Daphne, concerned. I don't know, said Harry. I really should have listened to their advice earlier. Toby, assemble a bunch of the stealthiest elves you can find. Track down Rita Skeeter. She has a knack for finding out information that is kept secret, doesn't she? If there is anything out of the ordinary when it comes to her, tell me. Okay. Yes, Master Hadrian. At once, said Toby and popped out. Harry sighed. This was going to turn out badly. And he was right. The next morning, hate mail and howlers started to arrive for Harry. Many of them quite bad, calling him evil, telling him to kill himself and not harm innocents, and others which were white traps, some of which were quite dangerous. So from the second day onwards, Harry had decided to destroy them as soon as they arrived. He levitated the letters and howlers and burnt them with the incendio charm. McGonagall took points from him, but he didn't care. The next week, Harry was on his way to the Quidditch pitch for a match against Gryffindor when he heard the monster's voice again. Yes, kill this time. Must taste blood. Come to me. Harry's heart started beating faster. He was in the Quidditch locker rooms, barely registering the cold looks sent his way as he realized that someone else might be attacked soon, but he couldn't do anything since there was a match he had to play. He put on his Quidditch robes, took his broomstick and went out to the pitch when he saw McGonagall coming towards them. She pointed her wand to her throat and said, sonorous. This match has been cancelled. All students are to make their way to their common rooms immediately. Your heads of house will give you further instructions. Move as quickly as you can. She shouted. She then turned to Harry and said, Potter, I think you better come with me. Some of the students were grumbling about the match being cancelled, others looked worried. Someone shouted from the crowd, I bet Potter has murdered someone. Don't let him go. Quiet, barked McGonagall. Everyone go to your common rooms now. Harry kept his face expressionless as he followed McGonagall. He idly wondered if they had brought Aurors to arrest him. That plan would work well for Dumbledore. He could send Harry to Azkaban and then rescue him, saying that he had always believed that he was innocent. Well, there was no way in hell was he going to let that happen. He was Lord Potter, damn it. So he braced himself for the legal battle that was soon to follow. But to his surprise, McGonagall led him to the hospital wing. He followed her, but thanks to his incredibly sharp eyesight, he spotted her. He gasped and stopped in mid-step at the entrance of the hospital wing. No, this was not possible. He had to be dreaming. There was no way this could be true. McGonagall turned back to look at Harry, who was white as a sheet. He slowly made his way to the bed that was on the other side of the hospital wing. He stood next to her, his eyes wide and hands shaking out of shock. Daphne Greengrass lay deathly still on the bed, petrified, her eyes open, and a look of shock on her beautiful face. One hand was outstretched and the other was in a fist. Harry couldn't move. He was stuck to the spot, still looking at the girl who was the most important in his life. McGonagall came over and lifted a mirror from the desk next to Daphne. She was found near the library with this. Do you have any idea what this means? She asked. Harry was still shaking from head to toe. He touched her face, but she was so cold. Daphne, he croaked, and that's when the tears started. Not caring who might be watching him, Harry collapsed on the floor holding Daphne's hand and started crying. The weather outside transformed from a sunny day to stormy within minutes. He sobbed his heart out for the girl he loved. I'm in love with her. And it's because of me that she was targeted. Potter, you have to return to your common room, said McGonagall, but Harry didn't hear her. He kept staring at Daphne's still form. The storm outside got worse, lightning flashed several times, as well as loud claps of thunder could be heard. McGonagall thought she heard an eagle's shriek of agony, but thought she later imagined it. Potter, you must leave, she said in her stern voice. His grief was understandable, but she had a lot of work to do. She touched his shoulder, only for her hand to be slapped away. "Potter!" she shouted. But Harry didn't care. The grief had transformed into lust for blood. He keyed Daphne on the forehead and said, "Don't worry Daphne, I'll find whoever is behind this. And when I get my hands on them, they'll wish they had never messed with Hadrian Potter. They'll soon be begging for death," he said. McGonagall stepped back when she heard this. She was terrified when she saw Harry's hair turn white, his skin glowed brightly and bolts of lightning surrounded his body. She knew that she had jumped to conclusions about the boy, but this was too much. "Potter, you have to," she began but was cut off by Harry leaving the hospital wing, taking long strides as he did so. She yelled at him and tried to follow him, but she caught him casting a disillusionment charm upon himself and she lost track of him. She performed the human presence revealing spell, but was too late. In her shock of seeing him perform a seventh-year charm non-verbally, she had stalled in performing the spell. She shook her head. She would have to inform Albus about this. But first she had to get to Gryffindor Tower. The rest of the castle was in shock. The fact that Daphne Greengrass had been attacked and petrified had been quite a blow to everyone who thought Harry Potter was behind the attacks. Everyone knew how much Harry cared about Daphne, seeing how they were always together. So this incident completely debunked their theory of Harry being the heir of Slytherin. And now, many of them were terrified because a pureblood, not to mention the heiress of a most ancient and noble house, was attacked. If the heir of Slytherin could target a Slytherin student from one of the oldest families in the country, how safe were the rest? Many of them in Ravenclaw Tower were waiting for Harry after Professor Flitwick made his announcement, but he never came back. No one knew that Harry was outside, flying in the storm with Aquila in order to calm down. The storm raged on for the rest of the night, lamenting along with their distressed lord. Barnabas Cuff stretched his legs as he finished his work for the day. It was time to head home when he found that he couldn't move. He watched as the door snapped shut with a click. He opened his mouth to speak but found that he was magically gagged. What was happening? Just then, he felt someone move close to him. Cuff was bound tightly to his chair so there was nothing he could do. "Barnabas Cuff," said a strange voice. "The editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, I've waited a long time to talk to you." Cuff tried to move, but he couldn't. "You have information I want, Cuff. The more you cooperate, the sooner I will leave," said the voice. Suddenly, he found that he could talk. "Help!" he shouted. The voice laughed and said, "This place is heavily warded, so don't try it. I have one question for you. Who are the shareholders of the Daily Prophet?" "Why should I tell you anything?" asked Cuff shakily. Who was this guy? He had taken precautions against attacks. How did he come in without anyone noticing anything? "If you don't, I'll take it from you," replied the voice. "And trust me, I can make legilimency attacks very painful indeed." Cuff sneered. "As if you can." He stopped talking as he screamed. The attacker tore through his shields. Those were quite flimsy. "It didn't even take me more than 3 seconds. So, are you willing to tell me or should I leave a gibbering mess of a man behind?" asked the voice, a touch amused. "I'll tell you," said Cuff in a shaky voice. "Good boy," said the voice, as if he was talking to his dog. "But be warned. I'll know if you're lying." Cuff told the voice of the shareholders of Magical Britain's largest publishing company. The voice laughed and said, "This is simpler than I thought. Just 2 more stops after this. Sign this contract." Cuff saw a parchment appear on his desk. "What is it?" he asked, terrified. "It is a contract of you selling all the shares you own in the Daily Prophet to the Magical Daily Press, a company headquartered at number 12, Diagon Alley, London," said the voice. "What? That's the address of the headquarters of the Daily Prophet," said Cuff. He was now close to wetting himself. "Oh, you're absolutely right," said the voice. "The Daily Prophet is going to be bought by a bigger publishing company, where the truth is reported. I have big plans for the magical world, but I can't reach out to the people this soon. The quill is indeed mightier than the sword, isn't it? Pretty soon, the Daily Prophet will die, and the British Magical Daily will be born. Well, British for now, at least. We need papers for the rest of the world as well, don't we?" said the voice and laughed. "You can't make me do this. The contract won't be valid if I've signed it by force. It will be immediately scrapped," Cuff shouted. "But I can," purred the voice. "I'm not so stupid to attempt the Imperious Curse. That's for amateurs, those who can't comprehend the subtlety that is required to truly use the mind arts. Unfortunately for you, I am a natural at it. Legilimens. Compulso. Confundo. Obliviate. Barnabas Cuff shook his head to clear the cobwebs in his mind. He was probably too stressed. He was disgusted with how things were running at the Daily Prophet. Thank Merlin, the new owner said he would turn things around. He wondered when it would be announced about the change in management. Oh well, time to go home. It was now 2 weeks after the last attack, and things were much different at Hogwarts than before. Teachers were escorting the students everywhere and there was a glum mood throughout the castle. Purebloods, half-bloods and muggleborns alike were going in groups so that they might be safer that way. But the biggest change was one Hadrian Potter, second-year Ravenclaw. Harry hadn't spoken to a single soul after the incident. Rumor had it that Dumbledore had summoned him to his office, but Harry had just sat there quietly for an hour not speaking a word until Dumbledore finally dismissed him. People had tried apologizing to him, but he just walked away. Another rumor that was running rampant around the school was that Harry was now sleeping in the hospital wing every night. Madame Pomfrey had first told him to leave but had finally given up when she realized that he wasn't going to listen to her. What was even worse was the Albus Dumbledore was suspended while Hagrid was arrested. If he wasn't present to look after them, then who would protect the students? Harry waved his wand as he conjured a bunch of flowers for everyone in the hospital wing, including Granger. While she was annoying, he would never wish anything bad to her, she was just an immature little girl. He sat next to Daphne and rubbed her hand and said, "I miss you so much, Daphne. Your parents and sister had been here to see you several days back. They were inconsolable. I expected them to blame me, but they didn't. You really have an amazing family. I love you, Daphne," he whispered, fresh tears running down his face. "I thought I didn't know what love was, seeing as I wasn't exposed to it, but I know in my heart that I love you very much. I need you. I've known you for less than 2 years, but I already know that I can't live my life without you. What is the point of having so much wealth and power if I don't have you to share my happiness? I'd give it all away just so that I can spend every moment of my life with you. I love you so much," he said, and gently kissed her on the lips. He frowned when he felt something crumbled in Daphne's hand. It felt like paper, so he slowly extracted the piece of paper out. Looking around and finding no one, he spread it out and read. "Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach gigantic size, and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it." Harry wondered why Daphne had this piece of paper. He had thought about the basilisk and had ruled it out. How could it move? But his thought was cut off when he recognized Daphne's handwriting written on the paper pipes. Chamber last opened in 1942-43, heard teachers mention it. Look at the windows, spiders acting strange. Hagrid's roosters were killed in October. Voice heard was in Parseltongue, not English, ergo the basilisk. Pipes. There was plumbing at Hogwarts. Unlike Muggles, witches and wizards did not need to use plumbing as there were inbuilt runes and charms to take care of waste. But that answered his question of how the creature had been moving around the school. The voice he had been hearing was from inside the walls. That's why he could hear the voice in the first place. It wasn't English, it was Parseltongue. The monster was actually a basilisk, and he could understand it because he was a Parselmouth. And finally, she had also found information about the last time the chamber was opened. They had searched high and low, but they had just now found even a hint of when the attacks had last taken place. But if the basilisk stare kills, then back to his original question. Why didn't anyone die? Harry stared out of the window as he realized that no one had died because no one had actually seen it directly. Mrs. Norris had seen the reflection, Colin Creevey had seen it though his camera, Justin Finch Fletchley had seen it through nearly headless Nick, Penelope Clearwater and Hermione Granger were found facing the windows, so they too had seen the reflection and Daphne had figured it out and had a mirror just to be on the safe side. Harry went over to the window and saw it. Small spiders were crawling through the small gaps in the windows and walls, trying to flee as fast as they could. Spiders flee before it. It all made sense. He immediately took off to the other side of the castle. He went over to the room of requirement. "Toby," he called. "Yes, Master Hadrian," said the elf, popping next to him. "Toby, we have a whole bunch of old newspapers at the castle, don't we?" he asked the elf hurriedly. "Of course, Master. It was kept in case we need to reference it later on," replied the elf. "Bless whoever came up with the idea. Toby, I want you to bring me all the newspapers from September 1942 to June 1943. It's urgent," he said. Toby nodded and immediately popped away. The elf came back a few minutes later with a huge pile of newspapers. "Thanks a lot, buddy," said Harry as he started flipping through them. 4 hours later, he finally found an article. It mentioned something about attacks at Hogwarts and how a student was killed. He looked for a name but wasn't mentioned. He searched more, and a few more papers later, he struck gold. Tom Riddle was given an award for special services to the school for catching the one behind the attacks. The girl killed was Myrtle Warren. He was suddenly assaulted by a memory. He was standing in front of a corpse in front of a bathroom as the sink, which had a large hole, slowly slid back into place. Well, finally a mudblood was killed. But his work was not done. He would have to kill all the Muggleborns to complete Salazar Slytherin's noble work. He came out of the bathroom and looked at it. He could hear footsteps. He panicked slightly, but immediately disillusioned himself. Okay, he was on the first floor. If he hurried, he could reach the dungeons soon. Then he would have an alibi. Harry gasped as he came out of the memory. The chamber entrance was located in the girls' bathroom on the first floor. He had finally found it. But who was Tom Riddle? That name was so ridiculously familiar. Was he Voldemort's friend? Harry returned to the Great Hall in a daze. What should he do now? Should he tell the staff about the basilisk? But then again, they may choose not to believe him. After all, he had considered the beast himself many months back and had dismissed it. Why would they believe him now? He was having dinner when McGonagall spoke up. "I have good news. Dumbledore's coming back. You've caught the heir of Slytherin. Quidditch matches are back on." Harry rolled his eyes. As if Quidditch was important at a time like this. Really, these people had no sense of what was actually important. "Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are ready for cutting at last," said McGonagall. "So we can finally revive those who have been petrified." Harry suddenly looked up at her. Daphne was going to be cured. This was the best news he had heard in a long time. He then turned to observe the others in the hall. Draco Malfoy was understandably angry at this revelation. How the boy was sorted into Slytherin, he didn't know. The boy had no sense of subtlety whatsoever. The others were cheering. His eyes narrowed when he looked at the pale form of Ginny Weasley. He hadn't run into the girl the entire year, having avoided her like the plague. But there was something odd about her. He couldn't put his finger on it, but Harry could sense foreign magic around her that screamed evil. What was it? He was on his way to the room and still debating on whether telling the staff was a good idea or not when he heard McGonagall's voice echoing through the corridors. "All students return to their house common rooms at once. Teachers report to the staff room immediately." Harry frowned. Something must have happened. He cast a disillusionment charm over himself, silenced his feet and went over to the staff room. He stood outside and cast an eavesdropping charm and listened. It's happened. A student has been taken right into the chamber itself. The heir has left another message. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. This is going to be the end of Hogwarts. Dumbledore always said McGonagall. "Who is it?" asked Madame Hooch. "Ginny Weasley," replied McGonagall. Harry said in a breath. He was right. Somehow Ginny Weasley was involved in the opening of the chamber. He had to do something, now. He immediately walked rapidly to the first-floor bathroom. He opened the door and went inside. There was a ghost singing by itself. "What do you want?" "This is a girl's bathroom," she said. "Are you the ghost of Myrtle Warren?" asked Harry, going by a hunch. "Yes. What do you want?" she asked again. "I was wondering if you could tell me how you died," he asked slowly. "Ooh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in here. I died in this very stall. I remember it so well. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny. A different language, I think it must have been. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door, to tell him to go and use his own toilet, and then, Myrtle swelled importantly, her face shining. I died. How? Said Harry. No idea, said Myrtle in hushed tones. I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes by that sink. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away. Harry nodded and looked at the sink she had indicated. He touched it and found an engraving of a snake on it. He took a deep breath to stop his body from shaking. That's when it started raining again, along with the usual lightning and thunder. He smiled slightly when he realized that it was Aquila warning him about danger. He sent the Thunderbird a message telepathically telling him to be ready when he called. He then stood back and hissed, "Open." Harry watched in fascination as the sinks disjoined to form a large pipe that could easily fit 5 people. "Myrtle, could you do me a favor? If the staff starts searching for me, tell them I've gone inside the Chamber of Secrets to put an end to this once and for all. If I don't come back within the next 5 to 6 hours, then tell them I'm probably dead. And in case you didn't know, my name is Hadrian Potter," he told the ghost. "Okay," replied the girl, giggling. "If you die, I don't mind you sharing my toilet. After all, you're a very cute boy." Harry smiled sadly. "Thanks for the compliment. But there is only one girl for me, and that always will be Daphne." Harry took a deep breath, lit his wand with a Lumos charm and jumped into the pipe. It was like rushing down a dark, slimy slide. Just as he was about to near the end, he pointed his wand at himself and said mentally, "Aristo momentum." He slowed down and landed on the ground on both feet. He again pointed his wand at himself and said, "Scourgify," to remove the slime and dirt that had collected on his body and robes. He pointed his wand in front of him to illuminate the path. He was in some sort of stone tunnel. After walking for a few meters, he stopped. He spotted something huge and carved lying on the floor. He closed his eyes, and prayed to anyone who would listen for strength as he went forward. His eyes went wide when he realized that it was snake skin. It was vivid poisonous green and must be at least 20 feet long or more. Harry swallowed as he thought back to what he had read about those giant snakes. The largest recorded was 31 feet in length. He was sincerely hoping this one wasn't too big. He walked for a few more minutes, idly looking around. Finally, he ended up in front of a giant stone wall which had 2 snakes intertwined, with emeralds for eyes. Swallowing his nervousness and reinforcing his mental shields, he uttered, "Open," in Parseltongue. The serpents parted and the door opened with a hiss. Harry, still shaking from head to toe despite his occlumency, stepped in. He was standing at the end of a very long and dimly lit chamber. Giant statues of snakes were on both sides, just like he had seen in that memory. The ceiling was lost in the darkness and there was an odd greenish glow to the entire place. Ancient lighting charms and torches illuminated a large statue 200 meters from his position, and he could see from so far away that Ginny Weasley was lying down in front of it. He slowly walked towards her, idly looking around for the basilisk. He reached the girl, bent down and shook her. "Well, see, wake up," he said. "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry immediately stood up and took his dueling stance in record time. His eyes narrowed when he saw a tall black-haired boy leaning against a stone pillar. The edges of his body seemed to be blurred, but he was quite clear. And he was also holding a wand. "Who are you?" asked Harry quietly, still not having moved from his stance. "I'm Tom Riddle," said the boy. Harry narrowed his eyes. Tom Riddle. The same Tom Riddle who went to Hogwarts 50 years ago. The one that got Hagrid expelled. He asked. "The very same," answered Tom. "What are you?" asked Harry, relaxing, but still keeping his wand tight in his hand. "A memory," said Riddle quietly, "preserved in a diary for 50 years. Harry turned and saw a small back diary near the foot of the statue. Just as he had suspected, memories started coming to his mind, but he used occlumency to lock them away for now. He could view them later. Now was not the time to get distracted. "You're lying. Memories are not interactive," said Harry in the same, low voice. "Quite," said Riddle, amused. "This diary is something much more." Both of them stared at each other for several seconds, waiting for the other to speak. Harry knew this Riddle was no ordinary individual. Who was he? I've waited a long time to meet you, Hadrian Potter, said Riddle. So long. Good to know, replied Harry, still not taking his eyes away from Riddle. He could sense there was something fishy here, something very familiar, yet very evil. How did Weasley get this diary? Harry asked. Well, that's an interesting question, said Riddle pleasantly. And quite a long story. I suppose the real reason Ginny Weasley's like this is because she opened her heart and spilled all her secrets to an invisible stranger. Elaborate, said Harry quietly. My diary, Harry. Little Ginny has been writing in it for months, telling me about all her problems, how her brothers tease her, how she had to come to school with second-hand robes and books, how, Riddle's eyes gleamed as he continued, how she didn't think the famous, handsome Hadrian Potter would ever like her. All the time he spoke, Riddle's eyes never left Harry's face. There was an almost hungry look in them. It was quite boring to listen to the problems of an 11-year-old girl. But I was patient, said Riddle. I wrote back and sympathized with her. Ginny simply loved me. It's so easy to manipulate people when they think you're the good one, isn't it? He said and laughed. It was a high, cold laugh that didn't suit him. Harry just raised one eyebrow at this. She poured all of her secrets into me, said Riddle. She poured out her soul to me, and that was exactly what I needed. I slowly grew stronger, far stronger than young Miss Weasley. Powerful enough to start feeding some of my secrets back into her. She doesn't even know that she was the one that opened the chamber, does she? Asked Harry. Of course not, but she suspected, of course. You should have read some of her recent diary entries. They were far more entertaining. Dear Tom, I think I'm losing my mind. I have rooster feathers and blood all over my uniform. I don't know what's happening to me. I think I'm going mad, Tom. Maybe I'm the one behind these attacks, said Riddle in a mocking girlish tone. Harry didn't react. He simply stood still and stared at the boy in front of him. He needed an opening to attack. His mind was working overtime trying to analyze the chamber, and what could be used to defeat Riddle in a duel. Of course, Ginny tried getting rid of the diary, but I couldn't have that. I wanted you to find it, but you were specifically avoiding her like the plague, weren't you? Said Riddle, sounding amused. She wrote to me about that too. How you were betrothed to Miss Daphne Greengrass and how she thought she could never ever get married to you. Harry's eye twitched slightly. It was you who opened the chamber 50 years ago, wasn't it? How did Hagrid take the blame? Asked Harry, changing the topic. Riddle smirked. His face, while handsome, had an evil look in place. That was quite easy, Harry. I knew Hagrid was caring for an acromantula and I used it to pin the blame on him. It worked so well, that even I was surprised how foolishly everyone believed Hagrid to the heir of Slytherin. Besides, who would they believe? On one hand, you have Tom Riddle, poor and orphaned. Brilliant, prefect, model student. On the other hand, you have Hagrid who used to get into trouble every other week over some creature or the other. Was it any surprise that he was expelled? Harry snorted. He couldn't argue with that. While Hagrid may be huge, he was mentally a child with no common sense whatsoever. He would have gotten expelled for keeping an acromantula in school anyway. Wait, acromantula. He would have to look into that later. Only the Transfiguration teacher, Dumbledore, seemed to think Hagrid was innocent. He persuaded Dippet to keep Hagrid and train him as gamekeeper. Yes, I think Dumbledore might have guessed. Dumbledore never seemed to like me as much as the other teachers did, said Riddle. Harry made a sound of annoyance. I don't particularly care about your relationship with Dumbledore. I don't give a flying F.K. What I would like to know is how you have been attacking the students. After Hagrid was expelled, continued Riddle as though he was uninterrupted, Dumbledore kept an annoyingly close watch on me. So I decided to leave behind a diary, preserving my 16-year-old self in its pages, so that one day, I could finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work, boasted Riddle. Well, your job isn't finished. In fact, I was starting to wonder if you'd lost your focus. After all, one of the victims you attacked was a pureblood. That would not exactly make Salazar happy, would it? Asked Harry, smirking. Oh, my dear Harry, you misunderstand me, purred Riddle. Daphne Greengrass was attacked solely because of her connection to you. I wanted to meet you very badly, and what better way to get you here if not by attacking the one most precious to you? Harry's eyes flashed bright green. And why did you want to meet me? He asked quietly. Riddle smiled pleasantly and said, Well, how is it that you, a boy with no extraordinary magical talent, managed to defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape with nothing more than a scar while Lord Voldemort's powers were destroyed? There was an old red gleam in his eyes now. But in Harry's mind, the pieces of the puzzle were slowly started to fit together. He had figured out who Tom Riddle was. He had searched the papers which had been printed during the war for any clues that could reveal the man's identity, and he had finally solved it. But he wanted Riddle to confirm it himself. "Why do you care how I escaped?" asked Harry. "Voldemort was after your time." "Voldemort," replied Riddle softly, "is my past, present, and future." Riddle used Ginny Weasley's wand and used it to trace words through the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He then waved his wand, and the letters began rearranging themselves. "I am Lord Voldemort. You see," he whispered. "Did you think I was going to use my filthy Muggle father's name forever? I, the descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself, through my mother's family keep the name of a foul, common Muggle, who abandoned me even before I was born, just because he found out his wife was a witch. No, Harry, I fashioned myself a new name, a name I knew wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak when I had become the greatest sorcerer in the world." Harry couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the large chamber. After getting his laughter under control, he said, "You're a half-blood. A son of a Muggle. Wow, talk about irony of life. You were supposed to be the champion of the pureblood cause. Your followers despise anyone with Muggle blood, and their master himself is the son of a Muggle. And from what you've told me, I'm pretty sure your mother was from the Gaunt family, a family so unstable that they tended to marry their own siblings to keep their bloodline pure. So that makes you the son of a Muggle and a squib. How ironic." Riddle's face went red with anger. Before he could say anything more, Harry interrupted again. "And just what makes you think you're the heir of Slytherin in the first place? I must admit, it was a good idea to use Salazar's name to further your own goals. But really, you, the heir? I don't think so," said Harry, smiling slightly. "I did my research, Potter," said Riddle, his eyes blazing with fury. "I traced my ancestry to Salazar Slytherin through the Gaunt family, who only claimed to be descendants of the founder." "You're forgetting who you're talking to, Riddle. I'm the lord of the Potter family. My family can trace its roots all the way back to the Roman Republic, almost 2,500 years ago. Do you think I would say something without thoroughly researching about it first? As I said, the Gaunts only claimed they were descendants of Slytherin. It has never been backed up by evidence or fact. Were your maternal grandfather or his ancestors ever able to claim the Slytherin lordship if that were the case?" asked Harry softly, but his words were firm, and his voice echoed around the chamber. "I'm a Parselmouth, Potter. That shows I'm descendant from Slytherin," shouted Riddle, who now looked beyond angry. Perfect, thought Harry. Riddle was exactly where he wanted him. Volatile emotions distract people, and he wanted Riddle's thoughts far away from the basilisk. Hopefully, he could kill him without having to deal with the deadly snake. "So what? I'm a Parselmouth too. For all your claims of being brilliant, you really are downright stupid. Did you think you're the only Parselmouth in the world? Or that Parseltongue was a talent that only runs in the Slytherin bloodline?" asked Harry. Looking at Riddle's expression, Harry guessed that the other boy really did think that was the case, and so did almost every witch and wizard in Britain. "Look, you moron, let me give you a history lesson. Parseltongue is an ancient magical language that is actually indigenous to magical India. You can find more Parselmouths there than anywhere else in the world. In fact, it is considered so sacred there and in the rest of Asia that they created a school only for Parselmouths almost 4,000 years ago. The ancient mages who lived there taught a bit about Parcel magic to other witches and wizards from around the world, so others too found out that they were born with the talent. That is how you now find Parselmouths everywhere in the world, even though they are minuscule in number compared to the general wizarding population. The reason Parseltongue is feared by most magicals in Europe is because of the ancient Greek dark wizard Herpo the Foul. That bastard twisted the sacred language and created very dark and foul spells and rituals with it, including the discovery of how a basilisk is born. So tell me, are so many witches and wizards related to Salazar as well? Then I must say that man must have had a lot of kids," said Harry, smirking. Riddle was seething but managed to calm down. "To business, Harry," said Riddle. In your past and in my future, we have met. And I failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk, the longer you stay alive. Riddle was seething but managed to calm down. To business, Harry, said Riddle. In your past and in my future, we have met. And I failed to kill you. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk, the longer you stay alive. Harry thought about it. He had no problem with revealing how brilliant his mother had been. It was a fact that made him swell with pride to have been privileged enough to be born as her son. But he needed to know what that diary was. It was important. All right, I'll tell you. But first, why don't you tell me what that diary really is? Asked Harry slowly. Riddle smiled widely. That is something I don't mind since you won't be leaving the chamber alive anyway. After all, I'm very proud of its creation. That, my dear Harry, is a Horcrux, he boasted. When Riddle uttered the word, Horcrux, many memories suddenly rammed into Harry's conscious mind. Harry winced in pain as he did his best to push those memories under his mental shields. That was probably the most important information of all, and he couldn't watch them now. Thankfully, Riddle hadn't noticed Harry's sudden pain, as he was still basking in the glory of what he had achieved. Fine, I'll tell you the story of how I survived. The fact of the matter is that my mother saved my life, said Harry quietly. Ah, so your mother died to save you. A mother's love, spat Riddle. That defeated. Oh please, said Harry, rolling his eyes and interrupting Riddle. What are you, Albus Dumbledore? Do you think that by a mother loving and dying for her child could save the baby from certain death? Think, you idiot. You might as well believe in the tales of Beetle the Bard, the way you're going. Said Harry exasperated. My mother was a Parselmouth, said Harry as he watched Riddle's eyes go wide. She created a ritual based on sacrificial magic in order to save my life. This ritual had to be performed in Parseltongue, and in advance. So unless you know that the person's life is in imminent danger, the ritual is useless and you can't use it to save your own life either. It can only be used to protect another person who you share your blood with. That scar you spoke of. The one on my forehead was just the one of many runes carved all over my body by my mother with her blood. She then laid a trap for you, and you walked right into it. For the ritual to be completed, my mother had to sacrifice her life, that was the only way to save mine. And your counterpart killed her, finishing the ritual. So when Voldemort tried to kill me, the killing curse which should have killed me, backfired and hit Voldemort instead. Poetic justice, don't you agree? Ironic, that what was the word again? Oh yes, a filthy mudblood was able to devise a way to stop the Avada Kedavra curse that eluded witches and wizards for thousands of years. And the savior of the pureblood cause and the so-called most powerful wizard in the world was defeated by a mere muggleborn. Said Harry, and laughed a loud, mocking laugh. It was unnerving. You know what I think. You really don't care about purebloods at all. I'm pretty sure your hatred of muggles was due to you having a bad childhood. You were an orphan, were you not? That means you probably grew up in an orphanage, and the muggles there didn't treat you well. And you took that hatred and let it consume you, making you hate muggleborns as well. I can see that your robes are Slytherin, so when you were sorted there, you were ridiculed by the rest of your housemates for being a muggleborn. So you decided to attack and intimidate them to rise to the top of the food chain, didn't you? That's why you changed your name as well. Several years later, you came back as Voldemort and started killing everyone, purebloods, halfbloods and muggleborns alike. You couldn't gain the Slytherin lordship as it wasn't passed on to you, and unless you get the family ring and its magic accepts you, you can't get a permanent seat on the Wizengamot. You didn't like contesting in elections because I'm pretty sure you don't like begging people for votes. So in order to reach the top of the ladder, you killed everyone that stood in your way. Your own supporters were treated like but that was your revenge against the purebloods, wasn't it? I'm shocked that you even managed to get as much power as you did. What did you finally achieve in the end? Nothing. Your counterpart is hiding somewhere too weak to carry on. What kind of life is that? Asked Harry, his magic swirling around him as he spoke. Riddle's face was red with anger. But again, Harry interrupted him and said, "What do you know about a hard life anyway, Riddle? You looked very healthy when you were 16. You were probably bullied by the older kids in the orphanage. Is that all? Do you know how many muggleborns all over the world are treated by muggles for being magical? They die in thousands. What do you know about abuse? I was treated worse. I was forced to clean the house and weed the gardens when I was 3 years old. I was beaten up every day for as long as I can remember. I was not given food to eat for days, sometimes weeks at a time. I was locked in a boot cupboard under the stairs, which was where my room was. My aunt used to hit me on the head with a hot frying pan. I was almost beaten by my uncle when I was just 6 years old. He hit me with red-hot iron rods and finally stabbed me with the intention of killing me. I was 7 years old when I finally escaped their torture. What have you faced, Riddle? Tell me, shouted Harry. His hair was once again pure white, his skin and eyes were glowing and bolts of lightning surrounded his body. Then join me, Harry, and together we can, said Riddle, but Harry again cut him off. Kill all the Muggles. Are you by any chance insane, Riddle? Wait, don't answer that. You clearly are. There are more than 5 billion Muggles populating the planet. Do I hold a grudge against each one of them? I'm not you, Riddle. I'm not an insane megalomaniac bent on world conquest who takes his ire on the rest of the world because he has daddy issues. Right now, my only enemy is you. You killed my parents and grandparents. It was because of you that I've had to suffer as I did. You're the reason for the current state of stagnation which permeates magical Britain. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a waste, and yet you, in your infinite wisdom, brought about the near destruction of our world, said Harry. Riddle's face was ugly with rage. Both boys started moving, circling each other, ready to pounce and tear the other into pieces at any second. After several seconds, Riddle forced an awful smile. So, your mother died to save you, he said. Ergo, there's nothing special about you after all. I wondered, you see. There are strange likenesses between us after all, both half-bloods, orphans, raised by Muggles. We even look similar, attracting attention with our astonishingly good looks. But now I know that it was merely luck that saved you from me. Harry breathed deeply. Almost there. Now, Harry, I'm going to teach you a little lesson. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter. But that was all he said before Harry took his cue and slashed his wand in the air. A dark blue jet of light flew from his wand towards Riddle, who dodged it, looking thoroughly surprised. Riddle smirked and sent a dark curse towards Harry and said, a bone-breaking curse. My, oh my, looks like somebody isn't Dumbledore's golden boy. Harry snarled internally, that old goat's golden boy. He upped his attack and threw a wide range of curses at Riddle while dodging spells sent his way as well. A smirk slowly formed its way on Harry's lips as jets of light flew from both wands. He was actually enjoying this. While the dueling tournament was good, it didn't challenge him, while Riddle did. They were both using curses and jinxes. Okay, time to switch tactics. Harry flicked his wand at the pool of water to his right. The water flew up into the air. Harry quickly spun his wand in a small round motion and the water immediately flew to Riddle, trapping him in a large sphere of water. The tip of Harry's wand was glowing bright blue while he was using his offhand to steer the sphere of water to the other side. Suddenly, Riddle broke free and banished huge gallons of water back at Harry. Harry charmed it to solidify into ice and transfigured it into tiny, razor-sharp ice crystals and flung them back at Riddle. The other boy slashed his wand in the air and transfigured the ice crystals into grains of sand. He then moved his wand in a circular motion many times, while pointing it up. The sand formed a mini tornado which was fast approaching Harry. Harry then pointed his wand at one of the ancient torches in the chamber which flew off its hold. The fire disintegrated the sand tornado, but it turned into a giant fire eagle which launched itself at Riddle. But it no longer was an eagle, but a large black serpent moving towards Harry, who blasted it to smoke, which solidified within seconds to form several daggers which moved towards Riddle. The older boy conjured marble to impact the daggers, but some of them escaped and hit him in the head, and Harry had just dodged the block of marble which had headed his way when he saw the daggers impact Riddle. It's over, Tom. You, said Harry, but stopped mid-sentence with his jaw hanging open. Tom Riddle smiled at Harry widely. The holes that had formed in his head had disappeared as if they had never existed. Did you think you could defeat me, Harry? I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard of them all, one that was able to drive Dumbledore away from this castle. Did you think I would lose to a mere 12-year-old boy? He sneered. Harry stood silently, breathing hard. This was not a regular body, It was a magical construct, so conventional means would not work. How else was he supposed to kill him? Do you feel safe now, Harry Potter? You were foolish to come here alone, said Riddle. There's no one here to help you. What's going to stop you from dying now? That's where you're wrong, Tommy boy, smirked Harry. I'm never alone. I always have a friend who has my back. Want to meet him? Aquila, he said. Riddle narrowed his eyes. Just then, there was an almighty clap of thunder and there was a bright flash of lightning above as an enormous bird appeared from bolts of lightning. The bird flew over and landed next to Harry, who smirked at Riddle. A thunderbird? I've never seen one before, whispered Riddle. Meet Aquila, said Harry. My oldest friend and familiar. I'm not alone, Riddle. Riddle smirked. Very good, Harry. But what can an overgrown eagle do against the King of Serpents? Besides, I really thought Albus Dumbledore would help you. Looks like you're not on his list of priorities. I don't need, began Harry, but was cut off by a flash of fire and a song. The song was melodious, and it lifted Harry's spirit. A red and gold phoenix came over, tossed Harry an old hat and flew over to rest on his shoulder. Fox? Asked Harry, bewildered. Riddle laughed loudly. Are you happy now, Harry? Is this what Dumbledore sends his great champion? A songbird in the old sorting hat, how pathetic. Harry looked down, and indeed, it was the school sorting hat, old and battered as always. There was no way whatsoever Dumbledore could have sent Fox. The old man would have rejoiced at seeing Harry dead. But why did Fox bring him the hat? Riddle turned away and addressed the giant statue and said, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Harry wheeled around to look up at the giant face of the statue. Horror-struck, Harry watched as the mouth opened to make an enormous black hole, just as he heard a hiss. Something was stirring inside the mouth. Sweet Merlin, the basilisk, whispered Harry. Fox flew off his shoulder and he heard Aquila say, Harry, we'll take care of the snake. You deal with that evil wizard. Saying that, the Thunderbird too took off into the air. Harry heard something massive hit the stone floor of the chamber. He then heard Riddle hissing, Kill him. Harry closed his eyes and extended his senses. He then twirled his wand and started attacking Riddle with several curses. He could feel the basilisk moving towards him. He took the sorting hat and placed it on his head for all the help it could do. Why did Salazar keep a basilisk in a school? It made no sense. He founded Hogwarts to protect magical children from the Muggles. So there was no way he would use it to kill the students of the castle, Muggleborn or not. It was his job to protect the students. Protect. That was it. Salazar did not raise this basilisk to kill the students, but rather to protect the students in case the Muggles ever invaded the castle. It was probably the final backup plan, in case all was lost. The snake had been here for more than 1,000 years, it must be confused as to who really was the enemy. Harry heard Aquila and Fox shriek, so he knew they were battling the basilisk. Wanting to help them, while at the same time dodging curses from Riddle, he conjured a rooster and hit it with a sonorous charm. The rooster crowed loudly. The basilisk shrieked, so Harry finally couldn't take it anymore and opened his eyes a bit. The sight before him was astounding. Fox and Aquila were surrounding the basilisk, a snake so massive that it was probably more than 70 feet long, with Fox distracting it and Aquila hitting it with bolts of lightning, which was clearly weakening it, but not by much. Harry, we have destroyed its eyes. It can't kill with its eyes anymore. You can see, said Aquila. Harry looked and saw Aquila send bolts of lightning at the basilisk's eyes, making it shriek with agony. But the moment in which Harry had turned was his undoing. A blasting curse impacted the floor in front of him and he was thrown back and painfully collided with one of the snake statues. He crumpled to the ground, just as a trail of blood smeared on the statue behind, clearly from his head. No, leave those birds. Leave the birds, screamed Riddle. The boy is behind you. You can smell him. Kill him. Harry looked to see Aquila waging a losing battle. Clearly, using so many bolts of lightning when there wasn't a storm around to rejuvenate him had its toll on the massive Thunderbird. What was shocking to the bone was that the basilisk didn't seem to have been killed by the rooster. It screeched and probably injured the mighty 70-foot-long snake, but it didn't kill it as it was supposed to. Oh Salazar, your effort into protecting the school turned out to be your undoing. What was supposed to protect the castle is now the cause of its destruction, thought Harry. He slowly got up, his body shaking. Several bones all over his body were clearly broken, so he quickly used a numbing charm on them so that it couldn't distract him. Thank you for believing in the true legacy of Salazar Slytherin, Lord Potter, and not believing in the twisted version of history. You are truly worthy of being the heir of Gryffindor. Godric would be proud of you, said the Sorting Hat in Harry's mind. The next second, Harry felt something very hard and heavy hitting him on the head, which almost knocked him out. He pulled the hat away from his head, only to grab a handle. He pulled on it to grab a gleaming silver sword probably 4 feet long, its handle glittering with rubies the size of eggs. The basilisk approached him. Harry quickly raised the sword, but what was the use? He had learnt martial arts, but not fencing. The basilisk lunged blindly. It missed Harry, but it struck the giant snake statue, sending stone everywhere. Harry tried to strike it back, but the great tail of the snake struck him instead, throwing him across the chamber. Harry screamed in pain as he impacted another statue. He immediately got up, though badly injured. Aquila screeched in anger. The Thunderbird attacked the basilisk with an almighty dive and tried to rip its skin off, but it didn't work, even though Fawkes tried the same from the opposite side. The basilisk opened its mouth wide, intending to bite or swallow the bird. The Thunderbird threw a powerful bolt of lightning at its mouth. It definitely injured the giant snake, but severely weakened the majestic bird. Aquila crumpled to the ground with a whimper. "Aquila!" shouted Harry in concern. He flicked his wand to conjure a ladder and climbed on top of one of the snake statues. "I'm here, you dirty piece of shit. Take me instead," shouted Harry angrily to the basilisk. The basilisk turned and lunged at Harry, its mouth open. Harry, expecting this, took the hilt with both hands and struck it at the roof of its mouth. The long sword pierced the creature's brain, killing it. But Harry didn't escape unaffected. Harry screamed loudly in pain as blood splattered all over him and one long poisonous fang was sinking deeper and deeper into Harry's arm. The basilisk gave one hiss, and it spun around and fell to the ground dead. But when it fell down, it also grabbed Harry, who was suffering from the pain, from on top of the statue to throw him back to the stone floor. Harry fell with a thud on the smooth stone floor of the chamber. White-hot pain, more than anything he had ever experienced, was spreading from his arm to other parts of his body. He did his best to control his tears, but he couldn't stop them from falling as he heaved a sob. "Aquila," he said to the Thunderbird. "I'm so sorry, buddy. Please forgive me. I'm so terribly sorry," he said, crying. His crying stopped when he heard mocking laughter. He looked up with his blurred vision to see Riddle coming closer to him. "You're dead, Harry Potter," said Riddle. "Dead. See, even Dumbledore's bird knows it. He's crying, just like you are. Pathetic. And so ends the great and mighty Potter family," said Riddle, his voice sounding distant. "After almost 2,500 years, you found your match at the hands of Lord Voldemort. The last Lord Potter, alone in the Chamber of Secrets, defeated by the Dark Lord he so unwisely challenged. You'll be back with your dear mudblood mother soon, Harry. She bought you 12 years of borrowed time, but Lord Voldemort got you in the end, as you know he must." But Harry didn't feel worse. In fact, he was feeling better. The chamber was sliding back into focus as he saw Fawkes cry into his wound. Phoenix tears. He wasn't dying, he was being healed. Just as the wound closed, Riddle realized the same thing. "Get away, bird. Get away from him," shouted Riddle, blasting a curse at the spot Fawkes had until then occupied. "Phoenix tears, healing powers," said Riddle quietly. "Of course, I forgot. Very well. I prefer it this way. You're in no state to duel and I want to make this quick." He raised his wand, but just then Harry wandlessly summoned the diary and slammed the basilisk fang into it. There was a long, dreadful scream and ink poured out of the wound. Riddle screamed in agony and was suddenly gone. The chamber was silent. "Fawkes, you were amazing. Thank you so much. I owe you my life," whispered Harry, looking at the phoenix. The bird trilled happily and Harry chuckled. "If you ever get bored listening to the Drop S. King Old Goat talking about the greater good, just come to my place. I own a large beach house in Hawaii. Warm climate, crystalline beaches, beautiful witches willing to feed you your favorite food. Now isn't that a vacation?" asked Harry, grinning slightly. The red and gold bird trilled happily again, bobbing his head. Harry smiled, got up and went over to his friend. Aquila looked very tired indeed. Harry looked into his eyes, and hugged the bird. I'm so sorry, he said as he broke down crying again. I never meant to put you in danger, buddy. You've done so much for me, saving me from the Dursleys, taking care of me, and now I put you in danger. I'm so sorry, he wailed. Aquila nuzzled his beak on Harry's shoulder. Don't feel guilty, little one. Didn't you say that we are brothers? That's what brothers do, isn't it? Help each other at the time of need. I will never leave you, Harry. You are as precious to me as I am to you. I don't blame you. That snake was a lot more powerful than I realized, but you killed it. I'm so proud of you, Harry, said the Thunderbird. Harry smiled, at his feathers and said, why don't you go recover from this battle? I'll see you after the school year is done. Take care of yourself. Aquila nodded. He bowed to Fawkes, who bowed back to him. With that, Aquila with some effort flew to the end of the chamber, and with a flash of lightning, disappeared. Harry went over to the basilisk and removed the sword which was still lodged in its mouth. Even though the sword was 4 feet long, it didn't feel as heavy. It definitely looked richly decorated, looking like the sword of a king. Harry looked at the blade and gasped when he saw the inscription. Godric Gryffindor. When Geraldine Gryffindor and Alan Potter had a son, Godric was in a dilemma, said the Sorting Hat, suddenly. He didn't know whether to pass on the Gryffindor family titles and fortune to his grandson. He knew that gold really did not matter much to the Potters as they had so much of it themselves, so he finally decided that he would not give it immediately. It would only pass on to a child of the Potter family who embodied what Hogwarts represented. The hat continued, the only way for any Potter to claim the Gryffindor title and fortune, as you know, is to find his legendary sword. That much is known to the Potters, considering they have been searching for it for the last 1,000 years, but what you didn't know was that it wasn't a game of hide and seek. Godric entrusted me with the sword and told me to present it to someone of his blood who I felt was worthy. I have sorted generations of Potters into all 4 houses of Hogwarts. Many of them were exceptional, but I waited, until you came to the castle. You're immensely loyal to your family and to your familiar. You're very intelligent and think logically to solve a problem to arrive at a solution that could help everyone. You're very brave and honorable to have accepted the destiny of your life and enter the chamber knowing that you might not make it out alive. You're cunning and ambitious, and while you use opportunities which are presented for your own gain, you deeply care about your magical brethren and use those opportunities to help them. You truly believed that Salazar could not have been evil, and that was what made me finally choose you. You are unique, Hadrian Potter. I have never encountered anyone like you before. You are truly worthy of bearing Godric's family name. Welcome back, Lord Gryffindor. Welcome back, Lord Gryffindor. Harry blushed brightly, but he couldn't ignore the various injuries he had suffered anymore. Just then, suddenly Ginny Weasley woke up with a groan. Her eyes traveled to the giant basilisk corpse to a blood-soaked, injured Harry standing next to it. Harry, oh, Harry. I wanted to tell you today at dinner, but you kept avoiding me. It was me, Riddle M made me do it. I swear. Where's Riddle? The last thing I remember, said Ginny. It's all right, said Harry, his emotionless mask slipping back into place. Riddle is finished. And I know you're not to blame either. You were possessed by what was clearly a dark artifact. Let's go. We both need medical attention. Hopefully, both of us can come out of this without any long-lasting damage, though I'm doubtful, he said looking at his right hand. Were the phoenix tears enough to counter the poison that had spread all over this body? Ginny was babbling about her getting expelled, but Harry did not pay much attention. Fawkes was waiting for them, hovering in the chamber entrance. Harry urged Ginny forward. They stepped back into the tunnel as the great stone doors closed behind them with a hiss. Harry took the sword and hat with one hand, pocketed the diary and grabbed Fawkes's tail feathers with the other. He asked Ginny to grab his leg and they flew up the pipe until finally, they reached Myrtle's bathroom. You're alive, she said flatly. Sorry about that, Myrtle, but it looks like I won't be sharing your bathroom after all, said Harry dryly as he escorted Ginny out. Where now? Asked Ginny. Hospital wing, said Harry as he limped along. He was in terrible pain as the numbing charms didn't seem to have an effect any longer. Tears picked his eyes. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey would be able to heal him soon. But before that, he decided that there was something more important than that. Toby, he said. Yes, Master Hadrian. Master, what happened to you? Asked Toby, shocked at Harry's appearance. You and the rest of the elves can yell at me later, Toby, said Harry, smiling slightly. But for now, I want you to take this sword and this diary and place it in the high-security vault in my study at Potter Castle. And make sure to increase the wards around the study as well, just in case. Instruct the elves not to touch it. The sword is coated with basilisk venom and this is its fang, he explained. Toby nodded and popped away with the sword and the diary. Ginny was gaping at Harry. Potter Castle? She asked disbelievingly. My home, that's where I live, explained Harry as he limped along to the hospital wing, Ginny following him and idly wondering how rich Harry really was. Once they approached, he opened the door and went in. Harry mentally groaned when he saw several people there. It looked like they were in the process of giving the mandrake draft to the students. All of the petrified victims were sitting on their beds, along with Madame Pomfrey, Horace Slughorn and Lord and Lady Greengrass. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Daphne sitting on her bed, her eyes red with tears but her expression stony. Harry, Miss Weasley, shouted Slughorn. We received reports that Miss Weasley was taken into the chamber and that Harry went in after her. What happened? The danger of the Chamber of Secrets has passed, Professor. But right now, we need medical attention. Madame Pomfrey, he asked, looking at the Hogwarts resident healer. Just then, the doors of the hospital wing burst open and Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came in. Harry and Daphne made eye contact and both snorted and rolled their eyes. There was an almighty scream. Ginny. Mrs. Weasley leapt forward and engulfed her daughter so hard that Harry cringed just by looking at the bone-crushing hug. There was no way he would ever accept a hug like that from anybody. He liked Daphne's hugs, they were so warm and comforting. You saved her. You saved her. How did you do it? Screamed Mrs. Weasley, moving towards Harry, intending to give him a tight hug as well. Harry's eyes went wide and his body tensed. He didn't know how he would react in case that woman gave him such a bone-crushing hug, but involuntarily attacking her in hyperventilation was a good bet. He stepped back and put his hand in front of him, but Mrs. Weasley was coming with her arms raised. Just before he impacted the wall behind him, someone put up a shield between them. Harry turned to find the source and exhaled in relief. Daphne was standing with her wand aloft, still wearing a stony expression on her face. Miss Greengrass, how could you attack her? Shouted Professor McGonagall. Mrs. Weasley bounced off the shield and her face went red with anger. Just who do you think you are, young lady? Screeched Molly loud enough to destroy anyone's hearing. Daphne coolly put her wand down and said coldly, I believe my fiancé has already told you not to grab him in a hug. He's not comfortable with it. Is that so difficult to understand and respect people's personal space? Miss Greengrass, that was uncalled for, said McGonagall sternly. That will be 10 points from Slytherin and you had better apologize to the lady. Elizabeth Greengrass looked like she was about to say something to McGonagall about her insensitive nature, but Daphne snorted, ignoring the shocked Transfiguration teacher who probably had never had a student ignore her before. What I would like to know is how young Harry escaped from the chamber, said Dumbledore, smiling happily. That was very honorable of you to go rescue young Miss Weasley, Harry. Clearly, you care a lot about her. Harry snorted. Leave it to Dumbledore to think of this as a way to get him and that Weasley fangirl together. He slowly limped his way to Daphne's bed where she helped him remove his robe and lie down. He whimpered when his head came into contact with the pillow. Daphne turned around, her dark hair whipping her face. Her deep blue eyes were glowing with righteous anger. I think you need to get your eyesight checked, Headmaster. Otherwise, you would have asked Madame Pomfrey to treat his extensive injuries rather than engage in storytelling, she said with gritted teeth. Cyrus and Elizabeth looked at each other stunned. They had never seen their daughter like this. Miss Greengrass, that's enough from you, said McGonagall, losing her temper. You shall not disrespect the headmaster. That'll be another 20 points from Slytherin, and the next time will be a detention. Daphne's eye twitched, and her parents looked furious as well. What kind of teacher are you? She snapped, looking at Minerva McGonagall. First you believe in the lies sprouted by that senile old goat we call a headmaster about my fiancé being the heir of Slytherin and opening the Chamber of Secrets, and now you deduct points from me because I'm doing my duty to protect my fiancé. You're the deputy headmistress for Merlin's sake. That title doesn't just mean that your name appears on the letters for the first years and be done with it. It means that if there is a crisis, you keep your head and act in a rational manner, and ensure that all 4 houses are treated fairly, but of course, that's not possible when you're the head of Gryffindor, is it? You didn't believe Harry when he said that he had been molested by Lockhart, even though you knew that no one makes such an accusation without evidence or just to get someone in trouble. If Professor Flitwick hadn't been there, you would have just let it go and assigned Harry detention for lying, wouldn't you? I'm so glad Harry and I are not in Gryffindor because it would have been shameful to be under the thumb of such a disgusting, bigoted teacher. Deduct points and give detention to someone who cares, Professor. To me, nothing is more important than my fiancé and you, the Harridan Weasley and the manipulative old goat standing next to you can all go to hell for all I care. She turned back to Harry, just as Madame Pomfrey came over to him and scanned him. Dumbledore and McGonagall came over to him too, though the latter was in a terrible state of shock at being told off by a second-year student, but Daphne held her hand in place to stop them. I believe that it is the custom that discretion is maintained when it comes to the patient and healer. Step back, you have no business here, she said quietly. Dumbledore finally had enough. He stepped forward, his aura blazing, and said, I'm the headmaster of the school and I have the right to. Nothing, replied Daphne coldly. You only have the right to a student's medical information if it's contagious or if you're acting in loco parentis. But since my fiancé is emancipated, the latter does not apply. I repeat, step back. Daphne was furious. She had never been this angry before. Harry had decided to go into the chamber and fight the bloody basilisk without any help. And now, McGonagall was being a ch and Dumbledore was trying to find out what was going on. She was very close to attacking someone. Her anger intensified and the aura around her was palpable as her body and the air around her were glowing with a pale gold light. Her parents were furious at the way their daughter was being treated and demanded answers from McGonagall, who didn't know how to respond as she was still in a state of shock. Daphne immediately put up a strong privacy ward before Dumbledore could move and asked Madame Pomfrey, how is he? This is bad, said the school healer. Bones are broken all over his body, his face is puffed up, he's exhausted, has internal bleeding in various places, a concussion, there is trauma to the skull and spine, and he seems to have been infected by a poison that I can't identify. You were bitten, hissed Daphne, her eyes wide. Harry looked at her and said, Fawkes cried into the wound, but my uniform is splattered with its blood, we'll have to burn them. But I'm not very sure if it's completely neutralized. Daphne took several calming breaths and turned to Madame Pomfrey. Can you check if the poison is still affecting him or may affect him in the future? She asked firmly. Madame Pomfrey wanted to object and demand what the poison was, but finally decided against it, for now, realizing that Daphne was very close to attacking someone. She performed a deep scan on Harry's body and replied, the poison is completely neutralized. Traces of it will always be in his bloodstream along with the Phoenix Tears, but it won't affect him. I'm not sure what poison it is, but the Phoenix Tears seem to have done its job. The tears heal all known poisons after all. Daphne nodded. She then helped Harry remove his clothes. She turned and saw the rest of the people all staring at them. She snarled and summoned the screens from the other side of the room. Really, those people had no sense of privacy. She made Harry strip down to his boxers, not caring that Harry was blushing because of the tent that had formed in his pants due to her touch. Toby, she called out. The elf popped in and asked, what can Toby do for Miss Daphne? Can you get me a bowl of warm water and a soft sponge? And please take Harry's uniform and burn them straight away, they're coated with the creature's poison, so don't touch them. Also, please bring him a fresh set of clothes to wear, will you? Asked Daphne. The elf nodded and followed her orders. The next 20 minutes was spent in silence as Madame Pomfrey worked on Harry, healing him. He needs rest. I want him to stay in the hospital wing for the next 2 days, she said finally. Before Harry could open his mouth to protest, Daphne beat him to it. It will be done. She turned to him and asked, would you have let me leave this place if I were this badly injured? Harry shook his head and lay down on the bed. After Madame Pomfrey left, Daphne took the sponge and started removing the poison from his skin. After cleaning him off, she touched the new scar on his right forearm. It was a big white circle and she knew it won't go away because of its nature. Scars in the magical world were rare since they could be removed very easily, but those made due to dark magic could not be removed. Harry would have to honor this mark for the rest of his life. I know you think you did nothing wrong by going to the chamber alone, said Daphne quietly. So we can argue about this later. Rest for now, okay? You can tell them what happened down there once you're healed. I'll take care of them for now. Thanks, Daphne, said Harry as he drifted off to sleep. Daphne covered his body with a blanket, her eyes lingering for a moment longer at Harry's beak, the bulge still very much visible through his boxers. She blushed, but couldn't help but admire Harry's body. She brushed her hand against his toned barren abs and her blush increased. There was a reason Harry was considered as the best-looking boy in the school. She took a deep breath, reinforced her occlumency and stepped through the privacy curtain when she heard raised voices. I'm sorry, headmaster, but she's clearly not in a state to answer any of your questions. I've just scanned her and it looks like she's been under the control of a very dark object for an extended period of time. She's hysterical. That's why she fainted when you questioned her. I want her to stay here until I say so, no exceptions. Thundered Madame Pomfrey, looking between Dumbledore and Molly Wellesley, the latter believing in Dumbledore's theory that her daughter was perfectly fine. Morons, muttered Daphne. Ah, Miss Greengrass, said Dumbledore, looking at Daphne. I need to talk to Harry immediately, he said firmly. Daphne shook her head and said, he's so exhausted that he's fast asleep, headmaster. He said that he would give you an explanation once he has recovered. This is a matter of the safety of the school, thundered Dumbledore. Cyrus Greengrass finally had enough and stepped in. He put an arm around his daughter and snarled. I believe Lord Potter specifically said that the danger of the Chamber of Secrets has passed. Did you not see him when he arrived, Dumbledore? He's in a terrible state. Don't you care about his well-being at all? You can question him later. Dumbledore furiously swept from the hospital wing, his loyal deputy at his heels. Madame Pomfrey informed all the petrified victims that they were fine and that they could return to their dormitories, and they all shuffled slowly out of the hospital, while still trying to catch a glimpse of Harry who was behind the screens. Daphne turned to her parents and said, Mum, Dad, it's after midnight. I'm awake now, so there's nothing more to do here. Thanks for coming for me, I'll be fine. But I need to take care of Harry now. I'll see you soon. Cyrus and Elizabeth looked at each other and sighed. All right, Daphne, said her mother. Let us know of any developments, and keep an eye out for Dumbledore. Cyrus, it might be a good idea to start fishing why the DMLE has been denied this case. It might be worth a look. Cyrus narrowed his eyes and nodded. The two adults hugged their daughter and disappeared down the hallway. Daphne looked at the empty room and went back to her fiancé. She stood next to him and stroked his handsome face, just as a lone tear flowed down her cheek. She stood there for a minute, contemplating her decision and finally decided to do it. She removed her shoes and got into bed with Harry. Placing her head on his bare and putting her arm around his waist, Daphne drifted off to sleep, listening to his heartbeat and breathing in the familiar scent of the boy she loved. The next morning, Harry woke up feeling a weight on his body. He opened his eyes and gaped at the scene in front of him. Daphne was sleeping next to him, with her head on his with one arm and leg around him. Heat rushed up to his face and neck, not to mention his morning beak got stiffer as he realized how close they were. He really thought he might freak out, but he didn't. There was something so right about this. He idly pushed strands of dark hair away from her face as he watched her sleep. She is so beautiful, he thought. After a few minutes, Daphne got up as well. Her eyes slowly drifted open as she heard a whispered, "Good morning." She turned to see the smiling face of Harry looking back at her. Daphne blushed at being caught sleeping next to him but decided that since Harry didn't seem to mind, she wouldn't have to explain it to him. Besides, she loved cuddling with him like this. "Good morning. How are you feeling?" she whispered. "Quite good, actually. Before anyone comes to check up on me, let's talk. How do you think we should proceed? Does Dumbledore know that the creature was a basilisk?" asked Harry. Daphne slowly shook her head. "Doesn't seem like it," she said. But he was furious that he couldn't get any information immediately. "I'm not sure what he is up to, but we have to tread carefully." "Agreed," said Harry. There was silence for a minute until Daphne hesitantly asked, "What happened down there, Harry? Did you actually engage the basilisk? Is it dead?" Harry flicked his wand to his hand, threw various privacy wards around them and started telling her what had happened in the chamber. After 20 minutes, Daphne's face was pale. I'm so going to yell at you later, she whispered, breathing heavily. Daphne turned back and said, "You have accomplished something that is amazing, Harry. You killed a 70-foot-long basilisk to protect the school, and that definitely is an outstanding achievement. We can capitalize on this opportunity. You were massively targeted because of that Parselmouth article, you were accused without evidence, you were sent hate mail and howlers too, right? You were shunned by the entire school. I think we should throw it in their faces that you almost died to protect them. The public's perception of you will increase tremendously and show Dumbledore who actually won this round. He'll do his very best to hush this up, and we don't want that. You might even receive an Order of Merlin for this. What do you say?" Harry stared at the ceiling while his fingers idly stroked Daphne's hair. After a few minutes, he replied saying, "I like it. I believe you're right in saying that Dumbledore would want to hush things up. So, we show the pensive memory of the event to the entire school in the Great Hall. A few compulsion charms should make the mouthy ones demand to watch the memory. Then I can show them the truth that will change their fundamental perception of the war. Voldemort was a half-blood, and my mother was a Parselmouth and so was able to save my life. The Order of Merlin is a good idea, but I'll try to move it in the direction so that my mother gets the award posthumously." And explaining how I'm the true heir of Gryffindor while saying that Voldemort might not be the heir of Slytherin is too good to pass up. "And don't worry, I have a plan to deal with the press," said Harry, grinning darkly. They spent the entire day in the hospital wing. Harry acted as though he was still unconscious, so when Dumbledore came to question him, he was asleep. Later that evening, a reluctant Madame Pomfrey let Harry go to the Great Hall for dinner after he promised that he would come back to the hospital wing that night to sleep. As Harry and Daphne entered the Great Hall during dinner, the hall went deathly silent. The two of them, without a care in the world, sat at the very end of the Ravenclaw table and proceeded to eat dinner. They had chosen this particular spot because it was the best spot from where the memory could be shown to everyone. Then suddenly the question started. "Is it true you went into the Chamber of Secrets, Harry? How did you rescue Ginny Weasley? Is it true you like her? How big is the chamber? What's the monster that lives there?" The questions continued when finally, Daphne released her anger out on them all. "Why should he tell you anything?" she snapped in her cold voice. "After all of you branded him as a Dark Lord for almost the entire year and accused him without proof, didn't you? What has changed now? Now that he has saved a damsel in distress, he's noble in your eyes again. Many of you, including your families and the general population of this country, accused him of murder, sent him mail that said that he should be sentenced to the Dementor's Key for being the heir of Slytherin, while one recommended the Ministry confiscate his family fortune and expel him from Hogwarts and Great Britain itself. The oldest family in the country to be thrown out of magical Britain. When all this was going on, did any of you come up to him and tell him that you didn't suspect him of doing it? Did any of the teachers stop the abuse that was rampant around this school? Why would they, when the headmaster and the deputy headmistress themselves didn't care about him or believed him to be innocent? Even though the entire school and country teamed up against him, he didn't say a word. It only took me being attacked and petrified for you all to regain your senses. How many of you tried to apologize to him for treating him the way you did? You might say that he didn't want to speak to you. Can you blame him? Would you do so if you were in his place? Without any proof whatsoever, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall had decided that Harry was behind the attacks. Last night, when he came to the hospital wing so badly injured that he couldn't even walk, did they even bother to try to get him medical attention? No, they wanted him to engage them in storytelling. That's the care you all show to your so-called hero who saved you all from Voldemort all those years ago. Or have you all forgotten the fact that he is the boy who lived? Don't any of you ever use your brain? Why would a half-blood, a son of a Muggleborn, attack Muggleborns? You attacked him, berated him, and now you act as though everything was rosy, and ask him questions and demand that he answer to you. He nearly died to protect this school and its worthless students and staff. So, why should he tell any of you anything while you are all a bunch of ungrateful pigs? He doesn't owe any of you anything, she said. Daphne's eyes were glowing with anger, and her aura was palpable with her magic swirling around her body. All the people in the Great Hall were staring at her, with their jaws on the floor due to shock at what she had said. Harry then activated the compulsion charm he had cast on Draco Malfoy earlier, He truly loved mind magic in that it was so easy to manipulate others. He had cast the compulsion on Draco, but had used legilimency to dive into his mind, and created a trigger as to when the boy should react. Voldemort and Dumbledore might be very good at the mind arts, but they didn't have the natural talent that Harry possessed. "But we deserve to know," shouted Draco Malfoy, cutting through the silence. "Or is Potter too much of a coward to tell us? What happened down there? It's all a lie, isn't it? He never went down to the Chamber of Secrets in the first place. You and that blood traitor Weasley must have staged the whole thing," he said and laughed. A few other compulsions activated as well, and some of the older years from the other houses started jeering at Harry. A particularly obnoxious older boy in Hufflepuff who had given Harry hell throughout the years said, "So, you really are the heir of Slytherin, aren't you, Potter? You staged the whole thing so that no one would suspect you, but we did. You're a murderer." And the boy was cut off when he saw a wand pointed right between his eyes, its tip glowing. Daphne Greengrass stood in front of him with a furious expression on her face. "One more word," she whispered angrily, "and I'll ensure you'll never speak to anyone ever again. The castration curse ought to make you create a filter between that empty head and filthy mouth of yours." Before she could curse him into next week, the whole hall heard a voice say quietly, "Daphne, no. He's not worth it." Daphne hesitated but returned to her seat next to Harry. All of them in the hall waited with bated breath as Harry slowly got up to face all four houses and the teachers as well. "This has gone on long enough. I may be very patient, but even I've reached the end of my tether. You all want to know what happened down there, right? Very well, I'll show you." "Toby." The elf popped into the hall next to him. He idly heard a small shriek from Granger but didn't pay much attention. "Toby, could you please bring me my pensieve? The large one," he said. Toby snapped his fingers and a pensieve appeared next to Harry, suspended in thin air. Harry pointed his wand at his temple and pulled out a strand of silvery white substance and put it in the pensieve. That's when Dumbledore decided to butt in. "No, I forbid this. Mr. Potter, let us go to my office. We can discuss what happened there," he said. Harry shook his head and said, "You deliberately accused me of causing those attacks, Headmaster, along with the entire student body and most of the staff. I'm not going to take the attacks on my person and family lying down. If you want to know what happened, this is your only chance. I'm not going to explain myself again, nor am I handing you my memory." Dumbledore looked furious, but before he could object, Harry tapped the various runes on the pensieve. The device would now work like a projector, showing the three-dimensional view of the incident, along with the sounds. He cast a sonorous charm on it so that everyone could hear it. And so the memory began. The entire student body and staff of Hogwarts watched Harry enter the bathroom on the first floor and ask Myrtle about her death, him examining the tap and hissing at it in Parseltongue. Many gasped at the fact that Harry indeed was a Parselmouth, but they were too enthralled in watching the memory to voice out their accusations. They watched Harry request Myrtle to inform the teachers that he might die down there and then jump into the pipe, him proceeding down the stone tunnel, of him illuminating the giant snake skin where many of them gasped, him finding the wall with two serpents and hissing to it for it to open, him walking into the large chamber and telling Ginny Wellesley to wake up, him meeting Tom Riddle. They watched as Riddle explained that he was controlling Ginny Weasley the whole time, about how he got Hagrid expelled, and finally he revealed himself as Lord Voldemort. When Tom Riddle entered the scene, Dumbledore's eyes went wide. He couldn't afford Tom's real nature coming out, then his plan to reform him would be futile. Dumbledore got up and pointed his wand at the pensieve which was positioned at the other end of the hall. When his wand suddenly went flying from his hand, but landed on the table in front of him. He gasped. The Elder Wand. He turned to find Harry Potter standing near the staff table with his wand in hand. No one else had noticed what the boy had done as they were all too enthralled by the memory. Albus immediately took his wand and felt it. Nothing. The blasted boy had just robbed him of his power by becoming the master of the Elder Wand. What to do? There were gasps and screams as they realized that it was Voldemort himself who was attacking them. There was complete silence as all of them were in disbelief when Riddle announced that he was a half-blood, and a son of a Muggle. They watched the scene when Harry started laughing at Riddle for being a half-blood. There were many wide eyes in the room when they heard that the Potter family was almost 2,500 years old. Draco Malfoy was unable to speak. The school watched Harry say that Riddle could not be the heir of Slytherin, him explaining about Riddle's psychology about taking revenge on both purebloods and muggles for the way they had treated him explaining about the true nature of Parseltongue, which was most illuminating to everyone, him telling Riddle about his past home life. There were many gasps and stunned faces as Harry again described his life at the Dursleys. They couldn't imagine ever being treated like that. Dumbledore and the rest were shocked to stillness when Harry revealed that Lily Potter had been a Parselmouth in her creation of a ritual that saved Harry's life and defeated Voldemort. Dumbledore couldn't believe that Lily Potter had hidden such a talent from him, and worse had figured out a way to deflect the killing curse, however obscure it may be. They all watched with fascination the duel that took place between Harry and Riddle. McGonagall and Dumbledore, both Transfiguration teachers, could not help but admire the duel once it shifted to battle Transfiguration. The fact that a second-year student was able to perform Transfiguration that Newt students struggled with was staggering. When Harry finally hit Riddle with the daggers, there were cheers, but it was short-lived as Riddle boasted that he could not be defeated. When Riddle mocked Harry for being alone, the entire crowd gasped at once when they saw the majestic Thunderbird appear with a flash of lightning and land next to Harry. No one in Britain had seen a Thunderbird as they were native to North America, so no one knew much about them. They saw Fawkes, the Phoenix, arrive with the Sorting Hat. Some of them paled when Harry mentioned the word basilisk. When the school population saw the size of the basilisk, many screamed in terror. They watched anxiously as Harry dueled with Riddle as the Thunderbird and the Phoenix fought the basilisk. They were in awe of Aquila, who flung bolt after bolt of lightning at the massive snake. McGonagall gasped when she saw Harry conjure a rooster since it was high-level transfiguration. Many faces paled as Harry got hit by the blasting curse, and hit the stone statue behind him, leaving a trail of blood on the wall as he crumpled to the ground. Then suddenly, they saw Harry lift the Sorting Hat, and from its depths came a long, ruby-encrusted sword. Dumbledore's eyes went wide when he realized what it was. He had read about it and knew that Harry had just pulled the legendary sword of Godric Gryffindor out of the hat. This was not good at all. When Harry was flung across the chamber when the basilisk's tail hit him, many students screamed. They heard him shout out to his familiar when the Thunderbird looked fatigued and watched as he climbed up to the statue. When the basilisk opened its large mouth and struck while at the same time Harry pierced the long sword through the snake's brain, almost the entire hall screamed with fright, while a few of them fainted. Madame Pomfrey slapped her hand to her mouth when she realized that Harry had been poisoned with basilisk venom. The staff and students watched Harry get slowly poisoned. At this point, many of them were openly crying. When Harry stabbed the diary with the fang and Riddle disappeared, people stood up and started applauding and cheering loudly. Dumbledore's face turned red with anger as many of them started laughing when Harry offered a vacation to Fawkes. There was much awe when Harry interacted with Aquila. Finally, the entire school was stunned into silence when Harry revealed the sword to be that of Godric Gryffindor. When the Sorting Hat explained about Godric's plan in regards to his family fortune and titles, many were staring at Harry with their mouths open in shock when they realized that they were accusing the true blood heir of Godric Gryffindor to be the heir of Slytherin. Harry took the memory and returned it to his mind. He turned and saw that Toby was still there, so it looked like he'd seen the whole thing. He nodded to the elf who snapped his fingers and disappeared along with the pensieve. I, Hadrian James Potter, do hereby swear on my magic that the contents of my memory I've shown here are indeed true. This I swear, so mote it be, said Harry quietly. There was a flash of light, signifying the oath taking into effect. The tip of Harry's wand glowed, signifying that he indeed showed them the truth and that had not lost his magic. Dumbledore was white as a sheet. Whoever leaked the information about me being a Parselmouth was correct, said Harry finally to the silent Great Hall. I had been hearing voices moving around the castle, talking about killing. But I didn't realize that it was Parseltongue as it was a distant echo and I thought I was listening to English. That was how I found Miss Granger and Miss Clearwater that day. I was following that voice, hoping to figure out what creature it was. The creature, as you know, was a basilisk. It was Daphne who finally figured it out, he said, looking at his fiancée with a smile. Daphne continued and said, Harry and I had already dismissed the idea of the creature being a basilisk even before the Yule holidays. Basilisks are known to grow up to 20 to 30 feet, so how could such a massive snake move around the castle undetected? I finally stumbled across the answer before I was attacked: pipes. Magical buildings don't need plumbing as there are several charms and runes to take care of that. But Hogwarts, as it turns out, does host various pipes leading everywhere. This was how the basilisk moved from one place to another. Another indication that I found were the spiders. Spiders consider the basilisk to be their mortal enemy and flee from it. There are small spiders visible everywhere near windows trying to flee the castle. But what was the final piece of the puzzle was why the victims were petrified and not killed, as a basilisk stare causes instant death. The answer is because all the victims looked at the reflection of the gaze. That was why they were petrified, she explained. I knew I might be a target because of Harry, and in case the heir found out that I knew about the nature of the creature, I might be killed. That's why I took a mirror and walked carefully outside. My precaution turned out to be warranted, as I saw the reflection of the snake's eyes on my mirror. If not for that, I would be dead. Harry continued again. I found a crumpled piece of parchment explaining about this in Daphne's curled hand. It was only a couple of hours later that Ginny Weasley was taken into the chamber. The rest of it, you've just watched my memory. Harry and Daphne stared at the silent hall. The staff was too stunned and Dumbledore was too angry to even appreciate what they had done. Harry shook his head slightly, grabbed Daphne's hand and was about to walk out of the door when Dumbledore spoke up. That was very good, Harry, said Dumbledore. Now return the artifact to Hogwarts. I'm sure it will make a fine addition to the wall in the head's office. Harry raised an eyebrow. He knew what Dumbledore was talking about, but was he really that stupid? Hogwarts and the families of the founders were separate entities. Even if he was the heir of Gryffindor, he did not own the school. The Smiths, who were distant descendants of Helga Hufflepuff, did not return any of their artifacts to the school, so why should he? Besides, the sword was Potter family property. No one could take it away from him, not the Hogwarts headmaster or the Ministry of Magic. What are you talking about, headmaster? Asked Harry calmly. The sword, Harry, replied Dumbledore testily. Gryffindor's sword. It belongs to Hogwarts, so return it. What makes you think the sword belongs to Hogwarts? Asked Harry, his eyebrows raised. But before Dumbledore could say anything, Hermione Granger, who was silent this whole time, spoke up. It says so in Hogwarts, a history, that it is Godric Gryffindor's legendary artifact. Since he is one of the school founders, it belongs to the school, she said self-importantly. So, you should return it to the headmaster. Harry snorted and said, Hogwarts, a history is the most biased book I've ever read in my life. If you want facts, Granger, read the Hogwarts bylaws, they're at least accurate and not speculation. I'm pretty sure, as you know, headmaster, the school and the founding families are separate. Just because Godric was one of the founders does not mean that all his assets belong to the school. Going by your logic, then I can safely say, as the heir of one of the founders, the Potter family can claim ownership of the castle. But that is not true. Just as Hogwarts cannot touch any money, property or artifacts of the founders, we cannot claim ownership of Hogwarts. The sword is the rightful property of the Potter family, and no one can dispute that. If you have any questions about those laws, feel free to ask the Sorting Hat. Saying that, Harry and Daphne left the Great Hall. Dumbledore stormed out of the Great Hall, furious that his plans for the year had fallen to pieces. Dumbledore looked again at the destroyed state of his office, feeling a sense of déjà vu. How had things got out of hand so easily? Just a month back, things were perfect. Harry was being vilified and targeted by the school as well as the country as a whole. He had expected the boy to come to him for help and guidance after it got worse, but the stubborn brat didn't do it. When Daphne Greengrass was petrified, Lucius Malfoy had one-upped him and suspended him from Hogwarts. Him? How dare that man try to remove him from his own castle? He would ensure that the first year of Malfoy as one of the governors of Hogwarts turns out to be his last. Albus had limited patience after all. But the situation now was completely different. Not only had he been suspended, but Harry managed to get into the Chamber of Secrets and kill the basilisk. He had expected them to go together to defeat whatever creature was inside it so that the boy could see how powerful he, Albus Dumbledore, really was. But damn that brat. He had gained access to Godric Gryffindor's sword and had slain the basilisk. A basilisk. He, Albus Dumbledore, would have been known as the slayer of the basilisk to protect his school, but the title was taken away by the brat. Not only that, he had managed to alert the fact of Tom Riddle being Voldemort to the entire school, and hence as an extension, the country. There would be massive outcry over the revelation. He had to ensure that the newspapers remained silent about this. Besides, there was no way Rita would write anything truthful anyway. She was bound to show Harry in a dark light. Lily Potter. That name brought Albus's blood pressure to high levels. Oh, how he hated that woman. She had been a Parselmouth and had not told him. He was the leader of the light, their protector. How dare she not entrust him with such valuable information? Thinking of Lily made Albus remember another person he hated, James Potter, the snake who hid among the lions. After the attack, he had tried to flow to Potter Manor to take their many books and artifacts that were bound to be in their house, only to be violently thrown back in his office after the wards denied him access. It was then that he realized that James Potter had cut off access to all his properties. Only Harry could access them. He had tried asking Fawkes to take him there, and later to find Harry Potter once the boy had disappeared, but the Phoenix had glared at him and disappeared for 2 months. That incident had shaken Albus so much that he had never involved the Phoenix with any of his plots again. Dumbledore looked at the wand in his hand. The Elder Wand felt different now. Oh, it still worked for him, but he didn't think it would have the same potency as it did before. It worked, but at the same time, it didn't. It was hard to describe it himself. He realized that he had acted rashly in trying to destroy the Pensieve. He had lost control. Harry had skillfully used a strong notice me not charm and a disillusionment charm to disarm him discreetly. How had he been so stupid as to lose control? There was no flash of light, and the wand fell right in front of him, so he couldn't accuse the boy either. Harry would just claim that Dumbledore had just dropped the wand and there were no witnesses either. Besides, who would care about the wand anyway? No one knew it was the fabled Wand of Destiny. He couldn't use his original wand as the Elder Wand tended to absorb the Master's old wand. That's why Gellert Grindelwald had been unable to defend himself once Albus had disarmed him. Nearly all witches and wizards considered themselves too much of a master to have a secondary wand, not to mention having one was illegal. It was only a few hours later did Albus notice that his old wand had merged with the Elder Wand. Now, there was a problem. Harry was clearly the wand's new master. But since Albus physically had the wand, would it disappear to fully bond with Harry? Or will it stay with Albus until Harry took the wand? He didn't like either of them. If the wand disappeared, he would have to acquire a new wand. That meant revealing to wand makers like Ollivander that he didn't have his old wand anymore, and that was unacceptable. The second scenario was Harry fully mastering the wand. That thought made Albus sick in his stomach. Harry's destiny was to die by Voldemort's hand. He couldn't become powerful, even though, thought Albus bitterly, Harry seemed to be very knowledgeable for his age. Just watching Riddle and Harry duel was eye-opening to say the least. Albus Dumbledore was frustrated and at a loss. And he didn't like that feeling one bit. Déjà vu. Poor Albus didn't realize that Harry had kept a few pieces of information away, not shared it when he showed the memory of the incident in the chamber. Albus had no idea that Harry was the soon-to-be Lord Gryffindor, or that Harry had found out that Tom Riddle had made Horcruxes to secure his immortality. Rita Skeeter put her parchment down on the table and grinned. This was going to be the best news yet. She had received reports of something which happened at Hogwarts just a few hours ago. Apparently, there was a basilisk attacking the students, and the rumor she had heard was that Harry Potter had killed it. Peef, as if a 12-year-old could do that. She wanted a story, and this was it. She had received some information that this article tomorrow would show Harry Potter as the next Dark Lord of the country. She didn't care that she was attacking a mere 12-year-old boy. He was a celebrity, and she needed more viewers. Besides, nothing bad could happen. The public would hate the boy today and love him tomorrow. She idly wondered what was up with her boss Barnabas Cuff lately, and was on her way to her bedroom to retire for the night when she felt something impact her. The next thing she knew, she was sitting in front of a large desk. She tried to get up, but to her shock, he was magically bound and gagged. She struggled but wasn't successful. "Oh, it's no use, Rita," said a voice. "You're bound, and trust me, there's no way out. Those wards around you were specifically designed for bugs." Rita panicked. She tried to transform into her animagus form, but screamed when she felt pain. There was clearly a dark version of the anti-animagus ward around her. The voice chuckled, and she found a person moving away from the shadows. The lighting charm suddenly glowed a bit brighter, bathing the room in dull light. She noticed that she was in a very grand study. Whoever had kidnapped her was obviously very wealthy. Who was it? Just then, the figure moved and sat in the chair opposite to her. Rita's eyes widened when she saw who it was. No, it couldn't be. It was impossible. Hadrian Potter was sitting in front of her, smirking darkly. He was just a 12-year-old boy. How was he able to breach her wards and kidnap her? And what did he plan to do with her? Oh, when she escaped, she would utterly destroy the boy. How dare he do this to her? Oh my, aren't we a bit angry? Asked Harry, amused. He pointed his wand at Rita and removed the silencing charm on her. What do you want, Potter? How did you kidnap me? You better let me go, otherwise by the time I'm done with you, threatened Rita. Harry turned left and right on his magical swivel chair. You know, he said. My fiancé says you should never threaten a lord in his own castle. Trust me, the last person to do that did not end up well. What to do with you? Rita sneered. As if a child like you can do anything. Go play with your toys, Potter and AAAAHHH. Screamed Rita. The bones in her hand had exploded. The pain was unbearable. The bone-exploding curse, explained Harry. A lot more painful and destructive than the standard bone-breaking curse. Do you like it? He purred. Rita whimpered. What do you want? She asked in a shaky voice. Ah, straight to the point, I like that, said Harry. I want you to work for me. I already have a job at the Daily Prophet. Yes, I know, finished Harry. But what you don't know is this. Read for yourself. A piece of parchment floated in front of Rita. She read it and her eyes went wide. Another parchment came up and she read that too. Another and then another. So as you see, said Harry smirking, I'm effectively your boss. I have to thank you, Rita. This is all because of you. The article you wrote about mine and Daphne's betrothal bothered me. But the next article where you revealed me as a parcelmouth is where I decided that I had to act. So, I discreetly took ownership of the Daily Prophet by buying all the shares. I now unilaterally own the company. And tomorrow, it's going to be dissolved. Tomorrow evening, the first ever newspaper of the Magical Daily will be sold, marking the inception of the Magical Daily Press, owned by the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Of course, no one would know that. The public would only be notified about the change in management, nothing more. So again, do you want to work for me? Asked Harry. Why do you want me? Asked Rita in a shaky voice. The boy in front of her was no means a child. You have talent, Rita, and I respect talented people. While there are other good reporters as well, you are exceptional. What I'm asking you is to work for me, but report the truth. You can use unimaginable form to spy on people and weed out corruption. I want to create a magical world worth living in, and that requires a good press. The Magical Daily Press will provide you with all your needs as well as offer you protection, standard contract between employees and the company. I want the country to wake up. There is too much stagnation around us, we need to start anew. No one is willing to shoulder the development of the country, but I am. I will give you exclusive interviews when needed. You'll be a well-known reporter who tells the truth and not a gossip queen who prints lies. Your salary will be hiked as well. What do you say? Asked Harry, his emotionless mask back in place. Rita thought about it. It was definitely a good offer. She could work under him, but she would leak Potter's plan in the paper later. Before she could even say anything else, a contract appeared in front of her. She read it and paled. No way, Potter. She shouted. This would give you too much control over me. Oh Rita, purred Harry as he circled around her. You are under the impression that you have a choice in the matter. Do you take me for a fool? I know that if you don't sign that contract, you would definitely betray me. Once the contract is signed, there is no going back. It's magically binding. One way or another, you'll work for me. You can either choose the easy way or the hard way. Never, said Rita, determined. Broken bones, was that all the boy could do? Well, she could take it. But Harry came to stand in front of her, his wand raised to her forehead. Well, this is going to take a bit of creativity, but I'm confident I'll get it right, he said. Legilimens. A few hours later, Rita got into her bed. Well, the meeting with her new employer didn't quite go very well, but she managed. He was also not a person to cross as her arm still hurt. He had forbidden from writing anything that wasn't backed up by facts, so she was quite annoyed. At least the perks and salary were nice. And the employer had also given her a new assignment: find everything about the past of Albus Dumbledore. Now, that sounded like a challenge. She couldn't wait to get started. Tomorrow was the grand opening of the new magical daily press where she would be formally employed. Oh well, time to get some sleep. The students were having breakfast in the Great Hall, many wondering why they didn't get the Daily Prophet when the doors burst open, revealing a furious Lucius Malfoy and his house elf who was bobbing at his feet. "Good morning, Lucius," greeted Dumbledore with a smile. "So," he said, strolling forward, "you've come back. The governors decided to suspend you, but you saw fit to return to the school." "Well, you see, Lucius," said Dumbledore, smiling serenely, "the other 11 governors contacted me a few days ago. It was something like being caught in a hailstorm of owls, to tell the truth. They'd heard that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been killed and wanted me back here at once. They seemed to think I was the best man for the job after all. Very strange tales they told me, too. Several of them seemed to think that you had threatened to curse their families if they didn't agree to suspend me in the first place." Lucius paled as the students started whispering. Maybe this was a bad idea, he thought. "And," he asked, "have you caught the culprit yet?" No one noticed Harry discreetly call for his elf. "The same as last time, Lucius," said Dumbledore. "But this time, Voldemort did it by the means of a diary." "I see," said Lucius, his face red with anger. Before Dumbledore could say anything more, Lucius heard a voice say, "How wonderful it is to see you here, Lord Malfoy. Have you come searching for this?" Lucius turned to find a smirking Hadrian Potter holding the destroyed diary. His eyes went wide and he paled more as he realized that the diary was supposed to be very precious for his master. "Why would I want that stupid diary?" snarled Malfoy. "Oh, you don't?" asked Harry, acting surprised. "Because one usually gets angry when their property is not with them, as this diary clearly is. Don't you want it back? After all, it was you who gave it to Ginny Weasley in the first place." "Prove it," hissed Lucius. Harry laughed loudly. "If I had proof, my dear Lucius, I would have tossed your ass in Azkaban by now. But just because I can't legally convict you, doesn't mean that no one should realize what a psychopath you are. Really, Lucius, committing genocide in the same school that houses your son. I never thought you were actually such a slime ball. I must confess that I'm disappointed in you." "Oh, Lucius," said Dumbledore, "here are the papers for your removal as the governor of Hogwarts. You'll find the signatures of all the remaining 11 of them, along with mine. You miscalculated, my friend. But I'm sure you'll emerge from this debacle a better man," smiled Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy's eyes were slits of fury. He turned and said, "Come, Dobby." "Oh, Lucy," called out Harry, "aren't you forgetting something?" Saying that, Harry tossed the diary at the older man. Lucius caught the diary and found a sock inside it. He was disgusted, so he threw it away. He then threw the book at Harry's feet and said, "You'll meet the same sticky end as your parents one of these days, Potter. Mark my words." Harry smirked. "Oh my, aren't we a bit unslytherin today? Threatening the lord of a most ancient and noble house in front of the entire school population. Tisk tisk, you're losing your touch, my dear Lucy," he said mockingly. Lucius snarled, but Dobby interrupted saying, "Master has given Dobby a sock." The elf was in shock as it continued, "Master gave it to Dobby." "What's that?" spat Mr. Malfoy. "What did you say?" "Got a sock," said Dobby in disbelief. "Master threw it, and Dobby caught it, and Dobby is free." Lucius Malfoy stood frozen, staring at the elf. Then he lunged at Harry. "You've lost me my servant, boy." But Dobby shouted, "You shall not harm Hadrian Potter." There was a loud bang, and Lucius Malfoy was thrown back to the other end of the hall as he landed in a crumpled heap. He got up and pointed his wand at Harry only for the wand to fly right out of his hand and into Harry's right hand. "Oh my, you need to refine your skills, Lucy. You're too slow. But then again, considering your age as compared to mine, I guess I can say I'm not that surprised." "Oh, how the mighty Death Eaters have fallen. Your master would be so proud," Harry said in a mocking voice. He threw the wand back to Lucius and said, Get out, Malfoy. There is no place at Hogwarts for those who plot its destruction. Get out. Harry slashed his wand in the air and Lucius Malfoy was thrown backward until he landed outside the great oak doors of the castle. The students, who had until then had remained silent, stood up and started cheering and applauding. Harry smiled as he walked out of the great hall. After he had left, Dobby popped next to him. Hadrian Potter freed Dobby. He is the greatest wizard ever, said Dobby, tears leaking from his large eyes. Harry smiled at the elf as he remembered his own treatment by the Dursleys. He bent down on one knee and addressed the elf. Glad I could help Dobby. But I know that being free will cause you a slow and painful death, so I'd like to make a proposition for you, said Harry kindly. I would like to offer you a bond with the Potter family, Dobby. I promise you will be treated well. What do you say? Dobby burst into tears and said, It has always been my dream to work for the great Hadrian Potter, sir. Dobby accepts, sir. There was a light glow for a second and then disappeared. Harry put his hand on Dobby's shoulder and said, Welcome to the family, Dobby. Minnie. Another house elf popped next to them. What can Minnie do for Master Hadrian? She asked. Minnie, I've just bonded Dobby to our family. Please take him to Potter Castle and look after him. As you can see, he has a lot of injuries, said Harry. Minnie is so proud of Master for freeing Dobby from abusive Master and to take him in himself. Don't worry, Master Hadrian, Minnie will take care of Dobby, said the female elf. And with a pop, both elves disappeared. People all over the country had their jaws on the floor. What in Merlin's name was going on? The Daily Prophet had changed ownership. If so, then who were the new owners? The paper mentioned everything except the name of the new owners at all. Attempts to find out who they were turned out to be futile. Everything was under the name of the Magical Daily Press, which was owned by someone named Frank Olive, and no one knew anything about him. At the Ministry of Magic, Minister Cornelius Fudge and Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge were spluttering with rage. In Malfoy Manor, a group of wizards tore the newspaper in anger. At Hogwarts, in the head's office, Dumbledore was close to having a heart attack. Down in the room of requirement, Harry and Daphne clinked glasses containing non-alcoholic champagne for a job well done. There were changes taking place in magical Britain and no one knew who was behind it. Pretty soon, the end of the year arrived. Because of the attacks that had taken place during the year and how much stress it brought to the entire school, Dumbledore cancelled exams for all students except for the 5th and 7th years. Hagrid was released from Azkaban with a full pardon and was seen crying in the Great Hall with relief. On the last day of school, everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express. Harry was still quite cold towards his peers, but had decided not to do so after the summer. After all, they were sheep and it was that mentality he was trying to break. Besides, he would extract his revenge on them in more creative ways that didn't require him to shout and curse in public. That was Daphne's job. Daphne and Harry were sitting next to each other in a compartment, with her head resting on his shoulder, reading a book. Their friends were sitting in the same compartment, talking to each other and having fun. A few hours into the train ride, Draco Malfoy turned up with his two goons. He entered the compartment, his face furious. You'll pay for what you did, Potter, Draco said in a low voice. Harry and Daphne rolled their eyes. Such a threat was par for the course for Draco Malfoy. He was all bark and no bite. So Harry looked up from his book and smiled at Draco and said, Hello, cousin. Would you like to join us? Don't call me that, snapped Draco. As far as I'm considered, you and I are not related even remotely. I will cut you off from the family tree, you filthy half-blood. Harry snorted. Oh, I'm so scared. I really don't care what you do in your home, Draco. I'm only related to you through my grandmother, and as far as I'm concerned, you have absolutely no power over the Black family. In fact, it is my godfather that has the power to disown you and your mother. That would make her a blood traitor. How would you like being compared to the Weasleys? He asked with a smirk. Draco's face went red with anger. He drew his wand, but before he could even fully remove it from his robes, Harry had already flicked his, throwing the boys out of the compartment. This isn't over, Potter, shouted Draco. My father will show you why you shouldn't mess with us. He'll strike you where it hurts you the most. By the time this summer is over, you will be a crying baby. He then walked away. Harry clenched his fists. Daphne leaned closer and whispered, That sounds like a threat. I agree, he whispered quietly. Tell your family to be on high alert during the summer. I'll tell the same to Sirius and Aunt Amy. Knowing Lucius, it'll probably be an assassination attempt, especially after the article that is going to be printed soon about him suspected in the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. That should remove his power base in the ministry. Said Daphne, again leaning her head on Harry's shoulder. Is the plan for Hawaii still on? She asked. Oh yeah, he whispered excitedly. I've wanted to go there for the past 4 years. And we can argue there as much as we would like, no one to interrupt us. Daphne snorted. Leave it to Harry not to forget about her telling him that they needed to talk. She really was angry and disturbed at the fact that he was willing to risk his life so easily. Besides, she had spotted a change in him since the Lockhart incident. She did not want him to carry that scar for the rest of his life without a closure. As they reached King's Cross Station, they got down from the train. Harry said goodbye to his friends and portkeyed to Potter Castle. He couldn't wait for tomorrow's edition of the Magical Daily. He wasn't disappointed. When Harry was having breakfast the next morning, he unfolded the newspaper and smirked. Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts housed a 70-foot-long basilisk. Boy Who lived kills basilisk to defend Hogwarts using Gryffindor's sword. Hadrian Potter, confirmed heir of Godric Gryffindor. Nature and history of Gryffindor-Potter family merge explained by the Sorting Hat. Potters confirmed as the oldest surviving magical family in the world, nearly 2,500 years old. Lord Voldemort revealed to be Tom Marvolo Riddle, a bastard son of a Muggle and a squib daughter of the House of Gaunt. Lucius Malfoy suspected in facilitating the opening of the Chamber of Secrets and the attempted mass murder of our children in the process. Lucius Malfoy tried to attack and curse the boy Who lived in front of the entire student population at Hogwarts. Suspections crop up in case of Malfoy's involvement with the Death Eaters during the war. Was he truly under the imperious curse as he claimed? Lord Malfoy, booted out as one of the governors of Hogwarts School, faces investigation due to alleged threats given to other governors. Amelia Bones and the Department of the Magical Law Enforcement was forbidden from interfering at Hogwarts. Why? Fudge and Umbridge didn't let me do my job, says Amelia Bones. Is Cornelius Fudge fit to be our Minister of Magic? Dolores Umbridge's disgusting behavior in relation to the boy Who lived. Why does she seem to utterly hate Hadrian Potter? Why didn't Dumbledore act when students were attacked? Why was a single student targeted by all? Why didn't the teachers do anything? Is this the way we treat the boy Who lived? Hadrian Potter was sent letters and howlers telling him to kill himself. I forgive all those Who targeted me, but I won't take such personal attacks about my family lying down next time, says Lord Potter. Hagrid, declared innocent of crimes, was previously arrested and thrown in Azkaban without trial personally by Minister Fudge. Second-year student Daphne Greengrass figured out the creature was a basilisk. What were the teachers and ministry doing? Hypocrisy of Tom Riddle aka Lord Voldemort. Lord Voldemort not really the heir of Slytherin as he claimed. Was Salazar Slytherin truly evil? Or was the purpose of the basilisk to protect the students and not harm them? Is the history of the founders of Hogwarts flawed? Lily Potter devised ritual to stop killing curse. Does Lily Potter deserve Order of Merlin, first class posthumously for getting rid of the Dark Lord Voldemort? Lily and Hadrian Potter confirmed to be Parselmouths. Everything we knew about Parselmouths a lie. How Hadrian Potter survived, the true story of the boy Who lived. All about Albus Dumbledore's disgraceful actions since the 31st of October 1981. Is Dumbledore fit to remain as Hogwarts headmaster? I was repeatedly targeted by Albus Dumbledore for no reason whatsoever, says Lord Potter. Stayed silent only due to my godson telling me not to react, says a furious Lord Black. Dumbledore personally tried to discredit the boy Who lived. Why? Flaws in the story about the Potter attack. Did Dumbledore lie to us? Is Dumbledore going senile? Harry read all the articles and wanted to pat himself on the back for the move he had made in purchasing the Daily Prophet and converting it into the Magical Daily. He had told the staff to report the truth, and so had supplied them with all the information necessary for today's edition. If the country wanted a leader, he would give them one. Albus Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge and Dolores Umbridge all let out a primal scream of rage after reading the newspaper. It was a couple of days later that Harry found himself at the International Portkey Terminal in London, along with the Greengrasses, Sirius, Amelia, Neville, Susan, Hannah and Tracy for their trip to Hawaii. Harry had extended the invitation to his friends, as they had supported him when he was called the heir of Slytherin, even if no one listened to them. International magical travel was a lot quicker than its Muggle counterparts. There were both international flows and international portkeys. The former worked at short range, so it could not be used for intercontinental travel, so the flow was highly regulated by the magical government by both countries and could be used to travel abroad. There were interconnecting international flow systems in place for each continent: Europe, Asia, North and South America, Africa and Australia. International portkeys were used for intercontinental travel or even for travel within the continent. It was personal preference whether one wanted to use the flow or the portkey. These two were highly regulated. Open wards were erected around the borders of each country which alerted the respective magical governments if there were any illegal portkey use or apparition. International travel for magical people was quite frequent, and so there was never a problem of two or more countries attacking each other, as there had always been an international body in existence, keeping peace with the several countries of the world. Besides, even though every witch and wizard in the world today used a wand, each country had their own brand of magic, which the others respected. So, there was never a problem of war, unlike their Muggle counterparts. Of course, there had been international incidents like the war brought about by Gellert Grindelwald, but the various magical governments worked together to bring him down, but the Dark Wizard had followers from all over the world, because of which he became very powerful. After the implementation of the International Statute of Secrecy, the currency around the world was standardized into galleons, sickles and nuts, minted and regulated by Gringotts International Bank. This further promoted foreign trade and the international market boomed. Portkey to Honolulu, Hawaii, said the Ministry Portkey Regulator. Registered under Lord Hadrian Potter. The man's eyes went wide when he saw Harry. He stammered and said, "All right, this way, sir. The portkey will leave in 2 minutes." The portkey was a rope, and everyone took hold of it. At the designated time, Harry felt a pull behind his navel as everything started to spin. It was several seconds later that their feet touched the ground. They found themselves in an office where a woman was standing who said, "Welcome to Hawaii. Please show us your identification and move on and adhere to the rules set by the magical government of Hawaii. Please register your wands before you step out. Thank you." The entire party was checked out and they took another portkey to Harry's beach house. Once they landed, Astoria was the first to react. "This is awesome," she said. Harry smiled as he had to concur. The beach house was large and airy. It gave a feeling of paradise and vacation, which was what Harry wanted. He could spot the beach right behind the house. The view was spectacular. "All right," said Sirius. "It's nearly 5 in the evening here. Why don't we unpack and head to the beach? We can look for dinner later." They all changed and headed for the beach, while Harry and Daphne silently went in the other direction for some privacy. They sat down on the beach and stared at the crystalline water and the waves splashing. After several minutes of silence, Harry asked, "What do you want me to say?" Daphne snorted. "You don't know what to say," she replied. "How about you explain to me why you went into the Chamber of Secrets alone, without anyone to help you, knowing the fact that there was a.f. King Basilisk in there?" Both teenagers didn't notice that Cyrus and Elizabeth Greengrass were near them, taking a stroll. Cyrus, while he liked Harry, was still not sure how his precious daughter was faring with her fiancé. So he subtly cast an eavesdropping charm near the couple and the two adults listened. They felt bad for invading their privacy, but both Cyrus and Elizabeth wanted to know about the status of the young couple before making their big announcement. Harry took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "What else was I supposed to do? If you don't remember, we had considered that the creature might be a basilisk before the Yule holidays, but we thought it didn't explain the attacks. McGonagall was already treating me like I'm a junior Dark Lord. Dumbledore would have done everything he could have to pin the blame on me, and no one would have believed me. How does one explain that there was a.f. King Basilisk crawling around the school? No one knew there were pipes in the castle until you discovered it. What was I supposed to do? Still, that doesn't mean you could just go in there alone." yelled Daphne angrily. Don't forget that I saw the memory, Harry. You told Myrtle to inform the teachers that in case you didn't return in 6 hours to tell them that you're probably dead. Do you have such a callous attitude to what happens in case you really had died down there? What do you mean? Asked Harry dangerously, standing up. I mean that there are people here who care about you. Shouted Daphne, her eyes blazing with anger as she stood up too. She had bottled things up for too long, and her anger finally found its target. Did you, even for a second, think about us? Did you think about how Sirius would have felt to know that his godson is dead? Did you think about me? I did it all for you. Shouted Harry, his hair turning white. Riddle attacked you only because of you being betrothed to me. Did you forget that? If not for you having that mirror, you could have died. It was all because of me. Did you expect me to sit on my ass while the teachers and ministry did nothing? I can take care of myself, said Daphne. I'm not an invalid, Harry. While I'm touched that you felt the need to kill the basilisk because it attacked me, you did not have to risk your life for that. She paused, and looked into his eyes and asked, is this about the Dursleys? Harry stiffened. Don't Daphne, he said stiffly. While he had revealed some parts of his time with Vernon and Petunia Dursley, it didn't fully cover the damage done to him by them. He was psychologically damaged and he did not want anyone to point that out to him. Daphne pursed her lips as she looked back at the waves. Her beautiful dark hair was flying in the wind as she replied, so, was the incident in the chamber another attempt at suicide, Harry? I thought you said you were past that. Cyrus and Elizabeth silently gasped and their eyes went wide. Harry's eyes flashed green as he snarled, Daphne. I've noticed changes in you, Harry, said Daphne, not caring about his anger. You're quicker to anger, you're more reserved than before, and not to mention colder. She turned to face him and said, we were making progress, Harry. You were on the way to healing from all that went wrong in your life. But one incident ruined all our efforts, whether you admit it or not. Harry's eyes went wide. He knew what she was talking about and he didn't want to go there. It had plagued his dreams for months, and he did not want to talk about it. Don't, he whispered. Whether you admit it or not, you're an abused victim. The incidents with both Lockhart and your uncle haunt your dreams, am I right? She asked. Harry's face was blank and his eyes unfocused. He took a step back from her and said, don't go there. I cannot do that, Harry. Snapped Daphne. I've tried and tried again after that incident to talk to you but you avoid it. It didn't affect you much immediately as you had other things to worry about, but you never told me about the nightmares, did you? I figured it out. It's quite easy to see that you're barely getting any sleep at all, and you've been studying and practicing magic at a rate that might be harmful to you. Once I was petrified, it became worse. Unless you do something about it now, it will grow and contaminate your mind. You're already suicidal. She shouted. I'm not suicidal, shouted Harry. I have brains, okay. I didn't go into that chamber only because of you or because no one believed me. I knew this had something to do with Voldemort. So I had to go. I knew I had Aquila with me, you know that he would never abandon me in case of danger. So what if it had something to do with Voldemort? She snapped. That was even more a reason why you should have contacted someone else. He is known as the most dangerous Dark Lord in British history for a reason. Have you forgotten about my destiny? Shouted Harry at the top of his voice. His skin was now glowing, and magic was rolling from both teenagers in waves. There is AF. King prophecy about us, have you that forgotten so soon? If there is something about Voldemort, I have to get involved. Harry, you idiot, yelled Daphne. He attacked you only because he believed in the prophecy. You set too much in store by that and call it destiny. Did your mother believe in it? If she had, she would not have performed that ritual that saved your life. If she had believed in the prophecy that said that only you could kill him, how was she able to do it? That's because she didn't, he said angrily. That bastard may be disembodied, but he didn't die. I don't believe in divination either, but as long as Voldemort does, he will come after me, and so will Dumbledore. Both Harry and Daphne were breathing heavily now, staring at each other with anger in their eyes. All right, said Daphne finally. Say for the sake of argument we agree that your decision to go into the chamber alone was good judgment on your part. You wanted to kill the basilisk because it tried to kill me. In that case, would you support me if I went up to Dumbledore or Voldemort right now, and challenge them to a duel to the death for all the pain and hardship they caused you?" She asked quietly. Harry's head in a breath. He felt like someone had just punched him in the gut. He turned away from his fiancée and sat back down on the sand. There was tense silence for a minute, with neither of them looking at the other. Finally, Daphne kneeled down in front of him. She took Harry's hands in hers and said softly, "Harry, I want to help you. But I can only do that if you talk to me. I beg of you, don't shut me out. I thought we were a team. Please Harry, trust me. We'll get through this together, one step at a time." Harry looked at the beautiful face of his fiancée as his vision blurred. He hugged Daphne as tears started to flow from his eyes. Sometimes he felt so burdened by all the pressure and felt like he would burst. He felt that he was alone, and always would be alone, and that thought haunted him above all else. "I'm here Harry," she said softly, dotting his forehead. "I'll always be here, right next to you. We'll get through this together. You're not alone, Harry. I'm with you, always." "Really?" hiccuped Harry, sounding like a small child. Daphne cupped his face lovingly and said, "Really? I promised you, didn't I? Remember that day when you gave me this ring? I wear this ring all the time to remind myself of how important you are to me and how important I am to you. It represents my promise to you that I'll always be there by your side, whether to hold your hand when you're successful or to pick up the pieces when you have fallen down. I'll always be here." Harry shed a few more tears as he hugged her closer. He nuzzled his face against hers, and he tenderly and slowly found his way to her lips and at her. After a minute of slow dotting, they pulled apart. Harry grabbed her in a tight hug and whispered in her ear, "I love you." Daphne's heart skipped a beat. Did Harry just utter those words? The same boy who had told her that he didn't know what love was. She pulled back, cupped his face and looked deep into his eyes. "I love you too," she whispered as she at him again. Several feet away, Elizabeth Greengrass was silently crying while Cyrus was in shock. The relationship between his daughter and Harry was a lot deeper than he had ever imagined. To think that those two were just budding teenagers and yet acted like an old married couple was astounding. He immediately cancelled the charm and the adult Greengrasses went over to the other side of the beach. "That poor boy," whispered Elizabeth. "I wish I could do something to help him." "You are helping him," replied Cyrus. At her dumbfounded expression, he clarified, "You're helping him by giving birth to our daughter all those years ago." Elizabeth smiled. "I'm so proud of her." "Me too," said Cyrus. "Clearly Harry has a lot of secrets, that prophecy for example which troubles me, but what I'm very happy about is that he trusts her with his secrets. From what I could make out, they don't tend to keep secrets from each other." Elizabeth nodded. "I guess it helps that they were friends before they became a couple. I expected you to make a bigger fuss about them dotting." Cyrus sighed. They're betrothed and 13 and clearly it isn't their first time dotting each other. Besides, I like Harry. And after listening to what we just did, do you think I can bring myself to give him the talk about not hurting my daughter? You heard them, they just declared their love for each other. Just make sure that you don't treat him with pity, warned Elizabeth. Daphne told me about that long ago. It seems he hates it when he is pitied for what all went wrong in his life. We don't want him to grow distant from us, do we? Understood, replied her husband. Harry and Daphne had their first snogging session, and it was a very happy couple that came back to the house. Harry even laughed along with the rest as Sirius attempted to prank everyone in the house. Neville's tale was especially funny. They had dinner on the beach, overlooking the sunset. Suddenly, Sirius got up and pulled Amelia up with him. "Attention everyone," he said. The group turned to look at him confused. "Amelia and I have an announcement to make." "We do?" asked Amelia, confused. "I hope so," said Sirius grinning. He removed a small velvet box from the inside of his pocket and got down on one knee. The girls all gasped and squealed, except Daphne, of course. She believed that she could never make such noises in her life, something which Harry was trying to disprove. "Amelia Susan Bones," said Sirius. "We have known each other since school. I remember you cuffing me on the head as a first year telling me to behave. I remember you telling me that you would never go out with me because you thought I was an immature jerk. A total coincidence that Lily had said the same to James on countless occasions until they started dating. I remember you chasing me around the castle. We don't need to reveal that part, said Amelia, blushing. Anyway, I have loved you more than anyone in the world. Would you do me the honor of being my wife? Will you marry me? He asked, opening the box to reveal a ring. It had a large diamond, with emeralds surrounding it. Amelia had a small smile as she said, I must be crazy, but my answer is yes. I will marry you. As everyone started clapping and whistling, Sirius put the ring on Amelia's finger. They all congratulated the newly engaged couple, just as Sirius said, Cyrus, didn't you say you had something important to announce? I think it can wait, said Elizabeth. After all, you just proposed. Whatever it is, we can say it later. Her husband nodded behind her. Nonsense, said Amelia smirking slightly. I'm pretty sure what it is you're going to announce too. I'm not the head of the DMLE for nothing. Elizabeth snorted and smiled. What is it, Mum? Asked Astoria. Well, said Elizabeth. She took a deep breath, held her husband's hand for support and announced, I'm pregnant. And the healer says it's a boy this time. Harry's eyes went wide and his face paled. His grip on Daphne's hand slackened, and it fell limply by his side. He was happy for Cyrus and Elizabeth, he truly was. He started into the distance, his face blank as he realized that the marriage contract between him and Daphne would soon be declared void since she would not be the heiress anymore. The contract was very specific in that it would only be initiated if either family did not have a male heir, and the heiress would have to marry into the other family. Since the contract was initiated and then voided, it didn't affect any future generations, so that was a relief. But he was going to lose Daphne, he was sure of it. Why would she stay with him? He was damaged, while she was whole. He didn't deserve someone like her. Voldemort only targeted her because of him. This was probably for the best. Daphne would not be in any more danger because of him. There was a sharp pain in his as he idly wondered how he was going to get over the pain of losing Daphne. The very thought of her leaving him was much worse than all of Uncle Vernon's beatings put together. But he had to stay strong. She would be much happier with someone who deserved her, and Daphne's happiness was more important than his own. Harry never noticed someone looking at him with narrowed eyes. It was 11 in the night. A tall boy was sitting on the couch in the living room of a beach house. Harry sat there with a stony expression on his face as the wind blew in his face as he stared into the dark waters in the distance. His eyes were red and puffy and he was emotionally exhausted and couldn't go to sleep. Suddenly, he sensed a person behind him. But this presence was very familiar to him, so he didn't react when he heard a voice say, "Back to square one, are we?" "What are you doing out here?" asked Harry quietly. "It's very late. You should be in bed." "So should you," replied Daphne as she took the seat next to him. "This place really is beautiful, isn't it?" she asked, after several minutes. "Uh-huh," said Harry. "I told you that I wouldn't leave you," she said quietly, without preamble. "I believe you," said Harry. "Liar." Harry sat quietly, not meeting her eyes. Daphne sighed and leaned her head on his shoulder. Harry slowly sneaked his arm around her waist as she snuggled deeper into him. "How did you know?" asked Harry. "I know how you think," replied Daphne. "You might have the entire world fooled, but you can't fool me. I'm the one who spends nearly every day with you, so I can accurately judge your emotions." "Harry," she said and closed her eyes. "Please, don't for a second think the contract being voided would have any change in our relationship. I already told you that I won't leave you. Why is that so hard for you to understand?" Harry remained quiet. "Look, Harry," she said finally. "This has to end. Tell me right now if you either trust me or you don't. Do you trust me to stay with you to the end? Do you believe me when I say that I love you?" "I do, but you think you don't deserve love, don't you?" snapped Daphne. "You do deserve love, Harry. Allow me to show you that you are indeed worthy of being loved by others. Don't be so pessimistic all the time, Harry. You have come so far in life. You're an international dueling champion, you're an outstanding student, you're incredibly powerful for your age, you work hard and strive to be the best, and this has resulted in you learning so much that you could beat Newt students with ease. You killed a 70-foot-long basilisk and defeated Tom Riddle in a duel. Anyone else would have crumbled into a heap after everything you've gone through, but you always rise again like a phoenix, more determined than ever each time. Please don't let your bad experiences before affect the wonderful boy you have turned out to be. I love you, Harry, please don't ever forget that. You deserve to be loved and adored by people around you. I'll always be by your side, she said softly but firmly. If I feel that I don't deserve love, you can always feed me a love potion, said Harry with a small smile on his face. Get it? Daphne snorted and buried her face in his. That was worse than the last one. She whined. Harry chuckled. Thanks, Daphne. I don't know what I'd ever do without you, he said softly. You'll never, ever have to find out, was the reply. I hope such thoughts never arise in your mind again. Will they? No, said Harry firmly, hugging her tightly, and breathing in the familiar scent of his fiancée. They won't. I love you too, Daphne. And you're right. The contract being voided has nothing to do with us. You're still my fiancé and nothing can change that. Good, said Daphne, leaning up to him softly. They remained there for the rest of the night, tangled in each other's arms. The vacation after that went smoothly. They spent the next few days visiting the various magical places of interest in Hawaii. The place had a rich magical culture, and they went to a luau where Harry and Daphne danced and laughed with their friends and family and had a very good time. Slowly, Harry felt all the tension melt away as he repeatedly got an authentic Hawaiian massage. It really helped him, along with splashing each other as he and his friends played in the water. Fox and Aquila had turned up too, and the local magical population loved to have the two birds there, and Harry was sure that Aquila for one was having a blast. Daphne too was taken with Fox and she spent a long time with the phoenix, while many beautiful witches of various countries petted him and fed him fruits. Needless to say, Fox was delighted to receive such admiration and attention from others and not be stuck with a drop-addicted old man. The rest of the group and the local magical community and tourists were in awe of meeting the massive Thunderbird and many of them went forward to touch his feathers, just to ensure that their eyes were not deceiving them. May I ask what you're doing? Asked Amelia coldly, looking at her new fiancé. Sirius snapped his head the other way from where he had been ogling at the beautiful woman playing on the beach. His eyes widened when he saw Amelia looking at him with a furious expression on her face. Oh, he was in trouble. I can explain, he said hastily. I better hope so, growled Amelia. Or I'll give you a chase worse than the one I did in my 7th year. I'm sure you remember the wide variety of curses I used on you that day. And trust me, my knowledge and spells have improved drastically since the time I was 17. Sirius swallowed. He remembered that all right. Just then, Amelia removed the robe that was covering her body, letting Sirius see her bathing suit. All thought vanished from the dog's mind as he stared unashamed at his fiancée's body. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice Amelia discreetly draw her wand. Suddenly, Sirius found himself hoisted up by his ankles, with him handing upside down. Ah! He screamed in shock. But with another flick of her wand, he was banished into the water. Spluttering, he resurfaced to see an amused expression on Amelia's face. That's how the head of the DMLE handles it, said Amelia, gripping Sirius's collar. You won't do that again, will you, you mangy dog? Oh, replied Sirius dreamily. You're playing the domineering or, kinky. Do I get spankings as well? Amelia looked at Sirius seriously for a few seconds but burst out laughing. Something's never changed, she said, dotting him. Sirius was only too happy to reciprocate. Just remember what happened to James when he was ogling at other BPD women. Lily Shore found the perfect punishment, whispered Amelia. Sirius's eyes went wide. You wouldn't, he spluttered. Amelia smirked and said, good luck sleeping alone, Sirius. Let's see how long your doggy mind can handle that. Oh no, whispered Sirius, his face paling, as Amelia laughed herself sick. Oh, how she loved to prank him. He's amazing, said Cyrus Greengrass, looking at Aquila interacting with many others in the magical locality of Hawaii. The Thunderbird was currently, much to Harry's amusement, playing a game of catch with others who were on broomsticks. Fox was content with flirting with as many witches as possible. Neville, Astoria and Susan were on brooms, playing as well. Daphne, Tracy and Hannah had gone shopping along with Elizabeth, so they weren't there. Harry was sitting on the beach, amusing himself with watching Amelia prank Sirius repeatedly. He was pretty soon joined by his soon-to-be father-in-law. He really is, replied Harry fondly. I wanted to talk to you, Harry, began Cyrus. He was a bit nervous, as he had no intention to hurt Harry's feelings, but he and Elizabeth had observed Harry a few days ago. Needless to say, they were devastated that they had caused more despair to their daughter's fiancé. "Sure, Cyrus," said Harry, confused. "I would like to apologize," he began, "for the way Elizabeth and I broke the news of her pregnancy. It was inappropriate and we didn't account for your feelings on the matter. We were really upset after we saw the expression on your face once we announced it, and we immediately realized that we should have been more tactful." Harry's face burned with embarrassment. Here was a man who was apologizing for something that wasn't his fault at all. The man should have been celebrating the fact that his wife was pregnant, but instead, he was apologizing to his future son-in-law for having a child. Harry felt really guilty at the moment. "Cyrus, we didn't try for a baby with the intention of breaking you and Daphne apart," said Cyrus softly. "Don't get me wrong, Harry, but I still felt very guilty because of that marriage contract. I didn't know whether you both would be happy together. So instead of both of you being stuck in a loveless marriage, we tried to avoid it by the only way possible. But please don't think that I don't approve of you. You're our future son-in-law, and over the past 2 years, I've really grown to like you and so has my wife. We couldn't have asked for anyone better for Daphne, as you're an amazing young boy. All we were trying to do was protect our daughter, nothing more. I'm more than happy if you continue to be engaged to Daphne. You're already part of the family, Harry, and nothing can change that." "Okay." Harry smiled widely at his father-in-law. "You have nothing to apologize for, Cyrus. Don't worry about me. Yes, I was caught off guard and I wondered if Daphne would still want to be with me, but she straightened me out. It was my fault, not yours, so please don't feel guilty. Congratulations on the pregnancy. It was never my intention to make you doubt your decision. As you said, you were only looking out for your daughter. And I'm honored that you consider me family because I do too." "Thank you, Cyrus," he said sincerely. Cyrus smiled and hugged Harry, patting him on the head. He hoped that he could develop a true friendship with the young boy, as he really liked the kid. He was glad that the situation was sorted out. Elizabeth would be relieved, as she was feeling incredibly guilty over the whole affair. "Underwater expedition?" asked Harry to the saleswoman. "Yeah," she replied. "Gillyweed lasts for an hour and is easier than using a bubble head charm. 30 galleons for your entire group, a bargain." "Deal," said Harry, as he purchased them. It turned out to be the best purchase Harry had ever made. The underwater scenery was breathtaking. They swam underwater for an hour before making it back to the beach. Just as Daphne was getting out of the water, someone pulled her back and pushed her back in. Spluttering, she resurfaced to see a grinning face of her fiancé. "Oh, this is war, Potter," she snarled. "Once I'm done with you, you'll realize the might of Daphne Elizabeth Greengrass." What followed was a battle of splashing each other and laughing. Harry didn't know when he had so much fun in his life, but he was certainly enjoying himself. It was 4 days later that the exhausted, tanned group made their way to the International Portkey Terminal and found themselves back in London. After that, they went home to recover from their vacation. The Lord's study in Potter Castle was dim, with the lighting charms at minimum and a fire burning brightly in the fireplace. Hadrian Potter was sitting at the center of the room, on a luxurious carpet, in a meditative state. He was looking for the memories that had come to him when he was in the Chamber of Secrets. He wanted to know what a Horcrux was and where to find those devices. He dwelled into his mind, and found a memory. He was standing in a classroom with Professor Slughorn and hesitantly asked while trying to hide his excitement. "Sir, I was wondering what you know about Horcruxes." Slughorn raised his eyebrows and asked, "Defense Against the Dark Arts Project." He knew that the potion's master did not believe in that, of course. So he carefully flattered the man, without overdoing it. "Well," said Slughorn, not looking at him, but fiddling with the ribbon on top of his box of crystallized pineapple, "well, it can't hurt to give you an overview, of course. Just so that you understand the term. A Horcrux is the word used for an object in which a person has concealed part of their soul. I don't quite understand how that works, though, sir," he replied in a curious tone. "Well, you split your soul, you see," said Slughorn, "and hide part of it in an object outside the body. Then, even if one's body is attacked or destroyed, one cannot die, for part of the soul remains earthbound and undamaged. But of course, existence in such a form. He didn't care about any of that. He wanted to be immortal, and this was the perfect way to do it. How do you split your soul? He asked the professor. Well, said Slughorn uncomfortably, you must understand that the soul is supposed to remain intact and whole. Splitting it is an act of violation, it is against nature. But how do you do it? By an act of evil, the supreme act of evil. By committing murder. Killing rips the soul apart. The wizard intent upon creating a Horcrux would use the damage to his advantage, he would encase the torn portion. Encase. But how? There is a spell, do not ask me, I don't know. Said Slughorn, shaking his head like an old elephant bothered by mosquitoes. Do I look as though I have tried it, do I look like a killer? He immediately backtracked. No, sir, of course not, he said quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Not at all, not at all, not offended, said Slughorn gruffly. It's natural to feel some curiosity about these things. Wizards of a certain caliber have always been drawn to that aspect of magic. Yes, sir, he said. What I don't understand, though, just out of curiosity, I mean, would one Horcrux be much use? Can you only split your soul once? Wouldn't it be better, make you stronger, to have your soul in more pieces? I mean, for instance, isn't 7 the most powerfully magical number, wouldn't 7? Merlin's beard, Tom, yelped Slughorn. 7. Isn't it bad enough to think of killing one person? And in any case, bad enough to divide the soul, but to rip it into 7 pieces. He then paused. Maybe asking that last question wasn't a good idea as Slughorn looked deeply troubled. Had he pushed it too far? Should he try to modify Slughorn's memory? No, the man was well versed at occlumency, so it wouldn't do him any good. After that, he pacified Slughorn, leaving the room with brimming happiness. He had finally found the perfect way to secure his immortality. He now had to go through the book he had found on the subject in the library and attempt it. He, Lord Voldemort, would be the greatest wizard the world had ever seen. Harry exited the memory with a gasp. So, that's what a Horcrux is. He couldn't believe that Tom Riddle had been so desperate for immortality that he had been willing to split his soul not once, but 7 times. It made him sick. Suddenly, his face went pale as realization struck him like a ton of bricks. Tippy, he called quietly. The female elf popped in front of him and smiled. What can Tippy do for Master Hadrian? Tippy, do you remember the day Aquila rescued me and brought me here to Potter Castle? He whispered. The elf's ears went limp. Tippy remembers, she said morosely. Master was badly injured. Harry continued in the same flat voice as he asked, Tippy, did my scar house a piece of Voldemort's soul? Tippy burst into tears as she nodded. Is it still there? Whispered Harry. Oh no, Master Hadrian, said the elf, looking up and smiling again. Several elves used elven magic and forced it out. Then Master's Thunderbird destroyed it using lightning as it not have place to stay. Harry sighed in relief. That explained him getting Voldemort's memories. Something must have happened during the ritual which made him gain the man's memories in his subconscious mind. He thanked the elf and went back to his meditative state. He found a few more memories. He remembered the dead body of Myrtle Warren. He had ordered the basilisk to kill the girl, so she was technically murdered by his hand. He looked at the small diary in front of him and many other ingredients which surrounded him. A glass of potion, which was pitch black, was sitting on a table. He took it and drank, and then pointed his wand at the diary and said the spell. Pain. It was more pain than he had ever imagined. Had something gone wrong? Just as he felt like he couldn't tolerate the pain anymore, it stopped. He opened his eyes to look at the diary, which was glowing. He smiled widely. He was just 16, but he had done it. He had finally created his first Horcrux. His filthy Muggle father. How dare the man leave his mother and reject him before he was even born? The Muggle needed to be taught a lesson. Oh, how he loved killing his so-called father and grandparents. Now, their deaths would be used to create his second Horcrux. The big black and gold ring lay in front of him. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at the ring. Pain. The ring glowed. How stupid of the ghost, and she actually was the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. While he immensely respected Rowena for her sheer intelligence, he couldn't help but look down at her daughter. She had just handed over her mother's diadem to him. He had killed a Muggle prostitute who he had slept with the previous night, Really, that was all those muggles were worth for. He looked at the diadem in front of him. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at it. Pain. The diadem glowed. That stupid woman. How dare she insult his mother? Not that he cared at all about his mother, but it was the principle of the thing. And she possessed Salazar Slytherin's locket. It rightfully belonged to him, the descendant of Slytherin. He had killed her, and he looked at the golden cup in front of him. Hufflepuff's chalice. He drank the potion and pointed the wand at it. Pain. The cup glowed. What a worthless family. He had just eliminated almost the entire Bones family. Could they even call themselves an ancient house, with their manor so horribly protected? Unfortunately, he couldn't get one brother and sister. But he wasn't worried. He would get them all soon enough. Amelia Bones had become a nuisance, along with Sirius Black, James Potter and his mudblood wife, Lily. Really, the Potters should know not to interfere with his business. Getting rid of Charles and Doria Potter had been expensive, but the deaths of all those Death Eaters had been worth it. He looked at the locket in front of him, Salazar's locket. He eagerly drank the potion and pointed his wand at the locket. The pain was a lot lesser than before. The locket glowed. Harry gasped and pulled back. He had just gained memories of what Voldemort's Horcruxes were, along with their locations and some of their defenses. He was grim, as he thought about the defenses. They were not easy. The diary had been given to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping and to later use it to open the Chamber of Secrets. The ring had been buried under a mountain of wards, including a horrible curse on the ring itself in the Gaunt Shack. Ravenclaw's diadem was the easiest of all. It was in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff's cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. And finally, the locket was present in a cave, with some dark and nasty defenses. If Harry had been a Gryffindor, he would have rushed off to the places to find the Horcruxes. But he wasn't. Harry was a Ravenclaw. He was smart to realize that he needed more information. So he got up and climbed up the stairs and entered the Potter Library. The library at Potter Castle was enormous. There were bookshelves covering 3 floors and comfortable tables and chairs occupied the ground floor. He quickly made his way to the 3rd floor, and into a place that was highly restricted by the family. He placed his ring on the big, oak door. The door flashed and a plate of several runes appeared in front of him. Harry calmly tapped the various runes and entered the required password by disabling the wards around the room. The door then took a small blood sample and finally the door opened. Harry had never been inside this room. This room was built to house the worst books ever created on magic. They were indeed the deepest of the dark arts. Harry took a deep breath and started searching. He went over to the directory book and tapped it with his wand. Suddenly, several books appeared in front of him. He levitated them to a table and sat down. He looked at the books and realized that they were all about Horcruxes. With a grim smile, he opened. They were all in ancient Greek, so he used advanced translation charms on them so that he could understand what was written. Half an hour later, Harry was near the window on the other side of the room as he felt sick just by looking at the book. He couldn't believe that Riddle had actually made not 1, but 5 of these devices. The procedure was disgusting. He made his way back to the table and continued reading the oldest of the old books. He doubted the book he was reading was even present in the Hogwarts library, while he knew that the Secrets of the Darkest Art was the book from which Voldemort had gained his knowledge. The container of the soul piece is what makes a Horcrux. The Horcrux cannot survive without its container. So, ensure that your container is very well protected. There are only a few ways of destroying a Horcrux: Basilisk Venom, Fiendfire, the Dementor's Key, and the Avada Kedavra Curse. Creating a Horcrux does not diminish one's magical power. Indeed, the devices are all linked together, so theoretically the magical power would remain with the person. But in case the Horcrux is destroyed, there is a possibility that your magical power may diminish, but there is no way to be sure as no one has created more than one Horcrux, and it is inadvisable to do so. There is no other way to destroy a Horcrux other than by destroying the vessel. Harry looked up with a grim look on his face. Now he understood Dumbledore's motivation of trying to keep him under control. The old goat was going to sacrifice him on the altar of the greater good. He probably believed that Harry was a Horcrux, and only through his death could Voldemort be truly killed. There was no way was he going to be made a martyr. Besides, the old man had discounted elf magic and so had this book, which was also written by a wizard. his faithful elves had ejected the soul piece. The soul piece was nearly destroyed, and when Aquila hit it with a bolt of lightning, it was completely obliterated. He waved his hand and the books went back to their original shelves. He slowly walked out of the room and reset the wards. No one could enter without the authorization of the Lord and Lady Potter. He went back down to the library and sat down in a plush armchair. What to do? He knew of the defenses of the Horcruxes. Could he risk going there now to try to retrieve it? He wouldn't be able to do it after school started, and it would be difficult to get away during the Yule holidays. So there was no choice. He had to start now. Where to start first? He concentrated on the protections around the ring and the locket. He would go after the ring first. There was absolutely no way he could go after the locket alone. He was thinking about the horrible potion in the cave when he suddenly looked up and laughed. "That is perfect," said Harry to himself. The town of Little Hangleton was small, with poor houses, a graveyard and a large empty manor on top of a hill. The manor had been empty ever since the Riddles had been murdered. Harry apparated silently near a clearing and began walking. After walking for nearly a kilometer, he stopped. There seemed to be a thick jungle in front of him. He closed his eyes and activated his mage sight. This had taken a lot of practice over the last 5 years, but he had managed to learn it. He went over to a tree and started touching it. He felt like it shouldn't belong there. Sure enough, there were intent-based wards around the place, along with strong notice-me-not wards. They were good, but it was clearly made by an 18-year-old Tom Riddle. His inexperience showed. Harry touched the bark with his hand and moved around. Finally, he found what he was looking for. He flicked his left hand, and his Thunderbird feather wand sailed to his hand. He touched the bark and muttered in Parseltongue, and the forest disappeared. Instead, he saw a dusty road, and a shack several meters ahead. Harry paused. This was where the next defenses began. He took one step further and several long, poisonous snakes started coming out of the bushes, with their hoods raised, and hissing angrily. "Halt!" hissed Harry in Parseltongue. "It is I, Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin. I command you to let me pass to the ancestral home of my family." For a second, Harry thought it had worked. But unfortunately, it didn't. The snakes hissed angrily and said, "You, speaker, are not our master. You will be killed for entering this place. Get ready to die." "I've faced snakes worse than you," thought Harry. He reached for his belt and pulled out a big ruby-encrusted sword from within a bag's depths. The snakes hissed and charged, but Harry sliced them off with several strokes of his sword. He knew the snakes were a result of dark magic, so unless he used the killing curse or cast fiendfire or something similar, it was difficult to kill them. But luckily, the magic of the Sword of Gryffindor, along with the basilisk venom in it, turned out to be quite effective as the snakes all lay on the ground, dead. Harry walked further along the path. Right when he was able to reach the shack, it disappeared. He grunted with annoyance as he reached out into the air, as if searching for something. After 2 minutes, he found it. It felt like a lever, so he pulled it and said, "I, Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, command you to reveal the ancestral house of my ancestors." Harry was glad that Riddle had used parcel magic, as without Parseltongue, bringing down the wards would have been quite difficult indeed. Suddenly, the gaunt shack appeared. Harry rolled his eyes. The man was obsessed with being Salazar's heir. No wonder Riddle had been so angry when Harry said that he might not be so. He stood in front of the door and frowned as he sensed a dark curse. After a couple of seconds, he waved his wand and the door vanished. He entered the place and crinkled his nose. For someone who grew up with the Dursleys, who were neat freaks, and later in an enormous castle, this place was terrible to look at. He extended his senses and found a dark magic concentration under the floor. So he pointed his wand at the floor and thought, "Reducto." A red beam of light left his wand and impacted the floor. Dust covered the shack, and once it cleared, Harry saw a ring on a pedestal. "Okay, just pick it up, put it on. That would be the best decision of your life. Come on, put it on." Harry's hand was an inch away from the ring when he yelped and pulled it back. The compulsion. He reinforced his occlumency shields, took the sword and stabbed the ring with it. There was a wailing and screeching noise as the Horcrux was destroyed. Harry immediately levitated the ring into his mokeskin pouch and left the shack. He walked fast, and once he reached the apparition point, he breathed a sigh of relief. The defenses weren't much, but if he had not been prepared, he very well could have died within seconds, the curse on the ring would have seen to that. He turned on the spot and disapparated back to Potter Castle with a silent crack. Harry entered his study and went to a blank section of the wall, deep inside. He flashed his ring and muttered a password, just as another set of runes appeared on the wall. He gave several set of passwords by pressing the different runes, and finally, after the Lord's ring authorization, a door materialized. He went inside. The small, hidden vault was filled with several instruments and treasures belonging to the Potter family. He placed the ring and Gryffindor's sword there and got out of the high-security safe. He looked at the time on his watch and realized that it was still 7 p.m. He had time to get the locket as well. Harry walked down to the dungeons, muttering passwords in Parseltongue as he went along. As he finally reached the door, he flicked his fingers and the door opened with a bang. Harry slowly entered the place and looked at the thin forms of Vernon, Petunia and Marge Dursley. They didn't look like they were only skin and bones. No, they looked okay, even if somewhat weak. Harry had told his house elves to give them food, just not good food. The isolation was enough punishment for them. "Get up," he said in a cold voice to Vernon Dursley. "Why?" asked Vernon, trying to sound brave. Harry didn't have the patience to deal with this. He was running out of time. He pointed his Thunderbird feather wand at Vernon and said, "Imperio." The Imperious curse really wasn't unforgivable because it was highly difficult to detect it. There were various degrees of which the curse could be used. The passive degree connected the curse to the victim's subconscious mind, and it was this form that was long-lasting, not to mention could be cast only by those who are competent. In such a case, the victim didn't know that he was under the curse, as he went about doing his daily business, and others found it hard to detect too. The active degree was temporary, and the victim was in full control of the caster, and this was simpler to detect by others. Harry used the latter on Vernon as he only wanted the man following his orders for a few hours. "What did you do to him?" asked Petunia fearfully. Harry smirked. "Nothing much. Just fired a curse at him that would make him follow any orders I give him without question," he replied. "It's actually very much illegal all over the world, but I need him like this. Say goodbye to your husband, Petunia." He left the room with his uncle, not listening to the screams and wails of his aunt. They left the castle grounds, and Harry took his uncle's hand and apparated. When Harry opened his eyes, the smell of salty water greeted him. Waves were hitting the cliff where they were standing. He turned to Vernon and said, "We'll have to swim to that cliff. Don't drown. I need you." Vernon nodded and they took the plunge. Harry activated a heating charm to keep himself warm as they swam to their destination. Once they arrived, Harry waved his wand over himself as his clothes and body began drying at a fast rate. He rolled his eyes at his uncle shivering, and pointed his wand at the man and fired drying charms. He then looked at the entrance of the cave. There was a magical barrier here, he just had to find it. He walked to the back of the cave and concentrated. "This is the place," he said to himself, aloud. "This is the antechamber. It wants payment," he said again, frowning. After another minute of examining it, he found it. Harry snorted. How typical of Voldemort to think giving blood would stop a person from entering. It was so simple to heal wounds with magic. He waved his hand over his palm and a gash appeared. He let the drops of blood fall on the stone and suddenly, an entrance materialized. He waved his wand again, and the gash disappeared. "How did you do that?" asked Vernon, mystified. "Magic, or in your words, freakishness." "Just shut up and follow me," snapped Harry. Vernon's mouth snapped shut as they entered the cave. An eerie sight met their eyes. They were standing on the edge of a great black lake, so vast that Harry could not make out the distant banks, in a cavern so high that the ceiling too was out of sight. A misty greenish light shone far away in what looked like the middle of the lake. It was reflected in the completely still water below. The greenish glow and the light from Harry's wand were the only things that broke the otherwise velvety blackness, though their rays did not penetrate as far as Harry would have expected. The darkness was somehow denser than normal darkness. "Don't touch the water," warned Harry to his uncle and started walking. After walking for a minute, they stopped. Harry narrowed his eyes as he felt the air above him. He suddenly felt something in the air, and after searching for something, he found what he was looking for and he held onto it. With his wand in his left hand, he tapped his wand at his right palm, and suddenly thick coppery green chains extended into Harry's hand. Harry tapped the chain with his wand, and the chains pulled a boat from under the water. Vernon gaped at Harry performing magic that was surely very advanced. Before he could say anything, Harry's control over his mind came back to the front, as Vernon seamlessly stepped into the boat. Harry carefully stepped in as well and tapped the boat with his wand. The boat started moving. He didn't want to look into the water, or what was more likely a potion similar to water. He knew what he would see and he didn't like it one bit. But Vernon had such warning. He looked at a body in the water and screamed. There is a body in there, he stammered. I know, replied Harry. There are several of them in there. So make sure you don't touch the water. Once they reached the island, they got down. Harry looked down at the basin with the bright green potion with a grim expression. He knew what it was. He had looked it up in the Potter library while researching about Horcruxes. It was the curse of living nightmares. It wasn't really a curse, more of a potion. But it was so bad that they named it a curse to drink. Harry pointed his wand at Vernon and bound the man with ropes and made him sit on the ground. I'm going to feed you a potion, and you're going to drink it, he ordered. He conjured a crystal goblet and plunged it into the basin. He then took it and fed it to his uncle. His uncle started screaming, No. Don't. I can't do this. No. Stay away from me, he shouted. Harry smirked. Welcome to my life, Uncle Vernon, he whispered, and force-fed the potion to him. He found a locket at the basin after it was empty. It didn't resemble Salazar's, so he opened it to find a note. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. Great, said Harry. Absolutely great. Come on, you big lump. We're leaving. He levitated Vernon to the boat and he stepped in as well. But once he reached the other side, he knew something was wrong. It looked like even if Voldemort came here, he always sacrificed a person who drank the potion. So this time, when the water was not disturbed and there was no one to drag into the water, the Inferi knew that something was wrong. They slowly rose from the water, crawling towards Harry and Vernon. Vernon screamed, but Harry remained calm. He took his wand and rotated it around his head in long gestures, and finally, there was a ring of fire that burst from his wand, that surrounded the Inferi. The corpses realized that they could not win, and so returned to their place underwater. Harry extinguished the fire, levitated Vernon out of the cave, and dissipated back to Potter Castle. He had failed in acquiring the locket Horcrux. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.